Chapter 1 Rebirth. After Rebirth, Shen Wantang found their greatest delight in eavesdropping gun-thick quarrels between her elder sister, Shen Mingxuan, and their stepmother, Qi. At this moment, Shen Mingxuan was crying gone wailing, I've said it before, I donnot wish to marry Crown Prince Ning, it would rather death than marry him, I fio foreseem is where I will take me own life. How amusing it was that her elder sister specified this time, did that imply there had been a previous occasion, had she also been reborn? In her past life, after marrying Crown Prince Ning, Xiaoqing Yuan, Shen Mingxuan had enjoyed 2 years of glamorous living, but the outcome had been tragic, leading to the downfall of the entire Shen family. Mingxian, what on earth is wrong, we hadel ready agree japonthes, Vuria judden lakange in your mind, Kaya claimed, herangsia typal pabul. You've seen Crown Prince Ninja praised to Shan semi appearance and noble demeanor with a sudden reversal? Mother, he has becoming, he abandoned Everything for a shameless woman and becoming monk. Why will they marry him, amit Olivia Soito? Mingxian, it is precisely because has become a monk that Shen family can barely grasp this marriage proposal, do I think the steamed high of Ning Wang for would have marry in tour familio otherwise, highstrolio of royal blood, as to disordinary placude never hopetoten. I do not care if his a prince or a royal relative I will not marry him, marrying him is a den form, and might as well the eno. Asher words echoed, Theru mereptid into chaos on Simor. Shen Wantang's thoughts drifted back to her previous life. The Crown Prince Ning, Xiaoqing Yuan, was a lovesicful, utterly devoted to a girl from a low-ranking official family. He was so infatuated with wood marinunils, and after a hostile mate, the Crown Princess Ning Gadnikois but a sensamiana to propose. However, on the day of the proposal, it was revealed that the girl was already 4 months pregnant, and the identity of the father was unknown. The Crown Princess nearly vomited with rage, and the Crown Prince was furious, directly reporting fellow-ranking official to the Emperor. The official lost faith in subsequent Lila's disposition, infuriate enough to send his daughter to a nunnery. As soon as the girl wasn't awake, Xiaoqing Yuan followed her to become a monk himself. The Crown Princess was so incensed that she fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, she began arranging a marriage for her son. She did not care about status or appearance, only half the girl had a character and a respectable family background. Yet, even with her requirements at Salo, she could not find a suitable match. Despite the girl's indiscretions, Xiaoqing Yuan remained infatuated, often visiting the nunnery to see her, bringing her nourishing meals to support her during her pregnancy. While the world open like a romantic behind his back, they make it him for willingly becoming a father to child born of infidelity. No reputable family would marry their daughters into such a situation. They valued their reputation too highly. Of course, no very onuous concerned with reputation. Some familias were virtually with Ning Wangfu, such as Shen family. Shen Wantang's father, Shen Guanyan, had previously mourned the passing of his father for 3 years. Upon returning to the capital, he discovered that his position had been filled by another, leaving him unable to claim his former post. Thoth held a modest at least 5th rank assistant minister of rights, heckled not some plyletits. Shen Guanyan soft connections everywhere, but no avail. Thus, he turned his thoughts to marrying in Toth Ning Wangfu. The Ning Wang was a closer relative of the emperor, and if you were willing to help, not only could Shen Guanyan reclaim his position, but they could also expect a promotion in the near future. Many families have to rise from marriage to Ning Wangfu, but none day daughter is poised dandruff and adast Shen sisters. The Crown Princess, having seen the sisters, immediately Shen Wantang gash her daughter-in-law. In addition to her grace, there was another significant reason for her Shen Wantang bore a resemblance to the girl who had captured Xiaoqing Yuan. However, how could a legitimate daughter like Shen Wantang be worthy of marrying into the royal family? Her stepmother, Qi, employed underhanded tactics to ensure that the engagement was transferred to her legitimate daughter, Shen Mingxuan. 10 years had passed since Shen Wantang's rebirth, yet she still vividly recalled the splendor on pride of the elder sister's wedding day. Therabicron sent by Ning Wang for sparkle data for head gleaming brilliantly in the candlelight and accentuating her immense wealth. She ran her fingers over the pearls adorning her wedding gown and feigned sincerity, saying, Sister, I am re-engine to thank you for your sake. Thoth Crown Prince is undeniably handsome he has becoming, ya would be marrying into an empty household, how pitiful, allow me to bear this burden for you. Truly you are fortunate, sister, mother is kind-hearted and has already chosen a good fame live for you. Thoth the mama be humble, ya will but mistress of your own house, and with father support, noon you will dare look down upon you even as a concubine. Alas, I am not as fortunate. The Ning Wang fuse aloft a family, and he will be considered a royal consort. In such a position, every word and action must be restrained. There is no room for leisure. How envy you, ya will have a exemplar wedding procession whisked away in Ismal Sedankar, whereas mean must be grand and elaborate, with no room for, look at this crown of gold, it is beautiful but far too heavy, it is exhausting. Another sharp cry jolted Shen Wantang from Maravari. She hard Shen Mingxuan still lamenting, this marriage was clearly mean for Shen Wantang. We must I suffer in her place, leather marry I refuse. Kawash frazzled be her daughter sweeping. I feel do not marry in Toth Ning Wangfu where il sekal diugo, is there a better match in the world? The Crown Prince cannot remain among forever, he will surely return home within 2 years. I feel act foolish lino, you will regret it later. I will not regret, you can force Shen Wantang to marry Crown Prince, but I will marry Liaoa, marrying him is a true fortune. At this declaration, Shen Wantang suddenly laughed. The maid Duan looked at her quizzically and whispered, Miss, what are you lolling at, was these Liaoa, do you know him? Know him, the twas an understatement. She had spent a full decade with him. The Liao family was the good fame litheth her stepmother, Qi, had chosen for Shen Wantang. Liao Yu came from humble beginnings, once support that they could not afford to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations. It was Shen Wantang who sold her daughter to support him in his studious and sustenance in the capital. Fortunately, Liao Yu proved to be ambitious and fair following their marriage, had passed the imperial examination and quickly rose a thread herrings, ultimately becoming the unjust minister of justice in the history of the Feng kingdom. Earned numerous accolades for solving difficult case and even exposed spies from rival nations within the court, garnering the emperor's praise multiple times. These event Princess Duca liking to Hyman Sufta Marihim, prompting the emperor to test Liao Yu's intentions. However, he declined, citing his existing marriage. Until Rebirth, Liao Yu Hayden Li Shen Wantang's wife, even without children, had never taken a concubine or a secondary wife. A remained devote dan dupright, earning gastellar reputation. Every onin Shen Wantang for her good fortune. Unlike Liao Yu, who remained loyal to his first wife after achieving success, was nearly impossible to find. Moreover, Liao Yu had even rejected a princess for her sake, standing up for Shen Wantang when the princess made things difficult for her. Many compared Shen Mingsu to Hiranu was a legitimate daughter while he was a concubine, one marrying into the illustrious Ning Wang while he was a lowly scholar. Yet, 10 years later, the illegitimate Shen Wantang flourished, basking in her husband's protection and affection, even garnering envy from a princess, while the legitimate Shen Mingsu faced the consequence of driving the crown princess beloved toward, resulting in her own confinement and retribution. In the end, the crown prince took his own live for hot girl, and Shen Mingsu became a criminal of Ning Wangfu, ultimately imprisoned, where she died 6 months later. At the time, a popular saying in the capital circulated when marrying, choose your fortune and health will follow. Shen Wantang scoffed surely her dear older sister had been brainwashed by thought saying, truly believing that marrying Liao Yu would bring her fortune? If Liao Yu had not her support, could he have solved those difficult cases, could he have exposed Thespias in the court, could he have become Minister of Justice Theagov 29? Not to mention, if Shen Mingsu married Dinton Lai a family, the hardships would be not to break her spirit. When Liao Yu became county magistrate, he wasn't Warmodi and impoverished area, where life would be even more arduous. If not for Shen Wantang's izing themament to save an elderly lady, who's in ways an official in the capital and help Liao Yu behind the scenes, he would never have returned to the capital. Chapter 2. Do you know Liao Yu? A month later, amidst Shen Mingsu's incessant weeping and wailing, she finally succeeded in exchanging her engagement. She was set to marry Liao Yu, while Shen Wantang would bid into Ning Wangfu. The 12 familia had already exchanged formal invitations, and through these processes, Shen Wantang had been devoid of any voice or opinion. Una had both a red twanquor about their thoughts. Shen Mingxuan, having secured the much she desired, was positively radiant, clad in a fresh peach color region. She entered Shen Wantang's small courtyard with hair made, a beaming smiley illuminating her face. Oh dear sister, still practicing your calligraphy, what to see is that, no matter how beautifully our writing is, it pales in comparison to a good marriage. Setting her brush aside, Shen Wantang looked upon her quietly. So are you suggesting that writing is subpar, yet you will mar splendidly? Indeed, that is only natural. Suddenly lowering Gervis, Shen Mingsu leaned in conspiratorially. Do you believe I'm fortune telling? I can read your fate just as I can discern me own. Shen Wantang replied, is that so? I do not believe it. Fate is not something told foretold. I discovered out step by step through on his own actions. What of the engagement swap? In her past life, she had flourished even in the mysterious circumstances, and in this life, she would grow like a towering tree within the opulent confines of Ning Wangfu. Shen Mingsu fancied herself marrying a formidable Liao Yu, yet she remained blissful. Unaware thought that true strength lay not with him, but with Shen Wantang herself. Typically, Shen Mingsu would bristlets at chartered, but today, Shamarelli Lod Gedgali's sister, do you truly believe thought marrying in Ning Wangfu was a stroke of good fortune? Is that who you've grown so bold in your conversations? I'll be frank with you, although Ning Wangfu will have no bearing in your life, the higher will never bore affections for you. He will go to great lengths to bring that nun home, cherishing and indulging her. And you, consumed be jealous yanditrid, ya will plot against that nun, only to find the higher increasing lilo than you, he may have incusatodi alongside her, leaving Ning Wangfu to imprison you, where you will suffer a torturous fate. As Shen Mingsu recounted her previous life as a writing an autobiography, a perplexed expression crossed Shen Wantang's face. Why would you stay her energy harboring jealousy towards a nun, if the hair favored her, so it was this natal redicum and knowledge, even with Shek Nuof he hears deep infatuation with the girl who hated to read the nunnery. Could Shen Mingsu not offer anything of substance, something that Shen Wantang did not already know? After a month of listening to Shen Mingsu's incessant tirade, she was utterly fatigued. Unaware of Shen Wantang's expression, Shen Mingsu precedent, even if she'd noticed it, she would remain indifferent. After all, she had been reborn, naturally possessing an advantage over Shen Wantang. This time, no matter how Shen Wantang struggled, she would not succeed in marrying Liao Yu. With eager anticipation she exclaimed, Doyana Liao Yu, of course, you wouldn't, heisty husband you have chosen, and in the future, you will be consumed with. No, not just the Thyra capital will this time, I am determined to marry him. Shen Wantang picked up her brush on Marie, resuming her calligraphy. Leather Mari let's see how long her joy lasts. Liao Yu had a grand surprise awaiting her. After Shen Mingsu had indulged in her dreams of the future, shed her need around, on light to find Shen Wantang seemingly oblivious, engrossed in her writing gone some more. With a disdainful curl off her lip she scoffed, bookworm, Eliota was study and practice our writing, one might think you were preparing for the imperial examinations, speaking with he was utter legally possess nosens often. With that she tossed her handkerchief aside and strode out, muttering to herself, in me past life, you stumbled upon a stroke of luck, securing such a fine marriage this time, you will marry into Ning Wangfu, let's see how you survive. Shen Wantang heard her words bupay tem no mean. How could un thrive in Ning Wangfu? Ikeways a place where life could hard live a better. Shen Mingsu's failure to thrive through as a result of her own actions. Despite knowing that Xiao King Yuan was upless lie in love with the girl who had become a noon, Shen Mingsu had still pushed her to her death. Neither Ning Wang nor the crown princess dared to touch that girl, yet Shen Mingsu had taken her life without the citation. How cold Xiao King Yuan a verge of her? After Shen Mingsu departed, Duju and looked at Shen Wantang with concern. Miss, are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of Mary Injin toth Ning Wang fu, the heiress bikomi Monkao Liu Mary, Piopal will surely makia. Shen Wantang laughed, tapping Thetapoth Dujuan's nose with her brush. What is there to fear? The here become and gamon kiss rather splendid. At night, I can enjoy the luxury of a larger bedel to mijilf nunito steal my blankets just like when I was at home. It's quite comfortable. Dujuan stamped her foot in frustration. You have eachel's mindset. After marriage, you must share a bed with your husband. If I had not, it will inevitably lead to serious problems. Oh, you seem talk no greedy a bit. Are you perhaps eager to marry yourself? Dujuan's face flushed crimson. I am not, and tend to survey for a lifetime I shall not marry. Observing her blushing, youthful face, Shen Wantang sighed inwardly. In her previous life, after a Yavyo Hatokafas Bastinishuwe County, Dujuan had quickly fallen ill due to an familiar calamity and passed away. She had been he made left to Herbie Hermother thoth not particularly clever or quick-witted. She had been for Celial, accompanying Shen Wantang since childhood. After her death, Shen Wantang had mourned and blamed herself for a long time. With this time, she wold no thavata marily Iowa, nor wold thini to go to Yushuwe County. Dujuan slivkud be preserved. Once Shen Wantang established herself in Thuanfu, she could help Dujuan find a good husband, ensuring that she would lead a happy and fulfilling life. Miss, have I not said how feel this lady has been acting strangely? She's specipist, constant lie speaking off her past life, event of her yon when they will de yando. It's quite frightening. Shen Wantang continued her writing. Did she mention you? Not specifically, but a month ago she said that Aunt Guan, who's responsible for cleaning the outer courtyard, would catch a Kilandine half a month. Remarkably, Aunt Guan really did pass away half a month later. Dujuan shuddered. Miss, could it be thought feel this lady Trolip possesses the ability to tell fortunes? How else could she be so curate? Perhaps she can't predict the fates of certain individuals. If she really can't tell fortunes, then her refusal to marry Ning Wang hire Wiley insist in Judosa must be an attempt to harm you. Shen Wantang nodded. She indeed wishes to harm, but she still to an experience I did not fall within the realm of her predictions. Dujuan tilted head. Miss, I feel you have changed it in some way. In what way? I cannot quite place it. Beauty seem particularly serene and more captivating. If it were Ning Wang here, he would surely been enamored with you. Shen Wantang chuckled. The girl was still too naive. He'd work with a mistake in the higher Lila Vestetone. The higher Lovestatone, yet he is still smile. Don't you feel saddened? I am not the least bit upset. Y'all will understand in time. Love is the most unreliable thing in this world. As long as you avoid it, life you will not be too difficult. Chapter 3. The disparity of betrothal gifts. The date for the wedding was swiftly set, and fearing that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen complications, Shen Mingxian chose the nearest auspicious day, the 18th of August. This meant she had only 1 month left before her marriage. Shen Wantang's wedding was scheduled for the 20th of September, a month later than Shen Mingxuan's. The household became lively, with a constant flow of visitors coming and going. As Shen Mingxuan's wedding approached, her courtyard was filled to the brim with dowry boxes. She stood in the courtyard, her expression far from pleasant. Shenner, although your father holds a modest official rank, we are still a family of officials with some standing. The Liao family is truly outrageous. Their betrothal gifts amount to only 6 bearers, and the wild geese they presented during the proposal were mere wooden carvings, not live ones. Such a meager display. Do you know how the outside world ridicules you? Shen Mingxian looked at her mother with displeasure. Mother, must you always be so short-sighted? A smaller betrothal gift is merely a minor setback. It may seem I am at a disadvantage now, but in the future, when Liao Yohai is promoted and favored by the emperor, I shall enjoy boundless blessings. At that time, those who mock me will be silenced, and they will all envy me for having married such an excellent husband. By then, even the princesses may vie for my spouse. She sighed heavily. You may be confident that Liao Yoha will rise in rank and gain the emperor's favor, but I cannot shake this feeling of unease. With unwavering conviction, Shen Mingxian reassured her. Mother, just rest assured. What I say will surely come to pass, otherwise, why would I agree to marry Liao Yoha, whom I have never even met before? This thought caused Qi to ponder deeply. Liao Yoha had originally been chosen as a suitor for Shen Wantang, along with several other candidates, all of whom were either elderly widowers or debauched libertines. She had deliberately presented these options to Shen Guanyin, knowing he would naturally select Liao Yoha for Shen Wantang, yet, only the couple knew of this arrangement. Shen Wantang was unaware, and it was even more improbable for Shen Mingxian to be informed. Now, her daughter had effortlessly spoken Liao Yoha's name, even detailing his background and family circumstances. Thus, when her daughter claimed she had once lived a full life and had returned to relive it, she found herself somewhat inclined to believe her. However, despite her belief, she remained troubled. With a tinge of bitterness in her voice, she remarked, marriage is a lifelong commitment. Look at the betrothal gifts for Shen Wantang, they total a staggering 108 bearers. The Ning Wang holds her in such high regard. Even your father treats her differently, nearly worshipping her, yet she is merely a lowly concubine's daughter. How does she deserve to enter the Wangfu as the legitimate wife of the heir? It makes me nauseous. Why should such a splendid match be granted to her? I say, even if you do not want it, we must not allow her to benefit. She should endure a life of hardship, tormented by a wicked mother-in-law and a mean-spirited sister-in-law, rather than being allowed to enjoy the comforts of the Wangfu. Shen Mingxian recalled the days of being scorned and imprisoned by Xiao Qingyuan, the anguish of being bitten by rats and bloodsucked by fleas in the dungeons, and the nightmares of being beaten and humiliated by the guards. Coldly, she replied, how can you be so sure that you will enjoy a life of luxury in the Wangfu? The Ning Wangfu was not a place for humans. The seemingly kind-hearted Ning Wangfei is, in fact, a venomous woman. She relishes in imposing rules on her daughters-in-law, takes pleasure in making their lives difficult, and often vents her frustrations from her son's romantic entanglements on the new bride. Shen Wantang will not know a single day of happiness after her marriage. Furthermore, the Ning Wang, who prides himself on being of noble descent, looks down upon families like ours. I once committed a minor offense, and he nearly had me killed. He treats lives as if they were mere grass. Shen Wantang has always been unruly, and once she marries, she will undoubtedly make countless mistakes, and the Ning Wang will soon have her beaten to a pulp. However, the most unbearable of all is that heir. He seems bewitched, cherishing that nun who bears an illegitimate child as if she were his most prized possession, forbidding even a hint of criticism against her. Should anyone dare to speak ill of her, he goes into a frenzy. Moreover, he is particularly averse to anyone resembling that nun. Anyone who bears the slightest resemblance is deemed to tarnish his beloved's image, and he seeks to disfigure their faces. Unfortunately, Shen Wantang bears the closest resemblance to her mother. Do you truly believe that Shen Wantang will fare well after her marriage? Do you still think she will enjoy a life of luxury in the Wanfu? She listened with trepidation. Could it be that her daughter spoke from personal experience of a past life? Had she truly endured such suffering? The seemingly resplendent Ning Wangfu turned out to be a den of devouring dragons and tigers. She felt a sudden relief. As long as Shen Wantang could not enjoy a comfortable life, it was preferable if the Ning Wang and his heir ruined her beauty. That face of hers was a mirror image of her treacherous mother. Xing Guanyan had been bewitched by that vixen, spending 7 years in her chamber, ignoring every other woman. She had endured 7 years of widowhood, only to finally rid herself of that vixen, allowing Xing Guanyan to return to the main courtyard for meals and rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Guanyan was demonstrating his paternal affection towards the illegitimate daughter, Shen Wantang. I recall that you share a fondness for reading and writing, much like your aunt. Here, take this inkstone for your use. Shen Wantang accepted it, saying, "Thank you, father. And this jade bracelet, a keepsake from your grandmother, is also for you." Shen Wantang graciously accepted it, bowing her head in gratitude. Ever since the engagement with the Wangfu was settled, Shen Guanyan had begun to present her with gifts, regardless of what he offered. Shen Wantang accepted everything, and her room was soon filled with valuable paintings in gold, silver, and jade ornaments. In her past life, when Shen Wantang married Liao Yoha, Shen Guanyan had only gifted her a copy of the Woman's Commandments, admonishing her to be dutiful to her in-laws and to serve her husband, offering nothing more. Yet now, the gifts he bestowed upon her were the very items he had once given to Shen Mingxian, which had enabled Shen Mingxian to survive for half a year in the dungeons by bribing the guards with those possessions. After presenting the gifts, Shen Guanyan dutifully reminded Shen Wantang, "It is said that a married daughter is like spilled water, but my daughter, Shen Guanyan, is different. Even if you marry into the Wangfu, you remain my daughter." At first glance, his words might seem to convey genuine affection for his daughter, yet Shen Wantang was aware that he had not finished his statement. Indeed, he continued, "You must remember, the Shen family is your true home. You should always lend your utmost support to your maternal family. Your brothers and I are your greatest reliance. My success will bolster your standing in the Wangfu, and your brothers' bright futures will enhance your importance there. First, the Shen family, then the Wangfu, and lastly, yourself." Shen Wantang maintained her obedient demeanor. "Father's words are etched in my heart." Chapter 4 of the Struggle with the Concubine Mother. Shen Guanyan nodded with satisfaction. "You have always been sensible and obedient, which brings me great comfort. Once you marry into the Wang residence, you must continue to uphold these virtues, honoring your in-laws diligently and, when necessary, speaking kindly of me in front of the prince. After all these years, I remain at the 5th rank. It is about time I received a promotion." Shen Guanyan had repeated similar sentiments no less than 8 or 10 times, and Shen Wantang could recite them by heart. Yet he persisted, seemingly fearful that she might neglect to advocate for him once she entered the Wang household. Shen Wantang verbally acquiesced, but in her heart, she dismissed his concerns. In her previous life, Shen Guanyan had given the same admonitions to Shen Mingxian, who had indeed approached the Ning Wang for a higher official position on behalf of her father. The Ning Wang had been furious, not only denying her request but also confining her to her quarters for a month. However, Shen Mingxian felt no remorse. As soon as her confinement ended, she rushed to the Ning Wang's study to clandestinely peruse numerous confidential documents. She then transcribed these secrets and sent them to Shen Guanyan, hoping he could use them to climb the ranks. Unfortunately, the documents were intercepted by the Ning Wang, who, upon reading the letter, was consumed with rage. He administered a severe punishment, leaving Shen Mingxian on the brink of death. Once she recovered, Shen Mingxian returned to the Shen household, weeping and lamenting that her only transgression had been a minor error, questioning why she was subjected to public punishment. As the future consort of the heir, she believed it beneath her dignity to be treated thus, claiming that the Ning Wang's actions were disrespectful to his daughter and law. At that time, Shen Wantang thought her foolish. She had only been married for a few days and already demanded an official position from the Ning Wang while also relaying confidential information to her family, even putting it in writing as if to ensure there was no evidence left unaccounted for. It was as if she were courting disaster. If official titles were so easily obtained, why did Shen Guanyan not approach the Ning Wang himself? Instead, he relied on his daughter to negotiate, not realizing how inappropriate it was for a daughter-in-law to broach such matters with her father-in-law. Shen Wantang vowed not to repeat Shen Mingxuan's blunders. The elevation of Shen Guanyan's status was of little consequence. What truly mattered was her own well-being within the Wang residence. After receiving a couple of items, Shen Wantang exited Shen Guanyan's study. She handed the items to her maid, Duan, and together they made their way back to their small courtyard. As they passed Shen Mingxuan's quarters, they coincidentally encountered her escorting Qishir out. Qishir's gaze fell upon the items in Duan's hands, recognizing them as gifts from Shen Guanyan to Shen Wantang. Consumed with jealousy, she coldly remarked, "Duan, what do you have there? Hand it over for me to inspect." Duan instinctively took a step back, unnerved by her frosty demeanor. Shen Wantang, however, smiled at Duan. "Please show mother the dowry father has given me." Only then did Duan step forward, presenting the 4 items to Qishir. To Shen Wantang's surprise, Qishir, after examining them, promptly confiscated the 2 most valuable pieces, declaring, "The color of this bracelet is too mature for you, and this gold hairpin is hopelessly outdated. I shall exchange them for 2 more suitable pieces." In her previous life, Shen Wantang had fallen victim to a similar ruse. Qishir had used the same excuse to see several pure gold ornaments left to her by her late mother, replacing them with worthless hollow silver hairpins, ultimately taking 5 pieces and returning only 3. Now, with the opportunity to live again, Shen Wantang would not allow herself to be so easily deceived, otherwise, her life would have been in vain. She replied with calm assurance, "Mother, this is my dowry from father, a testament to his heartfelt affection for his daughter. How could I disdain it simply because it may seem outdated? Furthermore, I see nothing old-fashioned about these gifts, in fact, I cherish them dearly." With that, she boldly reclaimed the items from Qishir's grasp, stating, "As these are gifts from my father, I shall ensure their proper care, so there is no need for your involvement. However, if you happen to possess any jewelry suitable for me as a dowry, I would be delighted to accept it. I shall be sure to inform father that you have generously provided me with an additional dowry." Qishir looked at her incredulously. The once silent and unremarkable concubine daughter now dared to retort and reclaim what was hers. Her teeth nearly clenched in rage, she snapped, "I have no dowry to give you, you are but a concubine daughter. What your father has given you already exceeds what is customary for someone of your status. Are you not satisfied? Be wary of your greed, you might just overreach and bring ruin upon yourself." Shen Wantang calmly returned the reclaimed items to Duan, nonchalantly responding, "Though I am a concubine daughter, I am to marry into the Ning Wang residence. If my dowry is too meager, it reflects poorly not only on me but on the entire Shen family. With my elder sister set to marry soon, her reputation is at stake as well. It would be unfortunate to think of how mother and my 2 elder brothers might feel if they were embarrassed. Who would wish to marry into our family as a daughter-in-law then? By providing me with an additional dowry, you could enhance your own reputation, mother. Of course, if you choose not to, that is entirely your prerogative. At most, it will result in some gossip from outsiders, branding you as stingy and unkind to your concubine daughter, who is to wed without even a proper dowry." Qishir's face darkened at her words, her pride wounded. "Silence. When have I ever treated you unkindly? When have I ever been stingy? How dare you speak such nonsense without fear of retribution?" Shen Wantang feigned innocence, looking at her. "Why is mother so upset? These are not my words but those of outsiders. Please do not take offense. I know that you have always treated me well. Whatever my sister possesses, I do as well." Qishir scoffed, turning on her heel to leave. Upon witnessing her mother storm off, Shen Mingxian glared at Shen Wantang, her expression darkening. "Ever since you secured your engagement to the Ning Wang, you have grown increasingly arrogant, even daring to speak back to mother. It seems you do not comprehend your own limitations. Surely, you do not believe that marrying into the Ning Wang residence grants you a shield?" "Sister, you worry too much. I do not think that way," Shen Wantang replied. "Shen Wantang, do not become too overconfident. The Ning Wang residence will teach you how to behave. When that time comes, do not come crying back." Shen Wantang felt a laugh bubbling within her. She wanted to retort that the Liao family would also teach Shen Mingxian a lesson, and she should not return in tears. However, she saw no need to remind her esteemed elder sister, who was currently lost in her own euphoria of rebirth, proclaiming herself as the chosen one and looking down on everyone else. Soon enough, Shen Wantang returned to her small courtyard with her maid. Just after her arrival, Ning, Qishir's confidant, appeared. She tossed a box down with a sardonic tone. "Second miss, this is a dowry specially prepared by the madam for you. Be careful while handling it, the hairpins inside are newly crafted and quite sharp. Do not injure yourself or blind your eyes, lest you find yourself unable to marry into the Ning Wang residence. After all, the Ning Wang would not accept a blind woman as the heir's consort." Shen Wantang opened the box and was greeted by a plethora of jewelry, both gold and silver, clearly a substantial sacrifice on Qishir's part for the sake of her reputation. Chapter 5 Shen Mingxian. After marriage having reaped such considerable benefits, Shen Wantang was utterly indifferent to the scornful jibes of old Madame Ning. The mere thought of how pained and gritted-toothed Qishir would be upon giving her these items made her unable to suppress a smile. "Rest assured, madam, I shall exercise utmost caution. I will neither injure my eyes nor harm my hands. Please convey my gratitude to mother. Once I am married, I shall speak highly of her, so that the world may know of her magnanimity and kindness, treating her stepdaughter as if she were her own flesh and blood." Hearing this, old Madame Ning fell silent, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Duan was well aware of Qishir's miserly nature, and her eyes sparkled at the sight of the jewelry within the box. "Miss, you truly are remarkable. You have indeed managed to procure a dowry from the madam, and these are worth quite a fortune." In truth, Shen Wantang did not regard these trinkets with much esteem, yet the thought of causing Qishir such distress brought her joy. She casually handed the jewelry box to Duan. "Put these away, they will serve as rewards for others later." Duan, cradling the box in shock, exclaimed, "Miss, such fine jewelry, and you wish to reward others?" "Indeed. Once we arrive at the Wang residence, there will be no shortage of errands to run, and those who are obedient must be compensated. The Wang household is not our home. A few copper coins and some small silver will not suffice. Expenses are inevitable once we are there." Shen Wantang was not one to flaunt wealth unnecessarily, yet she understood that when it came time to bestow rewards, one must not be stingy. Otherwise, she would lose the goodwill of those around her, and no one would be willing to assist her again. Money speaks volumes in this world. Without it, even the most valiant heroes can falter. Silver is the most unassailable truth of this realm, nothing else holds as much sway. Shen Wantang opened another box, revealing land deeds and account books. The land deeds were left to her by her aunt. Naturally, they were not something she had brought from her maiden family. Had her family possessed any semblance of power, she would not have been reduced to becoming a concubine. While her father had cherished her deeply during his lifetime, bestowing upon her numerous gifts, she had taken half back to her family and retained the other half, which she had gradually invested in land over the years. The account books were not left by her aunt but were her own. 2 years prior, she had partnered with her cousin to open a fabric shop, investing both capital and ingenuity, while her cousin provided the labor. They had since amassed a considerable fortune. Now that she had been reborn, with an intimate understanding of the fabrics that would soon trend in the capital, it was time to open several more shops. The past few years had been exceedingly difficult under her legitimate mother's roof, often facing deductions from her silver and seasonal garments. When she ventured out, she lacked even a properly fitting dress. However, since opening the shop with her cousin, her financial situation had improved, and life had become much more bearable. Before long, the day of Shen Mingxuan's wedding arrived. When Shen Wantang visited her room, she found her already adorned and ready. Unlike in her previous life, she was devoid of the extravagant ruby crown and the opulent wedding gown adorned with large pearls. Her appearance was considerably dimmer than before, yet she still wore an expression of haughty satisfaction that echoed her former self. "Why has my sister arrived only now? Do you think my marriage is beneath you, and thus deem me unworthy of your respect?" Shen Wantang regarded her in silence. In both lives, she had never truly regarded Shen Mingxian as a rival. Too foolish and short-sighted, she lacked even the qualifications to be her opponent. Nevertheless, Shen Mingxian continued to lecture her. "Sister, do not be so short-sighted. Just because you believe you can marry into the royal family, do not let it go to your head. My husband, Liao Yoha, may be obscure now, but he will soon gain renown throughout the capital, becoming the dream of countless young ladies. In the future, when you find it impossible to survive in the Wang residence, you will be the one begging me on your knees." Shen Wantang laughed. Sister seems to have great faith in her husband. I shall eagerly await to see how he achieves fame in the capital. After a decade of marriage, who could know Liao Yoha better than she? No one, not even Liao Yoha himself, knew him as well as she did, let alone Shen Mingxian. If Liao Yoha, now with a new wife, could once again attain great fame, Shen Wantang would write her name backward from then on. Soon, a multitude of ladies began to arrive, all of whom, while secretly mocking and questioning how a legitimate daughter of an official could marry a poor scholar, maintained a facade of cordiality, exchanging auspicious words. The auspicious hour has arrived. With a resounding cry, Shen Mingxian was covered with a bright red veil. Firecrackers erupted, and a throng of people surged into the courtyard. "Oh dear, the groom has arrived. This groom is quite the handsome fellow, eloquent and refined. He certainly appears to be a scholar." Shen Wantang lifted her head and, through the crowd, caught sight of Liao Yoha clad in brilliant red wedding attire. He was indeed handsome. Coupled with the joy of the wedding day, he appeared particularly dashing, his face alight with smiles as he conversed with the gathered guests, clearly satisfied with the union. Yet, one could not help but wonder, if he were to learn that this change in bride would lead him down an entirely different path in life, would he still feel the same contentment? Before long, Liao Yoha had taken his bride, and after bidding farewell to their parents, they set forth for the Liao family home. At this time, the Liao family had yet to relocate to the capital and resided in a small county outside the city. Shen Wantang recalled the arduous journey she had endured in her previous life, jostled in a palanquin for what felt like an eternity, then switching to a donkey cart once they exited the capital, suffering through a long, bumpy ride that nearly left her bones shattered. Moreover, the weather was sweltering, and sitting in the carriage felt akin to being in a steamer, nearly causing one to faint from the heat. Throughout the journey, she had dared not eat or drink, uncertain of when they would arrive at the Liao family home, and as a bride, she could not afford to relieve herself along the way, leaving her to endure the discomfort. This time, it was Shen Mingxian who would suffer such trials. Indeed, she bore great hardship. 3 days later, upon returning to her family, she appeared markedly thinner, her eyes ringed in shadows, her complexion wan and sallow. Yet the moment she spotted Shen Wantang observing her, she immediately straightened her back and raised her chin, fearful that Shen Wantang might perceive the struggle she had faced in recent days. Little did she know, her efforts to conceal her plight were in vain. Shen Wantang had experienced all that she had. Qishir, upon seeing her daughter return a mere 3 days after marriage in such a wretched state, was both astonished and heartbroken. She quickly ushered her daughter into her chambers, inquiring about the situation. "Shen, what has happened? Why have you lost so much weight? Has your husband been too harsh on you at night? Did I not instruct you before your marriage that one should not indulge a man in such matters?" Shen Mingxian shook her head. "Mother, we have not yet consummated our marriage." "What? Why ever not? Mother-in-law forbids it." "What?" Qishir was both shocked and furious. "How can she prevent you from consummating your marriage? That old hag dares to meddle in such matters as well." Speaking of this, Shen Mingxian gritted her teeth in resentment. "She claims that Yoha has yet to pass his examinations and should not be distracted by women, insisting that we must wait until he succeeds before we can consummate our marriage. She believes that doing so prematurely would be inauspicious and would jeopardize Yoha's fortunes." Chapter 6. A bed. Mrs. Qi furiously berated, "That old witch is spouting nonsense. In all my years, I have never encountered such ridiculous claims." Shen Mingxian bitterly retorted, "She is indeed speaking utter nonsense. He yet who possesses immense fortune and is destined for a position of great authority. It is utterly preposterous to think that his fortune could diminish due to consummating a marriage. Nonetheless, he is exceedingly filial and reluctant to defy his mother, which is why he still sleeps with his 2 younger brothers. Meanwhile, I share a bed with his two sisters and his mother. What? Mrs. Qi could scarcely believe her ears, her anger causing her to pound the table. When she initially targeted the Liao family, her intention was for Shen Wantang to marry into it, thus she deliberately sought out the most unsatisfactory match. She had made inquiries and discovered that Liao Youha had a rather formidable mother, whose fierce reputation was known throughout the county, yet he had 4 younger siblings to support, and although Liao Youha possessed some scholarly talent, he was foolishly filial, allowing his mother to dictate all matters. Such a family would naturally not afford Shen Wantang a life of comfort, yet, she had calculated every detail, failing to foresee that her own daughter would end up wed to him. What astounded her further was that Liao Youha's mother would actually prevent her son and daughter-in-law from consummating their marriage, and that Liao Youha would acquiesce. She was not unaware of the Liao family's impoverished state, but she could never have imagined they were so destitute that they lacked even a room, forcing the newlywed daughter-in-law to share a bed with her mother-in-law and 2 younger sisters-in-law. What kind of logic was this? This cannot stand. I must send someone to the Liao household to reprimand that old witch. How dare she bully you so? Shen Mingxian waved her hand dismissively. Mother, there is no need to be agitated. Though I am enduring some hardships now, I shall enjoy prosperity in the future. Soon, everyone in the capital will envy me for marrying a fine husband. Mrs. Qi felt as though her daughter had lost her senses and could not help but weep. This is not just a trivial hardship. It is unbearable suffering. Why must you marry him? Even if you do not wish to wed into the Ning Wang fu, marrying someone from a family of equal standing in the capital would surely be better than this. I raised you with such care, not to have you married off to be treated in this manner. Shen Mingxian clenched her teeth. Humph, what do you understand? Marrying anyone else would not compare to marrying Liao Youha. Things will improve. This current suffering is merely temporary. Enough of this talk. Are you not concerned? I have scarcely eaten in 3 days. Hurry and fetch me something to eat. Mrs. She was startled and quickly called for some snacks, anxiously asking, are you not able to eat at the Liao household? Did I not provide you with a generous dowry? If your mother-in-law denies you food, you should secretly send someone to buy some. I did send someone to buy it, but it was all taken by my mother-in-law. She distributed it among my younger brothers and sisters-in-law, and I did not get a single bite. Much of my dowry has been seized as well. Shen Mingxian gritted her teeth. Yesterday, I had a fierce quarrel with that entire family, even coming to blows, yet they all behaved like rogues, adamantly denying that they had stolen my belongings. Mrs. She felt a wave of dizziness. Shameless, absolutely shameless. We must report this to the authorities. The dowry is your private property. They have no right to take it. Shen Mingxian shook her head. We cannot report this. Otherwise, we would completely offend Youha, and I will need to rely on him for a better life in the future. Even so, he has not spoken a word to me since last night and this morning. He is clearly upset with me. How can he have the audacity to be upset with you? It is his family that stole your dowry. He should be protecting you. Liao Youha claims that his younger siblings are the most understanding and would never steal my dowry. It must have been my maid who took it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qi felt a wave of darkness wash over her. She wept bitterly. My unfortunate daughter, what kind of man have you married? Shen Mingxian reassured herself, I am not unfortunate. I shall be the envy of all as Madame Liao. Everything I endure now is worth it. It is Shen Wantang who is truly unfortunate. At that moment, the truly unfortunate Shen Wantang sat in her small courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze while eating grapes, listening to her maid, Duan, animatedly recounting Shen Mingxuan's experiences in the Liao household. The eldest young lady's dowry has all been seized by the Liao family. Not only did Xiao Yao and the others fail to reclaim it, but they were also accused by the Liao family of plotting against the eldest young lady's dowry, with the Liao matriarch threatening to sell Xiao Yao and the others. When Xiao Yao and the others returned, they rushed straight into the kitchen, crying and stuffing their mouths with food. Miss, you should have seen them. They looked as though they had been starved for days on end. Even the elderly Fong Mama cried upon returning, lamenting how the eldest young lady was suffering so much that at night she had to share a bed with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Xiao Yao and Fong Mama were both companions given to Shen Mingxian by Mrs. Qi. Besides them, there were several other maids and matrons, initially intended to provide Shen Mingxian with ample support to establish her authority in her new family. However, it appeared that Shen Mingxuan's influence had not been established. Rather, she had been subjugated. Shen Wantang smiled slightly, having predicted that Shen Mingxian would be foolish to bring so many companions, only to find her life turned into such a hardship. When she herself had married, she had only brought 2 maids and 1 matron, yet she had managed to keep the Liao matriarch in check, with Liao Youha's 4 younger siblings respectfully calling her sister-in-law and eagerly vying to assist her. Children from impoverished families are often easily swayed. All she needed to do was compile a list of tasks for them, indicating the amount of silver they would receive upon completion, and they would eagerly rush to work. The day after her marriage, she had instructed the matron to purchase lumber. By nightfall, the Liao siblings had constructed a sturdy bed based on her drawings. The children had not anticipated that they could truly create a bed, and they gathered around it, grinning widely, their sense of accomplishment reaching its zenith upon seeing the finished product. Moreover, with Shen Wantang rewarding them with silver according to their efforts, the children rejoiced as if it were a festival. Initially, the Liao matriarch had disapproved of her spending lavishly and had resented her for making her children toil so soon after her arrival, intending to reprimand her. However, all the children spoke in her defense, even arguing with the matriarch, and in a chorus, they silenced her. That very night, Shen Wantang slept on her new bed, no longer sharing a bed with the matriarch and sisters-in-law. After seeing her drawings and the finished bed, Liao Youha treated her with much greater courtesy. Others may not have understood the value of her blueprints, but he had received an education and possessed some knowledge. He recognized their worth. Constructing a bed is not merely about having a basic structure, it requires precise mortise and tenon joinery. Even someone who has witnessed others make a bed would be unable to draw the plans, let alone direct others in the construction. A single bed led Liaoha to realize that Shen Wantang was undoubtedly an exceedingly intelligent and wise woman. Chapter 7 of the entire capital gasped in astonishment. Liaoha was certainly paying for his younger siblings, who toiled tirelessly to prepare a bed for Shen Wantang, their hands blistered and drenched in sweat. He had intended to scold Shen Wantang, but upon witnessing her generously distributing silver to his siblings, he opted for silence. The youngest, Xiao Wu, merely 11 years old, contributed the least to the labor, primarily moving wooden materials back and forth, yet Shen Wantang rewarded her with 2 taels of silver. This sum was sufficient for their family as sustenance for over a month. Once Xiao Wu received the silver, she paid no heed to her blisters. After all, she was no stranger to such discomfort from her chores at home. She clung to Shen Wantang's arm, sweetly calling her sister-in-law, her words dripping with honey. When the old lady chastised Shen Wantang, Xiao Wu was the first to leap to her defense. After Duan relayed the hardships endured by Shen Mingxian, she hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard to gather more news. Moments later, she returned, her face flushed with excitement. Miss, they say the eldest young lady had a quarrel with the young master, and he is no longer speaking to her. Moreover, they have yet to consummate their marriage. Shen Wantang shot her a glare. How could you pry into such matters? Speak softly, lest someone overhear. As she spoke, she stuffed a grape into Duan's mouth, attempting to silence her. Duan, munching on the grape, squatted before her. Miss, the entire household is already aware, you are the last to know. For a moment, Shen Wantang was at a loss for words. Was she truly the last to learn of this? On the surface, it appeared so, yet she had long suspected that Liaoha and Shen Mingxian would never consummate their union. The real question was, how had Shen Mingxian allowed this matter to become common knowledge? With the entire household informed, it was but a matter of time before the entire capital would know, subjecting her to ridicule from many. In her previous life, Shen Wantang had never consummated her marriage with Liaoha, yet no one in the Shen household was aware of this, and during her return visit, Liaoha had shown her nothing but respect and consideration. Quarrel, he had never quarreled with her in the past decade, and yet, Shen Mingxian had managed to argue within 3 days of her marriage. Shen Wantang shook her head. The quality of life one leads is determined by one's own management. Shen Mingxian was sorely mistaken to believe that by exchanging brides, she would gain a life envied by all. Of the art of understanding and guiding a man is indeed a profound discipline, with some mastering it effortlessly while others spend their entire lives grasping at its threshold. Before one knew it, a month had slipped by once more, and Shen Wantang was poised to celebrate her second marriage. Of this time, the resplendent ruby crown was delivered into her hands. On the eve of the wedding, a tutor from the Ning Wang came to bid farewell to Shen Wantang. Second miss, my mission has been accomplished, I shall return to the Wangfu now. We shall meet again tomorrow, at which point I shall address you differently. Shen Wantang smiled. Thank you, Granny Quan, for imparting the rules and teaching me etiquette. When I arrive at the Wangfu, I hope you will continue to guide me. As she spoke, she called for Duan, who presented her with a delicate little box. Shen Wantang accepted it and personally placed it in Granny Quan's hands. You have been my etiquette teacher, and this is a token of my appreciation. I hope it meets your approval. Granny Quan was taken aback by her gesture. After half a month of teaching this young lady, she had formed a profound impression of her, intelligent, beautiful, composed, and grounded. At times, she felt that this second miss was far beyond her 16 years, possessing a wisdom that surpassed many elders, showing little interest in worldly affairs. To her surprise, she had received a gift from Shen Wantang, accompanied by such a thoughtful excuse. A token of gratitude, indeed, made the acceptance of this gift completely justified. Granny Quan accepted the box, bowed to Shen Wantang, and then departed. Upon leaving the Shen residence, she opened the box. Inside lay a gold hairpin, unassuming in design yet substantial in weight. Satisfied, Granny Quan nodded. The second miss truly possessed a refined spirit. Such a hairpin was suitable for anyone, and should it need to be reworked, she would not feel regret for the original design. She quickly returned to the Ning Wangfu to report to the Ning Wangfei. Sitting in a grand chair, the Ning Wangfei inquired with a casual air, how did it go? Granny Quan replied respectfully, Your Highness, she is a sincere and straightforward young lady, possessing a simple heart yet not lacking in intelligence, striking in appearance yet devoid of arrogance, and though of humble origins, she does not exhibit cowardice or weakness. Your Highness has indeed chosen wisely in selecting an exceptional bride for the young master. The Ning Wangfei was taken aback. Granny Quan had long been her trusted aide, and none knew better than she how strict the woman could be. It was surprising to hear such praise for a mere secondary daughter from a lowly official's family. Is she truly that remarkable? You will know once she is wed, Your Highness, I assure you, I do not exaggerate. The second Miss Shen has likely concealed her talents until now, hence her obscurity in the capital. Hearing this, the Ning Wangfei felt reassured. I seek nothing more than for her to be honest and straightforward. Yuan has become bewitched, led astray by a woman of ill repute, bringing shame upon the entire Wangfu. Should he marry another with ulterior motives, the Wangfu would become the greatest laughingstock in the entire capital. In truth, the Wangfu had already become a source of ridicule across the capital, and the Ning Wangfei had refrained from stepping outside for quite some time. You know, I possess a keen eye for character. This second Miss Shen will surely not disappoint. Perhaps the young master will finally be steadied by her presence. I also hope someone can rein him in, otherwise, how could he choose someone so reminiscent of that one? The esteemed Ning Wang's heir, forsaking his future for such a creature, has shown no ambition whatsoever. If only he were not my son. The Ning Wangfei coughed in frustration, and Granny Quan hurriedly stepped forward to pat her back, easing her discomfort. Once the Ning Wang had combed the itch in her throat, she produced a gold medallion engraved with a tiger pattern. If the second Miss Shen is truly as you describe, then I must lend her my support. Take this medallion and summon the young master back to me. With the use of such a medallion, it was evident that this was no mere invitation. Granny Quan respectfully accepted the medallion, departing swiftly. The following day, an event unfolded that left the entire capital in disbelief. In his fervent pursuit of the woman he adored, the love-struck young master of the Ning Wang donned a brilliant red wedding attire and rode a majestic steed to the Shen residence to claim his bride. The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle buzzed with excitement. Am I seeing things? Is that truly the young master of the Ning Wang on that horse? Surely, he has a brother. Are you daft? The young master has no brothers. He is the sole son of the Ning Wang. The only relative of his generation is a cousin, the crown prince. How could the crown prince possibly come to fetch him? But he has devoted himself to a life of monasticism for love, has he not? Pa! Men are fickle, their hearts change in an instant. Just yesterday, he was desperate for another, and today he is set to marry someone else. What is so shocking about that? It may not be a change of heart. The young master's devotion is well known throughout the capital. Surely, the Ning Wang must have coerced him. Chapter 8. The man I do not wish to marry. Before the wedding procession arrived, the Shen family had already received word that the heir of the Ning Wang had returned from Fajin Temple to personally escort the bride. Shen Mingxian, who had hurried back to witness the spectacle, leapt to her feet upon hearing the news and struck the messenger boy across the face, exclaiming, "Impossible, the heir of Ning Wang cannot be here to receive the bride. You are lying." The messenger boy, startled by her fierce demeanor, knelt down, shielding his face. "I am not lying, miss, what I say is true." He had thought this was splendid news and had rushed back to deliver it, hoping for a reward, but instead faced a slap. Shen Guanyan furrowed his brow. "Shenner, what are you doing? Today is your sister's joyous occasion, must you resort to violence?" Beside him, Qishir shot her daughter a disapproving glance, signaling her to refrain from such unruly behavior in front of the numerous guests gathered. She pulled her daughter behind her, adopting a cheerful expression. "It is truly splendid that the heir has come to escort the bride. Yin Mama, do give him a reward." Yin Mama handed the messenger boy 2 pieces of silver, which he accepted with tears welling in his eyes from the sting of Shen Mingxuan's slap. Clutching the silver tightly, he thought of purchasing medicine for his ailing mother. Not daring to let his tears fall, he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for Qishir's generosity, before hastily retreating. Shortly after his departure, the wedding procession arrived, led by the strikingly handsome yet cold-faced heir of the Ning Wang, Xiao Qingyuan. Upon seeing him enter, Shen Mingxuan's pupils dilated, her complexion drained of color, and she gasped in disbelief. "Impossible! How could he be here?" Shen Guanyan frowned again. Indeed, no one had anticipated the heir's appearance, yet no one dared voice their surprise, especially not a family member. He chastised Shen Mingxian softly. "If you cannot speak appropriately, then remain silent. Go to your room and do not embarrass us." He was eager to maintain a favorable relationship with the Ning Wang's household and could not afford to offend the heir at this moment. Meanwhile, Shen Wantang, waiting in her chamber for the wedding, was taken aback when Duan informed her that the heir had indeed come to escort the bride. In her previous life, the heir had not come to the Shen family for the wedding. On the day he was to marry Shen Mingxian, he had been at the temple, striking the wooden fish, while a subordinate represented him to escort the bride, and a rooster stood in for him during the wedding rites. It would be a year before he returned home. Beneath her veil, no one could see her expression, yet she felt a twinge of regret. She had thought it quite fortunate that the heir remained away. His return would disrupt the tranquility she had hoped to enjoy by merely winning the favor of her mother-in-law, the Ning Wangfei. With him home, she would be burdened with an additional ancestor to please. Shen Wantang understood that the catalyst for this change could only be herself. It could not possibly be anyone else. Had she known to perform a little worse in front of Quan Mama, she would have surely spoken well of her to the Wangfei, compelling the heir to return for the marriage. Truly, she had desired Quan Mama's assistance in winning favor with the Wangfei, but not for the sake of the lovesick heir. Rather, it was to cultivate a beneficial relationship with the Ning Wangfei. She wished to navigate the waters of her new family, not to ensnare the love-struck heir who cared whether he returned home. Wouldn't it be delightful to live a leisurely life alongside the Wangfei? The sound of firecrackers and drums abruptly interrupted Shen Wantang's musings. Soon, with the support of Quan Fu Run, she exited her small courtyard, bid farewell to her parents, and was carried by her elder brother into the bridal sedan. Throughout the journey, her gaze fell only upon the shoes of the lovesick heir, who appeared decidedly reluctant to marry her, uttering not a single word along the way. Upon their arrival at the Ning Wangfu, the couple paid their respects to heaven and earth, surrounded by a throng of well-wishers, before entering the bridal chamber. However, when it came time to unveil the bride and drink from the cup of union, amidst the relentless urging of the matchmaker, the lovesick heir suddenly declared, "This is not the person I wish to marry. Whoever desires to marry her may unveil her, I shall not do so." The once joyous atmosphere of the bridal chamber was instantly engulfed in a chilling awkwardness at his words. The guests exchanged glances, all feeling that the heir had gone too far. Their eyes turned toward Shen Wantang, filled with sympathy. Surely she must feel utterly humiliated at this moment. On her wedding day, the groom refused to unveil her and declared that she was not the one he wished to wed. A profound affront, a moment of lifelong embarrassment. Even the usually glib matchmaker found herself at a loss, having never encountered such a rebellious groom among all present. Perhaps only Shen Wantang remained the most composed and serene, though her veil obscured her expression. After speaking, Xiao Qingyuan simply turned and strode away, prompting the onlookers to hastily disperse, leaving only the maids and matrons of the Wangfu, along with those Shen Wantang had brought from her family. The room fell into an eerie silence. Shen Wantang raised her hand to unveil herself, calmly surveying those present before stating, "Thank you all for your efforts today, please retire and rest." Displaying no tears or tantrums, unveiling herself with a tranquil gaze and an even tone, she clearly embodied the steady demeanor that Quan Mama had described. Chai Mama, recalling the Wang Fei's instructions, stepped forward to bow. "Lady, I am Chai, formerly a stewardess beside the Wang Fei. From now on, I shall serve you, and these four are first-class maids of the Wangfu. Xin, Qiyu, Shu Xiang, and Huai, they will attend to you henceforth." Each of the four maids approached Shen Wantang to pay their respects. She noted their names and instructed Duan to reward them. "Does the lady require anything?" Shen Wantang smiled faintly. "Yes, thank you, Mama. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry." Chai Mama, impressed by her ability to smile amidst such turmoil, thought to herself that most would have cried or thrown a fit under similar circumstances. She nodded and led the maids out. Left in the room were only the attendants Shen Wantang had brought along. However, among the four maids and one matron, she trusted only Duan, as the others were loyal to Qishir, who had ulterior motives in assigning them to her. "Duan may stay. You others may withdraw," she commanded. The three maids looked to Jean Mama for guidance, yet Jean Mama remained rooted in place, chastising her discontentedly. "Second miss, why did you not keep the air? You should have made a scene to show him you are not to be trifled with. By remaining silent, he will think you a soft target, and he will never regard you with respect in the future." Shen Wantang replied coolly, "It seems to me that Jean Mama does not regard me highly at this moment." Jean Mama's brows furrowed in displeasure. "What do you mean by that, second miss? I am only looking out for your best interests by offering you this advice." Chapter 9. Firmly grasping Granny Jean. During her time at the Shen residence, Granny Jean had a penchant for directing and critiquing Shen Wantang. After arriving at the royal mansion, she continued with her meddlesome ways. In her past life, the maid of honor assigned to Shen Wantang by Madame Qi was not Granny Jean, for she had married a mere impoverished scholar. Consequently, the servants and matrons provided to her were of inferior quality. Now that she was wedded into the royal family, Madame Qi, fearing that an ordinary matron would not be able to maintain control over her, specifically dispatched her trusted confidant, Granny Jean. Granny Jean did not disappoint. On the very first night of the wedding, she began to sow discord and provoke trouble. In her previous life, Shen Mingxian had cried and made a scene for an entire night after a rooster was present at the wedding ceremony. No amount of persuasion could quell her distress, resulting in her being admonished by the princess. The following day, she returned to her chamber, weeping profusely, and by the third day, her eyes remained swollen. "Granny must be fearful that I will incur the disdain of the young master, thus inciting me to weep and wail," Shen Wantang remarked lightly. "This is the first time I have heard of a maid of honor instructing a bride to cry on the very day of her marriage. Typically, others advise the bride to maintain harmony to ensure a blissful life ahead. Granny Jean, however, is quite the anomaly. Since you are so unique, you might as well serve as a course matron henceforth. You need not enter the inner courtyard any longer." As Granny Jean's complexion shifted dramatically. "Second miss, how can you be so ignorant of right and wrong? I merely advise you to retain the young master's favor. When have I ever taught you to create a fuss? Besides, I was specifically appointed by the madam. Even if you disregard my face, you ought to consider the madam's reputation." Dujuan, who stood beside Shen Wantang, spoke indignantly. "Granny Jean has long been a fixture in the Shen household, yet she still insists on addressing you as second Mississippi. Should you not refer to her as young master's consort? When the consort commands you to withdraw, you stubbornly refuse. You lack shame and yet expect the consort to regard you with favor. By what right? Simply because of your age?" Granny Jean had never before been chastised by a mere maid, and her face flushed with humiliation as she raised her hand to strike Dujuan. Shen Wantang suddenly rose. "Does Granny Jean intend to discipline my maid for me? If so, I shall not hold back. I will be sure to discipline your son in return." Granny Jean's pupils constricted in shock, her raised hand faltering. "What do you mean? My son has nothing to do with this household." Xiao Lu. Shen Wantang uttered a single name, and Granny Jean's expression morphed dramatically as she retreated several steps, her face paling. What are you saying? I do not understand." "It matters not if you do not comprehend. If Granny behaves herself in the future, your son may well keep his life, but should you continue to act unruly, the truth shall not remain concealed." Granny Jean was uncertain of how much Shen Wantang truly knew, but she could not afford to take even the slightest risk. Her son was on the verge of marriage to the daughter of a scholar, with a promising future ahead. She could not allow Shen Wantang to ruin it. While Granny Jean's countenance shifted, the other maids, including Dujuan, remained oblivious to the significance of the conversation. Having never heard of Xiao Lu before, however, they could see the transformation of Granny Jean from arrogance to subservience, indicating that this was indeed her Achilles heel. "As an elder maid of honor to the young master's consort, I naturally heed your commands. I was merely overly anxious, fearing that the wedding night would not be consummated, which would be inauspicious. Thus, I spoke out of turn, inadvertently offending the consort. The hour grows late. I urge the consort to rest well, for there are royal visits tomorrow, and one must be well prepared. I shall not disturb you further and will take them out now." Bowing her head respectfully, she turned to leave. The three remaining maids, witnessing how effortlessly Shen Wantang had subdued Granny Jean, dared not oppose her any longer. They quickly abandoned their orders to keep a close watch on Shen Wantang and hurriedly followed Granny Jean out. Once they departed, Matron Chai entered with food, silently observing before quietly exiting. Shen Wantang had risen before dawn and, having endured a day of turmoil without sustenance, found herself both parched and famished. She lowered her head and began to eat. Dujuan, as a maid, was afforded a bit more freedom today, having already eaten. Curiously, she inquired, "Consort, who is Xiao Lu? Why did Granny Jean appear so terrified at the mention of her name? She is a maid from the Shen household. There is such a maid in the Shen residence." I have grown up here and have never heard of her. You have not heard of her because she disappeared just days after entering the household. Is her disappearance related to Granny Gina's son? Indeed, Du Juan gazed at Shen Wantang with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Consort, how is it that you know everything? I have seen you venture out so infrequently. In this life, she had not ventured out much, but in her past life, she had disguised herself as a man and accompanied Liao Yoha to investigate cases and examine corpses. All the remarkable cases solved by Liao Yoha were attributed to her efforts. Liao Yoha was merely a scholar who adhered strictly to book learning and rote memorization. Lacking adaptability, Shen Wantang was far more perceptive and agile, thus becoming his advisor. Her first major case involved the tragic annihilation of Xiao Lu's family. Xiao Lu had vanished 3 years prior, alongside her grandparents, parents, uncles, and siblings, 13 members in total. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon them. Xiao Lu's brother was returning from battle. In November, the soldiers of Defong would triumph, led by General Hua, having decisively defeated the Xiongnu and expanded their territory, thus becoming national heroes. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Lu's brother had fought valiantly and would return home to accolades from the emperor. Having attained the rank of a 5th-grade military general, however, upon his return, he would discover that his entire family had vanished. Soldiers who had fought bravely to protect their homeland found upon their return that their beloved kin had mysteriously disappeared. The case soon sent shockwaves throughout the capital, prompting the emperor to order a thorough investigation to provide an explanation to the valiant soldiers. Unfortunately, time had elapsed, and much evidence and many traces had vanished. The officials in charge of the case at the Ministry of Justice changed repeatedly, yet no one could solve it. 2 years later, when Shen Wantang returned to the capital with Liao Yoha, she inadvertently uncovered discrepancies in the case, ultimately solving it. As a result, Liao Yoha gained considerable fame and secured a position at the Ministry of Justice, beginning to wield real power. However, this time, Shen Wantang could not assist Liao Yoha. The case needed resolution, yet she intended to bestow the credit upon Princess Ning. After all, her own reputation held little value. It would be more beneficial to her mother-in-law, garnering tangible rewards in return. The entire Ning residence had suffered loss of face due to the young masteress' actions. If the princess could solve a major case, it would likely restore some dignity and bring her joy. With her resolve firm, Shen Wantang took another bite of the exquisite bird's nest porridge. The dish was crafted with meticulous care, demonstrating the thoughtfulness of her mother-in-law. How generous she was. Chapter 10. Witnessing the infatuation of a great romantic that night, Shen Wantang slept soundly. How could she not? The royal residence was far more opulent than the Shen family home, with a wedding bed that was both large and sturdy, layered with exquisite silks and fragrant sandalwood incense. Lying upon it was a delight, enveloped in comfort and soothing aromas. This was a far superior experience compared to her nights at the Shen household. As for her newlywed husband, Shen Wantang found herself unable to recall him. The following day, Shen Wantang rose early. After completing her grooming and attire, she set out with Du Jiu and old Madame Chai to meet her mother-in-law. Upon announcing her presence, she was ushered in by Granny Quan, who had previously instructed her in the royal etiquette. Granny Quan greeted her courteously. Your Highness, please. As the curtain lifted, Shen Wantang straightened her back, adjusting her expression as if she were about to meet her superior, and stepped inside with measured grace. At the main seat sat the Prince of Ning and his consort. Following the etiquette taught by Granny Quan, Shen Wantang knelt on the mat, performing a deep bow. Daughter-in-law pays respects to the father king and the mother queen, wishing you both health and longevity. She then took the tea presented by Granny Quan and offered it to the Prince of Ning. The cup was scalding, yet Shen Wantang remained steadfast, holding it aloft without flinching, as if impervious to the heat. After a considerable pause, the prince finally accepted the tea, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. Next was the princess, and this time, Shen Wantang held the tea even longer, yet she maintained her steady posture. The princess eventually took the cup and sipped. A gentle voice came from above. You may rise. Yes, thank you, mother. Shen Wantang stood and positioned herself properly to the side. The princess was pleased with her decorum. Indeed, she appeared even more composed than Granny Quan had described. From this day forth, you are the prince's consort. It is imperative that you remember to conduct yourself with propriety, harbor no improper thoughts, and never bring shame upon the royal house. Yes, daughter-in-law shall remember mother's teachings. Shen Wantang was acutely aware of the underlying meaning in the princess's words. She was clearly wary of the daughter of a low-ranking official who had caused a stir by becoming pregnant before marriage, with no knowledge of the child's father, thus subjecting the entire royal household to ridicule. The princess was cautioning her against any potential entanglements with other men. In truth, Shen Wantang yearned to assure her superior that in her 2 lifetimes, she had remained untainted. Men were merely stepping stones for her, and any notion of scandalous affairs was out of the question. Alas, such words could not be uttered. After the admonition, the princess presented her with a gift. Shen Wantang, holding the ornate box that Granny Quan had handed her, looked up in astonishment. Mother, it was indeed extravagant. The box was brimming with exquisite jewelry, adorned with rubies the size of pigeon eggs, with a base layer of pearls, each one perfectly round and plump, all being pale golden East pearls the size of Lungan fruits. The princess waved her hand dismissively. Just a little something for you to enjoy. If you like it, I have more. I shall send you some on another occasion. You were wrong yesterday. Do not take Yuan's words to heart. He will not be going to the Fajin temple to become a monk. After your father disciplines him for a few days, he will obediently return to live with you. It was evident that the princess was already aware of the incident from the previous day, wherein Xiaoqing Yuan had refused to unveil her. Shen Wantang handed the heavy box to old Madame Chai, responding humbly, Thank you, mother, for such a precious gift. However, I did not feel wrong yesterday. The heir is erudite and talented, with unparalleled beauty and an open-hearted nature. To marry him is indeed a tremendous fortune for me. My status is humble, and I am unworthy of him. In truth, it is he who is at a disadvantage in marrying me. The prince nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, his son was as splendid as his daughter-in-law described. The princess's expression softened. Clearly, this daughter-in-law was a commendable choice, articulate, broad-minded, and exuding tranquility without a hint of resentment, a rare quality. Granny Quan, please fetch the bracelet I received from the palace last time. I recall it being too delicate for my taste but perfectly suitable for the heir's consort. Granny Quan acknowledged and promptly returned with another box. This time, the princess personally opened it, took Shen Wantang's hand, and slipped the jade bracelet onto her wrist. It suits you well. You are indeed fated to have it, wear it for pleasure. As Shen Wantang gazed at the vibrant green, translucent jade bracelet adorning her wrist, she gained a newfound appreciation for the princess's generosity. This bracelet was evidently crafted from rare and exquisite jade, and the princess had casually gifted it to her. She resolved to speak highly of the romantic heir henceforth, firmly attaching herself to the princess's favor. Well, now that the greetings are concluded, you may return. The royal household is not bound by many rules. As long as you and Yuan lead a harmonious life, I shall ensure you are well cared for. Shen Wantang respectfully complied and left with old Madame Chai. Upon exiting, Du Jiao promptly followed her. Leaving the main courtyard, the trio traversed a corridor and returned to their quarters. Once inside, Shen Wantang halted abruptly. To her astonishment, a tall man lay on her large bed, her husband, the renowned romantic, Xiao Qingyuan. However, he was bound tightly, unable to move. Old Madame Chai was equally taken aback by the sight of the heir returned in such a state, yet she quickly reacted, setting down the box and ushering a shocked Du Jiao out. Shen Wantang remained rooted for a moment, then retrieved a pair of scissors and approached the bed. Xiao Qingyuan, eyes closed, coldly uttered, "Get out, I do not wish to see you." "Your Highness," Shen Wantang spoke, her voice clear and melodious, "I merely wish to help you cut the ropes. If you do not wish to see me, you may keep your eyes closed, and once I am done, I shall quietly withdraw so that you may leave." Xiao Qingyuan, however, opened his eyes. "You intend to help me escape?" Upon seeing Shen Wantang's demeanor, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in fury. "Do not think that just because you bear a slight resemblance to Yen Luo, you can be my wife. I tell you, no matter how much you resemble her, you are not her. There is no need for you to attempt tricks to win my favor. I will only marry Yen Luo. I will not even glance at another woman." "Yes, I understand. Get out immediately. The wedding yesterday was not of my choosing. Do not think that just because I participated, I consented to this marriage. I did not agree. I was forced into it. If I did not go, they would have executed Yen Luo. Everything I did was for her, and it has nothing to do with you. I understand that your Highness's marriage to me was not by your volition. I apologize for the distress it has caused you." Shen Wantang's expression remained tranquil, as though he had merely commented on the weather, starkly contrasting with his agitation and anger. Even Xiao Qingyuan himself realized he had reacted excessively. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at Shen Wantang. "Why do you respond so placidly? Are you attempting to emulate Yen Luo's ethereal composure? I assure you, it is futile. Do not mimic her. It will only deepen my aversion to you." Chapter 11. Does she truly favor you? Shen Wantang had never encountered Chu Yen Luo in her previous life. She spent most of her days in a nunnery, and although she was later brought back to the Ning Wang by Xiao Qingyuan, she seldom ventured into the outside world. However, those who had seen her spoke of her remarkable beauty, noting her penchant for wearing white garments, which made her appear like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world, elegant and aloof, possessing an otherworldly aura that commanded reverence. Shen Wantang considered herself a person of ordinary desires, one who relished wealth and comfort, holding grudges against those who wronged her and seeking retribution. Lacking any celestial qualities, she was presently clad in red, making it impossible for her to be mistaken for Chu Yen Luo. Xiao Qingyuan's comment about her imitating Dongshi was utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, Shen Wantang remained unperturbed, her tone calm as she replied, "I have never laid eyes upon the princess beloved, thus emulating her is inconceivable. Please do not unjustly accuse me." As she spoke, she raised a pair of scissors. A flicker of alarm crossed Xiao Qingyuan's strikingly handsome face. "What do you intend to do? Even if you were to kill me, it would be in vain. I shall never harbor affection for you." With an impassive expression, Shen Wantang lowered her hand and severed the bindings that restrained his wrists. Next, she attended to his ankles and, subsequently, the ropes around his body. Once she had finished, she set the scissors down and quietly withdrew. Xiao Qingyuan remained stunned in place. After a considerable pause, he finally sat up, gathered the severed ropes, and made his way outside. A throng of maids and matrons awaited him, yet he scanned the area and found no trace of Shen Wantang. She had indeed spoken truthfully. After cutting the ropes, she had evaded him entirely. This sudden avoidance was rather disconcerting for him. Previously, his mother had arranged for numerous maidservants to distract him from Yen Luo, each bearing a semblance to her, all vying for his attention with various ploys, manufacturing chance encounters, and relentlessly pursuing him. No amount of admonishment seemed to deter them. They believed that a mere resemblance to Yen Luo would win his favor, and now, encountering someone who intentionally shunned him was an unusual experience. Furrowing his brow, he departed the courtyard and sought out the princess. Upon seeing him, the princess exhibited no semblance of warmth. "Who permitted you to step outside? Which fool untied your ropes?" Granny Quan, expel the servant responsible for unbinding him from the Wangfu. Just as Granny Quan was about to leave, Xiao Qingyuan interjected coldly, "It was she who untied me." The princess glared at him. "Who is she?" Xiao Qingyuan was at a loss, having forgotten the name of the woman he had wed. He frowned and inquired of Granny Quan, "What is the name of the woman who just entered?" Replying to the young master, "The young mistress is the second miss of the Shen family, named Wantang, taken from cold red petals fall on the chilly pond, adorned with evening pear rain. I asked for her name." Why the excessive explanation? The princess's expression softened slightly. "So it was the young mistress who unbound you. Didn't mother just declare that any servant who untied my rope should be expelled from the Wangfu? Then let it be done quickly. I find her presence intolerable, you insolent wretch." The princess slammed her hand against the table, causing the teacups to rattle. "Wantang was personally chosen by your father and me to be your wife. She is not a servant. No one in the Wangfu is permitted to untie your ropes except the young mistress, for she is your legally wedded wife and the future mistress of our Ning Wangfu. If you wish to expel her, I might as well expel you. If you dare to seek out that nun again, I will have your father strip you of your title." Xiaoqing Yuan's demeanor turned frigid as ice. "If stripped, then so be it. Do you think I desire this title? I care not for such hollow distinctions. My heart belongs to Yen Luo. She is my everything." The princess was incensed, seizing a teacup and hurling it at his head. "Get out." Xiaoqing Yuan did not flinch, allowing the cup to strike him. Blood trickled down his forehead, yet he stood resolute. "I do not want that Shen Wantang, regardless of her resemblance. She is not Yen Luo. I desire only Yen Luo. I wish to marry her. She alone is worthy of being my wife." The princess trembled with rage. Yen Luo, all you speak of is Yen Luo. That woman has long since taken another man to her bed, even bearing his child. She is shameless, having conceived a child with another, and yet she dares to encourage you to propose to her family. Such a conniving woman, I would rather die than allow her into our home." Xiaoqing Yuan shouted. "The proposal was my own volition, not instigated by Yen Luo. She did not choose to bear another's child. She was coerced." "Who claims she was coerced? She willingly engaged, else how could she have retained the child? Do you think we, the Wangfu, are naive? I have already dispatched someone to investigate." She carried on with another for half a year, eagerly anticipating his marriage proposal, never contemplating an abortion. She merely sought to use the child to elevate her status. "Mother, do you truly believe your assertions hold water? Outside the palace, is there any family of higher standing than our Ning Wangfu? She would not consent even if I wished to marry her. She is not one to covet power and wealth. She is, in fact, the purest and most virtuous woman in this world. Do not defame her. If she were pure and virtuous, she would not have engaged in extramarital affairs, nor would she bear an illegitimate child." The princess was livid. "For the sake of such a creature, you have brought disgrace upon the entire Wangfu. Should you choose to marry her, your father and I will have no face left in the capital. If you wish to be a father to that illegitimate child, you must first seek our approval." Xiaoqing Yuan's eyes were ablaze with emotion. "She has suffered greatly. If I abandon her, she will have no way to survive. Her heart is kind. She cannot bring herself to terminate the child, for it is still alive. If you persist in your obstinacy, I will not hesitate to see both that child and the mother perish. Mother, get out, live your life with the young mistress, bear her a son or daughter. I can tolerate that nun's existence, but I do not love her. Do you suppose she loves you? The entire capital is laughing at your predicament. Do you think any woman would still wish to marry you, were it not for her family as coercion? Do you believe she would choose a fool like you?" The princess ground her teeth. "Is it only Yen Luo who suffers? Is she the sole object of pity? On the day of your wedding, you did not lift the veil, did not perform the marital rites, and abandoned the bride to ridicule. Does she not deserve sympathy? Your actions mirror those of the man who caused Chu Yen Luo to fall into her current plight. Even so, have you ever heard Wantang utter a single complaint? She knew that untying your ropes would lead you to seek out Chu Yen Luo, yet she still chose to assist you. Is such grace and magnanimity not worthy of your sincere regard?" Chapter 12 of the Fondness for Gold and Silver Trivialities. Xiaoqing Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts had been entirely consumed by Yen Luo, and he had, in fact, never contemplated Shen Wantang's plight. Now, upon regaining his composure, he realized that inadvertently, he had pushed another innocent woman to the precipice. The princess, being the one who understood her son best, noted that although he often appeared cold and distant, he was, at heart, a tender-hearted and kind individual. Otherwise, he would not have been so concerned about the pregnant Chu Yen Luo. She pressed on earnestly. "This morning, Wantang came alone to pay her respects with tea. I had old mama prepare scalding hot tea, and when she lifted the cup, she burned her hand yet remained steadfastly kneeling. Did she not feel pain? Did she not sense injustice? But she endured it all, for she is sensible, understands propriety, and knows when to advance and retreat. The Chu Yen Luo you are so fond of, what does she possess beyond her looks? She feigns aloofness, employs cunning and stratagems, fully aware that it would lead you into moral quandaries, yet she clings to you with unwavering tenacity. You want her. Do you dare swear to heaven that you chose to become a monk without her insinuations and encouragement? Had she not personally sought out the abbot of Fajin Temple, she would never have allowed her son to truly become a monk." At this moment, his head was already shaved, and he was on the verge of becoming one. Xiaoqing Yuan turned his face away. "Yen Luo merely jested about my becoming a monk out of spite. That was not her true intention. As for Shen Wantang, I can provide her with compensation, but I cannot take her as my wife." "And how do you intend to compensate her?" "I have not yet devised a plan. We shall discuss this later. I wish to inquire, Mother, when will you release Yen Luo? She is with child and cannot endure any fright, and she requires nourishing meals for her health. I wish to care for her personally. Can you return her to me?" The princess's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "With such devotion, one might think she carries your child." Although her previous words had been harsh, she never truly intended to take Yen Luo's life, for doing so might lead her son to harbor resentment for a lifetime. For something so trivial, to drive a wedge between mother and son was not worth the cost. Her aim was merely to compel her son to marry. "I can release Chu Yen Luo, but you must accompany Wantang back home tomorrow, to honor her and to uphold our family's dignity." Xiaoqing Yuan furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Early the next day, he appeared before Shen Wantang. I will accompany you back home. Shen Wantang lifted her gaze. Thank you, young master. You need not thank me, my return with you is solely for Yenluo's sake. She is currently in my mother's care, and I must fulfill this task to ensure my mother returns her to me. Shen Wantang was not surprised. Had he willingly chosen to accompany her, then she would have been astonished. After preparing herself, she stepped out and climbed into the carriage. Xiao Qingyuan also entered, deliberately distancing himself from her, as if she were afflicted with a contagion. After a moment, he frowned and spoke. On the day of the wedding, I acted inappropriately, causing you to be ridiculed, but that was not my intention. I was enraged because my mother had taken Yenluo away, and I vented my frustrations upon you. Shen Wantang had not anticipated that he would voluntarily offer an explanation. Perhaps the princess had said something to him to elicit such a response. Could it be that he was actually receptive to her words? She gently shook her head. It is nothing, young master need not dwell on it. I understand you have your own difficulties. Shen Wantang had never loved anyone, making it difficult for her to grasp why Xiao Qingyuan would choose to follow Yenluo into death, yet it was evident that he was deeply infatuated, to the extent of contemplating the end of his own life. In this life, she was married to Xiao Qingyuan, and she did not wish for him to pass away prematurely. How else would the Wang residence endure? If he were to perish, he must leave behind an heir first. As for which woman would bear his heir, Shen Wantang was indifferent. She had no intention of bearing children herself. Observing her placid demeanor, Xiao Qingyuan recalled his mother's words. Do you think she truly cares for you? Previously, he had believed her aloofness to be a fade. Now he began to suspect that her indifference was genuine, that she truly did not harbor feelings for him. This realization inexplicably eased his mind, prompting him to steal a few more glances at Shen Wantang's face. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Chu Yenluo, yet Yenluo exuded an elegance and purity that Wantang did not. Wantang was more resplendent, particularly today, as she adorned herself lavishly for her return home, wearing a set of ruby gold hairpins that conveyed a sense of opulence. He shook his head. In truth, you do not resemble Yenluo. She would never concern herself with such material trinkets, nor would she adorn herself with an excess of frivolities. Shen Wantang found little interest in the musings of this romantic fool. Naturally, she wished to present herself beautifully on her return. The hairpins she wore were a gift from the princess, devoid of excessive embellishments. Wherein lay the excess he spoke of? This romantic fool must be lacking in common sense. However, since you have a fondness for such trinkets, I have plenty in my treasury. You may choose some as compensation. Shen Wantang looked at him, intrigued. Are you serious? Of course, since Yenluo does not appreciate such things, they are of no use sitting idle. As he spoke, he handed her a key. Shen Wantang accepted it, retracting her earlier judgment. This romantic fool was quite astute, and she would ensure he provided her with such trinkets in abundance, for she relished in their accumulation. Noticing her evident delight, Xiao Qingyuan hastily added, I am not giving you these because I have affections for you, it is merely my mother's insistence that I compensate you. My heart belongs solely to Yenluo, and I shall surely bring her back to the Wang residence in the future. I have long promised Yenluo to treat her well throughout this life. Her child will be regarded as my own, and I shall not sire children with any other woman. Shen Wantang, fiddling with the treasury key, absently nodded. All right. The treasury of the Prince of Ning must contain an abundance of treasures. Should she consider emptying it entirely, this would alleviate her worries for the latter half of her life. It seemed that marrying into the Wang residence was indeed fortuitous. Her mother-in-law was generous, and her husband regarded gold and silver as mere refuse. In just 2 days since the marriage, she felt as though she had become immensely wealthy, diminishing her ambitions for expanding her shop. In contrast to her previous marriage to Liao Yoha, where his impoverished family relied on her dowry to survive, driving her to toil relentlessly, the first year of their union had seen her grow noticeably thinner. Yet now, just 2 days into her marriage to the Wang residence, she felt as if she had gained weight. Xiao Qingyuan, observing that she seemed utterly indifferent to his lengthy discourse, felt a sense of frustration. It appeared that the key captured her attention more than he did. Did she not comprehend his assertion about not bearing children with another woman? He was indicating that it was impossible to conceive with her, encouraging her to relinquish any such hopes. Chapter 13 of the Return. Shen Wantang was undoubtedly aware of Xiao Qingyuan's meaning. No one understood his infatuation with Chu Yenluo better than she did. However, who would want to bear his children? Childbearing was akin to traversing a treacherous path, with countless women having perished in this endeavor throughout history. In her past life, she did not bear any, and in this lifetime, she had no intention of taking such a risk. In her previous existence, she had not even produced an heir for Xiao Qingyuan. The carriage arrived at the Shen residence at a leisurely pace. Xiao Qingyuan was the first to alight, leaving the young maid who had come to greet them momentarily stunned. Why, young master? Shen Wantang followed suit, only to hear Xiao Qingyuan, his expression icy, remark, why does the Shen family lack even the most basic decorum? You return home and send only a maid to receive you? Though he held no affection for Shen Wantang and did not acknowledge her as his wife, she had indeed married into the royal house. Now that she had returned, she ought to be treated with the respect befitting the princess consort of the Ning Wang. How could the Shen family be so negligent? Were they seeking to humiliate Shen Wantang or him, Xiao Qingyuan? Or perhaps, due to his affairs, the royal house had lost face, prompting even a minor family like the Shens to disregard them. Shen Wantang observed the maid hastily scurrying inside to report and gently said, perhaps the young master is unaware. I am merely a concubine daughter in my family. Having a maid come to receive me is already quite sufficient. In her previous life, she had not even had a maid. Later, when she assisted Liao Yoha in his rise to power, it was only upon her return home that she was greeted by a line of stewards and matrons. If a woman married a man of no means, even her own family would look down upon her. If her husband were capable, only then would her family regard her with some esteem and hasten to curry favor with her. Shen Wantang had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was indifferent to such displays, yet, clearly, the 19-year-old young master was quite displeased. He had never endured the hardships of life, remaining defiant and proud. You may be a concubine daughter, but you have married into the royal house, and your return represents the royal house. If they dare to neglect you, it is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, what of being a concubine daughter? Do you so despise yourself? Are you truly satisfied with a mere maid to greet you? How lacking in ambition. Yan Luo is also a concubine daughter, yet she never belittles herself. She has always held her head high, deserving of the very best. So, she had an affair, became pregnant, and was sent to a nunnery by her family? What was there to take pride in? Shen Wantang did not despise herself. Rather, it was the nature of this world that concubine sons and daughters were inherently inferior. In terms of familial standing, available resources, or marital prospects, they could never compare to legitimate sons and daughters. Even in the Dathan dynasty, this was the case. Only the legitimate sons could be crowned as heirs to the throne, while the illegitimate could only be granted titles of nobility. Xiao Qingyuan was a legitimate son, the sole male heir of the Ning Wang Fu, cherished and pampered by the Ning Wang in his house as he grew up. How could he possibly comprehend the plight of a mere concubine daughter from a minor officialess family? His life had been so comfortable that he had never tasted hardship. Now flitting between the extremes of monastic life and romantic tragedy, though she harbored her own thoughts, Shen Wantang remained courteous towards him. Young master, the family's behavior is directed at me, not at you. They may have thought you would not accompany me back, hence the absence of a proper reception. However, once you enter, they will undoubtedly extend their utmost hospitality. Does that imply your family delights in elevating some while disparaging others? Unaware of my presence, they put on one face, only to reveal another when I arrive? His words struck with piercing clarity, yet why could he not fathom the situation with Chu Yanluo? As Shen Wantang contemplated this, she nodded. Indeed, you are correct. Her straightforward admission left Xiao Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. You concede to this without attempting to defend your family? There is nothing to conceal. By marrying me off to the royal house, my family has made it abundantly clear that they seek to ascend to power and influence. What esteemed family would willingly marry their daughter to Xiao Qingyuan, a romantic who would abandon his bride on their wedding night? This sentiment lingered unspoken, yet Xiao Qingyuan sensed it. He felt a stir of displeasure, with Shen Wantang expressing disdain for him. Ignoring his irritation, Shen Wantang prompted, "Young master, please come inside." Yet, Xiao Qingyuan remained unmoved, declaring, "I shall not enter. If no one comes to greet me within, I will not cross this threshold today." Was the young master sulking? Perhaps he was seizing this opportunity to vent his frustrations over accompanying her home? Shen Wantang shook her head. He was indeed difficult to please, his moods as changeable as the weather. No wonder in her previous life, Shen Mingxian had exhausted herself in trying to win his favor, only to meet a tragic end. As he refused to enter, Shen Wantang could not abandon him and step inside alone. Thus, she stood beside him outside, yet, she felt that Qishir had crossed a line. Her return was met with only a rough maid, an obvious sign of disdain. Today, leveraging Xiao Qingyuan's status as the young master to put Qishir in her place would be quite satisfying. Thus, the advantage of marrying high was indeed comforting. She could momentarily bask in borrowed authority. Passers-by witnessing their standoff were filled with astonishment. Ah, is that not the newlywed young master of the Ning Wang? What on earth is happening? Left standing outside in such a manner, am I seeing things? Even the young master has his moments of indignity? The Shen family has truly lost their senses. The young master accompanies the princess consort back home, yet no one is there to greet them. Does Shen Yuanwei no longer aspire to his official position? One word from the Ning Wang could cost him his title. Could it be that the Shen family is displeased with the young master for abandoning his bride on their wedding night, thus deliberately giving him a cold reception? Yet, the young master is returning with his bride, clearly not as rebellious as before. He must have mended his ways. How dare the Shen family still disregard him? Oh, this is going to be entertaining. When the young master ran to the Chu family, they treated him with utmost respect, yet now it seems the Shen family is courting disaster. The murmurs outside grew louder, and the crowd swelled. Xiao Qingyuan, unperturbed, remained steadfast, indifferent to the opinions of others. However, he sensed that Shen Wantang might care, so he glanced her way. To his surprise, she appeared even more composed than he, seemingly oblivious to the chatter surrounding them, as if she had not heard a word or noticed the throng gathering nearby. Xiao Qingyuan frowned slightly. Humph, your act is rather convincing, clearly attempting to mimic Yan Luo, yet you fall short. Moreover, I am not here to defend you, I merely cannot abide by the Shen family's conduct. Silently, Shen Wantang shifted away from him, distancing herself. His intelligence was questionable, and being too close risked lowering her own. Chapter 14. Why is this life so different from the last? Within the Shen residence, Shen Mingxian had not returned to her in-laws since the day of Shen Wantang's wedding. Life at the Liao household was unbearable, and she naturally preferred to remain at her maternal home. However, she was not foolish. She understood that she could not afford to create a rift with Liao Youha, otherwise, even if he were to achieve great success in the future, he would not treat her kindly. Thus, she took the initiative to speak with Liao Youha, coaxing him to stay at the Shen household, thereby alleviating the chilliness of their relationship. She, her mother, initially thought to seize the opportunity to consummate their marriage. Yet, to her astonishment, Liao Youha remained as unresponsive as a wooden block, indifferent to her flower-like daughter, despite having been arranged to share a room and a bed. He had not even touched a single strand of her hair. In her displeasure and frustration, she exclaimed, "You have been married for over a month, and he has yet to consummate the marriage. How utterly antiquated, this has already become the talk of the town. Do you have any idea how others are mocking you?" Shen Mingxian, having enjoyed ample food and rest at home, replied with a serene demeanor, "Mother, their laughter does not concern me. One day, they will envy me. In the future, Yoha will rise to fame, just as his name implies." Future, you speak of the future as if it were just around the corner. Do you have any idea how distant that future might be? I am not concerned with what lies ahead, I simply wish for you to live well now, in a manner that inspires envy from those outside. Do not be anxious, mother. Yoha will surely excel in the imperial examinations next year, and then I shall accompany him to his official post. When we return, no one in the capital will dare to speak ill of us. Are you certain? Can he truly succeed in the examinations? I am absolutely certain that in my previous life, he succeeded in the imperial examinations. Did I not mention it to you? But you also said that the Prince of Ning would never come to propose, claiming that Shen Wantang would lose face. Yet, what happened? The prince came to propose. Shen Wantang not only did not lose face but gained it instead. Shen Mingxian scoffed, she gained no face at all. On the day of her wedding, the prince left without lifting her veil. This is already common knowledge, she has been utterly humiliated. As for the prince's visit, it was merely a trivial incident. No one knows why he acted so peculiarly. However, it is evident that he and Shen Wantang can never consummate their marriage. Some events differ from my past life, which is only natural. They cannot be identical, yet the final outcomes will surely remain the same. Chao Qingyuan will die, and Liao Yoha will rise in rank, ascending to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. She opened her mouth but found herself speechless. She was at a loss as to whether it was more shameful that her daughter had been married for over a month without her husband consummating the marriage, or that Shen Wantang had not been unveiled. In any case, the Shen family was the subject of ridicule, and everyone was laughing at them. As Shen Mingxian enjoyed her snacks, she added, "Mark my words, when they return to the family home, Xiao Qingyuan will not accompany Shen Wantang. His eyes are fixed solely on that wretched nun. Shen Wantang will return all alone, pitiable and sorrowful." In her previous life, she had returned alone because Xiao Qingyuan did not recognize her as the prince's consort. He was entirely preoccupied with pursuing Chu Yanluo. No sooner had she spoken than a young maid rushed in, flustered. Oh no, madam, something terrible has happened outside." Before she could finish, she coldly interrupted, "You ill-omened wretch. My daughter is perfectly well here. Who taught you to barge in so recklessly? Who taught you to utter such inauspicious words? Mama, give her a slap." Upon receiving the command, Mama stepped forward and swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to the young maid. The maid's fair face swelled painfully, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed to her knees, trembling, and cried, "Madam, I shall never do it again. I understand my mistake." However, she was in a foul mood these days, and the maid had unfortunately crossed her path. She erupted in fury. "Why are you crying? Who allowed you to weep? You have only received a couple of slaps, yet you wail as if mourning a grave. Are you cursing me to die young?" Mama, strike her again. Do not stop until she understands decorum." This time, Mama took a wooden plank and struck the maid fiercely until her clothes were drenched in blood before finally ceasing. The maid, beaten nearly to death, could no longer cry out. She lay on the ground, convulsing slightly, her breath shallow. Shen Mingxian furrowed her brow slightly. "What are you doing? You've made such a mess of the floor with blood. It reeks terribly. Is this not more inauspicious?" She shot a glance at Mama. "Why did you strike her so hard?" "You scared Mingxian. Hurry and throw her out, then light some incense to mask that dreadful smell." Mama promptly ordered the maid to be carried out and had the floor cleaned and incense lit. Soon, the foul odor of blood was masked, yet Shen Mingxian remained dissatisfied. What kind of instruction does Mama give to the maids? They are so reckless and ill-mannered, bursting in to shout about calamity. Anyone unaware would think something catastrophic had occurred in our household. Mama hastily replied, "Miss, this maid has only been here for half a year. We are still training her. She has only done menial tasks in the courtyard and has never been inside. Today, we sent her outside to fetch the second young lady for her return, but unexpectedly, the second young lady had not yet returned, and she rushed in." Shen Mingxian waved her hand dismissively, mocking, "My half-sister is not going to return, is she? The prince cannot possibly accompany her back. He left her veil unlifted on their wedding night and declared before all the guests that he had no desire to marry her. What a disgrace. If I were in her shoes, I would have no face to return." Just as she finished speaking, the curtain was lifted, and Xin Guanyan entered with a sullen expression, addressing Qi. "Why is there not a single person to greet the prince as he accompanies Wantang back? Is this how you manage the household? You are going to ruin me." Qi was taken aback. "What do you mean? The prince has returned with Wantang." Shen Mingxian sprang to her feet. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Qingyuan should be with Chu Yanluo right now. The prince is standing at the door as we speak. How can you say it is impossible?" Xin Guanyan was seething with rage, wishing to slap both mother and daughter. "Quickly go out to welcome him. He stands at the door with a crowd of onlookers gossiping. My family is becoming the laughingstock of the capital. If the Prince of Ning learns we left his son waiting outside, my career will be ruined." Qi's body went rigid. "We are the elders. Even if he is a prince, it is not our duty to go out and welcome him." Shen Mingxuan's complexion turned pale. How could this be? Why is this life so different from the last? Where has it all gone wrong? Chapter 15. Everything depends on my husband. Shen Guanyan was seething with rage, his voice booming as he exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting about past lives? There is no such thing as a past life. I believe you have lost your mind. What are you still standing there for? Everyone, go out and welcome the young prince. And what of Liao Yoha? Where is he? Consuming resources from the Shen family without any contribution is utterly unacceptable. He should also be out to greet the prince. Everyone who can breathe in the Shen household is to go out and welcome him. Those who refuse may as well leave. The Shen family will not support useless individuals. Having said this, he strode out ahead. Qi, his wife, recognized the seriousness of her husband's anger and felt a pang of anxiety. She hurried outside, only to realize her daughter had not followed. She quickly turned to pull her along, saying, "Hurry out to welcome the prince. Your father is counting on Prince Ning to assist him in regaining his former position. Quickly. Mama, go summon the son-in-law, tell him to welcome the prince as well. And the eldest and second young masters, tell them to stop their reading and come out to greet the prince." In an instant, the Shen courtyard was in chaos, with everyone rushing out in a frenzy. As Ning Wang reached the entrance, he nearly fainted at the sight before him. The area outside was teeming with people. Neighbors and acquaintances had all come out to witness the spectacle. Standing at the threshold was the young prince, his handsome visage marred by an icy frown. Upon seeing them emerge, Xiao Qingyuan remarked sarcastically, "I had thought the Shen family was devoid of life, mistaking this place for an empty estate, waiting endlessly without a soul in sight." Ning Wang felt his face flush with embarrassment, his pale complexion turning crimson. "The household is currently occupied with preparations for the feast. I had no idea the prince had already arrived. Please, do come in, Tanger. How could you be so obtuse? Why do you not invite the prince inside? On such a sweltering day, allowing the prince to stand outside is simply insufferable." As he extended his invitation to Xiao Qingyuan, he simultaneously chastised his daughter, Shen Wantang. Shen Wantang merely lowered her head, standing quietly behind Xiao Qingyuan, saying nothing, embodying the silence she had maintained throughout her 16 years in the Shen household. Yet, Xiao Qingyuan was not having it. "What authority does Master Shen think he possesses to reprimand your daughter in my presence? Are you attempting to scold me indirectly by venting your frustrations on her?" He had no intention of entering the house, nor did he appreciate Ning Wang's obsequiousness. Thus, Ning Wang had unwittingly walked into a trap. "Your Highness has misunderstood my intentions. I certainly did not mean that. It is simply that your esteemed self is of such high rank. It is utterly inappropriate for Tanger to fail in inviting you inside. I could not help but reprimand her a little. It was not meant as a slight against you." Ning Wang was drenched in sweat, but with the obstinate prince refusing to enter, he was left with no choice but to converse with him at the door. The onlookers strained to hear every word exchanged between them, eager to catch the juicy details. He could already envision the scandalous rumors that would circulate through the capital the next day. He urged again, "Your Highness, please do come in." She, ever eager to please, chimed in with a smile, "Yes, Your Highness, do come inside. We have been anticipating your arrival since early this morning. Your presence truly brings us joy." However, Xiao Qingyuan remained rooted to the spot, seemingly nailed down, though his tongue was quick and sharp. "Anticipating my arrival? I hardly think so. You left but a mere maidservant at the door, and did not even open it for me. Is this how you express your eagerness for my visit?" That maid, upon seeing me, scurried back to report, "while I stood outside for half the day before you finally emerged." Was this a deliberate slight? Xi's expression shifted as realization dawned. She understood now why the maid had rushed into the main house. However, having trusted her daughter's assurance that Xiao Qingyuan would not come, she had not considered the implications of the maid's frantic warning. Fury surged within her. That insufferable maid had been far too lenient, failing to inform them of the prince's arrival, and now the entire Shen family was left in this humiliating position. Yet now was not the time to berate the maid. The priority was to devise a way to invite the prince inside. What maidservant? She feigned ignorance. Could it be the one at the door? "I did not see her. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are too lenient with our servants, which has led to some impropriety. That maid did not inform me of your arrival. Perhaps she wandered off somewhere else. I shall certainly reprimand her later." After speaking, she approached Chen Wantang, affectionately grasping her hand. "Tanger, the prince has been standing outside for so long. Why do you not hasten to assist him inside? You are usually the most sensible and clever. How is it that you appear so dazed at this moment?" Shen Wantang raised her gaze and caught the warning in Qi's eyes, a cold laugh escaping her lips internally. She was now married, and she still wished to impose her will upon her. Quickly, she lowered her head again, responding with utmost obedience. "Mother, did you not teach me to follow my father while at home and my husband after marriage? Now that Tanger is married, it is only proper that I heed my husband." As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her hand from Qi's grasp, inching closer to Xiao Qingyuan. Upon hearing her address him as husband, Xiao Qingyuan's brows knitted into a frown. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Who permitted her to call him that? "Shen Wantang." She curtsied, embodying the subservience expected of a concubine. "I am here, Your Highness. Please, give your orders." Xiao Qingyuan had intended to assert that the term husband was reserved solely for Yan Luo, his true wife, and that since he had not lifted her veil nor consummated their union, he was not her husband, and she should not use that term. However, upon glancing at the throngs surrounding them, he found himself at a loss for words. Swallowing his retort, the Shen Wantang was indeed pitiable, reduced to such a state of subservience. If he were to further humiliate her publicly, the ensuing ridicule could very well drive her to despair, and she might even contemplate ending her life, a fate he was not willing to see befall her. After all, Yan Luo had nearly succumbed to despair due to such slander, and had he not intervened at a critical moment, she would have long since perished. While he did not acknowledge Shen Wantang as his wife, he also did not wish for her to lose her life because of him. In any case, this situation had reached a suitable conclusion. He had neither truly returned home, thus honoring Yan Luo, nor had he failed to fulfill his mother's wishes, enabling him to return without disgrace. With a cold expression, he flicked his sleeve and declared, "Return to the estate." Shen Wantang maintained her compliant demeanor, responding, "Yes, Your Highness." As Xiaoqing Yuan climbed into the carriage, Shen Wantang followed suit without a trace of hesitation, obedient and humble, as though deprived of any agency. The Shen family stood in stunned silence, bewildered that not only had they failed to invite the prince inside, but they had also managed to provoke his departure. If the new son-in-law left in this manner, what reputation would the Shen family have left? "Your Highness, please wait." Chapter 16. Does she not have a temper at all? Shen Guanyan hurriedly stepped forward, blocking the way. "Young master, the family has prepared a feast, please, enjoy your meal before you take your leave." "Tanger, why don't you persuade the young master to disembark?" The carriage could not move, and Xiaoqing Yuan raised the curtain, coldly admonishing, "Emoji, why are you dawdling like your namesake? I have already boarded, yet you still hesitate. Whoever obstructs the path, whip them away." Emoji promptly cracked the whip, landing it precisely an inch from Shen Guanyan's feet. Shen Guanyan's face turned ashen, retreating several steps in fright. The onlookers were equally startled. The son of Prince Ning, known for his infatuation with the Chu family's daughter, had a reputation as a romantic, yet people had nearly forgotten his audacious and domineering nature. Everyone instinctively parted to clear a path, and the royal carriage swiftly vanished into the depths of the Night-Peace Lane. Shen Guanyan seethed with anger, his nostrils flaring and eyes ablaze. He felt utterly humiliated today. He wished to berate Shen Wantang, but she had already departed, leaving him with no one to scold. Thus, he glared at Qishir, exclaiming, "This is all you're doing? Hurry back." He felt utterly disgraced, having never anticipated such chaos from a simple visit. Qishir hurried back into the courtyard, anxiously calling, "In Mama, close the door." In Mama complied, and everyone left, looking disheveled, returning to their respective courtyards. Only Shen Mingxian stood motionless, her complexion as pale as a ghost, murmuring, "Impossible, how could Xiaoqing Yuan accompany Shen Wantang back? He didn't even accompany me, it cannot be." No one heard her words except for Liao Yoha, who was standing nearby. Before the wedding, at Shen Mingxuan's request, Liao Yoha had met with her, during which she boasted about possessing the ability to foresee the future, claiming that if he married her, he would surely succeed in the imperial examinations the following year. He did not believe her, having spent years in diligent study, confident in his own abilities, convinced that he could achieve success regardless of his marital status. However, marrying the legitimate daughter of the Shen family was the best match he could hope for, and thus he agreed without hesitation. It was only after their marriage that he realized, through her daily displays of arrogance, that her claims of foresight were mere fabrications. In her own words, she had lived a lifetime before. Although she never explicitly stated it, he pieced together her so-called past life from her remarks. In that past life, he had married Shen Wantang, the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, while Xiaoqing Yuan had wed Shen Mingxian. Liao Yoha furrowed his brow. He had just been observing Shen Wantang for quite some time, and he found himself more inclined to marry her. Setting aside everything else, her gentle and graceful demeanor was simply soothing to behold. In contrast, Shen Mingxian was too ostentatious, boasting without substance, and she carried herself with an air of superiority due to her alleged ability to foresee the future, disregarding the Liao family entirely. Yet, her predictions had proven utterly inaccurate. She had claimed that the son of Prince Ning would not come to propose, yet he did. She insisted that he could not possibly accompany Shen Wantang back, yet he had. She stated that he would spend the next year as a monk at Fajin Temple, yet he had already returned to secular life. She claimed he had eyes only for the Chu family daughter, yet today he had clearly shown concern for Shen Wantang and defended her. Liao Yoha bypassed her, heading straight to his room. That he needed to immerse himself in his studies, for he was beginning to fear that the future might unfold contrary to Shen Mingxian's assertions, and that would jeopardize his chances of success in the examinations. Meanwhile, in the royal carriage, Shen Wantang instinctively seated herself at the farthest distance from Xiaoqing Yuan. Shen Wantang. "Young master, please speak. I have long since warned you that I do not intend to marry you. My father and mother may acknowledge you as a daughter-in-law, but I do not, therefore, you have no right to address me as husband. Indeed, young master is correct, I was presumptuous. It shall not happen again. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, you are never to address me in that manner. In this world, only Yan Luo is permitted to do so. It was my mistake, I apologize, and I am truly sorry. Furthermore, do not constantly present yourself in such a submissive manner, devoid of any presence. It is quite off-putting." Shen Wantang's heart stirred. He disliked the meekness. She decided to act even more submissively. "You are right, young master." Xiaoqing Yuan gazed at her bowed and obedient demeanor, intending to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. Did she truly possess no temper whatsoever? Was she made of cotton, molded from clay? Competing with a fierce tiger could affirm his strength and prowess, yielding boundless satisfaction upon victory, but what could he prove by contending with a mere bundle of cotton? That he was inept. If he continued to scold her, it would merely appear as if he were bullying her. Thus, he fell silent, leaning against the carriage in a feigned slumber. He had been tormented by his father for 2 days without rest. By the time they arrived at the royal residence, he had genuinely drifted into sleep. Shen Wantang did not awaken him and descended the carriage alone. Mog lifted the curtain to find his master fast asleep, and after a brief moment of hesitation, chose not to disturb him. His master had been worn thin by the prince's demands, having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. It was high time he rested. On the other hand, upon hearing of Shen Wantang's return, the princess was somewhat surprised. When she saw Shen Wantang enter to pay her respects, she inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Could it be that Yuan has changed his mind and refused to accompany you back?" Shen Wantang smiled softly. "No, mother, you misunderstand the young master. He did accompany me back, but as no one was there to welcome us, he stood outside for quite a while. Eventually, perhaps feeling I was not valued at home, he decided to bring me back. Mother, the young master may appear cold on the outside, yet his heart is warm and tender. He stood up for me, and I am truly grateful to him." The princess was taken aback. For the past 2 years, the outside world had been criticizing her son, calling him foolish and blind, even cherishing a woman with a child out of wedlock. This was the first time she had heard someone praise him, nearly bringing her to tears. She took Shen Wantang's hand. "Good child, you still speak for him that he is indeed a reckless fool, born of my blood. How could I not know? He likely still holds a candle for that girl from Jisan Monastery, which is why he hesitates to enter the Shen family's door." Shen Wantang did not shy away from the subject. The young master is a man of deep feelings and loyalty, remaining true to his heart. If he were to fall in love with every woman he encountered, that would be a disaster. Regardless, I have already returned home, and the duration of my stay matters little. Chapter 17. The heir apparent brought her back. The princess consort was well aware that the Shen family did not regard the illegitimate daughter Shen Wantang with any significance. Initially, she had her sights set on this very girl, but her legitimate mother, Madame Qi, insisted that Shen Wantang was already betrothed. Thus, the princess consort reluctantly settled for the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, Shen Mingxian. However, Madame Qi shamelessly returned later to declare that she could not defy the wishes of the royal household and had annulled Shen Wantang's engagement, allowing her to marry into the royal family. The constant flip-flopping infuriated the princess consort, yet she found herself quite fond of Shen Wantang. Having searched long and hard for someone resembling Chu Yanluo, she did not wish to miss the opportunity of a potential daughter-in-law who could bring her son back to his senses simply because of Madame Qi's meddling. Consequently, she ultimately agreed to revert to Shen Wantang. From that moment on, her disdain for Madame Qi grew immensely. Observing Shen Wantang now, it seemed she harbored no lingering attachment to the Shen family, as her visit concluded rather swiftly, and she appeared quite pleased. This was ideal, for it ensured that her daughter-in-law would wholeheartedly reside in the royal household, dedicating herself to life with her son. The princess consort cherished the notion of a daughter-in-law who treated the royal residence as her own home, for it would grant her peace of mind to leave the management of the household in her capable hands. After exchanging a few words, the princess consort rewarded Shen Wantang with a plethora of gifts. Watching her depart with a joyful demeanor brought a long-lost smile to her face. The heir apparent's consort is both obedient and cheerful, always wearing a hint of a smile, as if there is nothing in this world that could trouble her. She possesses an expansive spirit, which in turn lightens my own heart. Since Xiaoqing Yuan had taken a liking to Chu Yanluo, the princess consort had not smiled in quite some time. Now, as she beamed once more, the old matron, Granny Quan, let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Your Highness speaks the truth. The heir apparent's consort possesses a unique quality that brings tranquility and openness to those around her. You have truly acquired a treasure this time. A consort like her is precisely what the heir apparent needs." The princess consort nodded in agreement before inquiring, "What of the heir apparent? Why has only his consort returned? Is he not with her?" "I shall inquire at once," Granny Quan replied as she exited. Shortly thereafter, she returned with news, "Your Highness, the heir apparent is quite fatigued and fell asleep in the carriage." The heir apparent's consort could not bear to wake him and came to pay her respects alone. The princess consort understood that her son had been worn out by his husband's antics in the past few days. Fatigue was to be expected. The heir apparent's consort is indeed considerate of that scoundrel, yet it is a pity that the scoundrel remains oblivious to her feelings. "Do not worry, Your Highness. They have only just married, and the heir apparent has yet to adjust. In time, he will learn to be attentive to his consort. Let us hope so. I seek nothing more than for him to live a normal life. My greatest fear is that he will stubbornly choose a life of solitude, accompanied only by that sister-in-law." Meanwhile, upon returning to her own courtyard, Shen Wantang took a moment to rest before changing into more comfortable attire. With keys in hand, she led a few attendants to Xiaoqing Yuan's storage room. Granny Chai, following closely behind, expressed her astonishment and delight. The heir apparent has given the key to his private treasury to the heir apparent's consort. This signifies that she holds a special place in his heart. This treasury is filled with his treasures, and he seldom allows anyone entry. Shen Wantang merely smiled shyly without uttering a word. Even if Xiaoqing Yuan were to develop a heart, it could never contain her. It would invariably be occupied by Chu Yanluo. As the door to the treasury swung open, Shen Wantang stepped inside and was dazzled by the array of rare and exquisite treasures. In her past life, she had encountered many fine items, yet none could compare to what lay before her now. It was as if the small fry encountered a grand spectacle. Indeed, marrying into a prestigious family meant a starting point that the offspring of commoners could hardly aspire to achieve through a lifetime of toil. In her previous life, she had exhausted herself in scheming for Liao Yoha, playing dual roles and fervently promoting him to the position of Minister of Justice, nearly brushing against the threshold of wealth and nobility. Yet now, having just married in, she found herself in a nest of riches without lifting a finger. In the treasury, Shen Wantang refrained from touching the rare items, instead selecting some pure gold trinkets for Granny Chai and the maid, Dujuan, to carry away. The rarities might prove difficult to sell, but gold could be melted down and sold, thereby providing her with the capital to establish shops throughout the entire Defeng region. What had taken her 5 years to accomplish in her previous life could now be realized in the present. However, to conceal her expenditure of Xiaoqing Yuan's money, she needed Granny Chai's assistance, so she generously gifted her a gold bracelet adorned with 5 colored tourmalines, which Granny Chai had been eyeing. Granny Chai was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is too precious, Your Highness." Shen Wantang pressed the bracelet into her hand, saying, "Granny, I have heard that you cared for the heir apparent when he was but a child, and he still holds you in high regard. Therefore, I believe he would not begrudge you this bracelet. Look, there are many more here." Wealth can stir the heart, and although Granny Chai feigned reluctance, she was utterly enamored with the bracelet. Having served as a maid in the royal residence for a lifetime, she wished for her descendants to escape a similar fate. To rise above, one must possess wealth. Without it, all plans are mere illusions. She grasped the bracelet tightly and, with a tone more respectful than ever, said, "Thank you, Your Highness, I shall serve you and the heir apparent with all my heart from this day forth." This statement implied that she had placed Shen Wantang above Xiao Qingyuan in her esteem. After all, it was Shen Wantang who had given her the gift, not Xiao Qingyuan. Shen Wantang was quite pleased with Granny Chai's attitude. As she surveyed the gold and jewels within the treasury, she nearly burst into laughter. How wonderful it was to take Xiao Qingyuan's possessions to win over Granny Chai's loyalty. She spent not a single coin yet gained unwavering devotion. Such a transaction was undeniably advantageous. After moving some items back to her quarters, Shen Wantang also discreetly gifted Dujuan a gold bracelet. While not as ornate as Granny Chai's, it was heavier. Dujuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are too kind to this servant. I shall repay you in this life, the next, and the one after that with my utmost devotion." Shen Wantang gently helped her up, using a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. "If there is a next life, do not be a servant. Instead, be a young lady of a noble family." In the past, she had not believed in the concept of reincarnation, yet now she truly felt its reality. Perhaps Dujuan would also be granted such a chance. Throughout the day, Shen Wantang's courtyard was filled with joy, as she had also rewarded the other maids and servants. Each of them was eager to win her favor. In the evening, after dining, Shen Wantang was engrossed in her reading when the head maid, Xin hurriedly entered, her expression grave. "Your Highness, the heir apparent went out earlier and has just returned, but he did not come back alone. He has brought that woman from Jisan Temple with him." The surrounding individuals gasped in unison. "What? The heir apparent brought her back? How is that possible? Did she not declare long ago that she intended to remain a nun for life? Did the prince and princess consort truly consent to her entry? Did they not expel her? That woman is even with child. How could the heir apparent be so foolish? Would it not be better for him to live harmoniously with the heir apparent's consort?" Chapter 18 Seeking Mother. Please request Dr. Zhou. The maids were quite indignant on behalf of Shen Wantang, and even Granny Chai appeared somewhat irate. Yet, there was no trace of anger or resentment on Shen Wantang's face. Instead, she bore a look of mild perplexity. In her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had implored Chu Yanluo for over a year before she reluctantly agreed to return to the Wangfu with him. Why, then, had this event transpired so much earlier? Could it be that the marriage exchange had inadvertently altered certain circumstances? "Granny Chai, please step outside and ascertain the situation. How could the young master suddenly bring someone back?" Granny Chai complied and exited. Seeing her mistress maintain such a composed demeanor, Qin Xian could not help but inquire, "Young mistress, are you not concerned? Should you not personally visit the young master? After all, you are his legally wedded wife." There was a sentiment she dared not voice, that it had only been 3 days since their wedding, and the young master had already brought that woman into the residence. Was this not a blatant affront to the young mistress, who could swallow such indignation? The other maids looked at Shen Wantang with curiosity. Awaiting her response, however, Shen Wantang merely offered a serene smile. "As you have stated, I am indeed the young master's legitimate wife. No matter whom he brings back, she will ultimately be nothing more than a concubine. What family does not have a few concubines? Why should I concern myself with it?" In truth, she rather hoped Xiao Qingyuan would have several concubines, as it might lead to the birth of a son. After all, she had no intention of bearing him one herself. In her previous life, she had witnessed far too many unfortunate women who lost their lives in childbirth during her investigations. At that time, she had even felt a measure of gratitude that Liao Yoha had not laid a hand on her, sparing her from the peril of entering the gates of death to give birth. Upon hearing her words, the maid's eyes reflected admiration. Truly, the young mistress chosen by the princess was broad-minded and wise, living with clarity and openness. Were the situation reversed, they could never maintain such equanimity as the young mistress did. While the atmosphere was relaxed on Shen Wantang's side, it was a different story for Xiao Qingyuan, where tensions ran high. He had brought Chu Yanluo back to his quarters and locked the door, denying entry to anyone. Prince Ning, furious, had his men break down the door and, upon entering, struck his son across the face. "Scoundrel, who permitted you to bring her back?" The princess, upon seeing Chu Yanluo lying on her son's bed with a pronounced belly, felt faint with rage. "Yuan, tell her to leave. Lying on your bed while carrying a bastard child, how can you not find it disgraceful?" Xiao Qingyuan, despite receiving a slap, remained defiant, positioning himself firmly between his parents and Chu Yanluo, refusing to allow anyone to approach her. "Yanluo has lost the baby, and she has fainted. She is bleeding and in grave danger. If I do not bring her back, shall I simply watch her die?" Prince Ning, in a fit of fury, retorted, "A self-degrading wretch, let her die. You are not the one who put her in this condition, so why do you care? Do you not feel the shame she brings upon our family? If Yanluo dies, I shall not survive either. As long as she lives, I shall live. If she enters the underworld, I will follow her there." Prince Ning, incensed, struck him again. "Fool, to live and die for such a woman, you are unworthy to be a descendant of the Xiao family, unworthy to be my son." Xiao Qingyuan's face swelled from the blows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at his enraged father and heartbroken mother, he slowly knelt down. I beseech father and mother to allow me this one act of defiance. I cannot live without Yen Luo, nor can she live without me. I am prepared to face the entire world as my enemy if need be. I must save her. I care not whose child she carries. Our illustrious Wangfu is surely capable of supporting a child. I do not speak lightly. I am earnest. If anything were to happen to Yen Luo, I shall accompany her in death, a promise I made to her. Did not father teach me to honor my commitments? Did not mother teach me to harbor kindness in my heart? Why is it that when I follow your teachings, you remain unsatisfied? What do you desire from me? The princess began to weep, having raised this son as a treasure for 19 years, never imagining he would one day break her heart for a woman. Yuan, what we taught you was not meant for such circumstances. Had the woman you favored possessed even a modicum of virtue, your father and I would not have opposed you. The princess could hardly speak through her tears. Previously, I had even agreed to propose to the Chu family on your behalf. Your father and I have made considerable concessions, yet this woman is utterly unacceptable. How can we possibly accept her, if her family, the Chus, have cast her out? How could she be sent to a nunnery to become a nun? Yuan, please awaken to reality. I plead with you, do not allow her to deceive you. Xiao Qingyuan remained kneeling, resolute. Mother, I am fully aware, Yen Luo has not deceived me, she is the finest girl in the world. Should you doubt this, spend some time with her, and you shall see her purity and virtue surpass that of any other woman. There is no need for your concern. Moreover, it is precisely because the Chu family has rejected her that she has nowhere to turn, making it all the more impossible for me to abandon her. She is in mortal danger. I implore you, mother, assist me in requesting Dr. Zhou to come and treat her. The princess staggered at his words, nearly collapsing, saved only by Prince Ning's swift support. She gazed at her son in disbelief. You wish to summon Dr. Zhou? He is the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital, dedicated to treating the Empress Dowager and the Empress, even the favored consort. You must present grand gifts multiple times to request his presence. You dare to request that Dr. Zhou treat such a shameless wretch? Xiao Qingyuan was acutely aware of Dr. Zhou's esteemed position and the difficulty of summoning him. However, he knew that no one else could possibly save Yen Luo's life. Dr. Zhou, renowned for his unparalleled skills, particularly in preserving pregnancies, was the only hope. He bowed deeply to the princess. I beseech you, mother, help me summon Dr. Zhou. The last time he had bowed to her was to request she propose to the Chu family. Having raised him for 19 years, he had only bowed twice, and both times were for Chu Yen Luo. A wave of bitterness surged in the princess's throat, and darkness clouded her vision as she fainted. Prince Ning, abandoning his son, swiftly lifted his wife and rushed outside, ignoring his son's calls. Xiao Qingyuan remained kneeling, his handsome face marred by guilt and anxiety. Yet he had not intended to provoke such distress in his mother, yet how could he ensure Yen Luo's survival otherwise? Uncertain of his mother's condition, he felt as though ants were gnawing at his insides, and he rose to check on her. However, just as he took a few steps, a pained groan emanated from the bed. He halted, turning his gaze toward the bed. Chu Yen Luo slowly opened her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Young master, am I about to die? Chapter 19. How could she possibly know acupuncture? Upon noticing that she had awakened, Xiao Qingyuan hurried to her side, exclaiming, Yen Luo, do not worry, I shall ensure your safety. I will fetch the imperial physician at once. Just as he turned to leave, Chu Yen Luo grasped his arm firmly, imploring, no, there is no need for that. There is nothing in this world that I hold dear. I am merely burdened by the debt I owe you, your highness, and my heart is filled with immense guilt. The kindness you have shown me can only be repaid in another life. Xiao Qingyuan felt a profound ache in his heart. Do not speak such nonsense. You will be fine. Tears welled up in Chu Yen Luo's eyes as she replied, I am aware that you have already taken a wife. Congratulations, your highness. Ultimately, I am unworthy of you. Please allow me to depart. My presence here is unjustifiable and will only bring you trouble. You are not unworthy of me, nor have I married. Xiao Qingyuan yearned to lay bare his heart for her to see. That was a choice made by my mother, not mine. My heart belongs solely to you, Yen Luo. Do not leave. Remain in the palace where it is convenient for me to care for you. The Jixing monastery is far too austere for your recovery. Rest assured, once you regain your health, I shall certainly marry you. A flicker of hope ignited in Chu Yen Luo's eyes. Is what you say true, your highness? But the princess will not approve of our union. I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. I am not troubled. I only fear that you may be unwilling to marry me. I do not object to marrying you, your highness. I simply lack the courage to do so. Xiao Qingyuan had pursued her ardently for a long time, and today was the first time he heard her say, I do not object to marrying. Did this mean she would indeed accept him? Ecstasy surged within him as he grasped Chu Yen Luo's hand tightly. If you are willing to marry, I shall take you as my bride. I had thought you held no feelings for me, but it seems you do. Wait here, I will go fetch the imperial physician immediately. With that, he rushed out in haste. In the Shaguan courtyard, the princess lay on the bed, her complexion ashen and her breath faint, lost in unconsciousness. Prince Ning sat beside her, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic as he noticed her breaths growing shallower. Where is the physician? Have you summoned him? Why has he not arrived yet? He urged incessantly. Grandma Quan's expression was taut with concern. Your highness, he has been sent for and will arrive shortly. Yet, it was impossible for a physician to arrive so swiftly. A round trip would take no less than a quarter of an hour. Just then, Shen Wantang entered, having rushed over upon hearing that her mother-in-law had fainted. After greeting Prince Ning, she quietly inquired of Grandma Quan, did she faint due to extreme anger? Grandma Quan nodded. Indeed, my lady. Has she experienced similar symptoms before? There was one instance, also following an outburst of anger. Shen Wantang's heart sank as she approached to assess the princess's condition. Turning to Prince Ning, she declared, "Father, I have knowledge of acupuncture techniques. If you permit me, I can administer a few needles to hasten her recovery." Prince Ning was taken aback. "You know acupuncture?" "Indeed, my maternal family once operated a medical hall." While her grandfather had indeed run a medical hall, Shen Wantang's knowledge of acupuncture did not come from him but rather from a master she had sought in her previous life to solve cases. Acupuncture was merely a fraction of her training, which encompassed pharmacology and forensic science as well. "Father, the situation is dire. The longer she remains unconscious, the more difficult it will be to revive her. Even if she regains consciousness, there will be lingering effects that could severely compromise her health. I implore you to allow me to administer acupuncture." With the wisdom of her past life, Shen Wantang was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of the princess's condition, which Prince Ning could not foresee. Though she did not understand why the princess had fallen ill 2 years early, her previous experience indicated that a lack of timely treatment had nearly cost the princess her life, resulting in a severe disability despite her eventual recovery. Gazing at his wife's color shifting from pale to ashen, Prince Ning clenched his fists. "Are you truly skilled in acupuncture? Can you genuinely save the princess?" "Father, I can." With no better option, Prince Ning resolved to take the risk, gritting his teeth. "Very well, proceed with the acupuncture." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Qingyuan burst in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must not. How could she possibly know acupuncture? You cannot entrust your mother's life to her. The physician will arrive shortly. We must wait." Seeing him, Prince Ning's demeanor darkened. "How dare you speak? Who is responsible for your mother's current state? Get out of my sight, the farther, the better." "Father, it was my fault that I upset her. I accept any punishment you deem fit, but you cannot gamble with her life. Just because she claims to know acupuncture doesn't mean she truly does. How can she possibly understand the art of healing at her age? Why can't we wait for the physician?" "If we wait for the physician, it will be too late. Can you not see that your mother's breaths are nearly gone?" Prince Ning bellowed, then turned to Shen Wantang. "Do not heed his words. Proceed with the acupuncture and save your mother." Initially hesitant, he now felt resolute. It seemed that whatever his son opposed was the right course of action, for nothing his son had done in recent years had borne fruit. As long as he acted contrary to his son's wishes, the outcome would surely be favorable. Shen Wantang, naturally, complied with Prince Ning's directive, disregarding Xiao Qingyuan as she gestured to Zhu Wan, who promptly brought forth a set of needles. These needles had been custom-made for her after her rebirth, and she had not yet had the opportunity to use them. To her surprise, the first patient she encountered would be her mother-in-law. Upon learning of the princess's fainting spell, she had instructed Zhu Wan to hurry with the needles, and thankfully, she arrived just in time. After checking the princess's pulse, Shen Wantang began to insert the silver needles into her acupuncture points. Baihui, Tuwei, Tianju, Fengqi. With each needle, the princess's complexion visibly improved, and soon her breathing steadied. As the last needle was inserted, the princess suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gradually, she opened her eyes. Prince Ning's heart soared with joy as he called out, "Ingjin, you are awake." Beside him, both Grandma Quan and Grandma Chai were filled with astonishment and delight. They had never anticipated that the newly married daughter-in-law would possess such medical expertise and knowledge of acupuncture. All their prior doubts about her vanished in an instant as Zhu Wan lowered her head, her own shock matching theirs. Having followed Shen Wantang since childhood, she certainly knew whether or not her mistress possessed knowledge of acupuncture. Despite her mistress's lack of formal training, how could she perform the procedure with such proficiency? Unable to fathom this enigma, Zhu Wan chose not to dwell on it. Whatever secrets her mistress held, she would remain oblivious, vowing to safeguard her secrets forever. The most astonished of all was Xiao Qingyuan. He gazed at Shen Wantang in disbelief, his expression shifting as he struggled to comprehend. She appeared so humble and unassuming. How could she possess such remarkable medical prowess? Chapter 20. Starting tomorrow, the young princess consort will manage the household. Shen Wantang paid little mind to how Xiao Qingyuan perceived her. Her primary concern lay with her mother-in-law's condition. She took a piece of silk to gently wipe the blood from the corners of her mother-in-law's mouth and softly inquired, "Mother, do you feel any better now?" The princess consort nodded slightly, surveying her surroundings before quickly grasping the situation. "Did you save me?" However, Shen Wantang did not seek to claim credit for the rescue. As she gathered her acupuncture needles, she replied, "I administered acupuncture to awaken you. Your condition was critically dire, and I had no choice but to act boldly. Thankfully, you have regained consciousness. Rest assured, father has already dispatched someone to summon the imperial physician, who will arrive shortly." The princess consort reacted much like the others. "You can perform acupuncture," Shen Wantang cautiously responded. "I have studied it to some extent." Once she had finished collecting all the needles, she stepped aside, allowing the maid to assist the princess consort in rinsing her mouth and sipping a bowl of ginseng soup. At that moment, the chief steward of the Wang residence hurriedly arrived with the imperial physician. However, it was not the esteemed head of the imperial hospital, Physician Zhou, whom Xiao Qingyuan most wished to see, but rather Physician Qin, who regularly attended to the needs of the Ning Wang and the princess consort. He was not specialized in gynecology but excelled in internal medicine. Physician Qin felt the princess consort's pulse, his expression growing solemn. "May I inquire, Your Highness, before my arrival, was any other physician summoned to attend to the princess consort?" Ning Wang glanced at Shen Wantang and replied, "Indeed, someone has already treated the princess consort with acupuncture, which is why she has awakened." Physician Qin nodded gravely. So it is. Fortunately, the treatment was timely. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The princess consort has now regained consciousness, yet her pulse remains alarmingly weak. Had she not received prompt care, she might have been left with a serious illness, or it could have been exceedingly difficult for her to awaken once more. Ning Wang felt a jolt of shock and turned his gaze once more to Shen Wantang. The others in the room followed suit, finally comprehending the significance and timeliness of Shen Wantang's intervention. Noticing their collective attention on her, Physician Qin found it somewhat peculiar, yet he understood that this was the newly married young princess consort of the Wang family, and thus he refrained from scrutinizing her further. After taking another pulse reading, he stepped outside to write a prescription before departing. Before he left, he remarked, "Your Highness, I must not conceal the truth. My medical skills may not reach the heights of the physician you consulted prior. I cannot eradicate the princess consort's ailment. You may still need to summon the aforementioned physician to continue her treatment. Perhaps he can achieve a complete recovery, allowing the princess consort to truly regain her health. Otherwise, she must cultivate tranquility and avoid exertion, and above all, refrain from anger." Once Physician Qin departed, the expressions of those present toward Shen Wantang changed to one of respect. Although Physician Qin may not have been as renowned as Physician Zhou, his medical prowess was certainly commendable, or else he would not have been entrusted with the care of the Ning Wang. However, if even he acknowledged that he could not surpass Shen Wantang's skills, how formidable must her abilities be? The Wang family had truly stumbled upon a treasure, having initially thought her merely a minor daughter of an official's household, only to discover she was a hidden medical expert. The princess consort even took hold of Shen Wantang's hand, speaking in an affectionate tone, "Good child, I owe you my life this time. Without you, my survival would have been uncertain. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall dare to mistreat you." Shen Wantang smiled in return. "Thank you, mother, for your kindness. It is my duty to attend to your health, and it is also due to father's trust in me that I dared to take action. I am young and a mere girl. Had I suddenly proposed to administer acupuncture, anyone would have deemed me mad." Ning Wang had not anticipated receiving praise from his daughter-in-law, nor did he genuinely trust her capabilities. It was merely that his wife had been in a precarious state, her breaths alarmingly faint, and he could not afford to hesitate, thus he grit his teeth and permitted Shen Wantang to proceed with the acupuncture. Noticing the gaze of the princess consort upon him, he nodded in her direction, stating, "I did not think too much of it. You appeared truly unwell, and since Yuan opposed the princess consort's treatment, I thought that whatever he opposed must be for the best, so I hastily allowed the princess consort to take action." The princess consort found her husband's reasoning rather amusing, yet she could not bring herself to laugh. This had become a tacit understanding between her and the Wang. Whenever their son opposed something, it was usually a good thing, while whatever he favored tended to be detrimental. She turned to her son, her eyes cool. "Yuan, I have raised you without any shortcomings, yet why do you insist on my demise? Is it that I, along with your father and the entire Wang residence, do not measure up to a mere Chu Yen Luo?" Xiao Yuan's complexion turned pale. "Mother, I never wished for your death, nor did I foresee this outcome. I merely have affection for Yen Luo and sympathize with her plight, thus, I wish to bring her home. I thought you, with your cold exterior yet soft heart, would consider my feelings and allow her to stay in the Wang residence." Upon hearing this, the princess consort felt a chill within her heart. She was at a loss as to the purpose of raising a son who was less considerate and filial than her daughter-in-law. Wearily, she waved her hand. "I nearly lost my life because of her. Had it not been for Tanger, I would likely have already descended to the underworld. Therefore, regardless of how you interact with that Chu Yen Luo, in my eyes, there shall only be Tanger as the princess consort of the Ning Wang residence, and she shall remain the sole mistress henceforth. Physician Qin has advised me to rest, so starting tomorrow, the management of the household shall be entrusted to Tanger. From this day forward, I hand over the reins of this family to her. Anyone who dares to defy her shall be expelled from the Wang residence." Xiao Yuan opened his mouth to speak but found the words lodged in his throat upon witnessing his mother's pallid, bloodless face and her trembling hands. He indeed loved Chu Yen Luo, but he was no ungrateful scion devoid of filial piety. He could not disregard his mother's health. What he sought was a balance that would allow his mother and Chu Yen Luo to coexist harmoniously, not a situation where they would be at each other's throats. Before long, the princess consort lay down, utterly exhausted. "To everyone, please leave, I am fatigued." Shen Wantang offered her a respectful bow and exited with Duan and Granny Chai. As she passed Xiao Yuan, she did not cast a glance in his direction and walked straight past him. As soon as she returned to her quarters, Granny Quan arrived shortly after. She presented a box with great reverence and handed it over. "Princess consort, this is the key to the household and the account books that the princess consort instructed me to deliver. From tomorrow onward, please take charge of the household." Shen Wantang hesitated slightly. "Granny, I can help her recover, but as for managing the household, it would be better if mother handled that. After all, I have just entered the family and am still quite young." Granny Quan smiled at her. "Do not worry, Princess Consort, Granny Chai will assist you wholeheartedly. If you have any uncertainties, you may inquire with her. She has always been the Princess Consort's right-hand woman and would not have been assigned to guide the young master's upbringing if she lacked expertise. There is nothing in this residence that she does not understand, so with her support, you may manage the household with peace of mind. If you still feel uneasy, the Princess Consort has also mentioned that should you encounter difficulties, you can seek her assistance." Chapter 21 Xiao Yuan's apology. It was only then that Shen Wantang accepted the butler's keys and the ledger. Old Madame Quan completed her task and soon departed. The maids, Qin Xan and Xu Xiang, surrounded Shen Wantang, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. "Lady of the Air, the princess truly holds you in high regard. She handed over the butler's keys to you so swiftly." "Indeed, Lady of the Air, this is unprecedented in our capital. For other new brides, it typically takes a year or more to gain such authority. Yet, you have only been married for 3 days and have already become the head of the household. Anyone who hears of this would undoubtedly envy you." Shen Wantang, however, maintained her composure, showing neither delight at acquiring the keys nor any anxiety about managing the household. After all, she had been adept at this in her previous life. Nevertheless, the grandeur of the Wang residence suggested that her current responsibilities would not be as effortless as before. As she touched the keyring, a sense of reassurance washed over her. She had firmly established her foothold in the Wang household, and the future seemed promising, yet, she was somewhat taken aback by the swift trust bestowed upon her by her mother-in-law, granting her the authority of the butler. In her past life, Shen Mingxian had never attained such power. She had often returned to her family to lament how the princess treated her like an outsider, preferring to manage the household herself despite her frail health rather than allow Shen Mingxian to take charge. The maids were lost in their jubilant chatter, congratulating her, when a young maid rushed in, breathless, to announce, "Lady of the heir has arrived." A sudden silence enveloped the room.
Shen Wantang spoke softly, "Please invite the heir in."
As her words fell, the young maid lifted the curtain, and Xiao Yuan stepped inside. Granny Chai promptly led the maids away, ensuring not to disturb the couple. This was the first time since their wedding that Xiao Yuan had taken the initiative to enter this courtyard. Inside, the two remained silent for a long time, while outside, a few maids quietly speculated about the reason for Xiao Yuan's visit. Could it be that the heir has realized the worth of the lady of the heir, and has come to consummate the marriage? Perhaps. I must say, the lady of the heir is truly a stunning beauty, far more captivating and genuine than that nun. The heir has no reason not to favor her. The lady of the heir possesses not only beauty but also considerable talent. Have you seen the books she reads? They are complex and profound, yet she annotates and comprehends each one. If the heir truly manages to consummate the marriage with her, will our Wang residence not welcome a young master soon? Oh dear, hurry to the kitchen and have them prepare water, lots of water. Meanwhile, Shen Wantang remained oblivious to her maid's vivid imaginations. She stood up and poured tea for Xiao Yuan. Noticing his repeated hesitations to speak, she began to discern his intentions. However, since he did not initiate conversation, she refrained from asking. After all, he held little affection for her, and might even view her as an intruder. If she were to engage him in conversation, it might give him the false impression that she harbored feelings for him, which would be quite unfavorable. Xiao Yuan had hoped Shen Wantang would speak first, but after waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, she remained resolutely silent, merely bowing her head and standing quietly, as if she could continue this way until the end of time. His heart raced with impatience, and reluctantly, he broke the silence. "Shen Wantang." The moment he spoke, he felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. How peculiar it was that he felt bested by a woman who appeared humble, gentle, and lacking presence. Now that he had initiated conversation, Shen Wantang could no longer ignore him. She slightly bent her body and said, "Heir, please, go on. I have brought Yen Luo back. I presume you are already aware." "Yes, I am aware. I wish to inquire, since you were able to awaken my mother, might you also be able to save Yen Luo? What has happened to her? She was frightened, has been experiencing severe abdominal pain, and is also bleeding. She fainted this evening." In her past life, Chu Yen Luo had lost the child she carried. However, her miscarriage did not occur at this time, nor in the Wang residence, but rather at Jisan Temple, orchestrated by those arranged by Shen Mingxian, who had drugged her, nearly resulting in a double tragedy. Yet, since the marriage exchange, many circumstances had changed, and Chu Yen Luo's situation could not simply be inferred from her previous life. "Heir, I am not skilled in preserving pregnancies. I fear I may be of no assistance. It would be best for you to seek a doctor proficient in this matter for Miss Yen Luo." Shen Wantang was unaware of Chu Yen Luo's current condition. If it were not serious, and she managed to help her, Xiao Yuan might not express gratitude. She would gain nothing from it, and might even incur her mother-in-law's resentment. Conversely, if she failed to help Chu Yen Luo, the outcome could mirror her previous life, where the fetus could not be retained, and Chu Yen Luo would suffer lasting harm, rendering her incapable of bearing children in the future. At that time, Xiao Yuan would likely harbor deep resentment towards her, and Chu Yen Luo would feel the same, as both had loathed Shen Mingxian to the utmost in their past life, having plotted countless schemes against her, making her the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Shen Wantang wished to avoid such turmoil. When confronted with Xiao Yuan's dilemma, the wisest course of action was to preserve her own well-being. Even if she could heal, she must assert that she could not. Furthermore, it was utterly foolish of Xiao Yuan to seek her, the lady of the heir, for assistance with a woman he had brought back from outside. He was muddled, but Shen Wantang remained clear-headed. "I have already sent for a physician skilled in preserving pregnancies, but he may not arrive immediately." Xiao Yuan's tone held a hint of sincerity. "I observed your proficiency when you administered acupuncture to my mother. The effects were immediate, and she awakened at once. I believe you could assist Yen Luo, at the very least, by giving her a few needles to help stop the bleeding. Consider it a favor I owe you. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, no matter the nature, I shall be at your service." He believed this promise to be quite compelling, one that no one would refuse. Yet, Shen Wantang remained unmoved, still bowing her head in respectful submission. "I would indeed cherish this favor from the heir. However, I genuinely have no capability in this matter. Acupuncture is not a panacea. My mother's condition was suitable for acupuncture, while Miss Yen Luo's is not. If the heir doubts this, he need only wait for the physician's arrival to confirm." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yuan's eyes, yet he understood that seeking Shen Wantang's help was, in itself, inappropriate. Thus, he did not take offense at her response. As he turned to leave, he paused at the door, finally offering an apology. "I apologize for my earlier doubts regarding your medical skills. It was my narrow-mindedness. I should not have judged by appearances." Shen Wantang replied softly, "It is nothing, it is only natural for the heir not to know me well and to harbor doubts.
I bear no ill will. Thank you for saving my mother."
"The heir is too courteous, it is what I ought to do."
Xiao Qingyuan regarded her unflappable demeanor, gaining a new understanding of her character.
He finally began to grasp why his mother had chosen her to be the lady of the heir. She truly seemed remarkable. Chapter 22. The child in her womb is no more. After Xiao Qingyuan departed, Granny Chai re-entered the room with the maidservants to attend to Shen Wantang. After a moment of restraint, Qin Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Lady, why did the young master come and then leave? Is he not staying with us in the Wutong courtyard tonight?" Shen Wantang, aware of her penchant for gossip, decided against withholding the truth, considering it was not a grave matter. With a smile, she replied, "Naturally, he will not be staying in our Wutong courtyard. He came to see me because I revived my mother and wished for me to perform acupuncture on Chu Yanluo to preserve her pregnancy."
"What? The young master actually expects you to assist that woman in maintaining her pregnancy? Is he out of his mind?" Qin Xian and Granny Chai exchanged bewildered glances, while the other maidservants stood in stunned silence.
They knew the young master was eccentric, but they had never anticipated such absurdity. How could one expect a legitimate wife to tend to a concubine's ailments? No, that was incorrect. The woman who came from Jisun Monastery was not even a concubine, she was merely a kept woman. Was this not an affront to their dignity? It was fortunate that the young mistress was magnanimous and possessed a gentle temperament. Had she been a woman of stronger disposition, she might have splashed him with hot tea, or worse, created a scene, scolding him fiercely and banishing Chu Yanluo from their abode. The night swiftly passed. Upon waking the next morning, Shen Wantang first went to pay her respects to the princess, observing that her condition had significantly improved since the previous evening. She then returned to her own quarters, preparing to take charge of household affairs. Just as she was about to summon the housekeepers of the Wang residence for identification, Qin Xian hurried into the room. "Lady, the woman from Jisun Monastery has lost the child in her womb."
Shen Wantang lifted her gaze. "The child is gone? Are you certain?"
"How could this happen so soon? This was unexpected. Shen Mingxian had not administered any drugs to her this time. How could the child simply vanish?" "Indeed, it was confirmed by the esteemed physician Su who attended to her. I discreetly provided him with a bribe and managed to uncover a secret. Her miscarriage was not due to fright, but rather because she ingested abortifacient drugs."
Now truly astonished, Shen Wantang responded, "She took abortifacient drugs? Who provided them to her?"
Qin Xian shook her head. Physician Su did not know. She refused to divulge anything, eventually feigning unconsciousness. However, I suspect she must have taken them herself, otherwise, how could she hope to capture the young master's heart while bearing another man's child? It must be that upon learning of the young master's marriage, she panicked, otherwise she would not have brazenly followed him to our residence without any official status. You may not know this, but she used to be quite proud. After being sent to Jisun Monastery by the Chu family, the young master visited her nearly every day, intending to bring her back to the Wang residence, yet she refused, claiming it was improper, essentially insisting that the young master should formally marry her with great ceremony. Now, look at how things have turned out. She deliberately staged a miscarriage to elicit the young master's sympathy, and consequently, she was brought back to the Wang residence.
Seeing Qin Xian's astute analysis, Shen Wantang couldn't help but chuckle. "You presume that being a maidservant is a wasted talent.
You would be better suited for solving cases at the Dali Temple." Indeed, while Qin Xian had not experienced rebirth, she had likely discerned the truth of the matter, proving herself to be a clever and perceptive maidservant, which explained her significant nurturing by the princess. However, if Chu Yanluo had indeed taken the abortifacient herself, then the reasons for her previous miscarriage became rather intriguing. Perhaps Shen Mingxian had been unjustly blamed. The one who administered the drugs might have been Chu Yanluo herself. Seeing Shen Wantang smile, Qin Xian grew anxious, stamping her foot. "Lady, why are you still smiling? The woman from Jisun Monastery is no ordinary adversary. I do not deceive you. The princess has suffered losses because of her. You must quickly devise a plan to expel her from the Wang residence, otherwise, she will surely cling to the young master without relent." Shen Wantang was well aware that Chu Yanluo was no mere adversary. Otherwise, she would not be carrying another man's child while keeping Xiao Qingyuan firmly ensnared. "Do not fret, the time for me to intervene has not yet arrived. Moreover, if I were to expel her, would that make the young master lose his affection for her? I fear he would simply accompany her to reside elsewhere." Qin Xian paused. "That seems plausible. Chu Yanluo residing in a nunnery had not hindered Xiao Qingyuan's pursuit of her. He had even gone so far as to become a monk for her sake." As silence fell, Qin Xian realized her hasty suggestions could have led to a significant blunder. "You are indeed more thoughtful and far-sighted than I, lady. I was too eager to assist, suggesting a poor idea. It is fortunate you did not heed my counsel, otherwise, it might have created a rift between you and the young master."
Shen Wantang did not perceive any fault in Qin Xian.
She merely yearned to assist her in winning Xiao Qingyuan's affections, yet, she had no desire to claim him for herself. Was life not already pleasant? It was tranquil and stable, far too comfortable to disrupt. "Go about your duties. Continue your inquiries as needed. If you require silver, seek it from Dujiao. I shall reimburse you for the silver you provided to physician Su. Dujiao. Please give Qin Xian 20 taels."
Qin Xian's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, young mistress."
This venture into intelligence gathering had proven fruitful. Indeed, the young mistress was generous, and associating with her was undoubtedly advantageous. Dujiao stepped forward to present the silver, and Qin Xian happily exited.
Young mistress, if you continue to spend so lavishly, our funds will quickly deplete, Du Jiao lamented, feeling the strain.
During their time at the Shen residence, they barely spent 20 taels in a year, yet here at the Wang residence, they required hundreds daily. An alarming predicament. Shen Wantang reassured her, do not fret over the silver.
It must be spent when necessary. Who would be willing to work for me if I were miserly? Rest assured, I can earn silver swiftly. In the future, we shall have an abundance of funds. In her previous life, she had shared a similar mindset with Du Jiao, having grown accustomed to frugality. Even after acquiring wealth, she had been reluctant to spend, which resulted in several capable managers she had painstakingly cultivated being lured away for higher pay. Moreover, she had worn herself thin, neglecting to invest in the best ginseng and bird's nest for her health, opting instead to endure her ailments with a few needles, merely to push through. Ultimately, her health deteriorated severely, acupuncture ceased to suffice, necessitating copious amounts of medicine, until one fateful bowl contained a fatal flaw, leading to her untimely demise. What was the point of saving money? If she died, would it not merely enrich Liaoha? Hence, she now embraced a somewhat vindictive approach to spending. She produced a silver ingot and pressed it into Du Jiao's hand. Have the kitchen prepare 2 additional dishes for us at noon. I am craving bamboo fungus with lotus and drunken fish. Moreover, please arrange for a bowl of 8 treasure porridge to be sent to the princess. It would be suitable for her in her ailing state. Du Jiao accepted the silver and set off to fulfill her orders. The morning passed swiftly, and by noon, the additional dishes had been prepared. Shen Wantang savored her meal with satisfaction. Just as she finished, Granny Quan arrived, her face alight with joy. Young mistress, the princess was delighted with the 8 treasure porridge you sent. She even gathered all the vibrant fabrics she had obtained from the palace, declaring them to be for you to make garments. As she spoke, she gestured to the maidservants accompanying her, who promptly placed bolts of exquisite fabric atop the table, stacked high. Chapter 23. A young master, you are out of money. It was merely a bowl of congee delivered to her mother-in-law, yet she received such a generous return gift. Shen Wantang smiled gratefully, saying, thank you, mother, for your kindness. Your generosity makes me want to bring you congee every day. The old matron chuckled warmly. The young lady may continue to send, for there are plenty of fine things at the Wangfu that the Wangfei is quite distressed about having no place to keep. The atmosphere here was filled with laughter and harmony, in stark contrast to the dismal mood in the Xinghe courtyard. Xu Yanluo lay on her bed, her face pale, tears welling in her eyes. Young master, is my child truly gone? Xiao Qingyuan looked at her with compassion. It will be all right, there will be more in the future. Your most pressing concern now is to recuperate, do not cry. He reached out to wipe her tears, but Xu Yanluo turned away. If the young master does not intend to marry me, then do not touch me. You should understand better than anyone, my life has been ruined after being forced by others. Xiao Qingyuan's hand froze mid-air. Yanluo, as long as you are willing to marry, I will take you as my wife. But if you wish for me to keep my distance, I can do so for a lifetime. Do not fear, I am not like that beast who caused your pregnancy. Xu Yanluo gazed at him, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. What foolishness do you speak, young master? You are already wed, how could I ever become your wife? Are you suggesting you might divorce her? I can divorce her, I have no affection for her, it was my mother who forced me into that marriage. At the time, you were taken away by my mother's people, and I feared for your safety, which compelled me to agree to the wedding. Young master, tears streamed down Xu Yanluo's face as she struggled to sit up. She wished to say something, but her strength failed her, and she collapsed softly against Xiao Qingyuan. He held her close but dared not place his hand on her waist, fearing to overstep. Supporting her with his arm, he asked anxiously, Yanluo, are you feeling unwell again? I shall summon the physician at once. Xu Yanluo gently shook her head, resting her chin on his shoulder, her voice a mere whisper in his ear, there is no need for the physician. I am not unwell, merely a bit weak, I shall be fine after a moment. Her breath brushed against Xiao Qingyuan's ear, causing it to flush crimson. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and he felt lightheaded. However, he understood that Xu Yanluo was not being intentional. He suppressed his feelings and helped her back to bed. Rest for now, I will have someone bring you something to eat. Then I shall trouble you, young master. Is there anything in particular you desire? The bird's nest soup you brought me last time at the temple was quite refreshing. I wonder how it was made. I know not how it is prepared, it is simply made by the kitchen at home. But if you like it, I shall have them make more. As Xiao Qingyuan spoke, he summoned his servant, Moji. Go to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of bird's nest soup. Moji complied but returned empty-handed moments later. Where is the bird's nest soup? Young master, the kitchen says they are out. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Out? That is impossible, the Wangfu stocks these items year-round, do you think I am unaware? Moji wore a troubled expression. Young master, the kitchen steward informed me that if you wish to eat it, you must pay for the bird's nest yourself. Previously, the young master had no interest in such delicacies, but now that he wanted bird's nest soup, it was evident it was for Xu Yanluo. It was no surprise the kitchen would be uncooperative. Xiao Qingyuan realized the kitchen was deliberately obstructing him and Xu Yanluo, and in his anger, he stood up. I have never heard of needing to pay for bird's nest soup before. Now that my mother has placed Shen Wantang in charge, she dares to ask for money. Does she truly believe she is the young mistress? Xu Yanluo sat up from the bed. Young master, there is no need for you to be troubled. I suspect this is the young mistress's intentional targeting of me. I shall not eat it, I will leave the Wangfu and return to the temple to be a nun. Xiao Qingyuan hurriedly sat beside her. What nonsense are you speaking?
As long as I am here, I will not allow you to return to that temple. It is no place for a person to stay. Lie down, it is merely a bowl of bird's nest soup.
I will send Moji to buy some.
No need, I did not truly desire the bird's nest soup. I merely mentioned it casually. I did not expect to be targeted. I have overestimated the situation. Young master, I shall leave now, and perhaps we shall meet again by fate. As Chu Yanluo spoke, she supported herself against the bed to stand. After taking a few steps, she collapsed.
Yanluo! Xiao Qingyuan gasped, quickly catching her. Why must you be so stubborn? You say you will leave without a second thought. Do you not have any feelings for me?
Chu Yanluo leaned against him, tears welling once more. She reached out a trembling hand to caress Xiao Qingyuan's face, only to retract it abruptly as if awakening. You are the finest man in this world, but I do not wish to burden you.
You do not burden me.
Xiao Qingyuan gently carried her back to bed, instructing his servant, Moji, go to Qingyun Tower and bring back 10 pounds of the finest bird's nest.
I want Yanluo to have her fill. Moji extended his hand. Young master, silver. Xiao Qingyuan's face darkened. Is not all my silver in your possession? Why do you ask me for more?
Young master, you have already spent the 1,000 taels you left with me. Last night alone, just for summoning Physician Qin, it cost 50 taels. The day before, you gave 500 taels to the temple head to bring Miss Yanluo from the temple, and the day before that, you spent 120 taels to nourish her.
And the day before that, enough. Xiao Qingyuan interrupted coldly. If the 1,000 taels are spent, simply draw another 1,000 from the account. What is there to discuss?
He did not want Yanluo to feel that he meticulously calculated every coin spent on her, for she loathed such mundane matters.
Young master, you forget.
The young mistress is now in charge. From now on, any expenditure requires her approval. Xiao Qingyuan paused, realizing the inescapable influence of Shen Wantang, that he stiffly turned to the beautiful yet sorrowful Chu Yanluo and softly said, Yanluo, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Chu Yanluo feigned ignorance of his intentions, gently nodding her head. Once he left, the sorrow on her face vanished. She touched her abdomen, relieved to find that the wretched child was no more. She had long wished to terminate the pregnancy but had not found the right opportunity. Compared to her previous life, this child's utility had diminished considerably. She had originally intended to use this child against Shen Mingxian. Yet, she never anticipated that upon her return to life, it was not Shen Mingxian who would marry Xiao Qingyuan, but rather Shen Mingxuan's half-sister, Shen Wantang. Chapter 24. A debt of 900 taels owed to the Wangfu. In light of such a significant change, Chu Yanluo promptly dispatched someone to investigate the matter. It was soon revealed that Shen Mingxian had been boasting far and wide, claiming she possessed the ability to foresee the future. Furthermore, she proclaimed that the currently inconspicuous scholar from a humble background, Liao Yoha, would ascend the ranks and eventually become the youngest minister of justice in the Defeng dynasty. With a cold laugh, Chu Yanluo realized that she was not the sole individual granted a second chance at life. The very person responsible for her demise, Shen Mingxian, had also been reborn. This was splendid news, for it meant that she could exact both her new and old grievances at once. As she contemplated this, she turned over in bed, still plotting how to deal with Shen Mingxian, without paying much heed to Shen Wantang, who had been exchanged into her family. Shen Mingxian, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, was not even a match for her, let alone Shen Wantang, a virtually inconsequential illegitimate daughter. In her previous life, being harmed by Shen Mingxian had merely been an unfortunate accident. In this life, such accidents would not occur again. She was determined to eliminate both Shen Mingxian and Shen Wantang, thereby securing her position as the future consort of the Prince of Ning. That foolish Shen Mingxian, to be reborn yet prattle on indiscriminately, such a monumental secret was best kept buried deep within one's heart. A dull ache throbbed in her lower abdomen, filling Chu Yanluo with immense frustration. All this was due to Xiao Qingyuan. When he pursued her previously, he never disclosed his true identity. At one point, he had even donned the attire of a mere servant, leading her to believe he was simply a handsome attendant, and she had dismissed him entirely. Had he revealed his identity earlier, she would not have found herself coerced into marriage and pregnant with a child in her desperate bid to wed the eldest son of the Wen family. By the time she learned of his true status, it was far too late. In Wutong courtyard, Xiao Qingyuan stormed in with an air of indignation, clutching a writing brush.
Shen Wantang, what is the meaning of this? Shen Wantang lifted her gaze from a large stack of account books, her expression slightly bewildered. Your Highness, what has happened? Are you feigning ignorance? Why has your servant been denied even a bowl of bird's nest soup? Mother entrusted you with the management of the household, and this is how you conduct it, arbitrarily withholding provisions from my Xinghe courtyard. If you cannot manage, then relinquish the duties of steward to my mother. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I have not deprived your courtyard of provisions. According to the regulations of the Wangfu, you are entitled to bird's nest soup daily. Then why did the servant fail to obtain it from the kitchen? The kitchen even insisted I purchase my own bird's nest. This Shen Wantang paused for a moment and then instructed Granny Chai. Granny, summon the steward from the kitchen at once and inquire about the situation. Granny Chai acknowledged and soon returned with the kitchen steward. Shen Wantang, possessing an exceptional memory, had already recalled the names of the various stewards she had met that morning. Yigao Dashan, His Highness claims that his servant was denied bird's nest soup and instructed to procure his own. Is this true? Yigao Dashan replied respectfully, replying to the esteemed princess consort. This is indeed the case, and why is that, esteemed princess consort? This was a specific directive from the Wangfei.
She stated that whatever you wish to eat, you need not spend your own silver to purchase, all expenses will be charged to the kitchen. However, for His Highness, he must personally cover the expenses for his meals, as he has expressed a desire to live as an ordinary person, thus the Wang Fei has respected his wishes and allowed him to be self-sufficient henceforth. Xiao Qingyuan's countenance darkened upon hearing this. So, he was expected to pay for meals within his own home. Granny Chai interjected, Your Highness, since this is a directive from the Wang Fei, it is not the fault of the princess consort. She is diligently managing the household. Next time you have a concern, please afford her some respect and inquire privately. Your public accusations may lead others to believe she is unjust, tarnishing her reputation, when in truth, this matter does not fall upon her shoulders. Xiao Qingyuan regarded Granny Chai, who had once been his closest confidant since childhood, and felt a twinge of discomfort. After having dismissed her due to her opposition to his marriage to Chu Yanluo, he had regretted it deeply. Yet, hearing her defend Shen Wantang now, he found himself troubled by the distance that had grown between them. Realizing that Granny Chai spoke wisely, he acknowledged that he had misdirected his anger towards Shen Wantang. Turning to her, he noticed her composed demeanor, devoid of any sign of resentment or indignation at his wrongful accusation, as if she had long grown accustomed to being misunderstood and scolded. A pang of sympathy stirred within him. She had been wronged yet offered no retaliation, not even tears. After a brief silence, he awkwardly said, Shen Wantang, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Shen Wantang replied with serene composure, It is nothing, Your Highness. Would you still like to have some bird's nest soup? I have yet to eat my portion today, I can offer it to you. Her magnanimity left Xiao Qingyuan feeling somewhat guilty, yet he shook his head. No need, you may keep your portion. I will send my servant to purchase some. The servant beside him quietly murmured, Your Highness. The silver. Xiao Qingyuan shot him a glare, his expression darkening. Cough. Shen Wantang, I require 1,000 taels. Please draw it from the accounts. Dua Wan, standing beside Shen Wantang, gasped in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could the prince so brazenly demand 1,000 taels as if he treated silver with such disregard? Shen Wantang too felt the sum was excessive, yet she did not refuse. Instead, she turned to Granny Chai, asking, Granny, according to the regulations of the Wangfu, what is the monthly allowance for His Highness? Granny Chai replying to the esteemed princess consort, His Highness's monthly allowance is 100 taels, and this month, he has already withdrawn his full allowance. In fact, he has withdrawn a total of 1,000 taels, leaving him with a debt of 900 taels to the Wangfu. Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed, What did you say? My monthly allowance is only 100 taels, I owe the estate 900 taels. Indeed, Your Highness, this is preposterous. I have never spent less than 100 taels a month. I have previously spent as much as 10,000 taels. What was in the past is in the past. The current situation is different. The Wang and Wang Fei are indifferent to your past expenditures. However, you explicitly stated that you no longer wish to fulfill the responsibilities of the Wangfu's heir. Since you refuse to take on the duties of a prince, you shall not enjoy the privileges of one either. Granny Chai continued calmly, This was a direct order from the Wang, and henceforth, you will no longer receive a monthly allowance. Please repay the 900 taels owed for this month promptly, while previous debts will be overlooked. Fuming, Xiao Qingyuan flung his sleeves and strode out. If I am not to receive it, then so be it. Does the prince rely on a monthly allowance to survive? I have plenty of silver. Chapter 25. I am not like those superficial women. Shen Wantang watched as Xiao Qingyuan stormed off in anger and couldn't help but ask Granny Chai, Granny, will we truly no longer need to provide the heir with his monthly allowance? What will happen to his expenses for food and clothing in the courtyard? Rest assured, young lady, the prince and princess are resolute in teaching the heir a lesson. The silver will no longer be provided, and there is no need to worry about the expenses in Xinghe courtyard. If the heir possesses any real capability, he should earn his own silver to support that shameless sister of his. Shen Wantang nodded, relieved at the thought of not having to concern herself with Xiao Qingyuan's expenses. While reviewing the accounts earlier, she had been taken aback by the extravagant sums he spent each month. He claimed that a monthly expenditure of 10,000 taels was exceedingly minimal. Last month alone, he had squandered an astonishing 540,000 taels. Moreover, there was no record of where the money had been spent. Every time he requested funds, the account manager provided them without question. It was understandable, for he was the heir of the Ning Wangfu, the only son of the Ning Wang and Wang Fei, with a fortune beyond measure. If not him, then whom else should the money be spent on? Shen Wantang recalled the scorn with which Xiao Qingyuan had mocked her on the way home, deriding her for her affection for gold and silver trinkets, suggesting that she was fond of adorning herself with material possessions. Now she realized that it was not that Xiao Qingyuan disdained wealth, rather, he had lived in such opulence that he had lost all sense of its value. She couldn't help but wonder how the lofty and refined Miss Chu would react upon discovering that Xiao Qingyuan was penniless. Craving bird's nest soup, she should purchase it herself. Lacking silver, she should earn it herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan returned to his courtyard with a grim expression. Yet, despite his bravado before leaving, he found himself utterly broke, unable even to afford a bowl of bird's nest soup for the woman he cherished. He lingered at the entrance, hesitating for quite some time, unable to face Chu Yanluo without bringing back the coveted delicacy. The young servant reminded him, Young master, do you not have your own storeroom? It is filled with your personal belongings. You could easily pawn something from there for some silver. Xiao Qingyuan's spirits lifted at the thought. Indeed, he still had his storeroom. He cast an appreciative glance at the servant. Moji, go fetch the key to the storeroom. We shall select something. Moji replied, Master, have you forgotten? You entrusted the storeroom key to the young lady. We must visit her to retrieve it. Xiao Qingyuan stiffened, suddenly recalling this detail. A sense of unease washed over him. Did I give her the key? Indeed, master. And she has yet to return it? Correct. Has she taken anything from my storeroom? Yes, I heard she took quite a bit. How outrageous.
Does she presume my private storeroom belongs to her?
Xiao Qingyuan's irritation flared. I should never have heeded my mother's advice to offer her any compensation. She has likely emptied my storeroom. She is insatiable, utterly shameless. Master, it's insatiable as a snake swallowing an elephant. Moji scratched his head, bemused by the young master's flustered speech.
Xiao Qingyuan playfully tapped his head. Are you teaching me?
Yes, I overstepped.
Moji cautiously inquired, Master, shall we ask the young lady for the key and reclaim everything she has taken?
Xiao Qingyuan tapped his head again. Of course, we must retrieve the key, but what of the items? I promised her compensation, allowing her to select some gold and silver trinkets from my storeroom. If I were to demand them back now, where would I place my dignity? I have never reclaimed anything I have given away.
Yes, I was narrow-minded. As they conversed, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Chu Yanluo clad in flowing white garments.
Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her face, pale from her recent miscarriage, only heightened her beauty, adding an air of fragility that stirred a man's protective instincts even more than her previous elegance. A breeze swept through, causing her skirt to flutter and her hair to dance, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, leaving Xiao Qingyuan utterly entranced.
Young master.
Yes?
You have returned. Why do you not come inside?
Oh, I cannot bear to enter without bringing back the bird's nest soup. Shame washed over Xiao Qingyuan. He felt utterly embarrassed, never imagining he would find himself unable to procure even a bowl of bird's nest soup one day. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed with surprise and concern, Yanluo, why are you out here? You should return and rest. You require proper recuperation. Physician Qin has advised that you need at least a month of good rest. Chu Yanluo smiled gracefully, young master, I am not so fragile. Though I am somewhat depleted and unwell, I can manage. I am not like those women who feign weakness. They love to exaggerate the hardships of childbirth, seeking only the sympathy and affection of men. I have no need for such things. Xiao Qingyuan looked at her with newfound respect, his admiration deepening. I know, you are unlike those superficial women, you never seek to please men, always remaining true to yourself. Chu Yanluo spoke proudly, indeed, I am different from those shallow women. A woman should not rely on anyone in this world but herself. I have always looked down upon those who would sell their souls and bodies for mere gold and silver. I, Chu Yanluo, would never stoop to such depths. Xiao Qingyuan felt increasingly drawn to her purity and uniqueness. Yanluo, you are the most ambitious and extraordinary woman I have ever encountered.
Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. Chu Yanluo offered a gentle smile. Young master, encountering you is also the greatest blessing of my life. However, I believe I overheard you mention that your storeroom key has been taken? That it has been emptied? What can I do to assist?
Fearing she might misunderstand, Xiao Qingyuan maintained a stern expression. It is nothing, I will retrieve the key shortly.
But if your storeroom has already been emptied, what use is the key?
Young master, you possess a pure heart. Do not let cunning individuals deceive you. Guard your possessions closely.
Xiao Qingyuan nodded. You are right.
You are the true master of this residence. If anyone has stolen from the master, simply expel them. Retaining unscrupulous servants in the mansion could lead to significant troubles. Xiao Qingyuan felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, he could use this opportunity to confront Shen Wantang, exposing her greedy and shameless actions in emptying his private storeroom, and then expel her from the Wangfu. In doing so, wouldn't he be free to marry Yanluo? Chapter 26. Yet another misunderstanding. With this thought brewing in his mind, Xiao Qingyuan could scarcely afford to delay for even a moment. He turned to Chu Yanluo and said, Yanluo, please return to your room and await my return. I shall retrieve my private treasury key and expel the interloper who has dared to occupy my space. Then I shall wait here for the esteemed son's good news, replied Chu Yanluo. As she spoke, she watched him hastily exit the courtyard, accompanied by his attendant, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Indeed, Shen Wantang was nothing more than an inconsequential illegitimate daughter. Having just entered the residence, she audaciously seized Xiao Qingyuan's treasury key and attempted to empty his vault. Such an unsophisticated individual. Upon encountering the treasures within the treasury, she must have been rendered speechless. Having never laid eyes on such exquisite rarities before, it was hardly surprising that she would be unable to maintain her composure in their presence. Indeed, dealing with Shen Wantang proved far easier than with Shen Mingxian. A mere few words from Chu Yanluo had prompted Xiao Qingyuan to take action against her. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan stormed back into Wutong courtyard, his expression dark and foreboding. Shen Wantang, seeing his displeasure, Shen Wantang stood, unaware of how she had offended him this time, and calmly inquired, Esteemed son, is there something amiss? You have taken my treasury key. Why have you not returned it? The treasury contains my private property, which you have no right to manage, let alone appropriate. I am aware that the contents belong to you, esteemed son. Thus, I have only taken a few pieces of gold and silver trinkets that you might deem unworthy, leaving everything else untouched. Impossible. My servants informed me that you have removed numerous items from my treasury. Which servant made this claim? Might you bring them forth to confront me directly? Xiao Qingyuan turned to his attendant, who told you this. Summon them now, that they may expose her deceitful facade. Moji replied, I merely overheard a fragment of conversation. Xiao Qingyuan felt an urge to kick him but realized that this was not the time for chastising his attendant. He extended his hand toward Shen Wantang, demanding, return my treasury key. Esteemed son, your treasury key has already been taken by my mother. What? That is my treasury key. Why did you give it to her? Shen Wantang appeared bewildered. Is it not clear that you and my mother are distinct entities? Moreover, she requested your treasury key, and I could not refuse her. However, rest assured, she has not disturbed the items within. She merely instructed the chief steward to inventory the contents, ensuring that nothing is misplaced without your knowledge. If you harbor any doubts, you may inspect the treasury yourself. The chief steward should not have completed the inventory yet. This, Xiao Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. He clenched his fists, feeling a sense of frustration. I shall certainly inspect the treasury myself. If I discover it has been emptied, you will be banished from the Ning Wang. This residence shall not harbor those of dubious character. Shen Wantang lowered her head and bowed slightly. Esteemed son, please verify as you wish. Xiao Qingyuan snorted coldly, turning on his heel with his attendant in tow. The duo quickly made their way to the treasury. Upon entering, they found the chief steward diligently overseeing the inventory of the items within. The room was brimming with treasures, gold, silver, jewels, ancient texts, paintings, jades, and agates, all dazzling to the eye. Moji could not help but exclaim, Master, your treasury has not been emptied, all the treasures remain. Then why did you claim she had emptied my treasury? Master, I was wronged, I never said such a thing. Didn't you say that yourself? Moji mumbled quietly before adding, it seems that the future daughter-in-law is not as we imagined. You have wronged her several times now, perhaps that is a bit unjust? Silence, do I require your input in my affairs? Although Xiao Qingyuan spoke harshly, he was beginning to feel regret for having unjustly accused Shen Wantang multiple times. This behavior was unbecoming of him. He had never been one to casually wrong an innocent person, yet recently, he found himself doing precisely that. As for Shen Wantang, her temperament was remarkably agreeable. Despite his repeated accusations and misunderstandings, she had not raised her voice in anger and had spoken to him with kindness, a rarity indeed. It was no wonder that even his fastidious mother held her in such high regard. The chief steward rushed forward upon seeing him. Esteemed son, you have arrived. Have you come to ascertain whether anything is missing from your treasury? Xiao Qingyuan cast him a sidelong glance and asked, how many items has Shen Wantang taken from me? Esteemed son, not much at all, merely a few outdated gold bracelets and hairpins of little value. She did not touch any of the valuable treasures. The chief steward appeared puzzled. Esteemed son, did you not explicitly allow your future daughter-in-law to take what she wished? Did you not provide her with the key? Is it possible that she has stolen it? Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation. Nonsense, how could she possibly steal my key? I naturally gave it to her. Then are you now reneging on your word? Planning to reclaim the few items you permitted her to take? Preposterous, which of your eyes saw me backtrack? They are merely trifling pieces of gold and silver. If she has taken them, so be it. Am I so petty as to reclaim them? Is Chief Steward Lu intent on provoking me? Do you wish to be dismissed from your position? Of course not, I beg your pardon, esteemed son. Xiao Qingyuan dismissed him with a wave, choosing to survey the treasury for himself. He picked up a vibrant blood coral ornament, recalling that it had been presented by a small nation in Nanyang, claimed to be their national treasure. The Empress had later gifted it to him after enjoying it for a few days. Seeing that he admired it, surely, this item could fetch a handsome sum, enough to buy Yen Luo plenty of bird's nest delicacies. Just as he decided to leave with the blood coral in hand, he was confronted by Chief Steward Lu. Esteemed son, you cannot take this. Xiao Qingyuan glared at him, how dare you obstruct me? This is my treasury, I shall take what I please, step aside. Yet, the usually obsequious Chief Steward Lu had taken on a surprisingly firm stance. If you insist on taking it, I shall have no choice but to report to the prince and princess. I doubt you will be able to leave the palace with it, and even if you do, no shop in the entire capital would dare accept such an item. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened at this threat. Do you dare to threaten me? I would never. You claim so, yet you clearly disregard my authority. I shall take it regardless, it rightfully belongs to me, and speaking to my father about it will avail you nothing. Move aside, if you obstruct me again, I shall make you regret it. Chief Steward Lu had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with his master. He was certain that Xiao Qingyuan would not be able to leave the palace with such a rare treasure. Thus, he quickly stepped aside. Xiao Qingyuan cast him a cold glance and made to exit, but after only 2 steps, he halted. At the entrance stood a woman clad in flowing white, exuding an ethereal presence that rendered the treasury's rare treasures dull in comparison. Chapter 27. The Master is also blind. The ethereal woman spoke softly, Your Grace. Her melodious voice seemed to summon Xiao Qingyuan's soul back to reality. Yet he hurried forward, filled with concern, and said, Yen Luo, why have you come out? Did I not instruct you to rest well within the confines of your room? Do not worry, I shall send someone to procure the finest bird's nest for you. Yen Luo struggled to divert her gaze from the countless rare treasures surrounding her. In her previous life, she had longed for these exquisite items, but alas, she had been betrayed and met her demise at the hands of Shen Mingxian before she could lay claim to them. In this lifetime, she was determined to possess every treasure within this chamber. I am quite well, Your Grace, truly, I am not so fragile. I merely came out to seek you, as I noticed you had not returned for quite some time. The mention of bird's nest soup was merely a casual remark. You need not take it to heart. Had I known it would cause you such distress, I would have refrained from saying it. It was never my intention to trouble you. Neither is it a trouble nor a burden. Xiao Qingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment, especially in the presence of the woman he cherished most. She wished for but a bowl of bird's nest soup, yet he had busied himself for ages without even catching a glimpse of the delicacy. Observing Yen Luo standing there, her complexion pale as if a mere breeze could topple her, he felt a pang of heartache. Allow me to escort you back. The sun is fierce outside, and I would not want you to suffer from the heat. Yen Luo nodded, casting one last glance at the priceless treasures within the storeroom. With her head held high, she followed Xiao Qingyuan back to the Xinghe courtyard. Along the way, they encountered numerous maids and servants, all of whom were struck with astonishment upon seeing her, some so taken aback that they momentarily forgot to pay their respects to Xiao Qingyuan. As Yen Luo observed their astonished expressions, a sense of pride swelled within her. Though her demeanor remained aloof, regardless of who gazed upon her, she offered them no more than a fleeting glance. Surely, they were marveling at her extraordinary grace and breathtaking beauty. She had often witnessed such astonishment on others' faces in her youth, and she had grown accustomed to it, and no one could escape the allure of her enchanting visage. All would bow before her, with men consumed by longing and women consumed by jealousy, resorting to whispered slanders. Xiao Qingyuan too believed the maids and servants were astonished by Chu Yanluo's remarkable beauty, and he generously forgave their momentary lapse in decorum. He yearned to take her hand, yet he feared her ire. Such a noble woman as she would surely find public displays of affection unbecoming. His hand clenched and unclenched, ultimately refraining from reaching for her, though he inched closer. Remarkably, Chu Yanluo did not seem to mind his proximity. She even turned to him and smiled. Xiao Qingyuan was momentarily entranced, unable to contain his feelings. "Yanluo, you are truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Even the maids and servants of the estate are captivated by your beauty. They have never encountered a woman of your caliber, and each one is left dumbfounded." With an air of indifference, Chu Yanluo replied, "Your Grace, you flatter me. Physical appearance is but the least significant aspect. It is a woman's inner wisdom and refinement that hold true importance. If my mind were devoid of substance, then even the most exquisite beauty would amount to nothing more than a meaningless trinket." Xiao Qingyuan sighed, "You are indeed unlike other women. While they are preoccupied with vying for attention through clothing and adornments, they neglect the enrichment of their inner selves. Each person has their own aspirations. One cannot simply condemn those who choose differently. After all, they must rely on men throughout their lives, and thus, it is only natural for them to invest effort in their appearances to capture a man's heart. As for myself, I have no such need." Not far behind them, Mog could hardly suppress a roll of his eyes. This Chu Yanluo was putting on quite the act. If she truly did not need to rely on men, why then did she not leave? Her lingering presence in the royal residence, without a name or title, belied her claims of independence. It seemed only their naive master could be so easily deceived by her fabrications. He believed his master thought the maids and servants were astonished by Chu Yanluo's beauty, yet he had overheard their true astonishment at her audacity, parading about the estate with the young master. His master was indeed blind. The newly arrived young mistress was far more graceful and dignified than this Chu Yanluo. The key difference was that the young mistress was pure and unblemished, without any scandalous past, possessing an unparalleled temperament and healing abilities that endeared her to the princess. However, Mog could only grumble his thoughts inwardly, daring not utter a word before Xiao Qingyuan. After all, he had witnessed the fate of Granny Chai. She had once boasted of her position as the young master's wet nurse, exposing Chu Yanluo's hypocrisy and unworthiness before him, even chastising him for his poor judgment, which had led to embarrassment for the entire estate and caused the princess to faint. Yet, Xiao Qingyuan had reacted as if bewitched, dismissing her words and expelling her from the estate, vowing never to see her again. If even Granny Chai could be cast out, Mog knew better than to challenge fate. If he were expelled, who would care for his younger siblings? Though his master may be blind, he was nonetheless generous and free-handed, and Mog had no desire to jeopardize his hard-won position. In truth, aside from Granny Chai, there had been 2 maids, 2 scholars, and 2 young attendants who had all been dismissed after Xiao Qingyuan became acquainted with Chu Yanluo. Mog remained solely due to his unwavering loyalty, always attuned to his master's thoughts and needs, carrying out every command, particularly concerning Chu Yanluo, with whom he never opposed his master. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Mog followed his master back to the courtyard, where he was handed a magnificent piece of blood coral. "Go, find a pawnshop and exchange this for 10 pounds of the finest bird's nest. Remember, it must be the best." Mog gazed at the resplendent blood coral in his hands, his heart trembling. "Master, the quality and size of this piece are unparalleled in the entire capital. A pawnshop may well refuse to accept it. Blood coral is revered as the spirit of the sea, known for its slow growth, often taking hundreds, even thousands of years to mature. The more vibrant and pure the color of the coral, the more precious it becomes, leading to the saying, 1,000-year coral, 10,000-year red." The specimen presented as tribute from the Nanyang kingdom was of the utmost quality. Though Mog had witnessed many fine treasures alongside Xiao Qingyuan over the years, he had only seen one piece of blood coral of this caliber. When an item is of such exceptional quality, the risks associated with pawning it skyrocket. A pawnshop capable of accepting this blood coral would undoubtedly be backed by powerful figures, and they would likely recognize it as a tribute item immediately. Accepting it could cost them their heads. Chapter 28. Young master, could you lend me a hand? Upon hearing the servant's words, Xiao Qingyuan struck him sharply on the head. Why would the pawnshop hesitate to accept it? They would certainly take it if there is profit to be made. Even if the pawnshop refuses, do you not have other places to sell it? The black market in East Street accepts everything, so why not sell it there? But this blood coral was given to you by Her Majesty. Enough of your prattle. Go quickly. If you do not manage to exchange it for bird's nest today, I shall cast you out. Mog trembled in fear, dejectedly clutching the blood coral as he walked out. Chu Yanluo, watching from the side, felt her heart bleed. That was a priceless treasure, worth more than 1,000 taels of gold, a gem that was valuable yet not for sale. Xiao Qingyuan was actually allowing the servant to sell it, to exchange it for bird's nest. At this moment, she wished to tell Xiao Qingyuan that she had no desire for bird's nest. She would be content with just the blood coral. Observing Mog's retreating figure, she leaned closer to Xiao Qingyuan, her arm unintentionally brushing against him. "Young master, is that truly blood coral? It appears rather intriguing. I had no idea such things could grow in the sea." Xiao Qingyuan, sensing her closeness, gleefully inquired, "Yanluo, do you fancy blood coral?" "Not exactly fancy, but it certainly looks quite unique." Xiao Qingyuan immediately called out, "Mog, come back." Mog hurriedly returned, clutching the coral.
Master, have you changed your mind? Are we not selling this treasure anymore?
Xiao Qing Yuan snatched the blood coral and thrust it into Chu Yanluo's hands.
We are not selling it, Yanluo finds it interesting, so let her have it.
Mog could not help but glance at Chu Yanluo, only to catch a fleeting glimmer of greed in her eyes. Oh, how quickly she succumbed. Was she already asking the young master for something? Was she not supposed to be aloof? Was she not above relying on men? How could she break her facade upon seeing a piece of blood coral? Naturally, Chu Yanluo feigned reluctance before grudgingly accepting the blood coral. Mog suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and quietly murmured, Master, about the silver. Xiao Qing Yuan pondered for a moment before unfastening a jade pendant from his possession.
Go sell this. Mog hurriedly caught the pendant, desperately attempting to dissuade him. Master, this cannot be sold.
It was personally engraved by the emperor upon your birth, bearing your zodiac sign. If this is sold, my head will surely be forfeit.
Xiao Qing Yuan, infuriated, retorted, This cannot be sold, that cannot be sold. What then can be sold? Shall I sell myself? Mog cradled the pendant as if it were a sacred decree.
Master, if you could part with some gold or silver items, those can be sold and would sell quite well.
Xiao Qing Yuan glared at him. Do you think I am like Shen Wantang, a mere commoner?
I possess none of those mundane possessions. Only someone like Shen Wantang, who has never seen the world, would covet gold and silver away with you. Do not taint my and Yanluo's ears with such trivialities.
Chu Yanluo furrowed her brow slightly. Young master, does Shen Wantang truly have a penchant for gold and silver? Xiao Qing Yuan nodded.
Indeed, she is quite the commoner, thus her fondness for such things. I know you are unlike her, looking down upon such materialistic possessions, which is why I have never brought them before you to offend your sensibilities.
Chu Yanluo could not help but interject, It is not that they offend me.
While gold and silver do indeed seem rather mundane, these items, seeing her frown deepen, Xiao Qing Yuan assumed that mentioning such things displeased her and hastily reassured, Worry not, those items imbued with the scent of copper shall be discarded to Shen Wantang in the future. Her life shall remain as it is, utterly mundane, only deserving of such trifles. As for you, Yanluo, you are a woman of the highest purity and refinement, you shall receive all of my love.
Shen Wantang shall receive not even a fraction of it.
Chu Yanluo nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Xiao Qing Yuan intended to give all the gold and silver to Shen Wantang, on what grounds? Had she known, she would never have attempted to establish her own lofty persona. She had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. Noticing Chu Yanluo's displeasure, Xiao Qing Yuan kicked Mog.
What did I tell you about mentioning gold and silver?
You have now sullied Yanluo's ears. Get out and procure some bird's nest. If you fail to return with it, do not come back. Mog, having received a kick, still insisted, Master, the silver. Xiao Qing Yuan was exasperated by these two words.
No, no, no. Master, bird's nest is not inexpensive. Without silver, who will sell it to us?
Without silver, cannot you extend credit? Simply charge it to the royal residence's account. Hurry. With no other choice, Mog turned to leave. Before he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Chu Yanluo, who was clutching the blood coral. Chu Yanluo noticed Mog's gaze, which was anything but friendly. Once Mog had left, she leaned closer to Xiao Qing Yuan, her finger brushing against his. Young master, I feel rather fatigued. Xiao Qing Yuan, believing she had accidentally brushed against him, worried she might misconstrue his intentions as disrespectful and promptly took a step back.
Yanluo, you should go inside and rest.
Chu Yanluo, inwardly frustrated, thought to herself that she had already touched his hand. Why did he not seize the opportunity to hold hers? Instead retreating, she could only continue, Young master, could you assist me? I feel a bit dizzy.
Xiao Qing Yuan quickly stepped forward to support her arm. Hurry inside.
I told you to rest, yet you would not listen. Now you are feeling unwell, are you? Leaning against him as they walked inside, she casually remarked, I was simply concerned for the young master. There is no one competent by your side, only Mog, yet I sense that his intentions are not entirely pure. At times, the way he looks at me is rather, never mind, he is, after all, someone at your side. I shall refrain from saying much, just be cautious, young master. Do not place too much trust in your servants, their hearts often harbor ill intentions.
She spoke only halfway, yet Xiao Qing Yuan immediately grasped her implication.
She was suggesting that Mog harbored improper thoughts towards her. Xiao Qing Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The servants he had retained had dwindled to just Mog. Unlike the other servants in the residence, Mog had emerged from the palace, having undergone cleansing. Since the age of 6, Mog had followed him like a shadow for over a decade. In times of danger, he was always the first to protect him, even at the cost of his own life, never hesitating. Thus, even in his confusion, Xiao Qing Yuan knew that Mog's loyalty was as steadfast as the heavens. While the entire world opposed his pursuit of Chu Yanluo, declaring her unsuitable, only Mog had stood by him, never uttering a single word against her. Consequently, he had dismissed the elderly maid, the maidservants, and the young scholars, yet he retained Mog. His trust in Mog surpassed that of anyone else. Everyone else might betray him, but Mog would not. Therefore, when Chu Yanluo hinted that Mog harbored ulterior motives towards her, Xiao Qing Yuan remained unconvinced. Chapter 29 In Shen Wantang, please assist me just this once.
However, Xiao Qing Yuan did not dwell on this matter too deeply. In his heart, Chu Yanluo represented the epitome of purity and nobility. Perhaps she merely disliked being scrutinized by men. He carried Chu Yanluo back to the inner chamber and gently placed her on the bed, speaking softly, Yanluo, Moji has been by my side for a long time. He is fiercely loyal to me and would never dare to show you any disrespect. You can trust him. Chu Yanluo could not help but raise an eyebrow. Does the heir believe I am slandering him? Did you not see the raw gaze he cast upon me just now, and you still assert that he would not dare to be disrespectful? Am I to deceive you? No, that is not what I meant. I meant to say that Moji is a eunuch. He harbors no thoughts towards women. If he gazed at you, it may simply be due to your extraordinary beauty. And what of eunuchs? Are they devoid of desires towards women? How is it that the eunuchs in the palace still seek companionship? Is my beauty to blame for this? A thin sheen of sweat broke upon Xiaoqing Yuan's forehead. No, it is not your fault at all. It is undoubtedly Moji's fault. Rest assured, when he returns, I shall reprimand him. If he dares to look at you again, I shall have his eyes plucked out. Plucking out his eyes is rather excessive. It is too cruel. After all, he has served you for so long. Even if he has no merits, he has endured hardships. Simply expelling him would suffice. Xiaoqing Yuan paused. You wish for me to expel Moji? Indeed, what of it? A servant with such questionable character ought to be dismissed, should he not? But if Moji is expelled, I shall have no one to attend to me. You dismissed all those maids and servants whom you did not favor, leaving only Moji behind. And so what? You, as a noble heir, can procure any maid or servant you desire at will. I can assist you in selecting them, and afterwards, I shall personally train them to ensure their unwavering loyalty to you, so that from this moment on, they shall heed only your commands. Chu Yanluo had been preparing to enter the royal residence, and thus had incited Xiaoqing Yuan to rid himself of those around him. The servants had all looked down upon her, whispering ill of her in Xiaoqing Yuan's ear, making her unable to command them. In her previous life, she had refrained from being too overt to maintain her image of nobility before Xiaoqing Yuan, leaving him with Moji to serve him. However, in this life, she had no such reservations, for she understood well the depth of Xiaoqing Yuan's infatuation with her. Forcing away his trusted servant was but a trivial matter. In his past life, he had severed ties with his parents for her sake. Maids and servants can certainly be procured, but Moji shall remain for now. And if you dislike him, I shall ensure he does not appear before you. Chu Yanluo felt a surge of displeasure at his refusal to replace Moji. Previously, she had managed to expel even Granny Chai. Why was it that when it came to Moji, Xiaoqing Yuan would not comply? She turned her face away, presenting him with her back. I am tired. You may leave now, heir. As she turned, Xiaoqing Yuan noticed that the back of her skirt was stained with a large patch of red. He panicked. Yanluo, your skirt, have you bled again? Why did you not inform me? Wait here, I shall summon the physician at once. With that, he hurriedly exited. Chu Yanluo, filled with trepidation, tugged at the hem of her skirt, only to discover a significant bloodstain. Her complexion turned ashen. When had this happened? Surely she had not wandered through half the palace with such a visible mark. No wonder the maids and matrons regarded her with such peculiar glances. She had thought they were enraptured by her beauty, when in fact it was due to the bloodstain on her skirt. In a flurry, she rose from the bed, lifting her skirt to inspect further, only to find her undergarments and trousers completely soaked in blood. Anger and fear coursed through her. Had she not already lost that wretched life within her? Why was there still so much blood? In her previous life, after taking abortifacients, she had merely felt weak for a few days and awakened to find herself in a state of near exhaustion. Not this dire situation. Dizziness overcame her, and she felt both thirsty and hungry, yet there was not a morsel of food in the room. Xiaoqing Yuan was utterly useless. How could the esteemed heir fail to procure even a bowl of bird's nest soup? Surely she would not meet her end by starvation within the Ning Wang residence. At Wutong courtyard, Shen Wantang was reviewing accounts while listening to the chattering of the maids. The one from Jisun Monastery made quite a fool of herself today. Dressed in a white gown, her hair unbound, she paraded around our residence, completely oblivious to the blood staining her back. Did she not just suffer a miscarriage? How can she be wandering about so carelessly? Is she not afraid of any lingering complications? She boldly proclaimed in front of the chief steward that she is unlike other women, that she is not so frail. What a splendid persona she has crafted for herself, and naturally, she has garnered the heir's additional sympathy. The heir is completely taken in by her act. What can we do? He even sold the finest blood coral from the storeroom to buy her bird's nest soup. The treasure was bestowed by the Empress Dowager, yet the heir was willing to part with it. He must be bewitched. I suspect she rushed to the storeroom not only to establish her persona but also to covet the treasures within. At this point, Xinxin could not help but advise Shen Wantang, Madam, you must be wary of her. Do not allow her to deceive the heir into parting with treasures from the storeroom. Shen Wantang did not lift her head as she replied, has not my mother already taken inventory of the items in the heir's storeroom? Rest assured, she cannot take anything from there and now. Cease your gossiping and return to your tasks. Such matters shall not be discussed henceforth. Xinxin promptly nodded, yes, madam. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaoqing Yuan rushed in, flustered. Xinxin paused for a moment before hastily bowing, heir. Fortunately, their conversation had been interrupted in time by the heir's arrival. Had he overheard, they would have faced dire consequences. Shen Wantang also rose to pay her respects. Heir, you have arrived. Yanluo has bled again. Quickly summon the physician. Xiaoqing Yuan exclaimed, then realizing his tone was too abrupt, he added, Shen Wantang, Yanluo's condition is rather grave. Please assist me this once, and I shall owe you a favor. Shen Wantang regarded him for a moment before instructing Xinxin, go summon the physician. However, Xinxin hesitated, questioning why she should save that shameless woman. Was the heir's wife not too kind-hearted? Would it not be preferable if Chu Yanluo simply perished? Shen Wantang discerned her thoughts in that fleeting moment of hesitation and reiterated in a firm tone, go fetch physician Qin.
Ensure that sufficient silver is provided so that he may treat her to the best of his ability. We cannot allow anything to happen to Miss Chu within the palace, do you understand? Chapter 30. The worthlessness of a man's promise. For the first time, Qin Xan witnessed such severity in the words of the young lady of the air. A jolt coursed through her as she suddenly grasped the underlying meaning in the young lady's tone. The young lady feared that Chu Yanluo might encounter misfortune within the palace, which would embroil the household in even greater troubles. The palace was already teetering on the edge of scandal. Should Chu Yanluo perish within its confines, all would accuse the palace of her demise. There would even be whispers suggesting that the newly arrived young lady had harbored ill will towards Chu Yanluo, leading to her untimely end.
Qin Xan hastily nodded. Yes, young lady, I shall summon physician Qin at once.
Xiao Qingyuan watched her rush away, feeling a slight sense of relief. He turned his gaze to Shen Wantang, his expression imbued with complexity.
Thank you.
There is no need for thanks, young master, Shen Wantang replied, her serene countenance prompting him to reconsider his preconceived notions about his ostensibly inconsequential wife. From the day of their marriage until now, she had not only refrained from causing him any grievance but had, in fact, assisted him time and again. In this instance, she could have easily declined to help, yet she did not. Despite his misunderstandings, accusations, and unjust blame, she bore it all with an untroubled heart, displaying a tranquility and composure that seemed to stem from a well of profound experiences. But how young was she? 15, or perhaps 16, how could she possess such remarkable fortitude and character?
Shen Wantang.
Please speak, young master.
Do you not harbor any hatred towards me?
Why would I resent you, young master? On the night of our wedding, I did not unveil my face.
I abandoned you alone, causing you to lose face and remain in solitude.
Shen Wantang was taken aback. So he was aware of his wrongdoing. It appeared he was not devoid of humanity or moral understanding. He grasped the fundamental principles of the world. With a calm smile, she replied, I bear no hatred towards you, young master. Before marrying, I was fully aware of what awaited me. Your actions were entirely within my expectations. Indeed, I had anticipated far worse. The circumstances on our wedding day were, in my view, quite favorable.
Since you were aware of what you would face upon marrying, why did you still choose to wed? Did you not resist?
Shen Wantang found his naivete somewhat amusing, as he appeared oblivious to the realities of life.
You did not desire to marry me, yet you still came to claim me, did you not? Did you not resist?
I did resist, but alas, it proved futile. Yanluo's life rested in my mother's hands, and I had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes.
If even one in your esteemed position cannot resist, do you truly believe my efforts would bear fruit?
One cannot defy the will of their parents, they dictate whom I must marry. I possess no agency in this matter, nor do you, young master, hence, I truly harbor no resentment towards you. Had Shen Wantang voiced these sentiments previously, Xiao Qingyuan might have dismissed them as mere pretense. Yet now, he found her words resonating with sincerity. In truth, both she and he were pitiable souls, unable to exercise autonomy in the matter of marriage. Her entry into the palace was beyond her control, and whether she served as the young lady of the air or in any other capacity, none of it was her fault. Conversely, he had failed to confront his parents and had unjustly vented his frustrations upon her, which was indeed unwarranted. Feeling a sense of guilt, his tone softened considerably. Shen Wantang, regardless of how our fates unfold, should you find yourself in difficulty, you may seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way I can. Shen Wantang did not take his promise to heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed too many lovesick individuals. When men made promises, they might speak earnestly, but their sincerity would inevitably wane. A man's promise is worth little. A polite smile graced her lips.
Thank you, young master. Then I shall take my leave. Yanluo is unattended, and I must return to care for her.
As Xiao Qingyuan turned to depart, he encountered Granny Chai, who was entering with a food box. The box was covered, yet a rich, tantalizing aroma wafted from within. Instantly, Xiao Qingyuan recognized it as the kitchen specialty, a delectable matsutake mushroom and squab soup. His stomach growled, and the enticing fragrance made his mouth water. Since the previous night, he had not eaten, and he felt so famished he could have devoured the food box itself. After a brief hesitation, he retraced his steps. Granny Chai had already opened the food box, unveiling a clay pot, and she ladled some soup into a bowl, adding pieces of squab and matsutake, placing it in front of Shen Wantang. Young lady of the air, this has just been prepared. Please try it and see if it suits your palate. After sipping the soup, Shen Wantang exclaimed, it's incredibly flavorful. I have never tasted such exquisite squab soup before. Which chef is responsible for this? Replying to the young lady of the air, it was prepared by the cook from the Qian family. She is renowned for her mastery in this dish. Reward her. Of course. As Granny Chai turned to leave, she noticed Xiao Qingyuan standing silently at the doorway, watching Shen Wantang with keen interest. Shen Wantang, having noticed him as well, inquired, is there something the young master requires? Xiao Qingyuan's face turned slightly red. Can you finish the soup? We should not let it go to waste. Shen Wantang exchanged a glance with Granny Chai, barely suppressing laughter. The young master of the Ning Wang palace, accustomed to indulgence and privilege, was now concerned about waste. How amusing. This soup is quite abundant, I cannot finish it alone. Would you care for a bowl, young master? Without waiting for his response, she instructed Granny Chai, please fetch another bowl and utensils for the young master. Yes, young lady of the air. Yet Xiao Qingyuan interjected, no need. Since you cannot finish it, I shall simply take the pot with me. I feel somewhat out of place here, I will enjoy it in my own quarters. He proceeded to take the clay pot, returning it to the food box, sealing it, and preparing to leave.
Shen Wantang was taken aback. Granny, he even took our pot?
Although this palace was his home, it seemed overly impolite for him to take the pot as well. The Granny Chai was equally astonished.
The young master is becoming increasingly unreasonable.
Surely, he has taken it to appease that shameless woman, thus displaying such rudeness. She glanced at Shen Wantang, who was left with only a bowl of soup, feeling embarrassed for her master. I apologize, young lady of the air. It was my negligence that led to this. I assure you it will not happen again. Please, enjoy this soup. I shall return to the kitchen to have them prepare another pot for you.
Shen Wantang shook her head. There is no need.
This bowl is sufficient. I cannot consume much more. Do not bother with another. Granny Chai reluctantly retreated. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan hurried back to his own quarters, carrying the food box. Despite his gnawing hunger, he entered with a hint of excitement.
Yan Luo, look what I have brought for you. Chu Yan Luo, now dressed in Xiao Qingyuan's attire, lay upon the bed and replied, neither warm nor cold. What is it? It is squab soup.
This is precisely what you need at this moment. Allow me to assist you in sitting up. A bowl of this will greatly improve your condition.
Chu Yan Luo frowned. Did I not make it clear?
I require bird's nest soup. Why have you brought me squab soup? I refuse to drink it. Take it away.
Chapter 31. He began to speak for Shen Wantang. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. Yan Luo, did you not say that the bird's nest soup was merely a casual mention? Why is it that you now insist on having it?
I merely mentioned it in passing, and you chose to disregard it. It's just a bowl of bird's nest soup. If the heir cannot even fulfill such a trivial request, then I shall take my leave.
Chu Yan Luo declared, rising as if to depart.
Xiao Qingyuan hurriedly stopped her. Yan Luo, please do not leave. It is entirely my fault. I couldn't even procure the bird's nest soup. Do not be angry, and do not move about. Just lie down peacefully. Chu Yan Luo was merely teasing. She had already caught a whiff of the fragrant pigeon soup, its delectable aroma causing her mouth to water.
If you cannot bring me the bird's nest soup, how could you possibly have brought the pigeon soup? Did you ask the kitchen to prepare it specifically for me? This, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated, unsure whether to tell her the truth.
What is this hesitation? Is there something inconvenient for you to disclose, or do you find my presence here bothersome, hence your reluctance? If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Chu Yan Luo insisted, attempting to rise once more. Xiao Qingyuan quickly pressed her back down. No, how could I find you bothersome? Your presence here brings me joy. I was merely worried that my words might upset you. Why would I be upset? You know me well. I am quite magnanimous and certainly not petty. Whatever you wish to say, please do. Relieved, Xiao Qingyuan opened the food container to show her the pigeon soup. Actually, I obtained this from Shen Wantang. She only took a small bowl, and I took the rest. I thought it would be good for your health. Please drink it first. The physician will come shortly to attend to you. Before he could finish, Chu Yan Luo stood up and threw the food container out the window. With a crash, the clay pot shattered, and the rich aroma of pigeon soup wafted through the air. Xiao Qingyuan could hardly believe his eyes. He rushed to the window only to see the pot and its contents lying on the ground, no longer consumable. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Yan Luo, what are you doing? Fuming, Chu Yan Luo replied, Xiao Qingyuan, you expect me to live in the royal residence and consume someone else's leftovers? Do you truly see me as so worthless that I should settle for the remnants discarded by Shen Wantang? This is not her leftover. Did you not hear me say that she only took a small bowl of soup and a bit of meat? The rest was untouched. What do you mean untouched? How much more should be left? Must there only be bones for it to be considered leftovers? You are treating me like a beggar. Xiao Qingyuan felt both anger and heartache. He had not taken a single bite of the soup he retrieved for her, and yet she had thrown it all away, likening him to a beggar, who was truly the beggar here. Was it him, Xiao Qingyuan? He was nearly starving, yet he had been running around trying to find her the bird's nest soup, while she showed no understanding of his plight. A sense of disappointment crept into his heart. Previously, he had perceived Chu Yan Luo as a celestial being, untouchable and aloof like a pristine snow lotus, captivating his every thought. Yet now, after spending time together, he realized that she was not a goddess. She was merely a mortal, filled with worldly thoughts. He turned to leave, his voice considerably softer. Since you still have the energy to throw the food container and disdain the pigeon soup, it seems you are not hungry. I shall go out to find something to eat. You may do as you wish. Chu Yan Luo did not expect him to abandon her. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Xiao Qingyuan, how dare you shout at me? You are the one who begged me to stay in your royal residence. It was not my desire. I, Chu Yan Luo, would rather starve than eat someone else's leftovers. I have not fallen so low as to beg. Seeing her in tears, Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of compassion, though he still harbored anger, remaining where he stood. Chu Yan Luo continued to cry. Xiao Qingyuan, if you no longer care for me and have taken a liking to your future consort, just tell me directly, why must you humiliate me like this? I always believed you were different from other men, but now it seems you are just like them, fickle and irresponsible. All those vows were mere deceptions. If even you treat me this way, then I have no reason to continue living. With that, she made to crash into the corner of the table. Xiao Qingyuan was alarmed. He rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Yan Luo, do not act foolishly. Let go of me. You have already found someone else to love. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. Xiao Qingyuan, flustered, stammered, I do not care for Shen Wantang. My heart has always belonged to you, and it will forever remain so. I would never betray you or humiliate you. I could never bear it. Stop crying. I apologize. This time it was my fault, and I promise not to do such a thing again. I will ensure the kitchen prepares your meals separately from now on, all right?
Xu Yanluo leaned against his chest, still sobbing. Do you truly love me for a lifetime?
Indeed, apart from you, I could never love another. You are unique and the one who stirs my heart.
Hearing this, Xu Yanluo finally felt satisfied. She cried for a while longer before giving Shen Wantang a javier. You are far too naive. How could you dare to bring me something from Shen Wantang? Are you not afraid she might poison me? One must always be wary.
Xiao Qingyuan instinctively replied, she would not do that, she is not that kind of person.
Are you still defending her? Xu Yanluo retorted angrily.
No, Yanluo, I personally witnessed Shen Wantang consume it. If she were to poison it, would she not harm herself as well? Moreover, she could never have anticipated that I would visit her and take the pigeon soup, unless she possesses foresight. How could she have poisoned it? Seeing that Xu Yanluo was unusually close to him, Xiao Qingyuan's earlier anger and disappointment dissipated, replaced by a sense of delight. He held her tighter, comforting her. Yanluo, do not overthink, excessive worry is detrimental to your health. Shen Wantang is not a villain, she is merely a pitiable soul unable to control her own fate. The more Xu Yanluo listened, the more she sensed something amiss. Why had Xiao Qingyuan's attitude towards Shen Wantang changed? He had previously expressed disdain for her, yet now he was speaking in her defense. Had such a thing occurred in the previous life? Xu Yanluo recalled carefully, dismissing that possibility in her heart. In her past life, it was Shen Mingxian who had married in, and throughout, Xiao Qingyuan had never uttered a single kind word about Shen Mingxian. Whenever she was mentioned, he expressed nothing but disdain. In this life, Xiao Qingyuan should have been equally disdainful of Shen Wantang, yet why had he changed? Chapter 32. Who gives the dog-faced woman the audacity to command her? A sudden surge of crisis welled up within Xu Yanluo. Previously, she had never regarded Shen Wantang as a worthy opponent, yet now, the latter had obtained the key to Xiao Qingyuan's private treasury, as well as the authority of a steward that Shen Mingxian had never acquired in her lifetime. To make matters worse, even Xiao Qingyuan was speaking favorably on her behalf. It was evident that Shen Wantang was not at all like the dim-witted Shen Mingxian. This situation could not persist. She needed to confront Shen Wantang. When Qin Xian arrived with the imperial physician, she was greeted by the sight of Xu Yanluo nestled in Xiao Qingyuan's embrace, weeping and appearing utterly pitiful, while Xiao Qingyuan looked on with a face full of concern, soothing her. Qin Xian, noticing the ill-fitting garments on Xu Yanluo, immediately recognized that she was clad in Xiao Qingyuan's attire, while her own clothes lay carelessly discarded on the floor, conspicuously stained with blood. It was evident that she was a woman of no decorum, carelessly tossing aside such bloodied garments without a thought of being seen in this disgraceful state. But what did she have to fear about disgrace? She had paraded around the entire manor in this very outfit. Despite her inner musings, Qin Xian merely cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting her gaze, respectfully announcing, "My lord, physician Qin has arrived." Xiao Qingyuan gently assisted Xu Yanluo onto the bed, inviting the physician to examine her while addressing Qin Xian. "You may withdraw."
"Yes, my lord." "Hold on."
Xu Yanluo raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "My clothes are soiled. Take them and wash them thoroughly, leaving not a trace of blood. If they are not cleaned properly, you need not work in the manor any longer. I shall have my lord sell you off directly." Qin Xian, already reluctantly fetching the physician for her, felt a surge of anger ignite within her at the audacity of being commanded to wash garments, coupled with the threat of being sold off by the lord. What an absurdity! She was a first-class maidservant beside the lady of the house, tasked solely with attending to the lady's needs, not subjected to the menial labor of laundry. The lady treated her with kindness. What authority did this Xu Yanluo, who was not even a concubine, have to issue commands to her? With a forced smile, she replied, "I am but a maidservant of the lady of the house and heed only her commands. Matters within the lord's quarters are beyond my purview, otherwise, I would be deemed ignorant of propriety." Xu Yanluo was well aware that she was Shen Wantang's servant. In her previous life, Qin Xian had been the princess's maidservant who often devised schemes against her on Shen Mingxuan's behalf. She regarded her with disdain. "What, do you mean to say I cannot command you? It is merely a request to wash a garment, yet you dare invoke the lady of the house to intimidate me.
Do you truly believe I fear her?" "My lord, it appears your manner cannot accommodate me any longer. I must now consider the lady's disposition. Not be by the way, do you recognize this lady of the house? Did you not say you would make me your lady? Surely, you are not deceiving me?" Xiao Qingyuan immediately shook his head. "How could I deceive you? I acknowledge no one else as my lady but you. Since you acknowledge me, then it is hardly unreasonable to request that your maidservant wash a garment for me." "Is that not her duty? Why does it sound as if she feels wronged?" Xiao Qingyuan turned to Qin Xian. "Go, wash Yanluo's clothes, and ensure they are spotless."
Qin Xian, having been chosen as the first-class maid from among hundreds, possessed both capability and cunning. Faced with such a predicament, she remained unperturbed. She addressed Xiao Qingyuan with utmost respect. "Please forgive me, my lord. I am currently a servant of the lady of the house and recognize only her as my master, as was specifically instructed when the princess assigned me to her service. I am but a humble servant. Complying with your command to wash this young lady's garments is not an issue. However, to do so for the esteemed lady of the house would be akin to slapping her in the face, a transgression I cannot commit. The lady of the house is magnanimous and benevolent, having generously provided the funds to summon physician Qin for this young lady's treatment. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, this young lady seeks to insult the lady of the house. I cannot, in good conscience, become her accomplice, my lord." As she spoke, Qin Xian suddenly knelt. "I beseech you, my lord, to punish me."
"Punish her?"
Having spoken thus, if he were to impose punishment, would it not be tantamount to slapping Shen Wantang in the face? Just moments ago, he had implored her to summon the physician, and now he would punish the maidservant who had obliged him. What would Shen Wantang think? Would she not perceive him as a beast rather than a man? He fell silent, and Chu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. This Qin Xian had deftly maneuvered her into a moral high ground. What was happening? Why did she feel that Qin Xian's fighting spirit had surpassed that of her previous life? Had she also been reborn, or had Shen Wantang honed her intellect to such a degree? Meanwhile, Physician Qin, carrying a medicine box, found himself a reluctant spectator to this unseen battle. Having received considerable silver from Qin Xian on 2 occasions, he subtly intervened. My lord, I observe that this young lady's complexion is pale and her lips lack color, indicative of a deficiency in vital energy. It is imperative that we attend to her treatment without delay. This is no trivial matter. If we delay, her condition may worsen and could potentially affect her future progeny. Upon hearing the mention of potential harm to her progeny, Chu Yanluo immediately set aside her concerns about Qin Xian. Physician, please examine me. I have indeed lost a considerable amount of blood today and feel weak and clammy all over. In her past life, a miscarriage had left her severely depleted, rendering her unable to conceive thereafter. If she were to usurp Shen Wantang's position as the lady of the house, she must hasten to bear a son for Xiao Qingyuan. Xiao Qingyuan also nodded toward the physician. Please treat her promptly. Ensure her ailment is thoroughly addressed. My lord need not worry, I shall devote myself to this task. Xiao Qingyuan stepped back, yielding his position to the physician. He then gestured for the kneeling Qin Xian to rise and leave. As she exited, she caught a familiar scent wafting through the air, the aroma of matsutake mushroom and pigeon soup. This dish had long been a favorite of the princess. On occasions when she could not finish it, she would graciously share it with Qin Xian and the other maidservants. Today, the kitchen had carefully prepared 2 pots of matsutake mushroom and pigeon soup, one for the princess and another for the lady of the house. Qin Xian glanced at the spilled pigeon soup outside the window, along with the food box bearing the insignia of Wutong Garden, and her heart sank as she realized that the lord had taken the lady's portion to serve Chu Yanluo, only for the latter to discard it. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, this woman is truly shameless. What could the lord possibly see in her? How could she ever hope to compare to the lady of the house? When would the lord's blindness ever be cured? Chapter 33 of The Heir and Chu Yanluo quarreled before the heir's wife entered the household. Xin, like the others in the manor, believed that her status was far too lowly. How could the illegitimate daughter of a mere assistant minister possibly match the noble lineage and unparalleled beauty of their esteemed heir? However, once the heir's wife arrived, Xin suddenly perceived that it was, in fact, the short-sighted and oblivious heir who was unworthy of such a remarkable spouse. She hastily exited the Xinghe courtyard and returned to the Wutong courtyard. Upon her return, she recounted everything that had transpired in Xinghe courtyard to Shen Wantang, including her speculations about the pigeon soup. Shen Wantang shook her head upon hearing the account. What a pity for that pot of pigeon soup. Xin, finding her perspective rather unconventional, replied, My lady, is it merely the pigeon soup that you lament? Do you not think the heir is excessively kind to that woman and unduly harsh towards you? Do you not feel any sense of grievance or injustice within your heart? Shen Wantang, with an air of indifference, responded, The heir may choose to treat whomever he pleases. My sole concern is to manage the household well for my mother. She summoned Duan and compensated Xin for the money spent on the physician, additionally rewarding her with a pouch of silver. You have performed admirably in Xinghe courtyard, maintaining my dignity. Thus, you deserve this reward. Chu Yanluo insisted that Xin wash her garments, seeking to belittle the heir's wife by making her servant perform menial tasks. Xin handled the situation with exceptional grace, warranting the reward and encouragement. However, since Chu Yanluo dared to command her chief maid, it was clear she regarded her with disdain. In light of this, Xin decided to exercise her authority without reservation. Mother Chai, starting tomorrow, all affairs in Xinghe courtyard shall no longer require assistance. No maidservants or matrons are to enter, there shall be no more cleaning, and no one shall fetch water. Mother Chai immediately discerned that Chu Yanluo's provocation had displeased Shen Wantang. Without anyone to tidy the courtyard or the rooms, and no one to bring them water or prepare their meals, it would be interesting to see how long the heir and that shameless cousin could maintain their affection. She believed the heir's wife had executed a splendid strategy by cutting off their resources. The heir had been accustomed to a life of luxury, never having experienced hardship or engaged in any laborious tasks. Thus, he was easily swayed by Chu Yanluo's slander and had dismissed all those who served him. However, despite the dismissal of his attendants, his courtyard still remained orderly, as maidservants would sneak in to tidy up while he was absent, ensuring that his surroundings remained pristine and his garments always impeccable. Now, it was time for the heir to face adversity. When he eventually realized his resources were scarce, his courtyard in disarray, and his clothes unwashed, he could very well find solace in Chu Yanluo's company. Mother Chai eagerly anticipated the day he would reach his breaking point, responding respectfully, Yes, as you command, my lady, from tomorrow onwards, no one shall serve the heir. The heir's wife appeared remarkably patient. No matter how the heir misbehaved, she did not seem to be angered, yet her tolerance extended solely to him. Given that he was her husband, when others dared to bully her, she would not simply endure. The following morning, Xin reported, My lady, there is uproar in Xinghe courtyard. As Shen Wantang savored the tender and smooth lamb milk porridge, she casually inquired, What has happened? Xin could hardly contain her smile. The lady from Jisan Monastery has been crying and berating the heir since dawn. At one moment, she laments that she cannot even have a hot meal, feeling faint from hunger. At another, she complains that her clothes are dirty and no one washes them, accusing the heir of not caring for her and not providing her with several new outfits. She also whines about no one fetching water for her to wash her face, and when the heir brought her water, she criticized it for being too cold, insisting that she must not touch cold water after her recent miscarriage and demanding that he provide her with hot water instead. The heir was initially at her beck and call, nearly reduced to her maidservant. However, at some point, he inexplicably became enraged and began to argue with her. It was only later that I realized he was upset over the pigeon soup that had been ruined by her actions yesterday.
Shen Wantang was not surprised by their quarrel.
When one is wealthy and leisurely, they naturally pursue frivolities and the so-called soulmates, yet, when faced with poverty and toil, the essentials of food and clothing become paramount. Who has the luxury to ponder over souls? To sustain the soul, the body must first survive. In times of hardship, couples often find themselves at odds. Both had been accustomed to lives of servitude. Now, having plummeted from a paradise where everything was attended to a hell where they must tend to their own needs, how could there be no friction? Oh dear, my lady, you cannot imagine the chaos in Xinghe courtyard. They cannot obtain food or water, and worse yet, no one is attending to their latrines, resulting in a foul stench permeating the air. Both the air and that lady now carry an unpleasant odor. Didn't she once pride herself on being an ethereal and untainted presence? Well, it seems that image has been tarnished.
Shen Wantang was amused by Qingqin's schadenfreude. How do you know all this so well? Did you go inside?
Of course not, I merely overheard the commotion outside. The happenings in the courtyard were relayed to me by Mog when he emerged. He and I have shared a bond since we left the palace at the age of 6, so he would not deceive me. As Qingqin spoke, she lowered her voice. My lady, that woman from Jisan Monastery is still plotting to have Mog dismissed.
She has spoken ill of him, and the heir has ceased allowing him to serve closely. Should we take this opportunity to win over Mog and make him our ally? Shen Wantang could not help but tap her on the head. What nonsense! Why would I want to win over Mog? As long as he is not dismissed, he remains the heir's servant, and I cannot overstep my bounds. Moreover, while he may share a few tidbits of information with you, I doubt he can be easily swayed. In her previous life, all those who served Xiaoqing Yuan had been driven away by Chu Yanluo under various pretexts, save for Mog, who remained steadfastly by his side, a testament to the trust and protection Xiaoqing Yuan afforded him. Ultimately, when Xiaoqing Yuan leaped into the river in a fit of despair over Chu Yanluo, Mog followed to save him but tragically succumbed to the turbulent waters. Qingqin touched the spot where Shen Wantang had tapped her and muttered, I merely felt sorry for Mog. He barely ate yesterday and was out borrowing money to procure bird's nest for that lady from Jisan Monastery. He even slept outside last night, as she forbade him from entering the house, not even allowing him into the side chamber. Early this morning, he went to the kitchen, begging for hot water for the heir, but the kitchen staff refused him, and upon his return, he was scolded by the heir. Shen Wantang smiled lightly. Hot water indeed cannot be given.
That was my instruction. However, since you share a special bond with Mog, you may discreetly send him some warm meals and soup, and I shall feign ignorance. Qingqin's eyes lit up, and she immediately bowed. Thank you, my lady. Just then, a young maid rushed in with news. My lady, the steward outside has conveyed that your elder sister, Lady Shen, has arrived from your family and wishes to speak with you regarding an important matter.
Do you wish to let her in?
Chapter 34. In marrying a wife like you, the Liao family is doomed. Shen Wantang was momentarily taken aback. What was she doing here? Shouldn't she be diligently assisting Liao Yoha in her endeavor to secure a position as a top scholar next year? Nevertheless, curiosity piqued within her as she wondered what sort of life Shen Mingxian was leading. Go relay the message and bring her in. The young maid responded affirmatively and hurried off to the second gate to fetch her. Moments later, Shen Mingxian arrived, accompanied by her maid. Upon entering, she scrutinized Shen Wantang from head to toe, her eyes gleaming with jealousy upon noticing that she was adorned in the luxurious and exquisite Kaiyun brocade from the Jiangnan region.
With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, Oh, my dear sister, you truly have transformed since leaving home. About a home, you were so simple and frugal, yet here in the Wangfu, you've evidently embraced a life of extravagance, even donning garments made of precious Kaiyun brocade. At this rate, I fear you'll soon squander the entire fortune of the Wangfu. Shen Wantang calmly replied, Sister, you are mistaken, this attire was not purchased by me, it was a gift from our mother. Is this fabric truly so valuable? I have never seen such material before, yet you recognized it as Kaiyun brocade at a glance. Tell me, did your mother-in-law gift you some as well, allowing you to identify it? Shen Mingxian was momentarily silenced, struggling to articulate a response. The Liao family was impoverished, their home barren, not even worthy of a rat's residency. It was absurd to think that the old matron could bestow such lavish gifts.
In truth, she had been fortunate enough not to incite the Liao children to pilfer from her. How could she expect to receive anything? Shen Wantang was fully aware of the Liao family's dire circumstances, yet she dared to speak such words. Was this not a deliberate mockery? Seating herself with indignation, Shen Mingxian glared at Shen Wantang, her eyes ablaze with fury. How could the Wang Fei possibly gift you such fine clothing? You have not captured the favor of the heir. In her past life, she had failed to win the heir's affection, thus receiving no regard from the Wang and Wang Fei. Why, then, did Shen Wantang deserve their favor in such splendid garments? She had never worn anything of such value in both her lives combined. Sister, the Wang Fei is truly kind-hearted. She noticed my plain attire and specifically gifted me vibrant clothing. Moreover, how do you know I have not won the heir's favor?
He treats me quite well, Shen Mingxian scoffed. Who are you trying to deceive? Do you think I am unaware of the heir's true nature? If he treats you well, it must be a trick of the devil.
Shen Wantang regarded her with calm composure. Sister, why do you seem to know so much about my husband? This is indeed quite peculiar. Of course, it is because in my past life, Shen Mingxuan's words faltered as she caught sight of the cold stares directed at her by the maidservants beside Shen Wantang, leading her to swallow her words. In her previous life, those maidservants had all been hers, and they were not to be trifled with. They were like wolves and leopards, vigilantly watching her every move. Any misstep would invite reprimands and complaints, and subsequently, the wrath of the Wang Fei. Though they appeared to be impeccably well-mannered, their hearts were anything but. They were the most skilled at spreading rumors that if she were to mention her past marriage to Xiao Qingyuan, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital within days, reaching Liao You's ears. She had no desire to leave a negative impression on him, thus, she hastily altered her statement to sister. You may not be aware, but it has been widely rumored that the heir has brought Chu Yanluo into the Wangfu and intends to divorce you to marry her. I was concerned for your well-being, which is why I made a special visit to see you. Shen Wantang turned to Grandma Chai. Grandma, is what my sister said true? Is the heir planning to divorce me and marry Miss Chu? Grandma Chai bowed slightly. Your Highness, it is a baseless rumor spread by those who cannot bear to see you prosper. Some individuals delight in creating discord. Such people deserve censure, and you need not pay them any mind. Shen Wantang smiled. Sister, did you hear that? Grandma says it is a fabrication. You must not believe it. Shen Mingxian understood that Grandma Chai was subtly criticizing her, but she could not afford to dwell on that. She had long grown accustomed to Grandma Chai's scorn, and this was merely the mildest of insults. She stared at Grandma Chai with disbelief, as if she were a stranger. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly at the hands of this very Grandma Chai, who, relying on her past as the heir's wet nurse and the Wangfei's backing, had constantly looked down upon her, finding fault in everything she did. Grandma Chai had never regarded her as a mistress, yet now, she was treating Shen Wantang with utmost respect, even defending her against Shen Mingxian. This was impossible. How could a person's demeanor change so drastically? Where had Grandma Chai's former arrogance gone? What had happened to her unapproachable nature and her ruthless disposition? Had they simply vanished? Last night, she had dreamt of Shen Wantang enduring a life of hardship in the Wangfu, berated by Grandma Chai like a dog, yet the reality stood in stark contrast to her dream. After a prolonged moment of shock, Shen Mingxian managed to suppress her astonishment, forcing a smile. Madam, it seems you are quite fond of my sister. She has always been rather foolish and prone to mishaps, and I trust she has not outgrown her troublesome tendencies since arriving at the Wangfu. I hope you will keep a close watch on her to prevent her from bringing disgrace to the household. Grandma Chai, being shrewd, had recognized Shen Mingxuan's intentions the moment she stepped through the door. It was evident that the heir's wife was also aware, and she did not hold back in her retort. Since there was no semblance of sisterly affection, Grandma Chai escalated her response. Why does Madam Shen suggest that our heir's wife is foolish? Is it proper to speak so? Are you deliberately slandering our heir's wife? Our heir's wife is clearly intelligent and shrewd, earning the admiration of both the Wang and Wangfei, as well as the entire household. Upon her arrival, the Wangfei entrusted her with the management of the estate, which she has organized meticulously. Even the heir speaks highly of her. Why then, does a married sister feel the need to disparage her? Are you not wishing for our heir's wife to flourish? How could you, as an elder sister, possess such a narrow mind and small-heartedness? Shen Mingxian was taken aback. What did you say? The Wangfei entrusted her with the management. This is impossible. What is impossible about it? Oh, I see. Perhaps you are projecting. Given your own foolishness and propensity for causing trouble, you naturally assume others must be the same. Grandma Chai maintained her polite smile, all the while chastising. Madam, may I inquire what your husband's family name is? Alas, for a family of such modest means, it hardly matters, for they have married a foolish wife like you, and their fate is sealed. Chapter 35. The strong-willed young lady Shen Mingxian was harshly reprimanded by Granny Chai, leaving her fuming with indignation. She pointed an accusatory finger at Granny Chai, exclaiming, You have not changed at all. You remain just as insufferable as ever. A flicker of doubt crossed Granny Chai's eyes as she replied, It seems that the young lady is familiar with me from the past, yet, I have no recollection of you. Truly, you are quite unremarkable. Others forget you upon meeting, unlike our young lady, whose beauty and intellect are so exceptional that one cannot forget her after a single encounter. Shen Mingxian gritted her teeth in anger, unable to divulge the truth of her reincarnation. After all, even her family regarded her claims with skepticism, and the maids and servants often mocked her, suggesting that she had awoken from a deep slumber with a muddled mind, spouting nonsense daily. With an indignant huff, she turned to Shen Wantang and said, Sister, you really manage your household well. How dare a mere nanny speak to me so disrespectfully, lacking any sense of decorum? One might mistakenly believe that this nanny is in charge, with you merely a puppet. Shouldn't you swiftly reprimand her? Be wary that she does not become overbearing, crushing you underfoot, leaving you forever unable to hold your head high. Shen Wantang found her sister's fluctuating expressions amusing. During their time in the Shen family, Shen Mingxian had been lawless, swaggering through every courtyard, making Shen Wantang suffer greatly. Who would have thought she would finally meet her match? Surely, in her previous life, she must have endured much hardship at Granny Chai's hands, thus, she felt compelled to elevate Granny Chai's status. Sister, Granny Chai is indeed my right-hand woman, assisting me in managing the household. Furthermore, having served in the palace, her understanding of propriety is impeccable, and her age and experience speak for themselves. We are but juniors. It would do you well to heed her guidance, especially considering that even the young master was raised under her tutelage. Granny has worked diligently and deserves our respect. Do you believe yourself more esteemed than the young master, that you cannot tolerate Granny Chai's counsel? Upon hearing this, Shen Mingxian rolled her eyes in disdain. Who would heed the teachings of that old hag? If you are foolish enough to listen, then by all means, do so. I am merely looking out for your interests, speaking on your behalf. I had no idea you would be so ungrateful. Do not come to me lamenting when you find yourself suffering. Granny Chai, touched by Shen Wantang's words, felt a warm sense of comfort in her heart. She had not anticipated the young lady would hold her in such high regard, nor that she would so fully recognize her capabilities, expressing her respect for the esteemed nanny of the young master. Previously, the young master had cast her out of the manor for the sake of a shameless woman, leaving her heartbroken. Now, the warmth she had lost was gradually being restored through the young lady's kindness. With a solemn expression, she said, "Thank you, young lady, for your trust in me." My reprimand of the young lady stems from my disappointment in her lack of care and affection for her sister, instead choosing to slander her, attempting to sow discord between us. However, I acknowledge that I may have overstepped my bounds. I humbly request your forgiveness. Shen Wantang gently patted her hand, offering a warm smile. "Granny, do not speak so. You are a trusted elder in our mother's household. Mother has often remarked that even in the presence of Her Majesty, you are held in high esteem. It is a blessing for my sister to receive your guidance." Turning to Shen Mingxian, she continued, "Sister, commoners often cannot secure Granny Chai's teachings. Today, you are fortunate to receive her wisdom at no cost. Should you not express your gratitude to Granny?" Shen Mingxian nearly choked on her indignation, rising abruptly. "Shen Wantang, what are you saying? She insults me, and you expect me to thank her? I see you have been blinded by the wealth of the manor since your marriage, losing sight of familial ties. You are betraying your closest kin. You are nothing but an ingrate." Shen Wantang leisurely sipped her tea. "Sister, why do you continue to cast unfounded accusations my way? How am I an ingrate? Such words should not be uttered lightly. If you cherish this title, then by all means, claim it. I shall have no part in it. Am I speaking in vain? You condone that insolent maid's bullying of me, and now that you are wed to the manor, you disregard even our parents, standing at the door for others to gawk at, leaving them humiliated. This is grossly unfilial." Shen Wantang's expression hardened at the accusation of unfilial conduct. "Since you have brought this up, I must inquire why, when I returned home, a throng of maids and nannies greeted me, yet your return was met with a mere solitary, inept servant. Was this a deliberate affront, meant to humiliate me before the young master? To convey to him in the manner that I am unwelcome and without support at my family's home? How long did the young master wait outside, while I languished in embarrassment? The servant at the door must have informed you of my arrival, yet you still left me and the young master waiting in vain. How much animosity must one harbor to treat the young master accompanying me with such disdain? Why was there no similar treatment for my brother-in-law upon his return? If the family holds the young master and the manor in such contempt, then please relay to mother that she must bear her own disgrace. I cannot assist in any way." Shen Mingxian was taken aback by the assertiveness and eloquence displayed by Shen Wantang, momentarily finding the person before her unfamiliar. Her brow furrowed tightly. "What has caused you to change so drastically? Is it the power of the manor that emboldens you to challenge our family? I advise you not to mistake the manor for your true home. One day, it may well lead to your ruin. The Shen family is your true home. Only when the Shen family thrives can you prosper. If the Shen family suffers disgrace, so too shall you. Sister, what twisted logic is this? A father has always taught me to respect my family at home and my husband after marriage. Since I have wed into the manor, naturally, I must regard it as my home. How could the manor possibly bring about my demise?" Shen Mingxian scoffed mockingly. "You may see this as your home, but does the young master regard you as one of his own? You are both pitiful and tragic. The outside world mocks you, yet you foolishly defend the manor at every turn. On the night of your wedding, the groom refused to lift the veil, denying you as his bride, abandoning you to pursue another woman, lavishing her with care, while even the imperial physician has paid her numerous visits. Sister, has the young master ever sought a physician for you? Has he shown you even a hint of compassion? Alas, the young master does not hold you in any esteem. Your title as young lady is merely a nuisance to him. In his quest to legitimize his beloved, he may very well resort to drastic measures against you." No sooner had she spoken than a cold, furious voice rang out from the doorway. "Nonsense! When has this young master ever contemplated such drastic actions against the young lady?" Chapter 36. He actually smiled at Shen Wantang. Upon hearing that voice, Shen Mingxuan's entire being stiffened. She slowly turned her head and beheld the man who had plagued her with countless nightmares in her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan. Her complexion gradually drained of color, as fear and suffocating dread surged over her. In truth, Shen Wantang had long noticed Xiao Qingyuan's arrival, yet she chose to feign ignorance, allowing Shen Mingxian to ridicule her. It was not until Xiao Qingyuan spoke that she rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young master, you have come, is there something you require?" Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her intently. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet her face bore a faint, amiable smile, as though she was enduring the weight of past grievances. He was aware of the scorn she faced for marrying him, but he had not anticipated that not only would outsiders mock her, but her own family would also belittle her, even coming to her door to taunt her, exposing her wounds, and threatening her. The harm inflicted upon her by his reckless behavior on their wedding night was far deeper than he had imagined, yet she had never complained or wept over her plight. He knew better than anyone the extent of his transgressions, yet she graciously tolerated him. Just yesterday, she even sent her chief maid to summon a physician for Yen Luo. It was only with the doctor's medicine that Yen Luo's bleeding was finally controlled, or else her life would have been forfeit. For this alone, he would forever be grateful to Shen Wantang. It was somewhat tragic that the person he most despised and wished to expel from his home was also the only one willing to aid him in saving Yen Luo. He began to admire his mother's discerning eye for people, and he began to respect Shen Wantang. He sincerely apologized. "I have wronged you and subjected you to the scorn of others. But rest assured, I shall make amends, and I will never act against you as others have claimed. I, Xiao Qingyuan, may be a wayward son, yet I am not one who cannot discern right from wrong. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety and well-being." Shen Wantang felt his sincerity and replied with a smile, "Young master, I shall remember your words. Thank you for your willingness to look after me." Beside them, Shen Mingxuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, and her expression bore the look of a ghost. "No, this cannot be. How could it be like this? How could the young master treat you well? Wasn't he supposed to kill you for Chu Yen Luo? Why has everything changed? Why?"
Xiao Qing Yuan cast a dark look in her direction. Who told you that I intended to harm the young master's wife? Is that what the rumors outside have devolved into, a bunch of fools, spreading falsehoods and concocting absurd tales? It's utterly incomprehensible. However, even if the rumors outside are fierce, as the sister of the young master's wife, you should not come here to mock her, nor should you frighten her with baseless tales. It seems you are deliberately sowing discord, with ill intentions. Who do you think you are? The young master of Ning Wangfu's wife does not need your derision. Be gone to your own home and do not darken our doorstep. Your heart is so filthy that it may taint our eyes. Shen Mingshuan's complexion paled further, her lips losing all color. She gazed at Xiao Qing Yuan in shock and terror. In her previous life, he had always berated her mercilessly, rendering her the laughingstock of the entire Wangfu and even the capital. This man had once nearly tormented her to death. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, yet harbored a twisted and ruthless heart. The memories of her past life flooded back, and she could not comprehend why the man who had once loathed her to the core, who had sought repeatedly to take her life to make way for Chu Yanluo, would now display such tenderness and protection towards Shen Wantang. No, this is wrong. It should not be like this. The one he has wed is clearly Shen Wantang. He should be cursing her, so why is he not? Had she not already married Liao Yoha? Why must she still endure Xiao Qing Yuan's scorn? She screamed internally, yet no sound escaped her throat. She could not even part her lips, overwhelmed by dread. All her previous experiences were overturned, and events had veered from their original course. As she envied Shen Wantang, she also began to fear her own choices. If Xiao Qing Yuan had changed, what of Liao Yoha? Could she truly enjoy the splendor and wealth alongside him, gaining the envy and admiration of all? Xiao Qing Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Shen Mingxian. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found her presence irksome, a primal urge to kick her out overwhelming him. However, he remembered that Shen Mingxian was Shen Wantang's elder sister, and out of consideration for Shen Wantang, he could not expel her. Otherwise, who knew what absurd and laughable rumors would circulate in the capital the next day? He coldly ordered Granny Chai, "Granny, show our guest out. Such despicable and shameless people should not be allowed entry again." Yet, Granny Chai did not immediately comply as she had in the past. Instead, she turned to Shen Wantang, awaiting her directive. Xiao Qing Yuan paused, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose. He had forgotten that Granny Chai was no longer under his command, only Shen Wantang had the authority to direct her. Shen Wantang nodded at Granny Chai, saying, "Granny, please escort my sister out." "Yes, young master's wife," Granny Chai replied, moving toward Shen Mingxian with a neutral tone. "Madam Shen, please." Shen Mingxian trembled as she stepped outside, and as she hurriedly exited, she could not help but glance back at Xiao Qing Yuan. His appearance was strikingly handsome, and his demeanor exuded an unparalleled nobility. In her previous life, she had seen him only once, yet her heart had been irrevocably drawn to him. After marrying him, she had loved him deeply for many years. To win his affection, she had resorted to unscrupulous means against Chu Yanluo, exhausting herself to please Xiao Qing Yuan. Yet, regrettably, in their 10 years of marriage, he had never uttered a kind word to her, nor had he smiled at her. His feelings for her were filled solely with disdain, but now, he was smiling at Shen Wantang, from a short distance apart. She observed Xiao Qing Yuan bowing his head, focusing intently on Shen Wantang, whispering something to her. She could not hear their hushed conversation, but she saw Shen Wantang hand him a small box, and after a glance inside, he smiled at her. She was consumed with curiosity about what lay within that box, capable of eliciting a smile from the typically cold-faced young master of Ning Wangfu. Yet, Granny Chai denied her the opportunity to see, forcibly pulling her away. Inside the room, Xiao Qing Yuan tightened his grip on the box, gazing at the gleaming silver ingots within, realizing for the first time how beautiful and appealing silver could be. He could not help but smile. "Shen Wantang, thank you. Rest assured, I shall consider this silver as a loan. I will repay you double in the future." Shen Wantang glanced at him, noticing that his clothing S-buttons were misaligned and his hairpin slightly askew. She chose not to remind him, merely teasingly remarked, "Young master, are you not disdainful of gold and silver as mere trinkets?" Chapter 37 of the presence of Chu Yanluo was indeed fortunate. Xiao Qing Yuan's fair complexion flushed slightly. He had not anticipated the swift return of his own words, yet, without silver, one cannot make any progress, let alone afford a warm meal, nor could he even buy a change of clothes for Yanluo. Reluctantly, he had to approach Shen Wantang to borrow money, otherwise, both he and Yanluo would eventually starve in the Xinghe courtyard. Shen Wantang was likely the only person in the household willing to assist him. Others were either unwilling, afraid, or simply lacked the means to help him. His gratitude towards Shen Wantang deepened as he said, "What I previously expressed was rather inappropriate. Please do not take it to heart. In the past, I truly had no dealings with gold or silver. For whatever I desired, someone else would pay for it on my behalf. Thus, I hold no sentiment towards such things. Moreover, I have never adorned myself with gold or silver. Yanluo has never worn them either. The hairpin she uses is a wooden one, which I personally carved and gifted to her. Therefore, when I see you wearing golden hairpins and jewelry, I find it somewhat vulgar." Duan felt quite displeased at his audacity to label her mistress as vulgar. In the entire capital, which woman of affluence did not wear gold or silver hairpins? Only those from impoverished backgrounds resorted to wooden pins due to their inability to afford gold ones. She turned to Shen Wantang, only to find her still smiling, displaying no signs of anger. "The young master may regard gold and silver as vulgar, yet I find great pleasure in them. It is perhaps an inherent trait that cannot be altered. As for Miss Yanluo, her elegance and disdain for gold and silver, preferring wooden hairpins, truly renders her a breath of fresh air, a rarity indeed. The young master should regularly gift her wooden hairpins. She would undoubtedly be delighted. Please refrain from presenting her with gold and silver trinkets, lest Miss Yanluo feels you do not understand her." Xiao Qing Yuan felt a sense of joy at Shen Wantang's praise of Chu Yanluo. "You possess a discerning eye.
Yan Luo is indeed a refreshing presence, which is precisely why I hold such affection for her. Rest assured, I shall never gift Yan Luo with vulgar gold and silver, those are more suited for you.
Shen Wantang finally revealed a genuine smile. You speak the truth. Gold and silver trinkets are indeed more appropriate for me.
Xiao Qingyuan nodded, taking the borrowed silver, and turned to leave. Duan, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked, Young master's wife, you are far too accommodating. The young master has openly declared you vulgar, yet he simultaneously elevates the Chu Yan Luo, diminishing your worth. How can you still smile? I believe you should not lend him silver. He seeks to borrow money while simultaneously disparaging your fondness for gold and silver.
It is utterly bizarre.
Shen Wantang maintained her smile. Silly girl, if being called vulgar can yield such tangible benefits as gold and silver, then let him speak as he wishes to. He has uttered even harsher words before.
Should I hold him accountable for each one? Must I let such trivial matters dictate my life?
Furthermore, my lending him silver is merely for the sake of the princess, although she claims to have severed all support to the young master. When I visited her, I overheard her inquiring about his well-being. She has but one son, and she surely cares for him, otherwise, she would not have permitted him to bring Chu Yan Luo into the household to care for. Her willingness to lend Xiao Qingyuan silver was not for his sake but rather to gain favor with her mother-in-law. Even if the princess was angered to the point of illness by her son, she still thought of him, wanting him to experience hardship to understand a mother's good intentions while simultaneously wishing to spare him too much suffering, lest he truly harm his health. Duan, with reddened eyes, said, I recognize your thoughtful considerations, but I cannot help but feel wronged on your behalf that Chu Yan Luo was merely pretending to be aloof. Her fondness for wooden hairpins is nothing but a facade of poverty. She speaks of being fresh and refined, yet I do not believe she would refuse a golden hairpin if offered. Qin Xian has mentioned that the young master took a rare blood coral worth 10,000 taels of gold from his private treasury, originally intending to have Mog sell it for money to buy Yan Luo bird's nest soup. Yet, that Chu Yan Luo would rather forego the soup than allow that blood coral to be taken away. She is clearly very fond of money and quite greedy. Yet the young master, oblivious to her true nature, treats her like a treasure, allowing her to reside in the estate, even expecting you to summon a physician for her. The young master is truly being unreasonable. Shen Wantang spoke calmly, her emotions steadier than those of her maid. Harmony within the family fosters prosperity. She is merely a woman. If the young master finds her appealing and wishes to indulge her, let him do so.
Do you not agree that having Chu Yan Luo around is a good thing? Duan was taken aback. How can this possibly be a good thing?
Indeed, it is a good thing, for it simplifies my life. I need only manage this one person, making my days considerably easier. Shen Wantang felt truly at ease, finding her current life rich and promising. Xiao Qingyuan could dote on Chu Yan Luo exclusively or even take multiple wives. These matters did not concern her, however. The position of the princess of the Ning Wang could only belong to her and must remain so. Even if Xiao Qingyuan did not favor her, he must respect her, allowing her to maintain her role as the matriarch of the household and to enjoy a tranquil life. Shen Wantang had never contemplated divorce from Xiao Qingyuan. Would finding another man solve her problems? Although Xiao Qingyuan often wished for her departure to make way for Chu Yan Luo as his princess, that was merely his one-sided desire. As long as the princess and prince lived, the position of the young master's wife in the Ning Wang could never fall to Chu Yan Luo. What was the difference in marrying into another household? At least the Wangfu was far more affluent than others, and with Chu Yan Luo as a contrast, her in-laws favored her immensely, sending all manner of fine items to her quarters. Even the servants of the Wangfu treated her with respect. Managing the household was a breeze for her. Here, she enjoyed an array of delectable dishes daily, had countless silks and satins to choose from for her garments, and received a plethora of gold and silver treasures as if they were free. She adored life in the Wangfu. As for her husband, Xiao Qingyuan, while he was somewhat troublesome, he was refreshingly honest, not hiding his feelings. This was a vast improvement over Liao Youha. In her previous life, marrying Liao Youha had brought her much misfortune due to his secrets. Not only did he refuse to consummate their marriage, but he even sought another man to do so. Fortunately, she had been perceptive, noticing something amiss the moment that man entered her chamber and promptly summoned her maid. This had averted a monumental disaster. The very thought of that incident still left her feeling repulsed in this lifetime. In contrast, Xiao Qingyuan was straightforward. If he was unwilling to consummate their marriage, he would say so without hesitation. His affection for another was made public, and feeling guilty towards her, he would offer apologies and lavish her with gold as compensation, his sincerity disarming Shen Wantang to the point where she felt reluctant to make things difficult for him. Chapter 38 The snack that appeared 7 years early. These thoughts flitted through Shen Wantang's mind like fleeting shadows, and she swiftly cast aside any lingering notions of Xiao Qingyuan. She picked up a cloth bag that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Duan. Find someone to deliver this to young Master Biao, and also give him the silver note I entrusted to you yesterday. Inform him that our shop is due for expansion. Duan, still steeped in her own anger and grievance, nearly choked on her words upon hearing Shen Wantang's abrupt shift in topic.
Lady, why is your mind so consumed with business?
Do you not desire to win the affection of the young master? Securing his heart would ensure a continuous flow of silver, which surely surpasses mere commerce. With your talents, this should not pose a challenge.
It is indeed not a challenge, yet it is unnecessary.
Shen Wantang gazed out at the resplendent sunlight, surveying the lavish surroundings and her own opulent attire, and smiled as she remarked, "What need have I for the young master's affection? His heart is not made of gold. I suspect it to be carved from wood, which is why Chu Yan Luo favors him, but I do not. Moreover, relying on a man for silver pales in comparison to earning it through one's own efforts." Xu Yanluo may have captured the young master's heart, yet observe how she lacks funds, she cannot even afford a bowl of bird's nest soup, nor can she summon a physician when she suffers from postpartum complications. The young master's affection is of little utility. Du-won, remember this, do not place too much weight on men when the need arises, a casual compliment will suffice, for they are rather simple-minded and easily deceived. The most crucial point is to hold the reins of management and to earn one's own silver. Have you not witnessed, I possess silver, and even a man as proud and noble as the young master must lower his head and smile in my presence. This world does not permit women to hold office or to make their presence known, stifling their capabilities. Otherwise, men could not ascend to such heights nor would they dare to boast about their concubines and paramours. Thus, there is no need to regard them too highly or to squander time on them. Would it not be wiser to use that time to earn more silver? Du-won listened, dumbfounded, feeling as if her mistress had lost her senses. Was it not customary for women to remain in the shadows? Was it not a given for men to have multiple wives and concubines? Has it not been so since time immemorial? If word of her mistress's views were to spread, would she not be deemed an anomaly? Yet, inexplicably, Du-won felt that her mistress's reasoning held merit. Indeed, she believed her mistress to be far more astute and capable than the young master. Had she been a man, she would undoubtedly have attained titles and positions of power. After imparting her wisdom to the maid, Shen Wantang resumed her studies, diligently drawing and writing in her book. Though Du-won had been taught to read by her mistress, she still struggled to comprehend the texts, for Shen Wantang never indulged in frivolous literature or the moral teachings for women. Her readings encompassed topics like timber structures, bridge engineering, and weaving. At this moment, her mistress was once again sketching a bridge, leading one to wonder if she intended to forsake her role as young master's wife to embark on a journey of construction. Yet, sometimes, the more incomprehensible something is, the more sacred and prestigious it appears. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a delicate golden hue upon Shen Wantang, enveloping her in a soft glow. Observing her mistress within this halo of light, Du-won felt a surge of genuine admiration and reverence. Regardless of others' opinions, she resolved to steadfastly follow Shen Wantang for the rest of her life. Wishing not to disturb Shen Wantang's artistic endeavors, Du-won quietly retrieved a small box and filled the cloth bag with all the silver notes contained within. The bag was not empty. It held numerous scraps of fabric, which Shen Wantang had meticulously cut from larger pieces the night before. After securing the bag, Du-won set out. Both the silver notes and the fabric scraps were intended for young Master Biao, who would, guided by the remnants of cloth, personally journey to Jiangnan to place a substantial order, subsequently transporting the goods back to the capital by waterway, thereby earning a handsome profit. At the year's end, they would split the earnings, with Shen Wantang receiving 70% and young Master Biao 30%. However, young Master Biao had not initially been so amenable to serving Shen Wantang. It was only after she repeatedly demonstrated her capabilities, proving that only her chosen merchandise could yield profits while his choices resulted in losses, that he capitulated entirely, no longer contesting their profit-sharing arrangement. Days later, young Master Biao sent word through an intermediary that he had secured several prime locations for shops in the capital and was preparing to set off for Jiangnan. Upon his return, their shops would open immediately, monopolizing all the latest fabrics and styles. Shen Wantang even took the time to inform her mother-in-law of her outing, bringing along her maid and wet nurse to inspect the shops young Master Biao had acquired. Indeed, they were situated in excellent locations, flanked by renowned cosmetic and jewelry shops. Wealthy ladies, after purchasing their cosmetics and adornments, would surely not overlook the fabric store, thus ensuring a prosperous business. Content and in high spirits, Shen Wantang led her maid and wet nurse to the largest restaurant in the capital, Qingyun Tower, reserving a private room for a leisurely lunch. However, a particular snack caught her attention. The delicacy was called fruit yogurt ice bowl, crafted from a medley of fruits mixed with milk and honey, topped with crushed ice. The yogurt could be selected according to one's preference, including peach, grape, and pear varieties, offering a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity, with a rich milky flavor and a refreshing chill, a perfect treat for the summer heat. Yet, the conundrum was that this dish should not have appeared at this time. In her previous life, this snack had only emerged 7 years later, introduced by a foreign merchant. Yet now, that very merchant had yet to arrive in the capital, who had taught the chefs of Qingyun Tower to prepare this dish. Shen Wantang handed the waiter a piece of silver. "Young man, please summon your manager. I have an inquiry." The waiter, elated by the tip, grinned broadly. "Please wait, I shall fetch the manager at once." The manager soon arrived, possessing far greater discernment than the waiter. He instantly recognized the wet nurse beside Shen Wantang, and any young woman attended by her would naturally be the talk of the capital. "Lady Shen Wantang, the young master of the Ning Wang Fu." With a beaming smile and a respectful tone, he addressed her. "I did not realize the esteemed young master's presence. I apologize for any oversight and hope for your forgiveness." Without engaging in idle chatter, Shen Wantang pointed to the fruit yogurt ice bowl and asked, "I find this dish quite unique. However, it seems it was not previously offered at your establishment. When did you begin serving it? Does the young master enjoy this delicacy? It is no surprise you have not encountered it before. It is a new creation from our kitchen, introduced just these past few days, and those who have tasted it all sing its praises. Did your head chef conjure this up on his own?" "Well, not entirely. It was inspired by a knowledgeable individual, and after several trials, the chef was able to perfect it." "And who might this knowledgeable individual be?" Chapter 39. This fabric is truly suitable for crafting garments for Yen Lu, the steward remarked with a smile. "As for the identity of this esteemed individual, I must ask the young lady to indulge me with a bit of suspense. In a few days, this remarkable person will make an appearance at our tavern, and she will also present some uniquely flavored delicacies for you to savor."
He was unwilling to disclose the identity of this person, and Shen Wantang did not press him further. After all, she would learn the truth in due time. Deep down, she had an inkling that it likely was not Shen Mingxian, for Shen Mingxian lacked such acumen. Currently, her sole ambition was to become the wife of Lia Yoha, living a life that others envied, completely oblivious to the idea of selling delicacies at a tavern. Yet, if this individual was not Shen Mingxian, then who could it be? Had others besides herself and Shen Mingxian also been reborn? Shen Wantang waved her hand to dismiss the steward, finding this turn of events exceedingly intriguing. With 1, 2, or even 3 individuals having been reborn, she could hardly fathom how lively the capital would become in the future. After leaving the tavern, Shen Wantang returned to the Wangfu. She first visited the princess and, in passing, presented her with a piece of fabric in an elegant hue. This floral fabric had, in her past life, become a trend in the capital after the princess wore it. In this life, she had simply taken the initiative to purchase it beforehand and gifted it to the princess. Upon seeing the fabric, the princess indeed took a great liking to it, her illness seemingly alleviated by 3 parts, as she exclaimed, "Look at our young lady, far more considerate than my son. That scoundrel only knows how to vex me daily. Has he ever gone to the trouble of finding such lovely fabric for me? Tanger, you are truly thoughtful. I feel as though I have struck gold. A biological daughter could not compare. No, my own daughter is not as good as you." Shen Wantang chuckled, "Mother, your praise makes me feel quite embarrassed. How could I possibly compare to the princess? She is not by your side. If she were, she would surely be far more filial than I." The princess, however, shook her head, sighing. "If she were truly filial, she would not disregard my wishes and insist on marrying the eldest son of the general's household. Now she has gone with him to the northwest, and it is a challenge even to see her once." Ning Wang and Ning Wangfei had only 2 children, the eldest son, Xiao Qingyuan, and the beloved Shuyang princess, Xiao Qingxi. At 17, Xiao Qingxi had just come of age 2 years ago and married into the general's household, subsequently accompanying her husband to guard the borders in the northwest. However, in no more than 2 months, General Hua would return victorious, and both Wu de Gongzi and Xiao Qingxi would come back as well. Shen Wantang, wishing to keep her rebirth a secret, subtly reminded her mother-in-law, "Mother, you miss the princess, surely, she must also long for you." As the saying goes, what is constantly on the mind will surely resonate, your wishes shall come to fruition. The princess took her words as mere comfort, smiled back, and chatted with her about family matters before finally allowing her to leave. Not long after Shen Wantang had departed, Xiao Qingyuan arrived. He was not truly heartless. Ever since the princess fell ill, he had visited daily to pay his respects, inquiring about her health, and even personally brewing medicine for her. Although he often botched the concoction, the princess was nonetheless mollified, and naturally, the princess attributed her son's transformation entirely to Shen Wantang. After all, when Shen Wantang had not yet entered the Wangfu, it had been chaotic, and Xiao Qingyuan had seemed almost deranged, obsessively muttering about Chu Yanluo. However, after Shen Wantang's arrival, the Wangfu had suddenly become tranquil, and Xiao Qingyuan inexplicably seemed more like a normal person, his thoughts no longer consumed solely by Chu Yanluo, as he occasionally mentioned Shen Wantang instead. The princess felt a sense of secret delight, believing that with Shen Wantang's presence, everything in the Wangfu was progressing positively. She had undoubtedly made the right choice in her daughter-in-law. "Mother, your son pays his respects," Xiao Qingyuan said, observing the princess's complexion. Seeing her color had improved somewhat and her spirit seemed notably better, and that she no longer regarded him with icy disdain, he knew he had come at an opportune moment. He had discerned a pattern in the past few days. If he paid his respects before Shen Wantang arrived, his mother would surely look upon him with disfavor and scold him harshly. Yet, if he came after her visit, having been placated by Shen Wantang, his mother would treat him with much more amiability. Thus, today, knowing Shen Wantang had come to pay her respects, he had instructed Moji to keep watch, and as soon as Shen Wantang left, Moji had reported back to him, allowing him to come in for his visit. "Yuaner has arrived. Come and sit." The princess regarded her son with an unusual warmth, gesturing toward the fabric on the table. "What do you think of this pattern?" Xiao Qingyuan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the fabric. "It is elegant and refreshing, perfectly suited for tailoring garments." He almost blurted out that this floral pattern would surely appeal to Yanlu, but he swallowed the words just in time. His mother did not harbor fondness for Yanlu. If he suggested it, she would undoubtedly refuse to part with the fabric. Thus, he needed to be more tactful. "This fabric, who is it meant for? Is it for Shen Wantang?" "Not at all." "I thought as much. She favors gaudy colors and trinkets. Such a beautiful fabric does not suit her." The princess shot him a sidelong glance, her tone cooling. "All the garments Shen Wantang has worn these past few days are gifts from me." "Are you suggesting I have poor taste?" Xiao Qingyuan stiffened. "Are all of them from you?" "Of course, a young lady should not wear drab and unadorned clothing. Should she dress in plain white, making herself look like she is in mourning? Your father and I are still alive. Anyone who dares to dress that way is cursing us." Xiao Qingyuan sighed inwardly, recognizing that his mother was subtly criticizing him once again. This was not the first time she had mentioned this matter. Yanlu favored white garments and often tied her long hair with white ribbons, which the princess had always found inauspicious. He dared not engage further in this discussion, fearing it would only provoke his mother further. He diplomatically remarked, "This fabric in your hands is subtle and pure, resembling a gentle blue mist, with its gradient dyeing evoking a sense of ethereal clouds. The flowing floral patterns are quite fitting for the youth and less so for you, mother. Since Shen Wantang does not favor this fabric either, why not give it to me?" The princess was taken aback. "To you? Indeed, to me. Are you reluctant to part with it? But aside from me, you have no other recipients for it, do you? This fabric is not suitable for a man. It is meant for women. What do you need it for?"
Mother, it is best you do not concern yourself with my intentions, just grant it to me. Xiao Qingyuan could not resist touching the fabric, which felt unexpectedly soft and delicate to the touch, possessing a wonderful drape. Whether fashioned into undergarments or outerwear, it would surely be exceedingly comfortable. The IT is truly perfect for making garments for Yen Lu. Chapter 40 of this son is truly unappreciative. In recent days, Yen Luo had created quite a stir due to her lack of suitable attire. He had borrowed money from Shen Wantang to purchase several outfits for her, yet she found them either ill-fitting or deemed the patterns too vulgar, unworthy of her elegant disposition. However, if he were to bring back this particular fabric, it was certain that Yen Luo would not complain, and perhaps she might even grace him with a smile. It had been days since she last smiled. For her affection and joy, he was willing to do anything. Xiao Qingyuan stood there, absent-mindedly stroking the fabric while pondering what sort of reaction Xu Yen Luo would have upon seeing it, completely unaware that the princess's expression had turned icy. How could she not discern her son's intentions? He desired this fabric, not for himself, but for that little wretch he kept in his quarters. With a resounding crash, a teacup was hurled to the ground by the princess. The cup shattered into pieces, startling the distracted Xiao Qingyuan. He looked at the princess in astonishment. Mother, what troubles you? What troubles me, do you still have the audacity to ask? The princess trembled with fury. You ungrateful scoundrel, coming here to beg for something for that little wretch. Have you even considered whether she is deserving of this exquisite fabric? This is no ordinary cloth, it is the priceless Cayenne brocade. Selling her would not even yield enough to cover the scraps. Xiao Qingyuan could not help but frown. Mother, no matter how expensive the Cayenne brocade may be, it is still meant for wearing. It knows no distinctions of nobility or lowliness, anyone can don it. Besides, this pattern does not suit you. What difference does it make if I take it? In the past, you would grant me anything I desired. Why has it all changed now? The princess, seething with rage, slammed her palm onto the table, causing another teacup to topple over. Has it been I, the mother, who has changed, or you, the son? Must you even beg for a mere piece of fabric? I tell you, this fabric was specially selected by the future daughter-in-law to honor me. There is not another like it in the entire capital. No one shall take it from me. How blind and foolish you are to claim this fabric does not suit me. Is there a more fitting pattern in this world? I am of an age where I cannot dress in such delicate hues. Should I adorn myself like a young maiden in vibrant attire? The future daughter-in-law shows me filial piety, providing me with fine garments, yet your heart is solely occupied by that shameless wretch, with no regard for your mother. Even if I were to discard this fabric, I would never give that wretch a single strand. Xiao Qingyuan stood frozen in disbelief. What, this was given to you by Shen Wantang? How could that be? She only favors gaudy colors, so how could she select such an elegant fabric for you? The bright red and green were gifts I bestowed upon her, she wore them out of filial piety. The elegant and understated fabric is her gift to me, chosen by her, demonstrating her discernment and consideration for me as her mother-in-law. As she spoke, the princess's eyes grew misty. The more dutiful and considerate the daughter-in-law was, the more it highlighted her son's disobedience and folly. This son truly was ungrateful. She was not yet old and feeble, yet her son was already prioritizing a wretch over her fabric. What would happen when she was old and unable to move? Would he still show her filial piety, or would he heed that wretch's words and cast her out of the royal residence? Suppressing her fury and sorrow, the princess hoarsely instructed Granny Quan, that child, Tanger, lives a modest life, diligently managing the household, and is so filial to me that I cannot let her go unrewarded. Go to the heir's private treasury and select a few valuable items to send to the future daughter-in-law on my behalf. Mother, why must I be the one to deliver them? I refuse. You will go, whether you like it or not. Of course, she wanted her son to deliver them. She aimed for him to interact more with Shen Wantang, nurturing their relationship whilst sabotaging his connection with Xu Yen Luo. Only when her son completely discarded Xu Yen Luo could the family thrive. She would have someone to care for her in her old age. Marrying wisely meant marrying Shen Wantang, who was indeed virtuous. I allow that shameless wretch to reside in the royal residence out of consideration for you. In return, you must show me, as your mother, the same respect. It is merely a matter of asking you to deliver a few items to Tanger. Is that too much to ask? If you refuse to honor me, then I shall not hesitate to lower myself in your presence. The princess coldly declared, Granny Quan, go to Xinghe courtyard and expel that shameless woman. Tell her that the heir is unwilling to endure even a slight grievance for her. She deserves to be cast into the streets. Granny Quan complied and promptly exited. Xiao Qingyuan hastily interjected, Mother, do not drive Yen Luo away. She is already homeless, and even Jisun Monastery has refused to shelter her. If you cast her out, you will be pushing her to her death. Am I the one forcing her to her death? Is it not you who is doing so? All you need to do is make a trip to the future daughter-in-law's courtyard, and she can remain in the residence, yet you are unwilling. I am willing. I will go for mother. The princess nodded coldly. That is more like it. Granny Quan, go forth, and remember to select the finest items. Do not tarnish my reputation. Yes, your highness. Granny Quan acknowledged and quickly departed. Moments later, she returned, cradling 3 stacked boxes. Please, your highness, have a look. The princess opened each box in turn before closing them. Very well, these shall suffice. Granny Quan handed the 3 boxes to the servant Moji. Young master, you may proceed to Wutong courtyard. When the boxes were opened, Xiao Qingyuan saw the contents. A jade pisho of vibrant green, a pair of rare jade bangles, and a painting of 1,000 birds by a master from a previous dynasty. It dawned on him that the items his mother was sending to Shen Wantang came from his private treasury. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, Shen Wantang does not care for these, she prefers gold and silver. It would be better to send her some of that instead." The princess scoffed. "What, do you feel pity for her receiving such gifts? You casually gifted that wretch the blood coral bestowed by the Empress Dowager, yet I cannot bestow a few items upon the future daughter-in-law? I cannot believe that the future daughter-in-law, who favors gold and silver, would not appreciate jade in paintings. These are worth far more. Put away your petty thoughts and promptly deliver these items to the future daughter-in-law." With no other choice, Xiaoqing Yuan reluctantly acquiesced. He took Moji to Wutong courtyard and, upon reaching the entrance, was met with peals of laughter from within. "Thank you, future daughter-in-law. You went out and returned with gifts for us, you truly care for us. Oh, the future daughter-in-law has such exquisite taste, this outfit looks splendid on Granny Chai, she appears a decade younger." Chapter 41. The unexpected guest, Chu Yenluo Princess Consort, I have just arrived, do I also have a gift? Indeed, there is, Duan, please fetch the rouge from Yongchun Hall and distribute it among everyone. Oh my goodness, the Princess Consort has gifted us with rouge from Yongchun Hall. It costs 5 taels of silver per box, many young ladies from affluent families are reluctant to use it, yet the Princess Consort has bestowed upon us such a generous quantity. The Princess Consort is truly a living bodhisattva. I shall dedicate my life to her service. It is indeed our fortune to serve the Princess Consort, her temperament is so amiable, and she never makes things difficult for her servants. Her generosity is unparalleled, and everyone in the manor is eager to come to our Wutong courtyard to serve her. Xiaoqing Yuan was taken aback, he had not anticipated that Shen Wantang would be so adored, nor did he expect the atmosphere of Wutong courtyard to be so delightful. It seemed that joy permeated this place every day, with the maidservants and matrons harmoniously coexisting, even the previously stern Granny Chai had transformed into a smiling figure since arriving here. As he pondered, Mog could not help but exclaim, "The Princess Consort is truly kind to her servants, she even brings gifts upon returning from an outing." Qin Xian mentioned that in just a few short days, they have already been captivated by the charm of the Princess Consort, wholeheartedly devoted to her. Xiaoqing Yuan turned to see Mog's envious expression and could not refrain from frowning. "Since you are so fond of this place, why not come and serve here?" Mog nearly blurted out a yes, but upon seeing his master's expression, he realized Xiaoqing Yuan was displeased and quickly shook his head. No, I only wish to serve the young master. Though the Princess Consort is admirable, she cannot compare to the young master." Xiaoqing Yuan snorted coldly, aware that the boy was speaking insincerely. His days at Xinghe courtyard had not been particularly pleasant. Moji had to take on the workload of 10 people and was on the verge of exhaustion, yet Yan Luo remained unsatisfied, criticizing Moji for his lack of diligence one moment and then complaining about his inappropriate gaze the next. However, there were indeed too few attendants in his courtyard, and without maidservants to assist Yan Luo, it was quite inconvenient. He genuinely needed to acquire a few more maidservants. As he contemplated this, he entered Wutong courtyard. The laughter and chatter in the courtyard ceased immediately. Granny Chai led everyone in a respectful salute before stepping aside to make way for him. Seeing Xiaoqing Yuan, Shen Wantang suddenly furrowed her brow. Why had he come again? Could he not reduce his visits? Internally grumbling, her expression remained impassive as she spoke blandly. "The young master has arrived." Xiaoqing Yuan nodded. "My mother sent me, she selected a few items from my treasury for you. She mentioned that she greatly appreciates the material you gifted her. It is good that mother likes it." Shen Wantang did not even glance at the contents of the box, instructing Qin Xian to take it from Mog's hands, and then fell silent. She was indeed reluctant to engage in further conversation with Xiaoqing Yuan, fearing that too much dialogue might lead him to misconstrue her feelings, resulting in unnecessary complications. Xiaoqing Yuan also wished to minimize their interaction, lest Yan Luo grow jealous. Previously, when he lingered a bit longer to borrow silver, Yan Luo had wept upon his return. Thus, after delivering the items and fulfilling his task, he turned to leave. Once he departed, the courtyard buzzed with excitement again. Everyone was curious about the items the young master had brought, and Shen Wantang, not one to be stingy, directed Qin Xian to open the box for all to see. "Oh my, they are all treasures. The princess truly cares for our Princess Consort from the bottom of her heart, her generosity is indeed priceless. Indeed, the princess treats our Princess Consort as if she were her own daughter. I have only seen her bestow gifts upon the county princess before, never like this for someone else. Not only does the princess care for the Princess Consort, but it appears the young master does as well. He merely does not express it, otherwise, why would he allow the princess to select items from his private treasury for our Princess Consort? True, the young master must hold the Princess Consort dear in his heart. No, he does not." Shen Wantang silently retorted. Xiaoqing Yuan's heart belonged solely to Chu Yenluo. His affection for her ran far deeper than he currently exhibited, a fact unbeknownst to these maidservants. His delivery of gifts was undoubtedly compelled by the princess, and as for the treasures in his treasury, he scarcely cared. If the princess wished to take them, he naturally acquiesced without objection. However, Shen Wantang was indifferent to whom Xiaoqing Yuan favored, as long as the gifts were in her possession, it was sufficient. She desired gold and jewels. As for Xiaoqing Yuan's affection, it could be bestowed upon Chu Yenluo. The bracelet sent by the princess was truly exquisite, and Shen Wantang found herself quite fond of it. In her 2 lifetimes, it was her first time acquiring such a splendid jade bracelet, its green hue reminiscent of a clear, tranquil lake. She immediately adorned her wrist with it, for her past experiences taught her that one should wear and utilize good fortune. Having earned silver, one should spend it. Treasures left unworn and silver left unspent were akin to wearing fine garments in the dark. Much joy and satisfaction would be diminished, and those treasures and riches might fall into others' hands. If one did not spend, someone else would inevitably do so on their behalf. Shen Wantang raised her wrist, admiring the beautiful bracelet for a while, then smiled to herself. She would wear this bracelet to pay her respects tomorrow. Her mother-in-law would surely be pleased to see it adorned on her. However, before long, an unexpected guest arrived at Wutong Courtyard, Chu Yanluo. She was dressed in a pale yellow gown, her long hair loosely secured with a wooden hairpin, with deliberately arranged wisps framing her face. Shen Wantang appraised her at a glance. Her attire was clearly ill-fitting, evidently not tailored for her but rather purchased from a ready-made garment shop. The color was also not one that Chu Yanluo favored. She typically donned white garments. Even during her time at Jisan Monastery, she was distinct from the other nuns, who wore gray, as she steadfastly chose to wear white. As for Wai Xiaoqing Yuan, fully aware of Chu Yanluo's preference for white, had not procured it for her. It was most likely because such garments were simply unavailable in ordinary shops. To acquire a pure white outfit, one would need to visit a store specializing in funeral attire. Chu Yanluo's hairstyle also deviated from the decorum expected of respectable women. Only those from the brothels would style their hair in such a manner, leaving wisps at their temples. Nevertheless, Chu Yanluo was undeniably beautiful, but not in a garish or seductive way. Her beauty was marked by a serene elegance. Her striking appearance, unconventional fashion sense, and proud disposition set her apart from the demure young ladies of the capital, making Xiaoqing Yuan's immediate infatuation with her, followed by a fervent love, entirely understandable. Chapter 42. Chu Yanluo is also reborn. While Shen Wantang was observing Chu Yanluo, the maid Qingqin had already stepped forward to obstruct her, saying, "Who permitted you to enter? Our young lady is currently occupied with the household accounts and is not receiving guests. Please leave." Chu Yanluo held her head high, casting a disdainful glance at Qingqin, and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Shen Wantang is not the young lady. The young master has neither unveiled her veil nor consummated the marriage. She is nothing. I am the true love of the young master, and the position of young lady rightfully belongs to me. Qingqin, if you had any sense, you should immediately kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, when I become the young lady, and you find yourself in my household, you will be sold to the Late Spring Alley, unable to escape until your dying breath." The Late Spring Alley is a place where impoverished men seek solace, a veritable paradise for the destitute yet a hell for unfortunate women. With merely 10 coins, a man can choose a woman at will, indulging in his desires without restraint. The alley is filled with pitiable women who have nowhere to turn, often echoing with their anguished cries, and it is not uncommon for lifeless bodies of women, ravaged and barely clothed, to be carried away. Qingqin could hardly fathom that the seemingly ethereal and aloof Chu Yanluo harbors such venomous malice within. She had assumed that even if Chu Yanluo despised her, she would merely be driven out of the residence. She never expected that Chu Yanluo would wish to sell her to the Late Spring Alley. If Chu Yanluo, not even yet the young lady, could be so brazen, what would happen if she were to ascend to that position? Gritting her teeth, Qingqin retorted, "You are merely a concubine of the young master, having used underhanded tactics to gain entry into the household. Do you truly believe you can ascend to become the young master's legitimate wife? Dream on. With your appearance, you would only bring shame upon yourself if you stepped outside. You will never become the young lady." Chu Yanluo's expression darkened. "Begone, you worthless maid. You are unworthy to converse with me. You will come to regret this." She forcefully shoved Qingqin aside and strode directly into the room. Upon seeing Shen Wantang's visage, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, so this is what you look like. No wonder the young master treats you with a modicum of respect. It turns out it is because you bear a slight resemblance to me." Just as Granny Chai was about to step forward to evict her, Shen Wantang stopped her. She gazed at Chu Yanluo with a detached demeanor. "Are you intending to sell my maid?" Chu Yanluo acted as if she were in her own quarters, casually touching the objects within while declaring, "Of course. A servant who dares to offend her betters deserves to be sold, lest she tarnish the reputation of the household. I see that you are utterly incapable of managing the estate, turning the entire mansion into a chaotic mess. How unfortunate. It would be better for you to leave voluntarily now." Shen Wantang remained unmoved. "Whether I can manage the household is not for an outsider like you to comment on, nor is it your place to decide the fate of my maid. She has conducted herself admirably, showing neither subservience nor arrogance." Granny Chai, Qingqin has performed splendidly. Reward her." Granny Chai promptly retrieved some silver and handed it to Qingqin. "Qingqin, the young lady has bestowed a reward." Qingqin accepted the heavy coins, joyfully bowing deeply. "This servant thanks the young lady." Shen Wantang nodded at her, her gaze softening with a hint of compassion. If her memory served her correctly, in her past life, Qingqin had indeed been sold to the Late Spring Alley by Chu Yanluo. Not only her, but also Qiyu, Xu Xiang, and Hua Yi had met the same fate. This was all due to Shen Mingxuan's competition with Chu Yanluo. When Chu Yanluo found herself at a disadvantage for a time, in her fury, she summoned all 4 of Shen Mingxuan's maids to her side and, after obtaining their contracts from Xiaoqing Yuan, promptly sold them to the Late Spring Alley. All the maids and nannies that Shen Mingxian had brought from the Shen family had inexplicably perished. She had once returned to the Shen family, cursing Chu Yanluo, calling her a cold-blooded killer, and declaring that if she were to die one day, it would surely be at Chu Yanluo's hands. Thus, Shen Wantang resolved to take the initiative. She requested several formidable maids and nannies from Qishir. Shortly after returning to the Ning Wang residence, Chu Yanluo drowned during an outing. In this new life, the 4 maids of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting had naturally become Shen Wantang's confidants. They were blissfully unaware of their past fates, and Shen Wantang had no intention of letting them know. She would not allow these 4 exquisite young women to relive the tragic fate of their past lives. Since they had become her personal maids, she was determined to safeguard their peace in this life.
Her voice turned icy. If Miss Chu has no further business, you may take your leave. My maid's decisions are not yours to dictate, and no matter how often you touch the items in my room, you will not take anything away. Xu Yanluo's hand, which had been caressing the golden Nanmu chair, froze momentarily, yet her expression quickly returned to one of haughty defiance. All these things will eventually be mine. I am merely taking an early look, so what's the fuss? I am not concerned for the items. I merely find your hands filthy. What did you say? My hands are dirty. My hands are far cleaner than your mouth. I believe it is your heart that is tainted. Xu Yanluo retorted imperiously, only a heart that is dirty would see everything as filthy. Furthermore, you are merely imitating me, attempting to win the young masteress' affection. Let me make it clear. That is impossible. No matter how closely you resemble me, the young master will never love you. In this life, the next, and even the one after that, he will always love me. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener took heed. Shen Wantang's heart skipped a beat at Xu Yanluo's mention of a past life. Had she spoken unconsciously, or did she truly possess memories of a previous existence? In this life, the Ning Wang residence had undergone numerous transformations. Xu Yanluo had even arrived over a year earlier than before. Could all of this be connected to her? Shen Wantang observed Xu Yanluo with an impassive expression, casually fabricating, if there were past and future lives, the young master would undoubtedly prefer me. Xu Yanluo scoffed, do not harbor such fantasies. The young master favored me in his past life, and it will be the same in the next. You are nothing, not even destined to marry the young master, are you? Shen Wantang feigned astonishment. How do you know I was never meant to marry the young master? Why are you so surprised? I have merely heard from outside. Your dear sister, Shen Mingxian, was originally slated to enter the Wang residence, was she not? Yet she suddenly changed her mind, and thus the position of young lady fell to you. Shen Wantang's feigned shock began to wane. Although Xu Yanluo had concealed her knowledge well, Shen Wantang, having lived a previous life, was more perceptive to the subtle details. What Xu Yanluo knew was not mere hearsay, it was drawn from her own experiences, for only through lived experiences could one speak with such certainty. Shen Wantang had already come to the conclusion that Xu Yanluo, too, had been reborn. Chapter 43 Xu Yanluo mispronounces a name. No wonder in this lifetime, Xu Yanluo arrived at the Wangfu so much earlier, and her child was lost so soon. It turns out all of this was by her own design. Presumably, she was deeply dissatisfied with the outcome of her previous life, which led her to decisively choose to enter the Wangfu instead of enduring further suffering in Jisan Temple. The room was enveloped in silence, as all eyes regarded Xu Yanluo with expressions of disbelief, yet she remained oblivious, continuing with her haughty declaration, the wife of the heir should neither be Shen Mingxian nor you, Shen Wantang. It should be me, therefore, everything in this Wangfu rightfully belongs to me. Shen Wantang, return to me the items that the heir just gifted you, they should be mine, and you ought to restore them to their rightful owner. Shen Wantang appeared to hear nothing, leisurely lifting a bowl of bird's nest soup to her lips, consuming it with an air of tranquility, as if the provocative Xu Yanluo before her was non-existent. As the heir's consort, she found no merit in engaging with someone as inconsequential as Xu Yanluo, leaving the reprimanding to others. Madam Chai, her demeanor frigid, interjected sharply, you truly have an inflated sense of self. You dare to claim items sent to the heir's consort, you are shameless, utterly lacking in decorum and propriety. The Chu family has indeed produced a daughter of unparalleled disgrace, you have brought shame upon the emperor himself. Xu Yanluo had heard such words numerous times in her past life, causing her expression to flicker momentarily before she retorted with scorn, what are you, to speak to me in such a manner? I could compel the heir to sell you once, and I could surely do so again. If you wish to avoid such a fate, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Previously, Madam Chai had felt some trepidation towards her, for the heir truly heeded her commands. Whoever she wished to sell, the heir would comply, as if under her spell. However, now, Madam Chai felt no fear, for she was no longer merely the heir's wet nurse. She was the wet nurse of the heir's consort, and with the consort present, the prospect of being sold by Xu Yanluo was nullified. Do not overestimate your own importance, you are nothing but a mere footnote. If you were of any worth, the heir would have married you long ago, instead of keeping you in his courtyard in such ambiguity. Madam Chai's words were piercing, akin to daggers, striking at the most sensitive points of Xu Yanluo's heart. Someone like you, in any respectable household, would be considered nothing more than a lowly mistress. You do not even qualify as a concubine. In ordinary families, wives and concubines are taken from reputable families, yet you, who engaged in illicit relations before marriage and bore an illegitimate child, are unwanted. Not only are you undesirable, but you are also despised. Today, you were permitted to see the heir's consort due to her benevolence and magnanimity. Had it been anyone else, you would have been driven out with a flurry of blows. How dare you cause such a ruckus here? Xu Yanluo's complexion shifted from pale to ashen and back again. She harbored a profound hatred for this cold-blooded Madam Chai and for the cruel fate that had befallen her. If heaven had granted her a second chance, why could it not have allowed her to be reborn sooner? She should have returned to a time before she became pregnant, allowing her to marry into the Wangfu directly, thus avoiding any entanglement with Shen Wantang. Alas, fate had cursed her to be reborn just a month before Xiao Qingyuan's wedding, a time when the entire capital was already aware of her illegitimate pregnancy, making it nearly impossible for her to cleanse her name. Clenching her fists tightly, fury ignited within her, and she vowed to claim the position of the heir's consort in this lifetime. Once Xiao Qingyuan became a prince, she would ascend to the status of a glorious princess. Furthermore, she would bear him a son, who would eventually eliminate the crown prince's offspring, allowing her son to ascend the throne, thus paving her way to become the empress dowager. She envisioned the day when those who mocked and scorned her would bow before her in deference. As these thoughts surged within her, a tumultuous wave of emotion coursed through her, and her previously pale complexion flushed with an unnatural hue, her voice betraying her earlier icy demeanor, now rising in pitch. I did not engage in illicit relations before marriage. My pregnancy is not my fault, I am a victim of circumstance. You ignorant souls cannot fathom the purity and nobility of my spirit, only the heir understands me, for I am his beloved. His possessions are mine by right. I have come here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. What is the issue? But you, Shen Wantang, a mere commoner, greedy and shameless, dare to seize what belongs to me. You would do well to return my belongings, or else I shall ensure the heir expels you first. As Shen Wantang sipped her bird's nest soup, she found herself bemused by Chu Yanluo's astonishing rhetoric. This woman did not appear as clever as she had envisioned. Her arrogance had reached a tipping point, as if she regarded the entire world with disdain. Was this newfound confidence a result of her rebirth? In her previous life, Chu Yanluo had not exhibited such ostentation or hubris. Had rebirth granted her an unwavering confidence, or did she believe, with utmost certainty, that no matter her actions or words, Xiao Qingyuan would always love her unconditionally, tolerating all her faults? As Shen Wantang pondered these questions, she inadvertently revealed the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Chu Yanluo's gaze fell upon the exquisite emerald bracelet, and she rushed forward, reaching out to snatch it. That bracelet is mine. How could it possibly be in your possession? Return it to me, Shen Mingxian, give it back. Madame Chai and Shi Nexian stepped forward in unison, blocking Chu Yanluo's path. Both were taken aback. Could it be that Chu Yanluo had truly lost her wits? She had mistakenly called the heir's consort by the name of her legitimate sister. Was this bracelet such a source of distress for her? Shen Wantang, too, noted the slip of Chu Yanluo's tongue, recognizing from her expression that she was entirely unaware of her blunder. Yet, Shen Wantang was not surprised. The small detail merely reinforced her suspicions. Chu Yanluo had indeed been reborn. In her past life, Chu Yanluo had been a sworn enemy of Shen Mingxian. Perhaps in her midnight reveries, she had often cursed her name. After so many years, Mingxuan's name had become etched into her very bones. Thus, in this new existence, in moments of agitation and fury, she inadvertently uttered Shen Mingxuan's name. However, as Shen Wantang caressed the bracelet, her thoughts drifted to the exquisite fruit jelly dessert from Qingyun Tower. Could it be that it was the handiwork of Chu Yanluo? She had previously wondered who else had been reborn, and now it appeared that the reborn individual was right beside her. No wonder the steward of Qingyun Tower had only mentioned guidance from a higher power, refusing to disclose the identity of this benefactor. He likely feared that revealing it too soon would lead to her causing a scene. Chapter 44 of the unyielding desire for the jade bracelet. Little did Chu Yanluo know that she had mistakenly called out the wrong name. Her thoughts were entirely fixated on the bracelet adorning Shen Wantang's wrist. With reddened eyes, she fixated her gaze on Shen Wantang, incessantly repeating, "This is mine, mine, how dare you wear it, you thief, you shameless brigand, you have stolen my identity as the noble consort, robbed me of my life, and now you dare to take my jade bracelet. Return it to me." As she hurled accusations, she attempted to snatch the bracelet from Shen Wantang's hand. Unfortunately, Qinqin and Grandma Chai stood before her like immovable mountains, preventing her from advancing even a single step. Qinqin disdainfully regarded her. "Oh, in broad daylight, you dare to indulge in such lofty dreams. Who would steal your identity or your life? You are so disgraceful that no one would wish to steal your existence. And the bracelet is yours, you say? Why not claim the entire royal residence as yours? When you arrived, you were so destitute that all you had was a plain garment, not to mention a jade bracelet. You didn't even possess a hairpin that wasn't made of wood. Now, you covet the bracelet belonging to our noble consort and assert it is yours. How absurd." Grandma Chai sneered. "I see you have gone mad with poverty, demanding items bestowed upon the noble consort by the prince and audaciously attempting to seize her bracelet. Why not go rob the streets instead? Are you afraid, or do you fear embarrassment? Oh, you shouldn't fear disgrace, for you have already committed far more shameful acts. It is precisely because of your disgrace that the Chu family has severed ties with you. Only the prince, out of kindness, has taken you in, allowing you the opportunity to run amok in our Wutong courtyard." Chu Yanluo glared fiercely at the two of them. "Less nonsense. Step aside, both of you. I have stated it clearly, that bracelet is mine, it is a gift from the prince, and it rightfully belongs on my wrist." Seeing her words so fervently asserted, as if they were the truth, they regarded her with a look that conveyed a profound sense of incredulity. "If your mind has truly gone awry, you ought to seek a physician immediately. Spare us your ghostly wails, it is quite unsettling to hear. This bracelet, which the noble consort wears, was gifted by the prince, and it was part of a pair. The noble consort, wishing to write with her right hand for convenience, chose to wear only one on her left wrist. They had been stored in the treasury for at least 5 years before the prince revealed them. This was a reward from the current emperor to the prince, who had declared that it was meant for the future noble consort. And now you dare to claim it as yours. Do you believe yourself worthy?" Fuming with indignation, Chu Yanluo stomped her foot. "Very well, I shall remember you both. You think you can bully me now, but when I become the noble consort, I will make you pay." The jade bracelet worn by Shen Wantang indeed once belonged to her, but that was in a past life. At that time, when she had just returned to the royal residence with Xiao Qingyuan, she was detested by the princess and belittled by Shen Mingxian, leaving her spirits low. To cheer her up, Xiao Qingyuan took her to his private treasury, allowing her to choose anything she desired. In her effort to maintain her lofty image, she refrained from taking anything, even though her heart longed for the treasures within that storeroom. Yet, Xiao Qingyuan chose a pair of bracelets and placed one directly onto her wrist. The joy she felt was beyond words, and she rewarded him with a rare smile, leaving Xiao Qingyuan utterly taken aback, nearly kneeling before her in reverence, kissing her hand and praising her clarity of spirit, claiming she was the ethereal companion he sought for a lifetime.
These bracelets had accompanied Chu Yanluo for several years, helping her evade numerous plots laid by Shen Mingxian. However, just before her untimely demise, the bracelet mysteriously vanished. She had sensed something amiss, and sure enough, days later, she was framed by Shen Mingxian and drowned in the frigid waters of the river. She harbored a lingering suspicion that the bracelets were extraordinary, and thus, upon seeing them again, she was determined to reclaim them. Unfortunately, the inhabitants of Wutong Courtyard were unwilling to grant her that opportunity. As she attempted to seize Shen Wantang's bracelet, Grandma Chai and Qin Qin each restrained one of her arms, forcibly dragging her away. The door of Wutong Courtyard slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving her to shout and pound at it in vain. As the number of onlookers, maids and matrons, continued to swell, Chu Yanluo could only retreat in frustration, holding her head high, stifling her fury as she returned to Xinghe Courtyard. Upon Xiao Qingyuan's return, she smashed a teacup in anger. Startled, he looked up to see her countenance dark as a storm cloud, his brow furrowing in concern. "What is the matter with you now? Why break a teacup? This was our last one. If you destroy it, how shall we drink tea in the future?" Chu Yanluo's relentless antics had worn Xiao Qingyuan thin, and he was unaware that his tone had shifted, lacking the gentleness it once had. Though he did not perceive the change, Chu Yanluo did. Tears streamed down her face. "What do you mean? What is the matter? Have you no curiosity about the injustices I have endured in this residence? You only concern yourself with a teacup?" Xiao Qingyuan, bewildered, felt a pang of pain upon seeing her cry, his tone softening. "I know I have wronged you. There isn't a single maidservant to attend to you in this courtyard, and you must wash your own clothes. Hence, I went out and purchased a few maidservants. They will take care of all the heavy work, and you need only enjoy your tea and tend to the flowers." Chu Yanluo retorted angrily, "I am not speaking of maidservants. Then what is it about?" "It is about how I was bullied and driven out by that bunch in Wutong Courtyard." Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback, his displeasure evident. "You went to Wutong Courtyard? What business did you have there? Did I not tell you to refrain from going for the time being?" He was maintaining a delicate balance with his mother. He had tacitly accepted Shen Wantang as the noble consort, while his mother had permitted Chu Yanluo, the nameless and unfavored, to reside in his courtyard. As long as Shen Wantang remained well-behaved, never provoking Chu Yanluo or meddling in matters of Xinghe Courtyard, then Chu Yanluo ought not to seek trouble in Wutong Courtyard. Hearing Xiao Qingyuan's discontent, Chu Yanluo's anger flared further. "What of it if I went to Wutong Courtyard? This entire royal residence belongs to you. Wutong Courtyard is yours as well. Let if it is yours, why can Shen Wantang reside there, while I am forbidden even to visit?" A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over Xiao Qingyuan. "That is not the point. Even if the royal residence is mine, it is still inappropriate for you to go to Wutong Courtyard, especially since it is not entirely mine. In any case, you shall not go there again." Chapter 45. "Young master, we are out of silver again." Chu Yanluo gazed incredulously at Xiao Qingyuan, saying, "I was bullied at Wutong Courtyard, and instead of standing up for me, you tell me not to go back? You truly do not care about me at all." "I do care about you, how could I not?" Xiao Qingyuan had repeated this phrase so often in recent days that it was beginning to feel numb to him. "You are the person I cherish most. I could never harbor feelings for anyone else. My intention in forbidding you to go is for your own good. You would only suffer there." With tears streaming down her face, Chu Yanluo exclaimed, "I do not care about suffering or not. All I care about is whether you love me. If you truly care for me, then go to Wutong Courtyard and retrieve the pair of jade bracelets you gave to Shen Wantang. They rightfully belong to me." Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. "You desire that pair of jade bracelets?" "Yes, I dreamt about them before. The bracelets are mine. They have accompanied me in my dreams for a long time." As she cried, Chu Yanluo clung to Xiao Qingyuan's arm, her tone softening for the first time. "Qingyuan, please go and bring them back, will you? I have never asked you for anything before. This is the first time I am asking for something. It is not out of greed but because those bracelets truly belong to me. I cannot allow them to be lost." Although Xiao Qingyuan was skeptical of her reasoning, her act of clinging to his arm evoked a rare sense of reliance in him, leaving him somewhat elated and nearly unable to refuse her any request. However, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Yanluo, if you desire jade bracelets, I can simply buy you another pair. That particular set has already been gifted to Shen Wantang by my mother. I genuinely cannot retrieve them." Chu Yanluo immediately released his arm and sulked onto the bed. "Buying another pair would not be the same. It lacks the significance of the ones I saw in my dream. You do not love me at all. You are unwilling to do even this small thing for me. What is the point of my remaining in this residence? Young master, please allow me to leave. I will return to Jisan Monastery to become a nun and spend the rest of my days there. Do not come looking for me again." Xiao Qingyuan sighed softly. "Yanluo, do not speak in anger. Life at Jisan Monastery is so austere. How could I bear to send you back? Let us set aside the matter of the bracelets for now. I will have some maidservants brought in for you to choose from, and you can select one to attend to you." However, Chu Yanluo lay back on the bed, quietly sobbing, "I do not need maidservants. They all look down on me. Even you look down on me. You would rather give the jade bracelets to Shen Wantang than to me. I am worth nothing, unworthy of anyone's service." Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sat by the bed and gently tried to console her for a while. "What are you saying? Although the bracelets belong to my treasury, they were not a gift from me. They were given by my mother. I have not bestowed any treasures upon Shen Wantang. It was all my mother's decision." Yet, Chu Yanluo remained obstinate, insisting on having that pair of bracelets. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qingyuan stood and left the bedroom. Outside, Moji had already lined up a group of maidservants in the courtyard. Seeing his master finally emerge, he hurriedly approached. Young master, how many shall we keep? Xiao Qingyuan surveyed all the maidservants, feeling somewhat exasperated.
Let them all be assigned to the guest quarters for now.
Once Yenluo's mood improves, she can decide which ones to keep. In truth, Xiao Qingyuan had already instructed Moji to procure several maidservants to attend to Chu Yenluo, but she had found fault with every one of them. The ones who were beautiful and graceful, she dismissed as having ulterior motives, exuding a seductive charm that made her uncomfortable. Their gazes lingered too frequently on him. The more plain and honest ones, she deemed too dull, too timid to even lift their heads or meet her eyes, and she found them too foolish to serve her well. This new selection might not necessarily please Chu Yenluo either, but Xiao Qingyuan resolved that this time, regardless of her criticisms, he would ensure a few remained. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to manage without anyone to attend to her daily needs. After Moji had settled the maidservants, he returned to report quietly, "Young master, we are out of silver. What shall we do?" Upon hearing the word silver, Xiao Qingyuan felt an intense headache coming on. How can we be out of silver again? Did I not give you the 500 taels I borrowed from Shen Wantang? Have you spent it all so soon? Young master, it is all gone. 500 taels does not last long. You spent 230 taels just on clothing and shoes for Miss Chu, and the bird's nest soup she insists on having daily is made from the finest nests, costing 25 taels per meal. Not to mention the expenses for the physician, prescriptions, and maidservants. Before Moji could finish, Xiao Qingyuan interrupted impatiently, "Enough, do not speak to me like a commoner, detailing every expense. It is tiresome, as if I am destitute. Do not let Yenluo hear any of this. She cannot stand hearing about gold and silver. I will figure out the silver situation myself, so be quiet." Moji, however, persisted. "Why not ask the young master consort for a loan? She is the only one who can lend you silver now." Xiao Qingyuan shot him a glare. "The last loan has not even been repaid. How could I go asking again? What would that make me? What else could you be? You are her legitimate husband. After all, the young master consort is currently managing the household, and all the finances are in her hands. Is it not perfectly reasonable for you to ask her for silver?" Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback by his words and hurriedly covered the mouth of that wretched servant. He feared Chu Yenluo might overhear, glancing back to see that there was no movement inside, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Moji had spoken quietly, otherwise, he would have to spend the entire night soothing Yenluo once more. He scolded the servant, "Nonsense, I have no relationship with Shen Wantang, but if you ever dare to speak such words again, I will have you thrown out of the residence." Moji lowered his head, muttering softly, "If you have no relationship, why are you out of silver? You were the first to seek a loan from the young master consort, which suggests you do not consider her a stranger." Hearing his muttering, Xiao Qingyuan smacked him lightly on the head. "You seem to be itching for a beating." Moji covered his head in surrender. "I understand my mistake. Enough. Go send a message to Gu Qianhan and Yuan Zhang, asking them to come over tonight for a drink at the Wang residence." "Young master, we do not have silver to buy wine. Are you suggesting they should bring their own? They are both the sons of a duke and a wealthy family. They have more than enough silver." Moji lowered his head. Fine. It was the first time he had heard of inviting people over for drinks and expecting the guests to bring their own beverages. His master truly did not follow conventional paths. The women he sought were unlike those of others, and his manner of entertaining guests was no different. Chapter 46. Xiao Qingyuan's embarrassment. Xiao Qingyuan, observing that the young servant was at a loss, barked coldly, "Why are you hanging your head? Hurry up, I'm on the verge of starving. Tell him to come quickly." The servant, left with no choice, turned to leave, but just as he was about to exit, he heard the young master add, "And have those two bring a few roasted chickens, some drunken crabs, and a selection of side dishes." The servant paused, feeling an acute sense of shame as his head drooped even lower. Was there truly any difference between this and begging? Unbeknownst to Xiao Qingyuan, the servant's thoughts were far from his own. He saw nothing amiss in asking his two good friends to prepare a feast. With resolve, he stepped outside, making his way directly to Wutong courtyard. Since Yenluo had taken a liking to that pair of bracelets, he felt it was imperative to retrieve them, was it not? Though it might be a tad embarrassing, he was willing to set aside his pride for Yenluo's happiness. After all, Shen Wantang was known to be reasonable and would not retaliate too harshly. However, despite having mentally prepared himself for this encounter, the moment he laid eyes on Shen Wantang and her serene, untroubled demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. Shen Wantang, Shen Wantang gazed at him with calm composure. "Is there something you need, young master?" Her gentle tone immediately enveloped him in a sense of warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Xiao Qingyuan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being excessively cruel to Shen Wantang. Nearly an hour ago, he had presented her with the jade bracelets, and now he was here to reclaim them. Was this truly how one ought to conduct oneself? Had he been dealing with a more spirited woman, she might very well have splashed him with tea and driven him out with a flurry of reprimands. He was, after all, a man who adjusted his behavior according to those around him. It was only because he perceived Shen Wantang as accommodating that he dared to approach her. Had she been fierce, he would have never ventured into Wutong courtyard. Lacking the moral high ground, he spoke in a voice considerably softer than usual. "Shen Wantang, would you be willing to return the jade bracelets to me? In exchange, I shall present you with something else of equal value, so you shall not suffer any loss." From the moment Xiao Qingyuan stepped into Wutong courtyard, Shen Wantang had already surmised his purpose. Before her departure, Chu Yanluo had expressed a fierce desire for the bracelets, making it inevitable that Xiao Qingyuan would come to retrieve them on her behalf. Given Xiao Qingyuan's infatuation with Chu Yanluo, it would have been rather peculiar had he not made this trip. However, Shen Wantang was quite fond of the bracelets herself and had no intention of relinquishing them. With a look of feigned reluctance, she replied, "Young master, while these bracelets were indeed a gift from you, you also mentioned that they were sent on behalf of your mother. Thus, they are, in fact, a present from her to me. It would be rather inappropriate for me to pass on a gift from an elder to another. Had this been a gift solely from you, I would have had no hesitation in returning it at your request. But this is not merely a gift from you. It is a token from your mother. If I were to give it away moments after receiving it, how would that reflect upon me? This is a manifestation of your mother's goodwill. If I do not safeguard it, she may be left heartbroken." Xiao Qingyuan felt utterly humiliated by her words, as if he were a heartless and ungrateful wretch. The bracelets were not even meant for him to reclaim, yet here he was, attempting to do so. It was simply outrageous. At that moment, Granny Chai interjected with a pained expression, "Young master, if I may speak candidly, your actions this time have gone too far. While the young master's wife possesses a gentle nature, it is unacceptable to bully her." First, Miss Chu made a scene, crying and demanding to take the young master's wife's bracelets, and she bore it all in silence, swallowing her grievances alone. "And now, you wish to take the young master's wife's bracelets as well? Is this not forcing her into an undutiful predicament? Have you considered the consequences she will face should you take the bracelets away?" She arrived at the Wangfu alone and without support, relying solely on the favor of the young mistress to persevere. With each affront to her dignity, and now demanding that she give the bracelets, which her benefactor gifted her, to Chu Yanluo, should she comply, it would not only anger the young mistress but also embolden the servants within the Wangfu to see her as weak and unworthy of respect. You are essentially driving the young master's wife to despair. How cruel of you! Is Chu Yanluo's life worth more than hers? What wrong has she committed? Has she not done enough? It is merely a pair of bracelets. You could easily procure another for her. Why must you insist on those that adorn her wrists? Is this not a deliberate provocation and an attempt to humiliate her? How long will you indulge Chu Yanluo? Today she covets the young master's wife's bracelets. Will you also fetch her the young mistress's tomorrow? And if she desires the empress's adornments the day after, will you do that as well? By the end of her tirade, Granny Chai was nearly in tears, half genuinely pained for Shen Wantang and half for herself. She had raised the young master as her own, yet Xiao Qingyuan was willing to cast her aside for the sake of an ungrateful woman. The frustration had been building within her, and it was overwhelming. After hearing Granny Chai's impassioned plea, Xiao Qingyuan could no longer bear to remain in the courtyard. He forced out a comment, "Yanluo does not covet every bracelet," before awkwardly bowing to Shen Wantang in an attempt at apology and hastily departing. As Shen Wantang watched Xiao Qingyuan leave, she could not help but touch the bracelet on her wrist once more. Chu Yanluo had been reborn. She should not behave as though she had never encountered such things before, obsessively seeking to take her bracelet. Raising her wrist, she scrutinized the bracelet for quite some time, unable to discern what made it so enchanting. It was merely exquisite in its clarity, so why did it incite such madness in Chu Yanluo, compelling Xiao Qingyuan to plead on her behalf? This seemed rather incongruent with her usual lofty demeanor. This bracelet, it appeared, held some peculiar significance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan returned to his own courtyard. Upon entering, he found his two friends already present, and they were certainly not empty-handed. The stone table was laden with fine wines and delicacies, with Gu Qianhan and Yuan Jing seated on either side, while Chu Yanluo, who had previously been sulking, now sat comfortably between them, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan return, Yuan Jing promptly poured a cup of wine, rose, and walked over to him, thrusting the cup into his hand. "Qingyuan, you truly are something. No wonder you've kept your brothers from meeting Miss Chu. It is because her beauty is so striking that you fear we might steal her away. It is indeed a great regret that I have only now laid eyes upon such a stunning woman. You must drink in penance." Chapter 47. Gu Qianhan listening to his good friend's unabashed praise, Xiao Qingyuan could not help but cast a glance at Chu Yanluo, who sat gracefully upon a stone bench. A delicate smile graced her lips, her eyes radiating an unparalleled clarity, embodying both politeness and a cold, ethereal pride. She remained unruffled by the compliments, showing no signs of vanity nor any embarrassment regarding her status in the presence of his friends. This celestial demeanor caused Xiao Qingyuan's heart to once again succumb to her charm, but he adored her aloof and proud disposition, neither sycophantic nor timid. Her gaze towards men was forthright and unpretentious, unlike the flustered young ladies of the capital who appeared utterly flustered and bashful in the presence of men, as if they had never encountered the world before. Especially when confronted with him, these young women would shyly cast their eyes downwards, attempting to engage him in conversation while feigning modesty, sometimes pretending to have lost their handkerchiefs, hoping for a chance encounter, or feigning a lost fragrance pouch, seeking his help. They would even feign ignorance, lightly bumping into him before hastily apologizing, all the while putting on a pretense. Over the years in the capital, he had encountered countless such scenarios, leading him from disdain to numbness. Yet, when Chu Yanluo first met him, she exhibited neither shyness nor a desire to converse. In fact, when he spoke to her, she regarded him with an air of indifference, completely ignoring his presence. It was then that he felt a spark of fascination, recognizing her stark difference from other women. And now, Chu Yanluo remained unchanged, unreserved towards men, and not overly familiar. She simply remained true to herself, never seeking to curry favor with any man. In a state of delightful contentment, Xiao Qingyuan, spurred on by Yuan Jing, tilted his head back and drained the contents of his cup. Seeing him drink so heartily, Yuan Jing let out a hearty laugh, pulling Xiao Qingyuan to sit at the stone table, pouring him drink after drink. Xiao Qingyuan welcomed the libations, consuming one cup after another, until he nearly forgot the purpose of their gathering. Yuan de, Guer, could you lend me some silver to spend? Gu Qianhan, with his long fingers, twirled his wine cup but remained silent. Yuan Zhang, however, immediately responded, of course, this is but a trifle between brothers, there is no need to speak of borrowing, just tell me how much you need, and I shall have someone deliver it to you tomorrow.
Upon hearing Yuan Zhang's prompt agreement to lend him silver, Xiao Qingyuan's mind sharpened slightly. Are you serious? You lend me 10,000 taels?
Absolutely, but how much I give depends on your skill.
Xiao Qingyuan's mind was sluggish. What skill?
Your skill in drinking. Yuan Zhang grinned, placing a jar of wine before him. Drink 1 jar, and I will grant you 10,000 taels.
What do you say?
Xiao Qingyuan burst into laughter. Deal, you said it, I shall drink until you are bankrupt. Yuan Zhang chuckled, with your meager capacity, you think you can bankrupt me? My mother had a true bridal dowry worth 10 miles of red silk, enough to last 10 lifetimes.
Drink as you please,
Yuan Zhang, like nothing except for silver. Xiao Qingyuan knew Yuan Zhang was not lacking in wealth, which is precisely why he had invited him. Touched by his friend's generosity, Xiao Qingyuan declared, Zishan, you are indeed my best brother. Cheers. Zishan was Yuan Zhang's courtesy name. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Qingyuan lifted the jar and gulped down its contents.
Bravo!
Yuan Zhang clapped his hands in delight, simultaneously throwing a provocative glance at Gu Qianhan.
Did you hear that? Qingyuan says I'm his best brother. Qianhan, do you have anything to say?
Yet Gu Qianhan merely cast a dispassionate glance at the inebriated Xiao Qingyuan, completely disregarding Yuan Zhang's taunt. At the age of 20, Gu Qianhan lived up to his name, possessing striking features and an icy demeanor that emanated an aura of aloofness. His chiseled features, coupled with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, rendered him formidable even in silence. Moreover, Gu Qianhan hailed from an immensely powerful noble family. Both his grandfather and father were illustrious heroes who fought alongside the former emperor, his aunt was the reigning empress, and his younger sister was a favored candidate for the crown princess. His elder brother, once a companion to the crown prince in youth, now served as a low-ranking official in the esteemed Ministry of Rites, having achieved significant status at such a young age. Gu Qianhan himself was a rare prodigy, having mastered the 4 books and 5 classics by the age of 3, and at 5, he could eloquently respond to the emperor's deliberately tricky questions. He participated in the imperial examinations at 12, achieving first place in both local and national tests. He did not attend the final imperial examination, as he found answering the emperor's queries to be rather uninteresting. The accolades surrounding him were so numerous that even a scion from a wealthy merchant family like Yuan Zhang could not compare. Yet, in Xiao Qingyuan's presence, Gu Qianhan always found himself overshadowed by Yuan Zhang, who only felt a flicker of confidence in Xiao Qingyuan's company. Thus, each time Xiao Qingyuan praised him, Yuan Zhang would take the opportunity to provoke Gu Qianhan with a few jabs. However, to date, Gu Qianhan had never responded, joining in the drinking only out of respect for Xiao Qingyuan. With his provocations falling flat, Yuan Zhang felt as if he had struck a pillow, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Just then, Xiao Qingyuan insisted on drinking more, and Yuan Zhang seized a jar, pouring it into Xiao Qingyuan's mouth while shouting, drink another jar, and I'll give you 20,000 taels.
Ordinarily, Xiao Qingyuan did not lack for silver.
Yuan Zhang had no opportunity to flaunt his wealth now that he had finally found a chance. He was unwilling to let it slip away easily. Mog, standing nearby, felt anxious. His master had consumed nothing but alcohol, and now Yuan Zhang was forcing him to drink excessively. How could his body possibly endure? And that Chu Yanluo, sitting there, eating her own food without a care for her master, was indeed a heartless wretch. Mog knew he should remain silent during their revelry, as it was not his place as a servant to interject, yet having been by Xiao Qingyuan's side since childhood, trained to sacrifice everything for him, the instinct to protect his master was deeply ingrained. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward and implored, Yuan de, excessive drinking harms the body, let our young master have some food to cushion his stomach. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Zhang, bursting with pent-up frustration, kicked him away. Mog fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. This too was a lesson learned from childhood, no matter the pain, silence was paramount. Yuan Zhang, seemingly unsatisfied, moved to kick him again, but was halted by Gu Qianhan, who firmly grasped his arm. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Yuan Zhang, enough is enough.
This is Qingyuan's servant, you should not lay hands on him.
Chapter 48. This is the ladies' courtyard. Young Master Gu, please halt. Yuan Zhang inexplicably felt an overwhelming chill emanating from Gu Qianhan's voice. It was truly uncanny. How could this person's speech evoke such dread? Mirroring his cursed name, Yuan Zhang could only retract his foot, yet he venomously spat. What nonsense is this, a eunuch daring to instruct me on my duties? I am here to drink with the air, and it is this wretched creature's turn to interject. One might think the Ning Wang manor has appointed this eunuch as its master.
Cursed thing, begone!
Mog swallowed the blood and the metallic taste in his mouth, supported by Gu Qianhan's attendant, gritting his teeth to stand upright beside him, refusing to leave. This was because Xiao Qingyuan had been force-fed alcohol by Yuan Zhang and was now in a dazed state, barely conscious. His tolerance for liquor was already poor, and having consumed 2 jars of wine on an empty stomach, he could hardly withstand it. Mog feared for his well-being, thus, despite Yuan Zhang's curses and blows, he remained steadfastly by the heir's side. Yuan Zhang made no further attempts to drive him away. He continued indulging in food and drink while casting glances at Chu Yanluo and addressing Gu Qianhan. Why do you not partake in wine or food? In the presence of such a captivating beauty as Miss Chu, you ought to drink a few more cups. Gu Qianhan sat at the farthest distance from Chu Yanluo, not once glancing at the woman renowned throughout the capital.
He merely replied indifferently, Yuan Zhang, when did you become blind?
Yuan Zhang's jaw dropped in astonishment as he pointed at Chu Yanluo, exclaiming, blind, is she not beautiful? Gu Qianhan, it must be you who is blind. Chu Yanluo, in the midst of her meal, could not help but pause, as she too felt that Gu Qianhan was indeed blind. Not a single person who had laid eyes upon her had not been awestruck by her beauty, particularly men, who would gladly give their lives for another glance. Xiao Qingyuan was a prime example of this. However, this Gu Qianhan did not even dare to look at her, perhaps merely a pretentious figure, fearful that a mere gaze would lead him to fall deeply in love, thus committing a betrayal against his good friend. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Yanluo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She even smugly thought that some men, the more they admired her, the more they resorted to belittling her, a mere manifestation of their own insecurities. As she pondered this, her demeanor became increasingly haughty. She set down her chopsticks, lifted a wine cup to her lips, and sipped leisurely. It was perhaps a mere coincidence that the cup she held was the very one Gu Qianhan had previously grasped.
Gu Qianhan evidently noticed this detail. He finally raised his gaze towards Chu Yanluo. From the moment he entered until now, this was the first time he looked at her directly. Chu Yanluo immediately straightened her back and lifted her chin, fully aware that this angle showcased her beauty best. The more aloof and disdainful she appeared, the more attention she would attract from the elite young masters of the capital. However, this time she miscalculated. Gu Qianhan's gaze did not linger on her face for even a moment. Without hesitation, he stood up, tossed a pouch of coins to Mog, and strode away without a backward glance, saying, inform Xiao Qingyuan that if he is short on silver, he should simply say so. Do not summon me here to waste my time.
Gu Qianhan's attendant patted Mog on the shoulder before jogging to catch up with his master. Mog squeezed the pouch. Inside was a thick stack of banknotes. He was nearly moved to tears. Who said that the second son of the Gu family was cold and unfeeling? He found Gu Qianhan far more compassionate than Yuan Zhan, who insisted on forcing the heir to drink before parting with any silver, while Gu Qianhan had directly tossed him the banknotes. Outside Xinghe courtyard, Gu Qianhan strode purposefully, his attendant trailing behind. However, as they proceeded, the attendant sensed something amiss and hurriedly cautioned, young master, I believe we have taken a wrong turn.
This is not the route out of the Wang Manor. This path leads to Wutong courtyard, young master. The attendant mentally screamed. The young master had played with Xiao Qingyuan since childhood and was quite familiar with the Wang Manor. Not to mention, Gu Qianhan possessed exceptional intelligence and an impeccable memory. Even if intoxicated, he could never misremember the path. Furthermore, he had not touched a drop of alcohol that evening. Watching Gu Qianhan continue deeper, the attendant lowered his voice, young master, ahead is Wutong courtyard. It is no longer unoccupied. The newly married young lady of the heir resides within. Yes, I am aware. Knowing yet continuing this way? The attendant was nearly frantic. If someone were to spot them, it would be disastrous. Although Xiao Qingyuan held no fondness for this young lady, the young master could not simply barge into her quarters at night. As the attendant became increasingly anxious, he looked up to see several figures approaching. Upon recognizing them, his vision darkened. The familiar figures of Granny Chai and Qin Xian flanked a young woman clad in luxurious attire, seemingly returning from a stroll. Without needing to guess, he knew precisely who the central figure was. Shen Wantang had also spotted Gu Qianhan and his attendant, recognizing him immediately. However, as Shen Wantang now was, she should not recognize the second son of the Gu family. Thus, a perfectly measured expression of doubt crossed her face. And who might you be? Granny Chai and Qin Xian naturally recognized Gu Qianhan, and both began to feel a sense of unease. Wasn't he supposed to be accompanying Xiao Qingyuan for drinks? What brought him all the way to Wutong courtyard? It was quite a distance from Xinghe courtyard. While Granny Chai pondered, her seasoned experience prompted her to quietly introduce Gu Qianhan's identity to Shen Wantang. She then stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Shen Wantang, and bowed to Gu Qianhan, young master, this is the ladies' courtyard. I kindly request that you halt, our heir's residence is that way. She gestured towards the direction of Xinghe courtyard. As she pointed, she too felt the absurdity of the situation. Gu Qianhan was renowned for his prodigious intellect and sharp memory. There was absolutely no possibility of him being lost. He did not require guidance. Yet, Granny Chai felt compelled to indicate the way, as this would lend a semblance of reason to Gu Qianhan's inexplicable behavior. Gu Qianhan nodded. Understood. He spoke, his gaze traversing past Granny Chai's shoulder to meet Shen Wantang's. Bathed in the silver glow of the moonlight, she regarded him with curiosity. Dressed in a sea buckthorn red gown, the fabric shimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the moonlight, clearly a luxurious brocade. She appeared to be in good spirits. The usually stern Granny Chai was protecting her, and Qin Xian, who had formerly served the Wang Fei, seemed loyal, now watching him with utmost vigilance, as if he were a scoundrel. Evidently, she was thriving. Gu Qianhan offered her a slight bow as a gesture of apology before turning to leave. He had presumed that her marriage to Xiao Qingyuan would lead to her downfall, but he had clearly overestimated the situation. After all, she had previously managed to support the inept Lia Yoha to the position of Minister of Justice, showcasing her undeniable capabilities. Even in a new environment, she would undoubtedly flourish and lead an extraordinary life. Chapter 49. Her hands were warm and delicate. The young servant wiped the sweat from his brow, dazedly following his master out of the Ning Wang mansion. Once outside, he felt he could finally breathe again. He had nearly been frightened to death by the second young master just moments ago, who had abruptly insisted on visiting the courtyard of the Ning Wang's future daughter-in-law. Glancing at the cold-faced second young master, he couldn't fathom his actions. Young master, why did you go to Wutong courtyard? Do you know Miss Shen Heir? I do. Really, when did you come to know her? How come I didn't know about it?
The servant, though not boasting, had been with the second young master since he was 8 years old, and now at 20, he had seen every woman his master had encountered, both within the family and outside. Yet, he could not recall ever having seen Shen Wantang, not one to lack intelligence. Having served the prodigy Gu Qianhan, he possessed a remarkable memory and a sharp mind. Had he met Shen Wantang, he certainly would not have forgotten. Moreover, having caught a fleeting glimpse of her tonight, he was struck by her breathtaking beauty and an enchanting aura that left a lasting impression, one that no one who had encountered her could easily forget. The young servant's inquiries went unanswered by Gu Qianhan, for the truth was that his acquaintance with Shen Wantang belonged to a past life. At that time, the Gu family had been annihilated for treason, and he had narrowly escaped with his elder brother's pair of twins, transforming from the illustrious second young master of the Gu family into a universally reviled fugitive. The capital was rife with the Genie Wei searching for the three of them, and the city gates were fortified with layers of checkpoints, scrutinizing everyone attempting to leave the city. He sought to flee with the two children, a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. In truth, they could barely hide within the city any longer. The children were perpetually on the verge of tears from hunger. As the Genie Wei closed in, their search intensifying, it was in his moment of despair that Shen Wantang appeared. Upon seeing the three of them, she was initially taken aback but soon regained her composure. With an astute gaze, she saw through his crude disguise and spoke in a calm, gentle tone. Second young master Gu, your presence here puts me in a difficult position. I may be implicated in face execution, and I truly do not wish to die. As she spoke, the voices of the Genie Wei could be heard nearby. They were already on the verge of discovery. Death had never loomed so closely before. Jiu Qianhan pushed his brother's children forward. You are Madame Liao, correct? I have seen you by Liao Youa's side, and I wish to propose a transaction. Her keen intellect discerned his intentions immediately. You want me to ensure the safety of these two children? Yes, they are merely 3 years old, and they should not perish in this calamity. The twins, the fruit of his brother and sister-in-law's prayers and hopes, had been raised plump and healthy, but after days of evasion, they now appeared emaciated. Yet, they seemed to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Once mischievous, they had become exceedingly obedient, stifling their cries to mere whimpers, afraid to disturb the silence. Even when he finally procured a bun for them, they offered their hats to him with dirty little hands, their innocent voices saying, "Second uncle, you eat first." I regret to inform you, second young master, that I cannot agree to this transaction, for I am unable to guarantee their safety. You must have a way. Otherwise, Liao Youha could not have risen 4 ranks so swiftly, nor become the Minister of Justice. I have investigated, and though he possesses mediocre talent, his aides are formidable, and you, Shen Wantang, are among them. Though Gu Qianhan spoke with conviction, he was merely grasping at straws in an unprecedented predicament, fighting desperately for his niece and nephew. Even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. He handed her a key. This is the key to the Gu family's secret chamber outside the city. The children can draw the route for you. You may keep half the treasures inside, while the other half will cover their upbringing. Shen Wantang shook her head. I fear that even with the treasures, I might not live to spend them. What if I told you, you could use my life to secure a grander future for Liao Youha? The Minister of Justice is merely a third-rank position. Should he capture me before the Genie Wei do, he could ascend to the second rank and perhaps even lay the strongest foundation for a noble title. I believe you would find the title of the Prime Minister's wife rather appealing. Are you suggesting you would sacrifice yourself? Only in my demise will the two children find safety. They are but 3 years old, innocent and unaware. The Genie Wei would not pursue them with fervor. You would have ample time to escort them out of the city. Only with his death would the emperor be at ease, ensuring the survival of his niece and nephew. He knelt before Shen Wantang with the children. This was his final hope. Shen Wantang hesitated briefly at his act of supplication but ultimately accepted the gesture from him and the children, stepping forward to assist him upright. I will give it a try. Follow me. Gu Qianhan and the two children were hidden in a secret chamber, and before entering, she thoughtfully instructed a maid to provide the children with some snacks. It seemed the Genie Wei recognized Shen Wantang's identity, for their search was not thorough. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they would have unearthed any secret chamber or passage. They were like hounds, adept at uncovering people and secrets. Once the Genie Wei departed, Shen Wantang concealed the children in a carriage and took them away. Subsequently, Gu Qianhan changed his hiding place alone, but he was soon captured by Liao Youha and his men. As he had anticipated, this act garnered Liao Youha the emperor's commendation, and whispers of further promotions followed. Gu Qianhan was imprisoned in a death row, where officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Genie Wei took turns interrogating him, beating him until he was bloodied and bruised, desperate to uncover the whereabouts of the children. Despite the excruciating pain, he found solace in the knowledge that Shen Wantang had kept her promise, safeguarding the two children from the Genie Wei's relentless pursuit. A month later, in the fetid confines of the death row, a guard arrived. Expecting further torment, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. Shen Wantang, she uttered 2 sentences, the first being, they have exited the city and will grow up healthy. The second, if you wish to end your suffering, I can assist you. The dungeon was dark and damp, resembling a hellish realm, yet in this abyss, he glimpsed a sliver of light. His niece and nephew were safe. He was no longer tethered to the world. He had once sought vengeance, but now he felt powerless, as even death had become a luxury beyond reach. He slowly nodded in response to her second statement. She did not linger, stepping closer to lift his chin, placing a pill into his mouth. His jaw had been dislocated to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair. Her hands were warm and soft, her voice as melodious as celestial music. It will be swift, you shall feel no pain. As Gu Qianhan's consciousness began to fade, he indeed felt no suffering. He sensed that the final moments of his life were imbued with warmth. He saw her looking at him with compassionate eyes, as if ending his life was a poignant choice for her as well. Summoning the last of his strength, he smiled at her, "Thank you." Chapter 50 of The Bastard You Carry Is Mine. In the Wutong courtyard, Shen Wantang, having washed her hands, took a seat before her writing desk to peruse a book. However, her thoughts frequently strayed. The unexpected appearance of Gu Qianhan stirred her memories. She was aware that Gu Qianhan had arrived at the royal residence, for Qin Xian had informed her that Mog had received an order from Xiao Qingyuan to summon his two closest brothers for a drinking session, even instructing them to bring their own wine. Yet, she did not anticipate that Gu Qianhan would show up outside her courtyard. In her previous life, it was she who had personally sent Gu Qianhan away, knowing that he endured inhumane torment daily. Moved by compassion, she took the perilous step of entering the death row. Naturally, rescuing him was beyond her capabilities, but she could at least ensure that he departed with a modicum of dignity. A once proud son of heaven, a genius who had once dazzled De Foam, should not suffer such humiliation. Moreover, as Shen Wantang assisted Liao Yoha with all confidential matters, she was privy to the truth. The Gu family had been wronged. The so-called evidence of treason could not withstand scrutiny, yet no one bothered to investigate. In a single night, nearly the entirety of the Gu family, numbering in the dozens, was brutally slaughtered. Gu Qianhan's escape was solely due to the capricious antics of the Dragon and Phoenix twins, who insisted that their genius uncle procure two of the smartest puppies for them from the market. The irony was that Gu Qianhan deemed all the dogs unintelligent, and his search dragged on until dusk. After Gu Qianhan's demise, the dogs from that market remained unsold for a considerable time. Many had witnessed his judgment of the dogs during his excursion with his niece and nephew, hearing him declare that one was too foolish, another too dim-witted, one drugged and silent, and another too frail to survive. There was not a single dog that met his approval. While some may have questioned the loyalty of the Gu family, none could doubt Gu Qianhan's knowledge and discernment. Therefore, even in death, his disparagement of those dogs rendered them unsellable. Shen Wantang, childless herself, had taken it upon herself to care for the twins at a villa outside the city upon Gu Qianhan's request, frequently visiting them. Those were her rare moments of leisure, and teaching the children to read and write proved quite delightful. The two children were obedient and affectionate towards her, but their sole inquiry remained, "Where is our second uncle? When will he come to fetch us? Did he buy us puppies?" Shen Wantang found herself at a loss to answer their questions, yet she personally visited several markets to choose dogs, ultimately selecting a black and a white puppy to gift the twins. Regrettably, she too did not witness the children and their puppies grow. As her own life was cut short, the treasures hidden within the Gu family's secret chamber remained untouched. Lost in her reverie, Qin Xian hurried in, exclaiming, "Young lady, Mog has come seeking our assistance. He says the young master has been intoxicated by young master Yuan and requires a bowl of sobering soup." Without hesitation, Shen Wantang nodded. "Tell the kitchen to prepare it immediately. Give Mog whatever he needs." "Understood." Qin Xian exited to relay the message, returning shortly with evident discontent. "I cannot fathom what the young master sees in that wretched creature. Young lady, you must not be aware that while the young master is inebriated, that vile woman remains indifferent, indulging herself while brazenly flirting with second master Gu, drinking from his cup." Shen Wantang was somewhat taken aback. In front of the young master? He did not take offense? The young master is utterly oblivious in his drunken stupor. He has no idea that she is using second master Gu's cup. Mog mentioned that second master Gu left with a cold expression precisely because she had taken his cup. Qin Xian was incensed. How can she be so shameless? Even after moving into the royal residence, she remains so restless. It is no wonder second master Gu has lost his way. She must be the cause. Shen Wantang furrowed her brow gently. She did not believe Gu Qianhan would be so flustered as to lose his way. He was the type of person who could maintain composure even in the face of the genie Wei. Yet, why had he come? Was it possible he wanted her to care for Xiao Qingyuan at Xinghe courtyard? The thought seemed the only plausible explanation. The sobering soup was soon prepared. After expressing his immense gratitude, Mog took the soup back to Xinghe courtyard. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a barrage of scolding from Chu Yanluo. "Where have you been? Hurry and assist the young master to the study. How could you let him sleep here? He reeks of alcohol." Mog, feeling both anger and fear, hoisted Xiao Qingyuan onto his back and carried the sobering soup to the study. Meanwhile, Chu Yanluo retreated to her inner chamber, only to be forcibly pinned to the table upon entering. Yuan Zhang held her down, his hands wandering beneath her skirts. "You little vixen, your act is quite convincing. You have managed to ensnare Xiao Qingyuan completely, and yet here you are, mingling among the royals." Chu Yanluo struggled fiercely. "Yuan Zhang, let me go. Have you not caused me enough suffering? How dare you trespass in Xiao Qingyuan's courtyard? If he finds out, he will never spare you." "Ha, what a charade of virtue you put on, only that fool Xiao Qingyuan would fall for it." "I certainly do not." Yuan Zhang retorted, carelessly tearing her undergarments. "Behave yourself. It has been too long since we last met, and I have been longing to indulge in your charms. Among all the women I have encountered, you are the most alluring, just like your aunt, born to serve men." Despite her struggles, Chu Yanluo bit Yuan Zhang fiercely. "I am now the young master's woman. He is in the study nearby. No matter how desperate your desires, you cannot do this here. It is precisely because he is so close that it is all the more thrilling." Yuan Zhang was exhilarated, greedily eyeing Chu Yanluo's flawless form. He threatened, "If you do not please me tonight, I shall inform Xiao Qingyuan that the bastard you carry is mine. Furthermore, I will present him with the stack of letters you wrote to me, so he may grasp the depths of your affection and flattery." Chu Yanluo's face paled instantly. "You cannot show him." She had told Xiao Qingyuan that her involvement was coerced. Should Yuan Zhang reveal her letters, he would uncover her deceit. She fell silent. Yuan Zhang smirked maliciously, swiftly stripping her bare. The inner chamber soon became a battleground of passion, perhaps fueled by the fact that Chu Yanluo was now Xiao Qingyuan's woman. Yuan Zhang's excitement surpassed even their first encounter. Most critically, he knew better than anyone how dearly Xiao Qingyuan cherished Xu Yanluo, treating her like a celestial being, fearing to even touch her. Yet, this woman, whom even the young master dared not sully, was now beneath him, yielding to his whims, allowing him to manipulate her in every conceivable way. Chapter 51 What difficulty lies in earning silver? The following day, Xiao Qingyuan awoke from his drunken stupor. With a splitting headache, he rose and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was in the study, utterly perplexed as to how he had arrived there.
Master, you are awake. Is your head aching? Mog, upon seeing him rise, hurried over with a bowl in hand.
This is a hangover remedy I procured from the young lady of the air, please have a bowl.
It will alleviate your pain.
Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brows in displeasure.
Why did you go to her for a hangover remedy? You should refrain from visiting there too often, Yanluo might grow jealous.
I refuse to drink this concoction, take it away. Mog knelt promptly, pleading, Master, I do not speak on behalf of the young lady, it is merely that she is truly kind. When I informed her of your inebriated state, she wasted no time in arranging this remedy. Were it not for the young lady's intervention, you would have suffered greatly last night and would not have awakened so swiftly today. Master, you were utterly incapacitated last night. Miss Chu paid you no heed. Not only did she neglect to arrange for the remedy, but she also refused to allow you to rest in the inner chamber, insisting that I bring you to the study.
Xiao Qingyuan's expression turned icy. Mog, are you now speaking ill of Yanluo behind her back?
Who taught you this? Who incited you, my mother, or perhaps Shen Wantang?
Mog was taken aback, stammering, neither, Master, I merely spoke the truth.
I will permit you to transgress this once. Should there be a second occurrence, do not blame me for disregarding our years of master-servant bond.
Xiao Qingyuan suppressed his fury.
I was incapacitated. You were to attend to me, not burden Yanluo with my care. She has only recently suffered a miscarriage and is in a delicate state. It is unreasonable for her to take on such responsibilities. How could you expect her to procure a remedy? The kitchen staff no longer listens to me. Would they heed her? If she were to approach the kitchen, she would face their scorn.
Furthermore, what is wrong with her allowing me to sleep in the study?
She has an aversion to the scent of alcohol and a light sleep. It is entirely reasonable for me not to rest in the inner chamber. Moreover, I ought not to share a bed with her. She is an exceptionally virtuous woman, and until I bestow upon her a legitimate title, I cannot risk tarnishing her purity. Upon hearing his words, Mog lowered his head. This was it. The heir was beyond redemption. To describe Xu Yanluo as virtuous was, in his opinion, an affront to the term, yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing expulsion from the household. He retrieved a pouch of coins from his robes and presented it to Xiao Qingyuan. Master, this was left for you by young Master Gu when he departed last night. He mentioned that if you ever find yourself short on silver, you need only inform him directly, without the need to invite him to dinner. Xiao Qingyuan accepted the pouch, peering inside before tossing it back to Mog.
This is indeed timely assistance.
Keep a record, and when I am able, I shall repay him double.
Understood.
Xiao Qingyuan paid no further heed to the servant. He rose, washed, donned a clean outfit, and proceeded to visit Xu Yanluo. Upon entering the inner chamber, he was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. The pallor that had graced her face days prior had transformed into a vibrant rosy hue, her lips plump and crimson, as if she had partaken of some miraculous elixir, suddenly revitalized.
Yanluo, your complexion today, how remarkably well you look. My complexion? Is it truly good?
Xu Yanluo touched her cheek. Perhaps it is due to the sumptuous meal last night. I ate to my heart's content. Xiao Qingyuan felt a wave of guilt wash over him.
It is my fault.
I did not prepare sufficient nourishment for you in the past few days, failing to restore your health. Having been thoroughly indulged by Yuan Zhang the previous night, Xu Yanluo found herself in a remarkably agreeable mood.
There is no need for you to feel remorse, Master.
I am indifferent to what I eat. It is you who seemed quite inebriated last night. Are you feeling better today?
Xiao Qingyuan was touched by her understanding and concern.
I am well. My tolerance for alcohol is not lacking. You need not worry.
Just then, a maid entered. Master, this was delivered by Mog. It is a silver note from young Master Yuan.
Xiao Qingyuan took it, and upon examination, discovered it to be twice the amount given by Gu Qianhan.
He smiled broadly. Yanluo, look, this silver note from Yuan Zhang must be 20,000 taels, and now, you can have whatever you desire to eat. Yuan Zhang is indeed my finest brother, his loyalty knows no bounds.
Xu Yanluo reclined lazily on the bed, her eyes not even glancing at the pouch of silver.
Master, you know me well.
I find no interest in such things. I am merely moved by your sincerity, sensing that you are unlike other men in this world. You are special and the one who truly stirs my heart, which is why I follow you. What I eat matters not, I am not particular. However, since I reside here, and you find yourself in such dire straits, I cannot continue to stay without contributing. I shall pay you for my keep.
Xiao Qingyuan's countenance soured instantly. Yanluo, what are you saying?
What do you mean by staying for free and paying me? Must we keep such meticulous accounts between us? I do not require your payment. I can support you indefinitely, as long as you are willing to be with me.
I am more than willing to give.
Xu Yanluo finally sat up, her expression one of pride. I do not need you to support me. I possess my own means of earning silver. Previously, I refrained from doing so, simply because I held no interest in the trappings of wealth. Now that you are in such difficulty, how could I remain comfortably here while you stoop to borrow silver from others? Xiao Qingyuan felt a mix of guilt and self-reproach. It is truly unseemly for you to be troubled by such mundane matters. It is entirely my fault, however, do not overthink it. Yuan Zhang and Gu Qianhan are my brothers. Borrowing a bit of silver in a time of need is nothing to be ashamed of. They would not mock me, nor do I have anything to be embarrassed about, for they are aware of the pressures my parents are imposing on me. Xu Yanluo huffed dismissively. I am not referring to young Master Yuan or young Master Gu. I speak of Shen Wantang. It is acceptable for you to borrow from your brothers, but I cannot abide the fact that you sought silver from Shen Wantang last time. I must tell you, she possesses silver, but so do I. Her riches stem from the royal treasury, while mine are all earned through my own efforts.
Xiao Qingyuan was flabbergasted. You truly know how to earn silver?
Of course, earning silver is no challenge. I previously deemed it beneath me, as those pursuits are rife with the stench of copper. Who would desire such things? Xu Yanluo produced a 500-tael silver note from beneath her pillow and handed it to Xiao Qingyuan. Take this and return it to Shen Wantang. There shall not be a second instance. If you find yourself in need of silver, you must come to me and not her. This silver note had been gifted to her by Yuan Zhang before he departed, after they had engaged in playful antics the night prior.
Chapter 52, returning the money owed to Shen Wantang. Xiao Qingyuan took a glance at the banknote before handing it back.
Even if you are capable of earning money, I am certain your funds are limited. You should keep this for yourself. Perhaps one day I shall accompany you to the market, and you can select some fine fabrics. Later, we can invite the best embroiderers to craft garments for you. I may not possess much wealth at present, but I will have ample in the future. Surely, my lord is unaware that a unique delicacy has recently emerged at Qingyun Tower. A dessert called fruit yogurt ice bowl. It is my own creation, based on the recipe I provided them, which they have followed. Xiao Qingyuan had recently visited Qingyun Tower to purchase bird's nest for Xu Yanluo and had heard of this dish, which appeared to be quite popular, though he hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Now, upon hearing Xu Yanluo's words, he was both astonished and delighted. What, the fruit yogurt ice bowl is your invention, Yanluo? You can prepare snacks as well. I can concoct many other delights too. They were merely pastimes to alleviate my boredom at home. I never imagined that others would cherish them, so the proprietor of Qingyun Tower even mentioned that they would provide me with dividends each month. Seeing Xiao Qingyuan's astonishment, Xu Yanluo felt increasingly pleased with herself. Despite both being reborn, the foolish Shen Mingxian only knew how to boast about her second chance at life, accomplishing nothing of value, unlike her, who immediately devised a way to earn money. Why should that wretched Shen Wantang be able to secure her position in the Wangfu, commanding the respect of maids and matrons alike? Was it not due to the steward's embezzlement of the estate's funds, bestowing a mere pittance upon the servants, who then dutifully attended to her every whim? Even Xiao Qingyuan, after borrowing 500 taels from her, began to speak well of her. Whether intentionally or not, money indeed has the power to sway even the most steadfast, while a lack thereof can reduce heroes to despair. Xu Yanluo had originally believed that upon arriving at the Ning Wangfu, she would be able to enjoy a life of luxury. After all, in her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had not been deprived of financial support by the Wang and Wangfei. He had been quite generous, showering her with silver and fine silks, providing her with more garments than she could ever wear. How different it was now, where poverty nearly starved her. This time, the circumstances had shifted. Shen Wantang had taken control of the household, while the Wangfei focused solely on Xiao Qingyuan, tormenting him in every conceivable way, withholding any financial assistance. Xu Yanluo understood that the Wangfei's ultimate aim was to drive her away. However, she would never yield. She was determined to take revenge on those who looked down upon her and slap their faces with her success. With unwavering confidence, she declared, "My lord, Qingyun Tower is the largest tavern in the capital. They say my snacks are exceptional and even wish to include me as a shareholder. Would you care to invest as well? In the future, even without relying on the Wangfu, we shall possess endless wealth, no longer beholden to others' whims." Having endured the hardships of being without funds recently, Xiao Qingyuan had never before realized the significance of money.
Witnessing Xu Yanluo's confidence, he immediately nodded in agreement. Since it is your original creation, I must certainly invest. I just wonder how much would be appropriate. Xu Yanluo glanced at the purse of money he had just acquired. Did not young Master Yuan and young Master Gu provide you with banknotes? You may use those to invest. Considering Qingyun Tower's strength, coupled with my culinary innovation, you shall recoup your investment within 10 days, enabling you to settle your debts with them. Xiao Qingyuan found it hard to believe. You can recover your investment so quickly? Others may not, but with me involved, how could that be a concern? Do you truly think I only possess this single culinary skill? I have a wealth of knowledge. Teach them a few more dishes, and the number of patrons at Qingyun Tower could increase tenfold or even 20-fold. Excited, Xiao Qingyuan handed her the purse of money. Yanluo, you are indeed remarkable. In my estimation, you are the most talented young woman in our Defeng. You surpass even Lu Gulao's daughter in genuine ability. Lu Nanshi, the daughter of Lu Gulao, had long been heralded as the most talented woman in Defeng, having mastered the 4 books and 5 classics by the age of 9, with poetry that even the emperor praised. Lu Nanshi and Gu Qianhan were often referred to as a golden couple, and it seemed their families had intentions of a union in recent years. Xu Yanluo accepted Xiao Qingyuan's purse, modestly replying, "My skills are nothing extraordinary. They merely serve to pass the time, but I have not devoted myself to serious study, for I do not seek wealth or fame. Both are burdens to me, and I prefer to distance myself from them." Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her with admiration.
Yan Luo, you are the most unworldly person I have ever encountered. Your heart is pure and untainted. Were it not for my sake, you would not have considered collaborating with Qingyun Tower for profit to it as I who have failed to protect you, allowing you to become entangled in these worldly matters. Chu Yan Luo tucked the purse beneath her pillow and pressed the 500 taels into his hand.
I do not blame you.
Living in this sordid world, how can one remain untainted? If I must become soiled, so be it. As long as you are well, I am willing to do anything.
Xiao Qingyuan was nearly moved to tears. Yan Luo, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Chu Yan Luo smiled at him. Is it not my duty to treat you well?
Now, please return the money owed to Shen Wantang, otherwise, I shall remain unsettled. I detest being indebted to others. Very well, I shall return it at once, we owe her nothing.
Chu Yan Luo nodded before recalling something and inquired, what of the banknotes young Master Gu gave you last night?
Bring them here, and I shall assist you in investing them at Qingyun Tower.
I have given them to MOG,
wait here, I shall retrieve them.
Xiao Qingyuan responded before turning and exiting. In the courtyard, he summoned MOG.
Where are the banknotes I entrusted to you? Bring them forth. MOG promptly produced the purse and placed it into Xiao Qingyuan's hands.
Master, what do you intend to do with this? In the past, Xiao Qingyuan had never handled money or banknotes.
Why was he now so eager to take them? Xiao Qingyuan, filled with pride, declared, Yan Luo is incredibly talented and can prepare a myriad of snacks. The recently popular fruit yogurt ice bowl is her creation. She is a true prodigy, possessing skills beyond compare. Qingyun Tower has approached her for collaboration, requesting that I invest as well. I told you, Yan Luo is unlike any other woman, you would not believe me.
MOG was taken aback. Master, you don't intend to invest the entire 30,000 taels of banknotes you just acquired into Miss Chu's venture, do you? Why not? Is that a problem?
At least retain a portion, we still need to cover our daily expenses. None is necessary. Yan Luo assured me that we will recoup our investment in just 10 days.
But how will we spend during those 10 days? Master, did you not say you would provide Miss Chu with bird's nest every day? Chapter 53. Let us see how she makes money. Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then produced the 500 tael silver note that Chu Yan Luo had given him and handed it to MOG.
MOG let out a sigh of relief. So there is still silver. That is good, that is good. However, Xiao Qingyuan responded, no, this silver must be returned to Shen Wantang. I borrowed it from her.
MOG's mouth fell open in astonishment. Isn't this for me to buy bird's nest?
How can you be so foolish? Of course, we need to purchase the bird's nest. We can just put it on credit for now.
Once Yan Luo and I earn enough silver, we will settle the accounts.
This and that, hurry and take the silver note to Shen Wantang.
Yes, my lord.
With his head lowered, MOG began to exit, but halfway out, he was suddenly called back by Xiao Qingyuan. Wait.
MOG turned back. Master, do you have further instructions?
Xiao Qingyuan stepped forward and took the silver note from his hand. I shall deliver it personally. MOG lowered his voice. Are you not afraid that Miss Chu will feel jealous when you visit the young lady of the house? Just don't tell her, and it will be fine, Xiao Qingyuan replied as he hurried outside. From now on, I must keep my visits to the Wutong courtyard under wraps.
There is nothing between Shen Wantang and me. Why should Yan Luo know and be unnecessarily upset?
MOG wore a wry smile. Master, I wouldn't dare to tell her. I haven't said a word.
Then how did she find out yesterday that I went to the Wutong courtyard and that I brought something for Shen Wantang? It was the other maids and servants in the residence who mentioned it.
Miss Chu cannot stay idle. Whenever you are absent, she wanders all over the Wang residence, inquiring about matters in the young lady's courtyard. Xiao Qingyuan paused, then said, that's impossible. Yan Luo is not the type to gossip. She is not even interested in my affairs. How could she possibly inquire about Shen Wantang's courtyard?
If you don't believe it, just ask those maids and servants later.
I would never dare to deceive you. Even if that is the case, those maids have loose tongues. Instruct them to keep their mouths tightly shut from now on. Anyone who dares to spread rumors will be expelled from the residence.
My lord, have you forgotten?
The housekeeper is now the young lady, and the contracts of those maids are in her hands. What you say now no longer counts. Without the young lady's consent, you cannot expel anyone.
The only person who could be dismissed without Shen Wantang's approval is Chu Yan Luo.
Xiao Qingyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly toppling over. How wonderful! In this residence, Shen Wantang is the master, and I am reduced to being the second. Fuming, he stepped into Shen Wantang's courtyard. Upon seeing him, Qin Xan's eyes brightened, and she leaned close to Shen Wantang and whispered, Young lady, the young master has been visiting you quite frequently these days. It seems he is quite attentive towards you. It won't be long before that one from Jisun Monastery is sent away. Shen Wantang found her naivety amusing. Xiao Qingyuan had exerted tremendous effort to keep Chu Yan Luo in the Wang residence. How could he possibly send her away? However, she said nothing, continuing to read her book, patiently awaiting Xiao Qingyuan's entrance. Moments later, Xiao Qingyuan strode through the courtyard and into the room. Only then did Shen Wantang set her book aside and look up at him. Young master. Xiao Qingyuan had been fuming about how Shen Wantang now held sway over the entire Wang residence, but the moment he saw her, that anger inexplicably dissipated. Though she was merely 16, she exuded an indescribable calmness and composure, as if nothing in this world could disturb her tranquility, nor was there anyone worth her concern. And from the serene gaze in Shen Wantang's eyes, he perceived her indifference towards him.
An inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. After all, he was now her husband. Although he did not acknowledge her, she seemed to regard him with such little significance. Shouldn't she, like other women, approach him warmly, filled with concern and affection, seeking to draw closer to him? Why did she always keep her distance whenever he came? Seeing that Xiao Qingyuan had been staring at her in silence for quite a while, Shen Wantang furrowed her brow slightly and called out to him again, "Young master." Xiao Qingyuan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had gazed at her for too long. He cleared his throat awkwardly, stepped closer, and handed her the silver note. "Here is the 500 taels I borrowed from you. I am returning it now." Shen Wantang accepted it without a glance and casually handed it to Qin Xin. Qin Xin, however, scrutinized the silver note with astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend where the young master had obtained such a sum. Xiao Qingyuan thought that Qin Xin's reaction was the normal one. Shen Wantang's indifference struck him as rather unusual. That he frowned. "Aren't you curious where my silver note came from? Don't you want to ask?" Shen Wantang was indeed uninterested. As long as the money had returned, she cared little for its origins. Nevertheless, she obligingly asked, "Where did the young master get this silver note?" A hint of pride surfaced on Xiao Qingyuan's handsome face. "This is from Yan Luo. She earned it herself." Shen Wantang's expression remained unchanged. "Oh, I see." But Qin Xin's face changed dramatically, wishing she could throw the silver note away. A note from Chu Yan Luo was ominous. A girl who relied entirely on the young master's support while living at Jisan Monastery, without even a single decent piece of jewelry to her name, suddenly produced 500 taels upon arriving at the Wang residence. Who knew how she had earned this money? Regardless, the silver note could not be clean. Xiao Qingyuan had not anticipated Shen Wantang's reaction to be so bland. Wasn't she the one who adored material wealth? Why was she not envious upon hearing that Yan Luo had earned such a substantial amount? He couldn't help but add, "Don't you want to know how Yan Luo earned this silver note? She even mentioned she could earn more. I borrowed your money and owe you a favor. Perhaps I could help you earn some silver as well, considering you seem to enjoy these things." Shen Wantang had already guessed the gist of how Yan Luo made her money, yet she still wished to give Xiao Qingyuan face, so she followed his lead and inquired, "How does Miss Chu earn her money?" Xiao Qingyuan replied, "That it just wait and see. You will find out soon enough. I want to say more." Qin Xin almost rolled her eyes. It was he who had the young lady ask, yet when she did, he refused to answer. He was simply being unreasonable. How had she never noticed before that the young master wasn't particularly clever? But Shen Wantang appeared unperturbed, remaining calm, and even a faint smile graced her porcelain-like face. "Very well, let us wait and see." Xiao Qingyuan nodded at her, then departed with Mog. As Mog followed his master, he sensed something amiss when Xiao Qingyuan produced the 500 tael silver note, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it until they reached the Wutong courtyard. Now, it dawned on him, Chu Yan Luo had managed to exchange a mere 500 taels for the young master as 30,000 taels. She was bound to make a fortune. Furthermore, she could easily claim it was a loss on her part, making all 30,000 taels hers. The young master was truly a naive fool. Chapter 54. Let us target Chu Yan Luo in Wutong courtyard. Qin Xin expressed her indignation. "Princess consort, the air is simply insufferable. He is flaunting in front of you, boasting about how the one from Jisan Monastery knows how to make money. Wasn't it said before that he despises gold and silver trinkets? Hasn't he established himself as a lofty, proud figure, above the mundane and the vulgar? Now he is eagerly scrambling to earn silver. I dare say she is more commonplace than anyone else, more pretentious than anyone." Shen Wantang smiled faintly and replied, "Well, it depends on whether certain individuals can truly earn money. They may be reveling in their ostentation now, but once they find themselves in debt, I wonder if they'll still be so merry." Qin Xin's ire dissipated instantly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shen Wantang. "Are you suggesting that the one from Jisan Monastery will not be able to make a profit?" "Indeed. Do you know how she intends to earn her keep?" "I can hazard a guess." Qin Xin's eyes gleamed even brighter, admiration evident as she regarded Shen Wantang. "Princess consort, you are truly remarkable, knowing everything. If only I could possess even a fraction of your cleverness." Shen Wantang chuckled softly. "You are already quite astute." Qin Xin was indeed clever, yet Shen Wantang herself had the advantage of rebirth, allowing her to discern the secrets of Chu Yan Luo's financial ventures. However, it seemed that Chu Yan Luo had never engaged in business or run any shop, leading her to naively believe that making money was effortless. Did she truly think that imparting a few recipes to Qingyun Tower would yield a fortune? How naive. Take, for instance, that fruit ice bowl. In her past life, even Shen Wantang could replicate it after just a few tastings, let alone those seasoned chefs. Such items require little skill and cannot be monopolized. Competitors would swiftly imitate, leading to a proliferation of similar offerings. As dusk approached, with the sun nearing the horizon, Shen Wantang took a stroll in the Wang residence, accompanied by her maid, a daily ritual she deemed essential. A healthy body surpasses all, for in her previous life, she had suffered severe health setbacks, ultimately meeting her demise due to a mishap with medicine. In this life, she placed great emphasis on maintaining her health, ensuring she consumed nutritious food daily and refusing to confine herself to the courtyard, poring over books and ledgers, for prolonged inactivity would surely lead to deterioration. Thus, regardless of how busy or weary she felt, Shen Wantang made it a point to step outside, engage in physical activity, and clear her mind. The scenery of the Wang residence was quite splendid, with jagged rock formations, lush greenery, and a lake fed by a lively stream, its surface adorned with a vast expanse of water lilies blooming in soft pink, creating an enchanting tableau. As she strolled, Shen Wantang unexpectedly encountered Chu Yan Luo dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair loosely tied back with a jade hairpin. A few strands delicately framed her face. She was flanked by two timid maids, who obstructed Shen Wantang's path without hesitation. "Oh, Shen Wantang, What a coincidence to meet you here. Do you fancy this lake as well?
Shen Wantang's gaze remained frosty. I am merely wandering in my own home. I cherish everything here, be it lake or land. The phrase my own home struck a painful chord in Chu Yanluo's heart, for she was in no position to utter such words. Her expression darkened, and she wasted no time on pleasantries, stating bluntly, I have already instructed Qing Yuan to return your money. If you still possess any shame, promptly return the items he gifted you, particularly those jade bracelets, which were never yours to begin with.
This time, it was Qin Xian who sprang to Shen Wantang's defense. What an unruly wretch.
Failing to pay respects to the princess consort, daring to address her by name, and even insulting her, who grants you such audacity, kneel, apologize to the princess consort. Chu Yanluo regarded her with disdain. I am conversing with your mistress. What right do you, a mere dog, have to bark here? Scurry away, your presence is unwelcome.
Qin Xian sneered, a dog has the gall to call others dogs, a creature mocked by the entire capital. What audacity do you possess to speak to my mistress? Who do you think you are, how shameless to reside in our Wang residence? Do you not have a home of your own? Oh, how foolish of me, the Chu family has severed ties with you, declaring you no longer their daughter? You are worse than a dog, at least dogs have someone to care for them, while you are utterly forsaken. Chu Yanluo's teeth ground together in fury. How dare you insult me? I see you are tired of living. Do not think that just because you are by Shen Wantang's side, I cannot deal with you. The heir cherishes me above all. Should I wish for him to cast you aside, he would do so without hesitation, and no one could intervene. Shen Wantang's cold gaze remained fixed on Chu Yanluo. Her greatest contempt was reserved for those who sought to undermine her by targeting her associates. She spoke icily, you may try and see if you can indeed dispose of Qin Xian. What? Are you frightened, Shen Wantang? I can certainly have Qin Xian dealt with. You have no idea how well Qing Yuan treats me. Do not underestimate my influence. I could have you expelled from the Wang residence in an instant if I but spoke a word. The only reason you still reside here is out of my pity. I have spoken on your behalf, and Qing Yuan has refrained from casting you out. Do you understand? As she spoke, Chu Yanluo tugged at her collar, deliberately revealing the red marks on her neck. Shen Wantang's gaze lingered on those marks for a long moment. Chu Yanluo assumed she felt envy and satisfaction, and with a tone laced with condescension, she continued, the heir and I are truly husband and wife. He cannot bear to be apart from me, longing to entwine with me at every opportunity. And you, has he consummated your marriage? No, I presume. Alas, I cannot fathom how you endure such a life. He neither recognizes you nor touches you, leaving you to desperately seek various opportunities to seduce him. Yet, no matter your attempts, Qing Yuan's heart belongs solely to me, he would not glance your way. If I were in your position, I would have long lost the dignity to remain in the Wang residence, hastily packing my belongings and leaving in shame. Qin Xian's face turned ashen with rage. Silence. How can one like you shamelessly linger in the Wang residence? Our princess consort is the rightful wife, brought in with honor. What reason does she have to leave? Shen Wantang was not particularly affected by such attacks. However, as the current head of the household, she could not allow Chu Yanluo to undermine her authority. Initially, she had no intention of punishing Chu Yanluo, a mere reprimand to keep her in line would suffice. But it appeared Chu Yanluo was eager to test her true capabilities. Shen Wantang flexed her wrist. Since her rebirth, she had not truly dealt with anyone harshly. Very well, let us make an example of Chu Yanluo, for she had impatiently offered her head. She raised her voice, bring forth the servants. Several matrons rushed forward, eager to comply. How may we serve the princess consort? Bind this shameless, indecent woman and throw her into the woodshed. Yes, princess consort. Chu Yanluo's face paled in shock. Shen Wantang, how dare you? Chapter 55. The capricious nature of men. Shen Wantang observed the rapid change of expressions on her face and then raised her hand, gesturing lightly. The matrons immediately advanced, unceremoniously restraining Chu Yanluo, with some producing ropes from who knows where to bind her securely. The two maidservants accompanying Chu Yanluo were merely ornamental, having just entered the royal residence. They had never witnessed such a scene and dared not assist Chu Yanluo in opposing Shen Wantang. After all, Shen Wantang was the renowned and legitimate fiancée of the heir, while Chu Yanluo was nothing. She did not even qualify as a concubine. In a state of shock and fury, Chu Yanluo exclaimed, Shen Wantang, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to bind me? The heir cherishes me like a treasure. Do you not know how much he cares for me? When he returns, you shall pay dearly for this. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Shen Wantang's lips. Is that so? We shall see who truly faces dire consequences upon his return. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, take her away. The matrons eagerly dragged Chu Yanluo away as she screamed and cursed Shen Wantang, only to have her mouth silenced with a rag. Each matron was more exhilarated than the last. They had long disliked Chu Yanluo and finally found the opportunity to deal with her. How dare she challenge the heiress fiancée? Such audacity was truly reckless. The maidservants and matrons who could not intervene looked on with regret, lamenting their slow arrival that cost them the chance to shine before the fiancée. It was well known that she was generous and forgiving. Anyone who served her would receive ample rewards, as she never treated her subordinates poorly. Who would not wish to work for such a master? The setting sun cast its golden red glow across the sky, illuminating Shen Wantang's face with a warm radiance. Qin regarded her, feeling her stature elevate remarkably. After all, the heiress' unwavering protection of Chu Yanluo had rendered even the princess unable to touch her, forced to turn a blind eye while Chu Yanluo roamed freely and created chaos within the residence. With a mixture of admiration and concern, she said, Fiancée, do you truly believe that binding that woman from Jisun Monastery will not provoke the heir? What if she goes to him and complains about you? What if it causes a rift between you two?
Shen Wantang chuckled. Do you think there is no rift between us already? On the night of our wedding, the groom turned away without lifting my veil. I believe I am the only one in the entire capital who has experienced such a thing. But, in recent days, the heir has evidently grown closer to you. He must have realized your worth, having brought you gifts and expressed a desire to earn money together. It is clear he has feelings for you, even if he has yet to acknowledge them. Shen Wantang continued to smile, for Qingxin was unaware of how deeply Xiao Qingyuan cherished Chu Yanluo. If she knew, she would likely refrain from making such statements. Shen Wantang chose not to elaborate further, instead patiently instructing her first maid, who do you think holds the authority in this household? After a brief hesitation, Qingxin replied, the princess? Correct, it is the mother who holds the power. Therefore, as long as I fulfill my duties as a daughter-in-law, no one can touch me, not even the heir. However, you cannot solely align yourself with the princess. The heir is your husband, the one with whom you will spend your life. You cannot afford to let your relationship with him deteriorate. You must also cultivate closeness with him. Ideally, you should reclaim him from that woman at Jisan Monastery and see how she continues to act with such arrogance. Reclaim him? And then what? Can you guarantee that the heir will love only me from now on, that there will be no other women, no additional concubines in the household? Well, the heir is not that kind of man. He has never had concubines, he has been devoted to the woman from Jisan Monastery, and he will continue to be solely devoted to you. If he has been wholeheartedly devoted to Chu Yanluo, how can he suddenly change his affections to me? If he can change his heart to love me, then he could just as easily change it to love someone else. At this, Qingxin found herself at a loss for words. Shen Wantang's reasoning seemed profoundly sound, leaving her unable to counter. In this world, few men were entirely faithful to their legitimate wives without entertaining concubines. Even those who cherished and protected their wives, like the prince, often kept multiple concubines, each younger and more charming than the last. Men of experience, like the prince, were seldom immune to the allure of those little vixens. As they strolled, Shen Wantang gently remarked, do not expect men to remain devoted to you for eternity. Their capricious nature is ingrained in them. I only wish to coexist peacefully with the heir, whom he chooses to favor is not my concern. As long as I hold the reins of the household, it matters little to me. Qingxin gazed at her in admiration. You possess a remarkable capacity for tolerance, fiancée, exhibiting both grandeur and grace. This quality of yours is something I could aspire to for a lifetime. Shen Wantang smiled wryly. It was not grace that she possessed, but rather indifference towards Xiao Qingyuan. She would prefer he had women attending to him, lest she be compelled to do so herself, which would be quite burdensome. However, her concern lay in the authority over the household. Should anyone attempt to usurp her mother-in-law's affection or her managerial role, her tranquility would be far less assured. In the Shaguan courtyard, the princess of Ning was almost leaping with joy upon hearing that Shen Wantang had ordered Chu Yanluo bound and gagged, then tossed into the woodshed. Nanny, did you say what I think you said? The heiress fiancée has truly begun to deal with that shameless sister-in-law of mine? Nanny Quan beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. Your Highness, you heard correctly. The heir's fiancée has indeed taken action against that wretched woman. She has continually insulted the fiancée, provoking her time and again, believing the fiancée would not dare retaliate. But to her surprise, the fiancée was unafraid and struck back directly. The princess of Ning burst into laughter. Excellent, well done, it is no wonder I chose her as the heiress fiancée. I had feared she might lack the courage to assert herself against a lowly daughter, yet she shows no signs of intimidation. In less than a month, she has dealt with the very person I wished to see subdued. Nanny Quan concurred. Indeed, the fiancée is a woman of great capability. Until now, she has quietly managed the household without causing any trouble, while that wretched woman, in her insatiable greed, dared to provoke the fiancée. Now she has truly encountered a formidable opponent. The princess of Ning inhaled deeply, her spirit rejuvenated. What a relief! I feel utterly invigorated. Since Chu Yanluo had taken residence in the royal manor, she had been plagued by pent-up frustration, and this was the first time she felt such unrestrained joy. Even her physical ailments seemed to vanish in an instant. This time, her happiness was genuine. Chapter 56. Yes, this is the flavor. Previously, the princess of Ning had refrained from dealing with Chu Yanluo, primarily out of concern for her son. She feared that if she truly confronted Chu Yanluo, it would only serve to alienate her son further. Her son cherished Chu Yanluo as if she were a treasure. Anyone who spoke ill of her would be promptly expelled from the residence, and even she, his own mother, could not voice a single word against Chu Yanluo without provoking an explosive reaction from him. Should she bind Chu Yanluo and torment her? What would she do if her son, in a fit of rage, decided to renounce worldly ties and become a monk at Fajin Temple? To her astonishment, Shen Wantang had taken upon herself the risk of severing ties with her son, handling the matter with Chu Yanluo on her behalf. The princess of Ning was thoroughly pleased with this turn of events. Tanger is the heir's consort. It is only just and proper for her to deal with a woman who does not even qualify as a concubine. However, I fear that once my son returns, he may seek retribution against her. That foolish boy's intellect seems to be waning. Old Granny Quan hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, I cannot help but notice that the heir's consort appears unconcerned about any trouble from the heir. Might it be that she has some incriminating evidence against that wretched woman? Before Shen Wantang's marriage, it was old Granny Quan who had instructed her in etiquette. No one knew Shen Wantang better than she did, understanding her composed and reserved nature. If Shen Wantang had not been entirely confident, she would not have so brazenly captured someone and tossed her into the woodshed. The princess of Ning waved her hand dismissively. Regardless of whether the heir's consort has any leverage against Chu Yanluo, I must lend her my support this time. Go, instruct someone to guard the main gate. The moment the heir returns, bring him directly to me.
What do you intend to do? I shall take the initiative. Was it not Chu Yanluo who foolishly provoked the heir's consort first?
I will feign being deeply offended by her actions, scold my son, and make him feel guilty, thus deterring him from causing any trouble for the heir's consort.
Old Granny Quan chuckled. That is an excellent plan.
You do indeed care for the heir's consort. If she learns of your intentions, she will undoubtedly be grateful and will double her filial piety towards you. The Princess of Ning shook her head. I do not seek her gratitude. If she can redirect my son's affections away from Chu Yanluo, I will count myself fortunate. You see, I have been plagued by the same dream repeatedly these past few days, wherein my son plunges into the river, sacrificing himself for that Chu Yanluo. In the dream, I weep inconsolably, and upon awakening, I remain haunted by it. Old Granny Quan felt a chill run down her spine and hastily reassured her, Your Highness, do not fear. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. How could the heir possibly sacrifice himself for that wretched woman? He shall surely remain safe and live a long life. The Princess of Ning's eyes shimmered with worry and pain. Dreams are not always the opposite. They may serve as omens, warning me that if I allow my son to pursue Chu Yanluo, he will inevitably come to harm. Though I chastise him daily and at times wish to beat him, he remains my flesh and blood, raised with love and care. I cannot bear to see him suffer even the slightest hardship. I cherish him as dearly as my own eyes. I would sooner perish than let anything happen to him. Thus, I am truly grateful that the heir's consort is willing to deal with Chu Yanluo and mend my son's heart. Her character is pure, and she possesses a steady demeanor. She is someone I am determined to support vigorously, and I must not allow her to fight this battle alone. She gestured to old Granny Quan. Go, intercept the heir. You must do it yourself, for others may not succeed. Yes, Your Highness. Old Granny Quan complied and quickly departed. The Princess of Ning paced within the room, her thoughts swirling, and she could not help but feel a surge of joy at the prospect of Chu Yanluo finally facing her comeuppance. She approached the bronze mirror to inspect her reflection, only to find her complexion surprisingly vibrant. Frowning in dissatisfaction, she realized that she did not look like someone aggrieved by Chu Yanluo. Seizing a Cloyson powder box, she noted that the powder was unusually pale, a hue she rarely used. However, it was perfect for the occasion. She applied a thick layer of powder to her face, even dusting her lips, transforming her visage into a ghastly pallor that suggested she was on the brink of death. The Princess of Ning felt satisfied and reclined upon the favored couch, awaiting her son's return. The maid, Xiaoshui, entered. Your Highness, your medicine has been brewed. Upon catching the scent of the herbal concoction, the princess's spirits lifted. Xiaoshui, fetch the pot used for brewing the medicine. Xiaoshui, puzzled, inquired, Your Highness, what do you need the pot for? Naturally, I intend to place it right in the center of this room, to fill the air with the pungent aroma of herbs. Xiaoshui was further confused. But Your Highness, did you not previously complain that the medicinal scent was too overpowering and unpleasant? That was then. Today, I find the smell to be far too faint. Hurry, we must saturate the air with the herbal scent before the heir returns. Finally understanding the ruse intended for the heir, Xiaoshui nodded and quickly exited. Before long, she returned with a steaming pot of medicine. The princess inhaled deeply, a smile illuminating her face. Yes, this is the flavor, let it permeate the room, and only then shall we remove it. Not long after, Xiao Qingyuan returned. Old Granny Quan brought him to the princess, and upon seeing her pale countenance and the overwhelming scent of medicine in the air, he was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. What has happened to mother? Was she not well yesterday? The princess gazed at the young attendant beside her son, noticing that he was laden with packages and a bolt of fabric tucked under his arm, an exquisite, rare material known for its warmth in winter and coolness in summer, yet it was a dismal white. It was clear that this was a gift for Chu Yanluo, as only she would wear such an ill-fated color. It was uncertain who she was cursing with such a choice. Fury surged within the princess. Her beloved son had never thought to buy her anything, yet here he was, spending silver on the finest materials and lavish treats for that Chu Yanluo. She opened her mouth to scold him. You wretched child, other people's sons are dutiful and considerate, while you, whom I raised, show me no filial piety and only bring misfortune. Must you drive me to the brink of despair to find satisfaction? Xiao Qingyuan stood there, bewildered by her outburst, yet a nagging suspicion nudged at him, likely linked to Chu Yanluo. Mother, how have I upset you? I have been away for most of the day. Do you dare ask how you have upset me? The Chu Yanluo, devoid of any decorum, not only disrespects you but has the audacity to confront the heir's consort. That is impossible. Yanluo is not like that. She possesses a certain pride. If others do not provoke her, she would never instigate trouble. Chapter 57. I can write a divorce letter to you. The Princess of Ning, infuriated, slammed her palm on the table, declaring, I am your own mother. Could I possibly deceive you? Today, Chu Yanluo openly insulted the young lady of the house. Many witnesses in the residence can attest to this. If you doubt my words, feel free to ask anyone. Ascertain whether it was the young lady who provoked her or the other way around. Xiao Qingyuan's expression hardened. I refuse to believe that Yanluo would insult Shen Wantang. Mother, you urge me to inquire, but whom shall I ask? Everyone in the residence is beholden to your word. None would dare speak in Yanluo's defense. Regardless of whom I question, their answers will surely be detrimental to Yanluo. The Princess of Ning was nearly driven to despair by her son's obstinacy. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, stammering you, but found herself at a loss for words. She had initially intended to feign outrage, yet her performance had unexpectedly turned into reality. Old Madame Quan, assisting the princess in regaining her composure, interjected, "Young master, everything the princess has stated is true." Chu Yanluo publicly berated the young lady for being shameless, claiming it was due to the 3 gifts you bestowed upon her. She even insisted that the young lady surrender the jade bracelet gifted by the princess and brazenly threatened to sell the young lady's maid, Qin. With her eyes reddened, the princess of Ning exclaimed, "I am still alive, yet she behaves so arrogantly. If I were to die, would she trample upon the young lady? What sort of household permits such insolence? An individual who cannot even be deemed a concubine dares to insult the rightful mistress and threatens to sell her maid. Is there no law in this land? Does this household now fall under Chu Yanluo's dominion? Mother, do not be hasty." Yanluo is sincere and straightforward, often lacking the art of subtlety. There may be a misunderstanding at play, perhaps that maid provoked Yanluo, and in her indignation, she spoke of selling her. "Allow me to return and ascertain the facts before reporting back to you," Xiao Qingyuan asserted, preparing to leave. The princess of Ning immediately retorted, "There is no need for you to inquire further, that Chu Yanluo has already been confined to the woodshed, where she shall reflect for 3 days. Xiao Qingyuan's countenance changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Yanluo has been locked in the woodshed? Who placed her there? Was it you, mother, or Shen Wantang? Are you both conspiring to bully Yanluo in my absence? She has suffered enough, why do you persist in tormenting her?" Seeing his sudden shift in demeanor, as if imprisoning Chu Yanluo could cost him his life, the princess of Ning retorted sharply, "It was the young lady's decision, and I have permitted it." "What of it? The young lady is now in charge. Can she not confine anyone she wishes? What is with that look? Do you intend to devour me, you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingyuan turned and stormed out. The princess of Ning, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently commanded, "Old Madame Quan, quickly follow the young master. If he seeks to confront the young lady, intervene at once. Do not allow him to harm her." Old Madame Quan hurriedly departed. In Wutong courtyard, Shen Wantang had just finished her evening meal and was poring over the accounts under the lamp. Although her cousin had traveled to Jiangnan, several shops continued to operate normally, and the steward had delivered this month's financial statements, which she diligently reviewed. Just as she gleefully noted the month's profits, an enraged voice boomed from outside, "Shen Wantang, come out here." Qin's expression shifted. "Young lady, the young master has arrived, and he sounds quite furious. Perhaps you should hide." Shen Wantang set down the ledger. "Hide? I am not afraid of his arrival." With that, she rose and exited the inner chamber. Xiao Qingyuan stormed into the room, and upon seeing Shen Wantang emerge, his gaze was frigid, as if he wished to slay her. "Where is Yanluo?" "In the woodshed," she replied. Xiao Qingyuan nearly roared, "Who authorized you to confine her? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to imprison Yanluo? Release her this instant." Shen Wantang turned to old Madame Zhai. "Madam, please bring her here." Old Madame Zhai complied and exited. Xiao Qingyuan remained furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Wantang, berating her, "You were given the authority to manage for mere days, and now you act as if you have forgotten your own name? Let me make it clear, you are nothing, you are worth less than a single strand of Yanluo's hair. Even without the title of young lady, she holds a place in my heart 1,000 times more significant than yours. You are to leave our residence at once. We have no need for a hypocritical, envious person masquerading as generous." His scathing words echoed through the room, his finger nearly poking Shen Wantang's face. Qin and the others felt a sense of injustice and embarrassment for Shen Wantang, yet as servants, none dared to speak up on her behalf. Shen Wantang, however, required no defense. She had anticipated this very scene upon restraining Chu Yanluo. Her demeanor remained calm and unfaltering. "I was brought into the prince's household with formal ceremonies. I did not intrude uninvited. Our marriage is protected by the laws of Defeng. If the young master desires my departure, he may write a divorce letter, but I have committed none of the 7 transgressions that would warrant such an act, making any such letter baseless." Xiao Qingyuan retorted sharply, "You have unlawfully taken matters into your own hands, unjustly punishing my woman. For this alone, I have grounds to write a divorce letter." "Young master, tread carefully. I have not resorted to any unlawful punishment. Miss Chu was merely confined in the woodshed, and no one has harmed or insulted her." "By what right do you confine her? Simply because she spoke of selling your maid, simply because she sought to reclaim her rightful bracelet? Certainly not for those reasons. My maid is under my authority alone, and my bracelet does not belong to Miss Chu. The term reclaim is inappropriate. Then why did you imprison her? Was it not out of spite? You think I love only her, you envy her, and thus, in my absence, you chose to inflict harm upon her." Xiao Qingyuan's heart ached, envisioning the woman he cherished enduring unimaginable suffering, while he was delayed, only to arrive and find her a pitiful sight, battered and bruised. Shen Wantang offered no explanation, remaining quietly patient for old Madame Zhai's return. Moments later, old Madame Zhai returned with Chu Yanluo. The ropes binding Chu Yanluo had been removed, granting her freedom of movement. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan, she rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Qingyuan, I thought I would never see you again. Why did you take so long to return? I was so frightened." Xiao Qingyuan enveloped her in his arms, his heart aching profoundly. "Yanluo, are you all right? Were you harmed? Did they strike you?" Chu Yanluo longed to confess that she had indeed been struck, but alas, that was not the case. If she were to lie, Xiao Qingyuan would surely inspect her wounds, yet she bore no injuries, only traces from her escapade with Yuan Zhang the previous night, which she could never allow Xiao Qingyuan to see. Chapter 58. Due to her clandestine affair with a man, Chu Yanluo could only shake her head and reply, "No, they did not strike me." "Are you truly unharmed?" Xiao Qingyuan questioned, his disbelief palpable. He attempted to pull back Chu Yanluo's sleeve to inspect for injuries, but she thwarted his efforts. With urgency, he implored, Yanluo, do not be afraid. I will take charge. Whatever grievances you have endured, please confide in me. I shall ensure those who wronged you face retribution today. Chu Yanluo sobbed softly. They did not hit me, but they imprisoned me in the woodshed and bound me with ropes. The shed was filthy and dilapidated, dark as night, and infested with rats.
That was far more terrifying than being struck.
Xiao Qingyuan embraced her tightly, casting a furious glare at Shen Wantang.
This is all you're doing. Are you unaware that Yanluo is timid, afraid of the dark and rodents?
Why must you torment her so? I have already shown you considerable grace by allowing you to reside in the Wangfu as the heir's wife. What more do you desire?
Shen Wantang seemed unfazed by their public display of affection or Xiao Qingyuan's ire. She calmly inquired, where did the heir sleep last night? Were you not together with Miss Chu?
Xiao Qingyuan's anger intensified. He swiftly retorted, nonsense, I slept in the study last night. My relationship with Yanluo is entirely proper, far from what you insinuate. Until I formally marry Yanluo, I would never tarnish her purity. Yanluo is not the sort of woman to be so easily compromised. She resides in the Wangfu out of necessity, and our relationship is wholly innocent. In his effort to defend Xu Yanluo's reputation, he inadvertently caused her countenance to pale. Previously, she had boasted to Shen Wantang about the kiss mark on her collarbone, claiming that Xiao Qingyuan spent every night with her, and now, however, she found herself publicly contradicted. She had mocked Shen Wantang for not consummating her marriage with Xiao Qingyuan, only to have it revealed that she had not engaged in any substantial relationship with him either. Raising her head from Xiao Qingyuan's embrace, she glanced at Shen Wantang, who appeared to possess prior knowledge and showed no surprise at Xiao Qingyuan's words. Chu Yanluo belatedly realized that Shen Wantang seemed to have come prepared. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Shen Wantang declare, I knew the heir to be a man of integrity, who cherishes Miss Chu. Thus, I wish to inquire of Miss Chu, who was the man that spent the night with you, leaving behind those red marks?
Chu Yanluo grit her teeth. What are you saying? I do not understand.
Shen Wantang smirked mockingly. You do not comprehend? Just this evening by the lakeside, you deliberately pulled down your collar to show me the marks on your skin. How is it that you deny it now?
You are speaking nonsense. When did I ever do such a thing? You are slandering me. Heir, do not listen to her fabrications. She is envious of your affection for me and seeks to defame me. Xiao Qingyuan glared coldly at Shen Wantang. What is your true intent?
Are you intent on driving Yanluo to despair? The Wangfu was not a sieve. Do you believe any man can enter at will? Last night, aside from myself, no other man was present in Xinghe courtyard.
Shen Wantang disregarded his frigid gaze. Did you not question me as to why I bound Miss Chu?
Allow me to explain. It is because she is engaged in an illicit affair with a man. The Ning Wangfu will not tolerate such behavior. As the housekeeper, I have both the responsibility and the authority to investigate this matter, to provide an account for the entire household and for you, heir.
Xiao Qingyuan was unwilling to accept this. You are fabricating charges without justification.
I do not require your explanations, nor does the Wangfu. Yanluo is the epitome of grace and pride. How could she possibly consort with a man, especially within my courtyard? If you seek to slander her, at least provide a credible pretext. Shen Wantang regarded him with a hint of pity, realizing that even now, he unconditionally believed in Chu Yanluo. She commanded, Mama Chai, bring in the witnesses. Mama Chai complied, soon escorting in a course maid, 2 gatekeepers, and a guard responsible for night patrols at the Wangfu. Relay to the heir everything you observed and heard last night. The course maid knelt, her voice trembling. I, the servant, rose in the night and heard sounds of a man and woman in the heir's courtyard. I cannot identify the man's voice, but the woman's voice was unmistakably. It was Miss Chu. Chu Yanluo was both shocked and furious. You lie, that is not true. You must have been bribed by someone to utter such slander against me. The maid offered no further response. Having spoken, she promptly withdrew, leaving the gatekeepers to answer. One gatekeeper reported, I am responsible for guarding the main gate of the Wangfu. Last night, at the hour of the rat, Master Yuan departed the Wangfu, something unprecedented, as we do not allow guests to linger until this hour. However, Master Yuan claimed he had drunk too much and inadvertently fell asleep in the heir's courtyard, which is why he left late. Another gatekeeper corroborated, I am in charge of guarding the second gate, and indeed, Master Yuan did not leave until the hour of the rat. The guard echoed similar sentiments. Once they had finished, Shen Wantang instructed them to withdraw. Xiao Qingyuan continued to hold Chu Yanluo closely, coldly demanding, Shen Wantang, is your performance concluded? Is this your so-called witness?
Does the heir not believe their testimony? On what grounds should I trust them?
You are the housekeeper of the Wangfu, with a single command, who would dare defy you? They could all easily provide false testimony to defame Yanluo. Since you do not trust their words, perhaps you should personally examine the marks on Miss Chu's body.
Surely those marks could not have been inflicted at my behest?
Chu Yanluo's expression shifted, and she clutched her collar tightly, presenting an air of grievance mixed with pride.
Shen Wantang, do not think you can strip me of my garments and humiliate me. Have you not tormented me enough today? I would rather die than allow you to see my body. You are unworthy.
Shen Wantang maintained her composure. Miss Chu, I have no desire to see your body. I merely wish for the heir to have a look. Chu Yanluo was nearly consumed by rage, her eyes blazing as they bore into Shen Wantang, yet she remained obstinately silent.
Shen Wantang continued, would you rather bear the stigma of an illicit affair than allow the heir to see you? Is there anyone in this world who would treat you better than him?
After all, you will inevitably belong to the heir. Showing him your body is not an issue. It is a perfect opportunity to secure your status.
Chu Yanluo seethed with fury. Secure my status?
What do you mean? Do you wish for me to become the heir's concubine? That is absolutely out of the question. I, Xu Yanluo, shall never be a concubine in this lifetime. If I am to marry, I shall be the legitimate wife.
Chapter 59. Xu Yanluo was struck. Shen Wantang paid no heed to her clamorous outcry, instead turning her gaze towards Xiao Qingyuan.
Esteemed heir, today both Granny Chai and Granny Quan, whose esteemed reputations are well known, are present. It would be prudent to ask them to serve as witnesses. Of course, should you suspect that they too have been bribed by me and are untrustworthy, you may summon someone you deem reliable to verify Miss Chu's condition. If I have misjudged Miss Chu, I shall certainly offer her my sincerest apologies. However, if it is revealed that she has indeed engaged in illicit relations within the royal residence, as the head matron, I am obliged to administer punishment according to the household's regulations.
Xiao Qingyuan held an unwavering trust in Xu Yanluo.
Coldly, he declared, Yanluo could never engage in such debauchery. The harm you have inflicted upon her, do you think mere apologies suffice? Your expectations are rather naive.
Then what does the esteemed heir propose?
If Yanluo is indeed innocent, having committed no such transgressions, then you should voluntarily remove yourself from the household, taking my divorce decree with you, and never again appear before me or Yanluo.
Granny Chai and Granny Quan gasped in unison. Esteemed heir, you must not. Yet Shen Wantang merely smiled indifferently. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, esteemed heir. Xiao Qingyuan turned to Xu Yanluo.
Yanluo, please loosen your collar slightly, so they may see that you bear no marks of guilt, that you are indeed innocent.
Xu Yanluo was taken aback.
She never anticipated that Shen Wantang could sway Xiao Qingyuan so effortlessly, persuading him to inspect her body. Previously, he had been scrupulous about the propriety between men and women. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never gaze upon her skin, let alone touch her. Her complexion turned pale, yet she feigned an air of arrogance.
I am innocent. I have no need to show anyone. They are unworthy of such a privilege. Xiao Qingyuan spoke gently. I understand your reluctance, but if this can prove your innocence, Shen Wantang will graciously withdraw.
Once she departs, our final obstacle will be removed, allowing me to formally take you as my wife, and you shall become the matron of the royal household.
Xu Yanluo retorted, I have no desire to be anyone's matron.
No one shall lay eyes upon my body today. If the esteemed heir must see me undressed before marrying me, then I shall forego the title of heir's wife. I shall return to Jisun Monastery to live as a nun, where, though austere, all shall respect me and none shall demand to strip me of my garments. Having spoken with resolute fervor, she turned to leave.
Yanluo.
Xiao Qingyuan, alarmed, grasped her arm, but to his surprise, she wrenched herself free, and in the struggle, her sleeve tore away, exposing a large expanse of skin at her chest. Xiao Qingyuan stood frozen, not due to the inadvertent unveiling, but because he beheld a myriad of bite marks and bruises descending from her collarbone to her bosom. Startled, Xu Yanluo hastily adjusted her clothing, desperate to conceal the evidence. Yet, a thunderous cacophony erupted in Xiao Qingyuan's mind as he, in a frenzy, seized her garment, tearing it away. Xu Yanluo gasped, quickly covering herself with her arms.
Xiao Qingyuan, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?
As he surveyed her body, the marks became even more pronounced, vibrant reds and purples scattered across her skin, showing no sign of fading even after a day, as if they were chronicling her passionate entanglements with another man. The traces suggested a fierce, unrelenting encounter, leaving deep impressions upon her tender flesh. Though Xiao Qingyuan had never touched a woman, it did not mean he was unaware of the nature of such affairs. He had visited the flower pavilion, where women bore similar marks, mere playthings for men who offered no compassion, resulting in bruises that lingered for days. He had witnessed Yuan Zhang's debauchery, who was notorious for his indiscretion, often taking women by force even in his presence. Now, the marks upon Xu Yanluo mirrored those of the women he had seen exploited. In that moment, all sound faded from Xiao Qingyuan's ears. The sole voice in his mind echoed Shen Wantang's accusations. The truth was that Xu Yanluo had indeed betrayed him. Qingyuan, please let me explain. It is not as you think. Ach, Qingyuan, you are hurting me. Please, release me. My wrist aches. Yet Xiao Qingyuan could not hear her pleas, oblivious to the fact that he was gripping her wrist with such force that he nearly crushed it. All he could see was her lips, fuller and redder than before, moving as if they had just kissed another man. Anger and anguish overwhelmed him in an instant. He raised his hand and, without restraint, delivered a resounding slap across her face. With a sharp crack, Xu Yanluo screamed and fell to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, one side of her face swollen, rendering her a pitiful sight. Yet Xiao Qingyuan was oblivious to her plight. Clinging to the remnants of his sanity, he seized her arm and dragged her into the inner chamber. Without a second thought, he tore away her skirt, ripping her undergarments. When he beheld the state of her lower garments, darkness enveloped his vision, and his blood seemed to freeze. The marks were so appalling, and upon her thighs lay clear, distinct impressions of fingers. All of it was left by another man. Xiao Qingyuan stared at the evidence, feeling utterly foolish that he could not bear to touch a single strand of her hair, believing that any contact would be a desecration. Yet someone else had ravaged her without restraint, and she had revealed nothing to him. As Xu Yanluo met his piercing gaze, a shiver ran through her. Desperately, she wrapped herself in torn fabric and, disregarding her dignity, clung to Xiao Qingyuan's leg, weeping. Qingyuan, I was coerced.
I am the victim.
Xiao Qingyuan's fury ignited, and he raised his hand, striking her again with a vicious slap.
Xu Yanluo, do you still wish to deceive me? Another agonized cry escaped her lips. Xiao Qingyuan's eyes glowed with a blood-red fury. Do you truly believe me a fool? Do you think I cannot discern what these marks signify? Do you assume I cannot tell whether you acted willingly or under duress? I was indeed coerced. I was threatened, which is why I could not resist. Then why did you not confide in me? Someone has violated you, threatened you, and yet you chose to hide it from me. What do you think I am in your eyes, a worthless fool? That is not it. I feared burdening you with trouble, which is why I kept silent. Do you truly believe I would still trust your words now? The mere thought that last night, in a drunken stupor, he had been unaware as Chu Yanluo lay in his courtyard, in his bed, reveling with another man, left him gasping for breath. His heart ached as if it were about to shatter. Why have you treated me this way? Have I not been good enough to you? I have given you my heart, all my love, even my soul. I have shouldered the immense pressure from my parents, defying the world to protect and care for you, and this is how you repay me? Chapter 60 Shen Wantang, are you not angry? Chu Yanluo shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, no, it's not like that. Xing Yuan, you've misunderstood me. You treat me so well, how could I possibly be kind to another man? My heart and my eyes are filled only with you, only you. Last night, I was intoxicated by someone. I had no strength to resist. After receiving such a blow from her, Xiao Qing Yuan's intellect rapidly sharpened. One moment you claim to have been threatened, the next you say you were drunk. Which of these is your true excuse? You haven't yet figured out how to spin your tale, have you? No matter, you have an entire night to contemplate. Xiao Qing Yuan's voice, laced with fury, took on a different timbre as he shouted, Elder Chai. Drag this shameless woman out and confine her to the woodshed. Elder Chai entered promptly, reaching out to seize Chu Yanluo, yet, she clung desperately to Xiao Qing Yuan's leg, crying out, young master, you cannot treat me this way. I have been wronged, you should seek justice for me. Why do you join others in bullying me? Have you too become like every other man in this world, only seeing the surface of things, ignoring the essence? Xiao Qing Yuan leaned down, prying her fingers apart one by one, his voice seething through clenched teeth. What is the essence of the matter? Is it that you betrayed me, or is it that you were so enamored while in bed with Yuan Zhang that you awoke this morning radiating satisfaction? No wonder you look so well today. It seems you enjoyed a night of stolen pleasures. You truly disgust me. Chu Yanluo's heart raced with panic. She had never anticipated that events would spiral to such a point. In her previous life, she had indulged in many secret trysts with Yuan Zhang, yet Xiao Qing Yuan had never discovered them. Those around him had offered warnings, but he had placed his complete trust in her, disregarding all counsel. Why had things changed in this life? Shen Wantang, yes, all of this was the fault of that accursed Shen Wantang. She screamed, young master, this entire scheme was orchestrated by Shen Wantang. Her intent was to drive me from the estate. She is envious of the love you bestow upon me and has ensnared me in this trap. Young master, do not fall for her ploy. A hint of derision appeared on Xiao Qing Yuan's stunning face, as tears brimmed in his eyes, his voice became hoarse. In such a short span, you have woven 3 lies to deceive me. Over the long course of time, how many more have you fabricated? I have not lied, I speak only the truth. You know my proud disposition, I would never stoop to deceit. Very well, then tell me, who is the father of the child you bore previously? Chu Yanluo's pupils dilated in shock. Did he now suspect the child was Yuan Zhang's as well? However, their long companionship had taught her how to navigate Xiao Qing Yuan's temperament. With a look of incredulity and pain, she retorted, young master, I do not know whose child it is. Did I not already tell you? I was drugged and forced, I am the victim. You say you do not know? Xiao Qing Yuan stepped back, looking down at Chu Yanluo, then you shall remain confined until you do. Elder Chai, take her away. Elder Chai, possessing great strength, dragged her away despite her desperate struggles. Silence enveloped the room. After a considerable time, Shen Wantang finally witnessed Xiao Qing Yuan emerge from the inner chamber. His eyes were red and glistening with tears, and combined with his exquisite features, he exuded a tragic beauty. He truly possessed a remarkable visage. No wonder he was acclaimed as the most handsome man in the capital. Every woman who had laid eyes on him felt their hearts stir, pursuing encounters with him, yearning to marry him and grow old together. She gazed at Xiao Qing Yuan, who was also looking at her. He recalled his earlier insults, the harsh words about dismissing her and taking Chu Yanluo as his wife, and felt a burning shame. The words of apology lingered in his chest for an eternity before he finally managed to say, I'm sorry, Shen Wantang, I have misunderstood you again. How many times had it been now? He could scarcely keep count, yet Shen Wantang remained as composed as ever. When he insulted her, she did not retaliate, and when he apologized, she did not gloat or strike back. He heard her gentle voice, as long as the truth is revealed, it is well, young master, you have yet to dine, have you not? I have instructed the kitchen to prepare something for you, which will be sent to your quarters shortly. You've had a long day, please return and rest well. Xiao Qing Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect her to be so placid, nor did he anticipate her would think to prepare a meal for him. He had braced himself for her mockery, assumed she would feel wronged, or perhaps take pleasure in having such a significant hold over Chu Yanluo, yet none of that occurred, nothing at all. She ignited a profound curiosity within him. Shen Wantang, are you not angry? When someone poses a question you wish to avoid, the proper response is neither to force an answer nor to evade the inquiry. Rather, one should return the question to the inquirer. Shen Wantang met Xiao Qing Yuan's gaze and asked, do you believe I should be angry? This Xiao Qing Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had berated her for not deserving to touch his woman and had threatened to divorce her according to his own reasoning. Shen Wantang had no right to be angry. Yet, she was indeed his lawfully wedded wife. Even without the consummation of their union, she was recognized as the young masteress consort. She had every right to be angry and to assert her claim over any woman he brought home. He shook his head, remaining silent. He found himself devoid of strength to speak further, leaving with a heart shattered and heavy. As he stepped outside, he could not resist glancing back at his consort.
In the lamplight, she wore a vibrant peach-red dress, her long hair elegantly styled, her fair and exquisite face radiating an astonishing beauty. For the first time, he felt that the color peach-red was not so garish after all. At least, it suited Shen Wantang exceptionally well, bestowing upon her an air of regal elegance. She was like her name, an elegantly blossoming begonia, dignified and graceful, a rare beauty in the quiet valley. Xiao Qingyuan sensed the shift in his own attitude toward her. He furrowed his brow slightly before averting his gaze and departing. Once he left, Qin hurriedly approached Shen Wantang, saying, "Young masteress consort, what a splendid opportunity that was. Why did you not retain the young master?" Shen Wantang walked to the door, gazing at the night sky, and remarked, "It seems rain is imminent."
Chapter 61. Will you stay with me for a while?
Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how she could utter such an irrelevant remark. Anxiously, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Your Highness, how can you still concern yourself with whether it rains or not? You should be focusing on the young master. This is a perfect opportunity for you to seize." Shen Wantang replied, "Am I not paying attention to him? I've already uncovered Chu Yanluo and the man behind her. He owes me quite a substantial favor." Qin Xian shook her head in exasperation. "Your Highness, why can't you see the truth? It is insufficient for the young master merely to owe you a favor. Currently, he respects you greatly but harbors little affection. You must earn his love, just as he adores Chu Yanluo, considering her in all matters."
Shen Wantang smiled lightly. "I am quite content with the respect he shows me.
One mustn't be overly greedy." In truth, she felt that her current relationship with Xiao Qingyuan was quite satisfactory and did not require alteration. Having said this, she disregarded her maid's anxiousness and resumed her reading. After a while, she grew drowsy and decided to rest on her bed. Duan had always thought her reading was for the sake of learning, but occasionally, she employed some obscure and difficult books to lull herself to sleep. It was true that the more incomprehensible the text, the more effective the sedative. Before long, Shen Wantang fell into a deep slumber. She did not know how much time had passed when she was awakened by Qin Xian shaking her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a flash of lightning illuminating the courtyard, followed by a thunderous clap. She became slightly more alert and inquired of her chief maid, "What is it?
Is something the matter?" "Your Highness, the young master, what about him?
It seems he has become intoxicated and is sitting motionless outside our gate, drenched to the skin. No one can persuade him to move."
"Perhaps you might try?" Shen Wantang immediately sat up. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? How long has he been sitting there?" "About an hour."
Shen Wantang sighed in frustration. "Next time something like this happens, wake me up at once. Otherwise, if he catches a cold, my mother will surely be distressed." Qin Xian was delighted, feeling that the young masteress' wife had finally begun to care about him. Although she pretended to worry about the young masteress' well-being, it was clear she was concerned for him herself, albeit too bashful to admit it. Unaware of her maid's thoughts, Shen Wantang pondered the wisdom in Qin Xian's previous words. She could not afford to let her relationship with Xiao Qingyuan become strained, for he was her husband, and they had many years ahead to share. Moreover, she was self-aware enough to realize that no matter how well she performed as a daughter-in-law, it could never surpass the bond he shared with his mother, as he was her biological son, and blood is thicker than water. Despite her mother-in-law's current kindness toward her, if Xiao Qingyuan were to fall ill from the rain, her mother-in-law would undoubtedly be upset and angry. After putting on her shoes, Shen Wantang gave little thought to changing her clothes. She simply threw on a cloak, picked up a lantern, and hurried outside. Qin Xian held an umbrella for her as they made their way to the entrance. At the gate, Xiao Qingyuan sat, while Emoji stood beside him, the umbrella trampled and discarded nearby. Both were drenched to the bone. Upon seeing Shen Wantang emerge, Emoji's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and hope. "Your Highness, please persuade the young master, he refuses to take shelter from the rain."
Shen Wantang sighed softly. "Young master, why are you sitting here in the middle of the night?
You should return, this will surely make you ill." Xiao Qingyuan, who had previously refused to speak to anyone, lifted his head upon hearing her voice. A hint of vulnerability crossed his remarkably handsome face. "Shen Wantang, can you stay with me for a while?
I feel so unwell."
Shen Wantang nodded. "I can stay with you for as long as you wish, but you should come inside first. The rain is cold, and you will catch a chill."
"What does it matter if I catch a chill?
Right now, I feel that living is meaningless. Death would be preferable. I offer my heart, yet all I receive in return is betrayal. Why do people never cherish what they have? Why must they lie with other men?"
"I cannot comprehend. If I were to die, would Yanluo be saddened, or would she rejoice, seeing me as an obstacle removed, allowing her to be with Yuan Zheng openly?"
Shen Wantang was taken aback, fearing he might genuinely consider such a course of action, and hastily replied, "If the young master seeks answers, he must live well."
"Only by living can you validate your assumptions. Moreover, did you not grant Miss Chu a night for reflection? When dawn breaks,
perhaps you could speak with her again, there may be answers to be found." Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her, his intoxication clouding his thoughts, and suddenly remarked, "Shen Wantang, you are beautiful.
You bear a resemblance to her."
Shen Wantang did not perceive this as a compliment. She was unwilling to be compared to Chu Yanluo, yet her appearance was a gift from her parents, beyond her ability to alter. The downpour continued unabated. Despite Qin Xian holding an umbrella, her shoes and the hem of her dress quickly became soaked. Disliking this damp and chilling sensation, she instructed Mog, "Assist the young master indoors." Mog had previously attempted to help, but the young master had remained unyielding. He anticipated that this time would be no different, but to his surprise, as he reached out, Xiao Qingyuan stood up. Mog exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, it seemed it required the young master's wife to intervene. He helped the young master into the house, where Granny Chai soon brought a restorative soup to help sober him up. Qin Xayan took a cloth to dry the young master's hair, while Shu Shi ran to the Xinghe courtyard to fetch a fresh set of clothes for him to change into. Qi Yu went to the kitchen to gather some food, as the young master had consumed only alcohol that night. With nothing else to eat, Hua Yi knelt down to remove the young master's drenched shoes and silk stockings, drying his feet and replacing them with new silk socks and shoes. Mog watched the scene unfold in the room, nearly moved to tears. In that moment, his loyalty shifted entirely toward Shen Wantang. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, truly, as the young master's wife, she has orchestrated everything so meticulously and thoughtfully. Her dedication to caring for the young master is truly touching. In comparison to Chu Yanluo, she was in a league of her own. That was not quite right. Chu Yanluo did not deserve to be mentioned alongside the young master's wife. Chu Yanluo had never cared for the young master, she only sought his attention when he tended to her, and never had he witnessed her caring for him in return. And furthermore, when the young master drank, she would disdain the scent of alcohol on him, pushing him away rather than offering her assistance. Clearly, it was not only Mog who sensed the disparity. Xiao Qingyuan, too, felt it. After drinking the restorative soup, his mind began to clear, and he found himself gazing intently at Shen Wantang. Chapter 62. Why is she reluctant to speak more with me? Feeling enveloped in this comfortable and fitting ambience, Xiao Qingyuan sensed that he had returned to a bygone era, a time before he had encountered Chu Yanluo. During that period, his life was characterized by unparalleled ease, with attendants at his beck and call, and every task delegated to servants, freeing him from the burdens of worry. It was only after crossing paths with Chu Yanluo that everything began to change. Xiao Qingyuan silently nodded. Shen Wantang was indeed a commendable wife. Had fate not introduced him to Chu Yanluo, he would likely be leading a tranquil and harmonious life alongside Shen Wantang now. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that had he not met Chu Yanluo, given Shen Wantang's background, she would probably not have been able to wed into the Ning prince's residence. His mother would have chosen a more suitable match from a prominent family, ensuring his marriage to a well-matched noblewoman. Meanwhile, Shen Wantang, having changed into a new pair of shoes and donned her outer garments with the assistance of the maidservant Du Wan, felt a sense of nostalgia wash over her. Earlier, in her haste to depart, she had only donned her undergarments and a cloak. Commanding her maidservants to attend to Xiao Qingyuan, she momentarily felt as though she had returned to a previous life. In that past existence, Liao Yoha would often indulge in social gatherings, returning home inebriated, and Shen Wantang, disliking the scent of alcohol and cosmetics on him, would instruct the maidservants to help him bathe and change into fresh attire, refreshing the air significantly. Now, she found herself once more directing her maidservants to attend to Xiao Qingyuan. It seemed that marrying any man would yield the same result. They would always be the masters, perpetually awaiting care and service. The only distinction lay in the nature of the mother-in-law. Liao Yoha's mother was petty and harsh, frequently sowing discord between them, and she would often feign hardship to manipulate Liao Yoha into compliance, teaching him to withhold kindness from his wife for fear that she would become too assertive. In contrast, the Ning princess was generous and broad-minded, always ready to support her daughter-in-law, reprimanding her son first when matters arose, rather than placing blame on Shen Wantang. In this lifetime, with the Ning princess as her mother-in-law, Shen Wantang felt fortunate and content, which is why she always prioritized her mother-in-law's needs, reciprocating the protection she received. Her insistence on having maidservants attend to Xiao Qingyuan was not due to his lingering scent of alcohol, but rather a desire to spare her mother-in-law from concern. After much effort, she finally settled Xiao Qingyuan comfortably. She allowed him to rest in the inner chamber while she took her repose on a soft couch in the outer room. Qin Xayan, noticing her reluctance to join the young master in the inner chamber, hesitated several times to speak. Shen Wantang found it somewhat amusing but chose to remain silent, merely patting her shoulder to encourage her to rest. A maidservant's well-being mattered, and without rest, how could one function? Qin Xayan, who typically worked the most and rested the least, would only manage a brief hour and a half of sleep after the night's exertions. Aware of the young mistress's good intentions, she swallowed her words and succumbed to sleep. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Xiao Qingyuan awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. It took him a moment to realize that he had spent the night in Shen Wantang's quarters. The room was filled with her belongings, her presence palpable. Suddenly, he recalled how, shortly after their wedding, his father had bound him and unceremoniously deposited him onto Shen Wantang's bed, from which she had personally liberated him. A sense of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to rise and leave. He felt an aversion to encountering Shen Wantang, but upon stepping outside, he discovered that she was not present. Seeing him searching, Granny Chai informed him, "Young master, the young mistress has gone to pay her respects to the princess." Xiao Qingyuan paused, then strode purposefully outside. Mog, noticing his emergence, eagerly approached.
Master, where are you off to? To the Wenba residence, to confront Yuan Zhang. Ah. Have you not had your breakfast? Breakfast, I am already full of anger.
As he spoke, he continued striding forward. However, Mog noticed that his master, instead of heading straight out, had wandered into the princess's courtyard. Moreover, he stood there hesitating at the entrance, seemingly unsure of what to do. Mog was filled with confusion but dared not inquire further. After a brief period, Shen Wantang emerged from within. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by a serene composure. She offered a slight bow, addressing him as young master, before proceeding to exit with her maidservants. Xiao Qingyuan did not anticipate her brief greeting before her departure, prompting him to call out, "Shen Wantang."
She turned back, asking, "Is there something else, young master?"
"Not particularly, I merely wish to express my gratitude for your efforts last night." Shen Wantang inclined her head slightly, replying, "You are too kind, young master." After a moment's pause, she discerned that Xiao Qingyuan had nothing further to convey, and she turned, continuing on her way with her maidservants.
Xiao Qingyuan then turned to Mog, pondering aloud. Could it be that my harsh words from yesterday have upset her, leading her to avoid conversing with me?
Master, the young mistress does not seem the type to hold grudges. She likely bears no ill will toward you, or she would not have taken you in last night. Taken in, indeed, his servant had aptly captured the essence of the situation. Shen Wantang had indeed sheltered him.
Then why does she seem so reluctant to engage in conversation?
Perhaps, the young mistress fears that you might find her bothersome.
Did you not often tell her to keep her distance from you in the past? Did I ever say such things?
Indeed, you did, master. Not only had he uttered such words, but he had done so rather bluntly. He had explicitly told her to leave. Xiao Qingyuan bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent for an extended moment before lifting his gaze, parting the curtain, and re-entering the room. The Ning princess reclined on a couch by the window, her countenance still adorned with a smile from her recent encounter with Shen Wantang. However, upon his entrance, her smile faded. She regarded her son coolly, inquiring, I heard from Granny Quan that you scolded the young mistress last night and even brazenly threatened to divorce her?
Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of embarrassment.
Mother, I was overly anxious yesterday and spoke too harshly.
I have already apologized to Shen Wantang.
Is an apology sufficient? The entire household is now aware of your intent to divorce, and for what, over a woman of such questionable virtue and decorum? The Ning princess slammed her hand on the table, her anger palpable.
This was not mere theatrics but genuine ire.
The young mistress, aside from her humble origins, is without fault. A young woman of such caliber is rare to find. To have her as our daughter-in-law is a stroke of great fortune.
How dare you bypass me and boldly declare your intentions to divorce her?
Are you intent on bringing her to ruin? If it were anyone else, your words would surely have left her in tears for days. Chapter 63. The study key. As the princess of Ning spoke, Xiao Qingyuan felt increasingly remorseful for his actions. After all, in this world, women were subject to particularly harsh treatment. To utter the words of divorce truly inflicted great harm upon Shen Wantang. A deep sense of guilt filled his heart. Mother, how do you believe I should make amends to Shen Wantang? Gifting her gold and silver seems rather trite, yet I am at a loss for what else she might appreciate. Do you, dear mother, have any insight into her preferences?
Gold and silver are never out of fashion.
Even the Buddha favors statues crafted from pure gold, so naturally, the common folk would cherish them even more. However, beyond gold and silver, I too am uncertain of what Tanger enjoys. You should inquire with her directly.
Very well.
The princess of Ning, seeing his willingness to ask, waved her hand to dismiss him. Off you go.
Yet, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before lifting his robe and kneeling upright. The suddenness of his action startled the princess of Ning. Yuaner, what are you doing?
Mother, I owe you an apology as well. A few days ago, I caused you distress. I have been an unfilial son. The princess was deeply comforted by her son's newfound understanding. She was nearly moved to tears. Well, as long as you recognize your mistake, there is no need to kneel. Quickly, rise.
Old Mammy Wan, perceiving the princess's affection for her son, stepped forward to assist Xiao Qingyuan to his feet.
After exchanging a few more words, he finally took his leave. Once he was gone, the princess's brows unfurled in contentment. Look at this, it is the first time in 2 years that we have shared such warmth together. Usually, he is so obstinate, always ready to argue after just a few exchanges. Old Mammy Wan chuckled. The young lord has matured after experiencing setbacks. He now understands your difficulties and can empathize with your burdens. However, the princess remarked, I believe it is not solely due to his setbacks, but rather, it is largely thanks to Tanger. Ever since she entered our family as the young lord's wife, he has changed remarkably day by day. I never anticipated such a rapid and profound transformation. Old Mammy Wan nodded in agreement. It is often said that marrying a virtuous wife is worth a fortune. A wise wife can indeed be worth countless riches. With a daughter-in-law like Tanger, not only is she worth 10,000, but I would not trade her for 100,000 either. Your judgment is truly remarkable, princess. You have selected the best for the young lord, and there is not a second to be found in the entire capital. The princess of Ning herself was exceedingly satisfied with her choice of daughter-in-law. Last night, Tanger suffered a slight. She was called upon in the middle of the night to attend to that scoundrel. It was truly arduous for her. Go to my private treasury and select a few valuable items to send to her.
Yes, princess. By the way, did not the palace send a batch of new fabrics yesterday?
Also, send some to the young lord's wife. If she finds any to her liking, she may wear them. If not, she can distribute them to the servants, ensuring that they dare not underestimate her.
Understood. Furthermore, did you not mention that the young lord's wife enjoys reading?
Inform her that she may freely explore the books in the study of the Wang residence. As the princess spoke, she produced a key and handed it to old Mammy Wan. At this moment, old Mammy Wan was taken aback. The study was a crucial area of the residence, typically accessible only to the prince, princess, and the young lord. It housed many rare ancient texts and confidential letters. The princess had entrusted the key to the young lord's wife. What a profound expression of trust and care. Old Mammy Wan received the key and proceeded to deliver the items to Wutong courtyard. She made a grand display on her way, ensuring that everyone in the residence knew that the princess was bestowing gifts upon the young lord's wife. When Shen Wantang saw old Mammy Wan enter with a large entourage of maidservants, she immediately understood the princess's intention. Her mother-in-law was deliberately supporting her. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Surely, the princess had learned of Xiao Qingyuan's intention to divorce her, prompting this gesture of compensation. Each maid carried an item, ranging from gold and silver treasures to fashionable fabrics, and soon the room was piled high. A genuine smile illuminated Shen Wantang's face, far brighter than when she was with Xiao Qingyuan. Thank you, mother, you truly care for me. I still have a multitude of fabrics from your last gift that I have yet to wear, and now you have sent me so much more. I shall not lack for clothing for the next 3 to 5 years. Old Mammy Wan replied with a smile. The princess specifically instructed that if you find any of these fabrics to your liking, you may have them tailored into garments. If not, distribute them to the servants, just wear the most fashionable fabrics, and the princess will continue to send you more. Realizing that even the gifts for the servants had been prepared for her, Shen Wantang once again felt the princess's thoughtful care. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly and then pressed a handful of gold leaves into Old Mammy Wan's hands. You have worked hard, this is for you to enjoy some tea. Old Mammy Wan accepted the heavy gold leaves with a smile, inwardly nodding. The young lord's wife was becoming increasingly generous, having transitioned from rewarding servants with silver coins to gold leaves, indicating her financial comfort was growing. She solemnly placed the key given by the princess into Shen Wantang's palm. Young lord's wife, this is the key to the study, as instructed by the princess. She knows of your love for reading and wishes for you to have full access to the books therein. Shen Wantang was taken aback, the key in her palm suddenly feeling weighty. Thank you, mother. This gift is truly too grand. Having been reborn, she understood the significance of the study within the Wang residence. In her previous life, Shen Mingxian had secretly entered the study and viewed some confidential letters, transmitting secret messages home, which had provoked the usually placid Prince of Ning to enact family discipline, leaving Shen Mingxian bedridden for half a month. Shen Wantang could hardly believe that the princess would directly hand her the key to the study. Her mother-in-law had placed such trust in her. Until old Mammy Wan and the others departed, Shen Wantang remained lost in thought, holding the key. Mamas Chai and Xingshin approached her, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the key in her palm. They had spent many years in the Wang residence and understood the weight of this key far better than Shen Wantang. Mamas Chai sighed. Young lord's wife, you have truly become one of the princess's own now. The study, previously accessible only to the prince, princess, and young lord, now includes you. Henceforth, no one shall dare to underestimate you. If outsiders were to learn that you hold the key to the Wang residence's study, they would no longer dare to gossip or mock you. Xingshin appeared quite excited. This is wonderful, young lord's wife. You now have free access to the study, which is a tremendous honor. Moreover, I have heard from Moji that it contains an extensive collection of books across various genres, so you shall never again worry about finding suitable reading material. Chapter 64. Does Gu Qianhan dislike women? Shen Wantang's lips curled into a smile. What, has Moji been inside? Qin Xian quickly shook her head. How could that be? The study is a sacred place in the Wang residence. We, as servants, are not permitted to enter. Mog can only access the outer chamber of the study, which is where the young master rests after tiring from his studies. He has heard the young master mention the collection within, so he knows a little more than others. Shen Wantang nodded, handing her the key and instructing her to keep it safe. Then, she selected several pieces of fabric to keep for herself, bestowing the remainder upon others. Naturally, the first to choose were the likes of Granny Chai, Du Juan, and Qin Xian, who selected for themselves before the leftovers were offered to others. In Wutong courtyard, a lively atmosphere ensued. Everyone was aware of the princess's generous treatment toward the young masteress wife, gifting many fashionable fabrics. The young masteress wife had so many garments that she could hardly wear them all, thus generously sharing with them. They also knew that the woman from Jisun Temple had been thoroughly defeated, having been imprisoned in the woodshed by the young master himself due to her illicit affairs. This round of conflict had resulted in a resounding victory for the young masteress wife. The maids and servants in Wutong courtyard wore expressions of joy, each expressing their gratitude and loyalty to Shen Wantang for their share of fabrics. Those who did not receive any were diligently working, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity for rewards. After all, they had learned that the young masteress wife was not a stingy person. As long as one performed their duties well, they would not be treated unfairly. At the Wenba residence, Yuan Zhang was in the midst of an intimate encounter with a maid when the door was suddenly kicked open. It startled, he immediately wilted. He heard his servant shouting, "Young master, you cannot enter. Our master is not in a position to receive guests." But Xiao Qingyuan paid no heed to this, striding directly into the inner chamber and yanking Yuan Zhang up from the bed, then raising his fist to strike him in the face. Yuan Zhang cried out in pain, while the maid on the bed shrieked and curled up in a ball. Xiao Qingyuan cast a glance at the woman partially concealed by the thin blanket. The red marks on her shoulders and neck bore an unsettling resemblance to those on Chu Yanluo. Enraged, he could not restrain himself from delivering another punch to Yuan Zhang. Blood streamed from Yuan Zhang's nose as he clutched it, shouting angrily, "Qingyuan, what madness is this? Have I offended you? Yuan Zhang, how dare you ask me that?" Xiao Qingyuan's face was taut with fury. "I regarded you as a brother, yet you dared to bed my woman. You have countless women at your disposal, why must you lay hands on Yan Luo? You know I have only her, and you are well aware of how much I cherish her." Yuan Zhang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Yanluo would be exposed so quickly. However, he swiftly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Brother Qingyuan, I am wronged, I have never touched your lady." "Still trying to deny it? The people at the Wang residence know you left in the dead of night, and there are witnesses who heard you with Yanluo. You too." Xiao Qingyuan's words faltered. The mere thought of Chu Yanluo having slept with Yuan Zhang filled him with unbearable pain. "Young master, you must have misunderstood. I did leave late, but I truly did not touch your beautiful lady. As you said, I have countless women, why would I need to lay hands on yours?" Yuan Zhang insisted, pulling the trembling maid from the corner. Look, my maid is no worse than yours, her almond-shaped eyes and delicate features are exquisite. My energy has been spent on her these past few days, how could I possibly have the vigor to pursue your woman? Moreover, you know my mother has arranged an excellent marriage for me. I am to wed next month, how could I possibly create scandal at such a critical moment? Xiao Qingyuan's brows furrowed, is it truly not you? It is truly not me, I swear. Then why did you leave in the dead of night? I was heavily intoxicated, and Gu Qianhan left early, leaving only you in my courtyard. I cannot explain it either, I usually have strong tolerance for alcohol, but that night I only had a few drinks before blacking out. My servant could not wake me, and by the time I regained consciousness, it was already midnight, and I hurriedly left. Yuan Zhang spoke earnestly, Qingyuan, you and I are the best of brothers. I would never betray you, you know I value brotherhood above all. When you said you wanted to drink, I immediately brought my finest wine to your residence. When you said you needed money, I unhesitatingly had someone deliver you 20,000 taels. 20,000 taels, Qingyuan. How many maids could I buy with that? How many times could I visit the brothel? Would I truly risk everything to touch your woman? I do not mean to insult you, but that Chu Yanluo, she is merely a treasure in your eyes. To me, she is quite average. I have no interest in her.
Xiao Qingyuan suddenly felt uncertain. Yuan Zhang was renowned throughout the capital for his loyalty, and it seemed inconceivable that he would sleep with Chu Yanluo. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked Yuan Zhang, did you know Yanluo before? Have you seen her in the past? Absolutely not, I have never laid eyes on her. Yet, aside from you, who else would be involved with Yanluo?
That night, aside from you, there was only Gu Qianhan, but he is not the type to indiscriminately touch women. He has never laid hands on any of the maids prepared for him. How could he possibly touch Yanluo? A look of disdain crossed Yuan Zhang's face. That cannot be said for certain. Some people merely put on a facade of virtue while engaging in all sorts of sordid activities behind closed doors. How do you know whether he has or has not touched women? Perhaps he has, but simply did not inform you, or maybe, because he has never pursued women, when he encountered a beautiful one, he could not resist. Unlike me, who indulges in women daily and has grown weary of them.
I would never casually entertain thoughts about a brother's woman.
You should not place too much trust in Gu Qianhan. His cunning surpasses both yours and mine. He is a man one cannot easily decipher.
Xiao Qingyuan's brow knitted tightly. I know Gu Qianhan is shrewd.
It is true that he conceals his emotions, but it is also true that he does not touch women. I can still ascertain that much. In fact, rumors had long circulated in the capital that Gu Qianhan had no interest in women, that he was a term for homosexual, preferring handsome men.
There were even whispers that he was pursuing Chu Yanluo obsessively, merely as a cover. The latter rumor was undoubtedly false, yet Xiao Qingyuan harbored suspicions that the former might hold some truth.
Chapter 65 Chu Yanluo was hanged. Fate. When they ventured to the Orchid Pavilion to indulge in the pleasures of the night, Gu Qianhan was solely preoccupied with his drinking, showing not the slightest interest in the captivating women adorned in revealing attire. His ascetic demeanor raised doubts about his masculinity. Xiao Qingyuan prided himself on his own composure, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at those with alluring figures, appreciating the beauty of youthful femininity. After all, who could resist the allure of exquisite things? Yet, inexplicably, Gu Qianhan remained indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. No, Gu Qianhan would never lay a hand on Yanluo.
Yuan Zhang, witnessing Xiao Qingyuan's unwavering trust in Gu Qianhan, felt a surge of discontent and a profound jealousy. He had been acknowledged by Xiao Qingyuan as his closest brother, consistently offering both financial and physical support, far surpassing Gu Qianhan's efforts. Why, then, was he the first to be suspected when troubles arose, while Gu Qianhan remained above suspicion? It was patently unjust. Wiping the blood from his nose, Yuan Zhang deliberately posed a question to lead Xiao Qingyuan astray. Then tell me, why did I faint after just a few drinks? What? You fainted?
Indeed, I barely had a few cups before losing consciousness. Normally, I could drink 1,000 cups without a hint of inebriation, yet when I visited you and partook in the wine brought by Gu Qianhan, I succumbed to oblivion.
Are you implying that there was something amiss in the wine brought by Gu Qianhan?
I'm not saying that outright, but he certainly did not drink a single drop that night.
Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. He did not drink at all?
That is illogical. He usually drinks more than I do. As he observed Xiao Qingyuan's trust in Gu Qianhan wane into suspicion, Yuan Zhang felt a flicker of satisfaction. Qingyuan, why not inquire directly with Chu Yanluo? Her words would surely hold the most credibility. Her words, what credibility could they hold? Xiao Qingyuan's trust had eroded, yet Yuan Zhang was correct. He ought to return and question Chu Yanluo, for a simple comparison would reveal whether Yuan Zhang had deceived him. Soon, he returned to the Wang residence, making his way to the woodshed where Chu Yanluo was confined. Upon entering, he was met with a harrowing sight. A length of white silk hung from the rafters, and Chu Yanluo stood atop a pile of firewood, preparing to tighten the silk around her neck. In the next instant, she kicked away the wood, leaving her suspended in midair.
Yanluo!
Xiao Qingyuan was drenched in cold sweat, rushing forward to catch her and pull her down from the silk.
As he aided her in regaining her breath, he admonished her with anger. What are you doing, Chu Yanluo? It's merely a trivial matter. Why would you choose to forsake your life? Are you out of your mind?
Tears welled in the corners of Chu Yanluo's eyes as her pale face spoke of despair. A trivial matter, is that what you believe? My lord, if it were trivial, why confine me to this shed?
Even if I confined you, it should not drive you to such desperation. Your life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be regained. You must live.
Chu Yanluo turned her gaze away, refusing to meet his eyes, her voice resolute, "This world is too tainted. I no longer wish to remain."
"What nonsense is this? This filthy world is unworthy of my pure soul.
A being as untainted as I cannot coexist with the vulgarity of humanity, thus, I find it impossible to continue living in this world. Were it not for my fondness for you, I would have vanished from this wretched existence long ago.
Yanluo, you my lord, grant me this mercy. Do not save me any longer."
As Chu Yanluo spoke, she forcefully pushed him away and reached for the silk once more, attempting to loop it around her neck. Xiao Yuan swiftly pulled her back. "Enough. Do not seek death any longer. Whatever the issue, let us clarify it. There is no need for such extreme measures to prove your innocence." Chu Yanluo fell into his embrace, deliberately brushing against him. "I have already declared myself the victim, yet you do not believe me. I have no other recourse. If even you do not trust me, who else will?" Xiao Yuan remained rigid, neither embracing her nor pushing her away. In the past, Chu Yanluo would never have drawn so close to him. He had longed to hold her, to be near her, yet feared crossing boundaries that might provoke her ire. After all, she had confided that due to past traumas, she harbored a psychological aversion to men, disliking their company entirely. Now, as she clung to him, he felt her deep reliance and trust, prompting an unexpected thought. What if this time, she too had been coerced and neither Yuan Zhang nor Gu Qianhan were foes she could contend with? After being forced, it was reasonable for her to remain silent, especially considering her pride. She would rather endure immense suffering alone than confide in him. Understanding Xiao Yuan's character, Chu Yanluo sensed his softening resolve as he did not push her away. A sigh of relief washed over her as she continued in a tone of feigned vulnerability. "Apart from you, my lord, I have no one else to turn to. The Chu family has abandoned me, former friends feign ignorance, and even the Jisun monastery refuses to shelter me. With nowhere left to go, your confinement has driven me to the brink of despair, thus, I may as well embrace death, then all shall be serene." Xiao Yuan's emotions churned within him, torn between the undeniable affection he harbored for Chu Yanluo and the unbearable reality of her entanglement with another man. He had cherished her for so long, dreaming of making her his wife, and his feelings for her were unmatched throughout the capital, yet, how could he simply dismiss the fact that she had shared a bed with another man? After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to voice his question. "Yanluo, speak truthfully to me, who was the man you were with the night before last?" Chu Yanluo lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do you still care about this matter? What is there to be concerned about? Did you not once say that regardless of my past entanglements, you would remain indifferent, caring only for me, even if I bore another's child, your love for me would endure? Why has everything changed? Your promises have turned to mere words, and your love for me has vanished. I am so disappointed in you. Xing Yuan, my heart belongs solely to you, my soul is yours entirely. The body is but a mortal shell, an illusion. You must learn to see beyond this. Do not stoop to the level of the mundane. You are extraordinary, and you ought to rise above such base thoughts." Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of shame at her words, realizing he was perceived as extraordinary in her eyes. "Very well, I shall cast aside these mundane thoughts, but you must tell me who that man truly is. Was it Yuan Zhang or Gu Qianhan?" With a hesitant bite of her lip, Chu Yanluo whispered, "It was Gu Qianhan." Chapter 66. Hand in hand, they walked out. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. "What, is it really him? How could this be? The young master thinks I would speak so recklessly about such matters. Is this a matter of glory?" "But, Shen Wantang said it was Yuan Zhang." Chu Yanluo immediately became displeased, pushing Xiao Yuan away and regaining her haughty demeanor. "Since the young master trusts Shen Wantang so much, why not go ask her directly? Did you come here to humiliate me on purpose?" "I did not intend to insult you, I am simply perplexed. Do not be overly sensitive. Moreover, Mog mentioned that Gu Qianhan left quite early that night. He did not linger in my courtyard, claiming I was wasting his time. Since he left, how could he have bullied you?" Chu Yanluo lowered her gaze, quickly contemplating her response, and slowly said, "He did leave initially, but he returned later. He barged into my inner chamber. At first, I thought it was you, but to my surprise, it was him." No matter what, she could not reveal the truth. She dared not involve Yuan Zhang, for if he produced the letters she had written to him, her carefully crafted image of aloofness would shatter, and all her lies would be exposed in an instant. Furthermore, she knew that even if Xiao Yuan were to inquire with Yuan Zhang would never speak the truth. After all, he had only just managed to associate himself with the young master of the Ning Wang. He would not dare offend him so carelessly. That Gu Qianhan appears to be virtuous, but when you are present, he acts one way, and when you are absent, he shows another side. I initially believed him to be a gentleman, but it turns out, Chu Yanluo began to sob quietly. He claimed to be astounded by my beauty upon seeing me, professing his infatuation, and then he laid hands on me. I fought back desperately, but he suddenly forced a pill into my mouth, rendering me incapable of resisting. Xiao Yuan felt both heartbroken and enraged. "Yanluo, are you saying all of this is true? That scoundrel Gu Qianhan truly bullied you?" "Absolutely, young master." Chu Yanluo wept profusely. "It's all my fault for being too beautiful, constantly attracting the unwanted attention of men. If I could, I would wish to be less attractive, even as plain as Qin Xin. I would welcome it." Xiao Yuan did not perceive Qin Xin as unattractive. After all, a top mate of the Ning Wang could not possibly lack in beauty. However, he was too consumed with anger to consider Qin Xin's appearance. He was seething, almost wishing to rush to the duke's residence and confront Gu Qianhan. He never anticipated that Gu Qianhan would take advantage of his drunkenness to bully his woman. All the while, his apparent disinterest in women had been a facade. Seeing his fury, Chu Yanluo pondered for a moment, then bent down to pick up a piece of firewood, intending to stoke the flames further to invoke Xiao Qingyuan's compassion and tenderness. She raised the wood and drew it across her own face. Bright red droplets of blood surged forth from her fair complexion, swiftly staining her cheeks and neck. Xiao Qingyuan was horrified, quickly snatching the wood from her grasp. Yanluo, what are you doing? Why would you harm your own face? Chu Yanluo smiled tragically. Young master, this face is a curse. They say beauty brings disaster. It is precisely because I am too beautiful that I encounter such troubles. If I mar my face, then no man will ever wish to touch me again, and I can find peace. Xiao Qingyuan's heart ached unbearably, and he now truly believed in Chu Yanluo's innocence. Were she not subjected to such harsh treatment, how could a fragile woman bring herself to mutilate her own face? He gently caressed her cheek, feeling both pity and relief. Fortunately, I intervened in time. You did not inflict a grave injury, otherwise, your face would have been utterly ruined. Chu Yanluo seemed utterly unconcerned about her appearance, seemingly impervious to pain, allowing the blood to drip from her chin as she asked, if my face were completely ruined, would you still want me, young master? Would you confine me to the woodshed and prevent me from going out? Never, absolutely not. I am not one to judge by appearance. No matter how your face may be disfigured, I will always want you. Chu Yanluo threw herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Young master, I knew you were different from those mundane men. You are far above them. Xiao Qingyuan also embraced her. Yanluo, let us return to Xinghe courtyard. I shall summon a physician to tend to your wounds. They require urgent care. No need, young master. You are currently in a difficult financial situation. I should not squander your silver. It is too costly to call a physician. My injuries will heal in 10 days or so. Xiao Qingyuan felt even more heartbroken. It is my fault. You never cared about wealth before, yet now you feel compelled to count every coin due to my lack of funds. Your injuries are not trivial. Without a physician's care, they will scar. Therefore, we cannot afford to skimp on the physician's fees. Chu Yanluo, however, was resolute. I truly do not need a physician. I wish to keep the scars. Even if you do summon one, I will not let them examine me. Even if you procure medicine, I will not take it. So, young master, please do not waste your silver. Xiao Qingyuan was not only heartbroken but also filled with guilt. It is entirely my fault for failing to protect you, allowing you to be bullied in my own courtyard. Yanluo, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. I will not let Gu Qianhan escape unscathed. Chu Yanluo shook her head. There is no need for the young master to seek justice on my behalf. Gu Qianhan is the second son of the duke's residence, a man of status. I do not wish for you to clash with him because of me. I shall endure this injustice. What do you mean endure? My woman, Xiao Qingyuan, shall not suffer any indignity. Gu Qianhan may be the second son of the duke's residence, but I, Xiao Qingyuan, am the young master of the Ning Wang. In terms of status, he cannot compare to me. Yet he is still the emperor's sister's nephew. What if he causes a ruckus with the empress? What of it? I am the emperor's nephew as well. If he dares to create a scene with the empress, I shall go to the emperor and make a scene as well. Let us see who can outdo whom. Xiao Qingyuan took her hand. Enough, do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall escort you back to Xinghe courtyard. Since you are unwilling to summon a physician, I shall tend to your wounds myself. With that, the door to the woodshed opened, and the two walked out hand in hand. Mog, waiting outside, stood in shock, while the maids and servants nearby were equally astounded. No one had anticipated that Chu Yanluo would emerge in such a manner. Though her face bore wounds, her expression was one of immense pride, her chin held high as if the marks upon her face were not wounds, but rather an extraordinary badge of honor. Chapter 67. It cannot be, young Master Gu. What has transpired? Has the heir not already grown weary of Chu Yanluo? He had struck her and even confined her to the woodshed. How then, in the blink of an eye, has he brought her out again? Could it be that he has forgiven her for her infidelity? Has the heir truly lost his senses? What sort of enchantment has Chu Yanluo cast upon him that he can overlook such transgressions? Mog was utterly baffled. He could not fathom how Chu Yanluo had achieved this, yet his wariness of her only deepened soon. The news of Chu Yanluo emerging from the woodshed hand in hand with Xiao Qingyuan spread like wildfire throughout the entire Ning Wang. The maids and matrons buzzed with gossip. Has the heir truly become indifferent to Chu Yanluo's indiscretions? Is he really so magnanimous? Indeed, despite her actions, she has somehow regained the heir's favor. Was it not said that he witnessed her in a compromising state? What's the big deal? She previously carried a child and he still adored her to the point of madness, insisting on bringing her into the manor. What kind of magic does Chu Yanluo possess? How can she inspire such devotion in the heir? What magic could she possibly wield? She simply knows how to act shameless. A woman must be wicked for a man to love her. You are still young and do not understand the male heart. But Chu Yanluo's wickedness is excessive. First, she bore an illegitimate child, then cavorted with other men in the heir's chamber. Can any man genuinely love such a depraved woman? Perhaps the heir is simply enchanted by her pretense of purity, portraying herself as a celestial being, unlike us mundane folk. He is so naive, easily deceived by her. What of the heir's consort? If he continues to dote on Chu Yanluo, will she ever win his heart? What does it matter? She is the heir's consort, wielding the authority of the manor. If that Chu wench wishes to enter as a concubine, she must have the consort's approval. Without it, she will remain in the manor forever, caught in a web of ambiguity. How infuriating. In the Wutong courtyard, Shen Wantang was engrossed in a book. She had just procured a rare volume on the grand landscapes of the Defeng Mountains from the study, reading it with insatiable thirst, captivated by the vivid descriptions of majestic scenery. Qin Xian, beside her, was anxious, pacing restlessly. Consort, how can you be so absorbed in reading at a time like this? Do you not know that the woman from Jisan Monastery has been personally escorted out of the woodshed by the heir, and they emerged hand in hand? This news has spread throughout the entire manor. You must be the last to know. Shen Wantang did not lift her gaze, her eyes glued to the pages.
Oh, is that so?
Qin Xian hurriedly maneuvered from her left to her right, and then back again. I heard that Chu Yen Luo hung a white silk on the beam, seemingly attempting to hang herself, but was fortuitously rescued by the heir. How coincidental that she would choose that moment to attempt such a thing, only to have the heir walk in. Surely, it was all a ruse.
Shen Wantang merely responded,
And Chu Yen Luo has injured her face, and the heir is utterly distraught, taking her back to Xinghe courtyard to tend to her wounds. This injury was certainly self-inflicted. She knows the heir's compassion and is clearly trying to provoke him.
Shen Wantang replied, oh.
Qin Xian was exasperated. Here she was, a maid, burning with impatience, eager to expose Chu Yen Luo's duplicitous facade before the heir, while Shen Wantang, her mistress, remained unfazed, indifferent to whatever schemes Chu Yen Luo might be employing or how deeply the heir favored her. She had never encountered anyone quite like the heir's consort. The book in her hands seemed far more alluring than the heir's affections. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xian added, Consort, the heir has sent MOG to inquire about young Master Gu's whereabouts. Chu Yen Luo claims that the person she spent the night with was young Master Gu Qianhan, not that Lord Yuan, prompting the heir to seek him out for retribution. At last, Shen Wantang raised her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her features.
Chu Yen Luo said it was young Master Gu? Are you certain?
Seeing her finally set aside the book, Qin Xian eagerly nodded. Absolutely certain, MOG said so, he would not deceive me.
Shen Wantang gently shook her head. It cannot be young Master Gu.
Indeed, I also believe it cannot be young Master Gu. He and Miss Lu from the Lu family are renowned as a perfect couple in the capital, and it is said that their families are even planning a union. Furthermore, young Master Gu has always maintained his integrity.
How could he suddenly succumb to base instincts within the heir's courtyard?
Qin Xian elaborated, it must be that the woman from Jisan Monastery is covering for her paramour, Lord Yuan, by claiming it was young Master Gu. The man who stayed in the heir's courtyard that night was certainly Lord Yuan, as he was the only one available for such endeavors. MOG also mentioned that young Master Gu and Lord Yuan are not on good terms, thus he left without even sharing a drink. When young Master Gu Qianhan departed, not only did the servants and guards witness his exit, but he also accidentally wandered toward Wutong courtyard, where all present knew he had stayed in the manor for less than half an hour before leaving. Shen Wantang found Qin Xian's reasoning compelling. However, her conviction that it could not be Gu Qianhan was rooted in more than just this. More importantly, she had known Gu Qianhan in her past life and understood his character. In her previous existence, before the Gu family was exterminated, Gu Qianhan had been deeply engrossed in solving cases, often collaborating with the Dali Temple. Shen Wantang, serving as an aide to Liao Yoha, had encountered him numerous times. Disguised as a man, her taller stature and rugged makeup had allowed her to evade detection except by Gu Qianhan, yet, upon realizing her true identity, he had chosen to remain silent, feigning ignorance. At that time, Gu Qianhan was already in his 30s, yet still unmarried, while the daughter of Lu Gu, with whom he was associated, had long since wed another. Based on her past experiences, Gu Qianhan had shown little interest in women. He never sought pleasures with women nor kept concubines. His interests lay elsewhere, traveling, playing chess, reading, engaging in sports, hunting in the mountains, and resolving wrongful convictions. The downfall of the Gu family had begun with Gu Qianhan's determination to seek justice for a wrongful case. Chapter 68. Supporting Tang Heir. At that time, the late emperor passed away, and the crown prince ascended the throne. The crown princess, Gu Qianning, succeeded her aunt as the new empress. The Gu family had already produced 2 empresses in succession, wielding immense power, to the extent that they could challenge the emperor and influence his decisions. During the late emperor's reign, he was already wary of the Gu family, even leaving secret orders for the crown prince to eliminate them if necessary. The new emperor was even more apprehensive of the Gu family, and the wrongful case that Gu Qianhan sought to rectify happened to involve him as the mastermind. If this case were to be thoroughly investigated, the new emperor would lose face and the people's support. Thus, he decided to eliminate the Gu family entirely, utilizing the secret orders left by the late emperor to accuse them of treason, resulting in the family's annihilation. After the Gu family was exterminated, Gu Qianning was deposed, and shortly thereafter, she died within the palace. In such dire circumstances, Gu Qianhan did not succumb. Instead, he clearly strategized to create a relatively stable environment for his young nephews and nieces. For their sake, he willingly exposed himself to ensure their survival. Upon his capture, he endured various tortures in prison, the once great prodigy reduced to a shadow of his former self, yet he steadfastly refused to divulge the whereabouts of the 2 children or to acknowledge the charges of treason against the Gu family. Shen Wantang could no longer bear to watch, thus she took the risk to enter the cell and administer medicine to him. She vividly recalled the gratitude and relief reflected in his eyes as he struggled to swallow the pill. How could such a person possibly venture into the courtyard of Shaoqing Yuan to harm the woman whom he cherished so deeply? Shen Wantang tilted her head in contemplation for a moment but soon dismissed the thought, recognizing that the matter lay between Shaoqing Yuan and Gu Qianhan, having little to do with her. She remained far more intrigued by the magnificent landscapes of the Grand Feng Kingdom, lamenting her inability to explore them firsthand, contenting herself with the pages of a book this time. Qin did not interrupt her. Although anxious, she believed that only someone as composed as the crown prince's consort could fulfill such a role. If the consort were as fretful and concerned as she was, perhaps she would not be fit for the position. Qingqin exited the inner chamber, eager to gather information. While her mistress could afford to remain calm and indifferent, she, as a maidservant, must always be ready to collect first-hand intelligence, ensuring she could provide prompt and accurate answers should her mistress seek knowledge. Du Jiao watched Qingqin depart, filled with envy. Qingqin was well-liked throughout the royal residence, effortlessly engaging in conversation with everyone, from maids and servants to the stern matrons, who willingly shared secrets with her. No matter the occurrence within the residence, Qingqin was invariably the first to know, and she was adept at considering the interests and reputation of the crown prince's consort. At times, Du Jiao felt utterly inadequate. Since her arrival at the royal residence, she had realized her shortcomings in knowledge and ability. Even in the art of scolding others. Dejected, she lowered her head, oblivious to Shen Wantang calling her. Shen Wantang, feeling parched from her reading, intended to summon Du Jiao for a cup of tea, only to find the girl lost in thought. Amused, Shen Wantang approached and gently patted her. Du Jiao, what are you pondering?
I called for you, yet you did not respond. Startled, Du Jiao exclaimed, Ah, did the crown prince's consort call for me? What troubles you? Do you have something on your mind? And no. I just feel utterly useless. I cannot assist the crown prince's consort in any way. Nonsense, how can you say you are useless? Was it not you who accompanied me through hardships before I became the crown prince's consort? Others respect me now because of my title, but you do not. With teary eyes, Du Jiao replied, You are no longer the same as before, you require a capable maid, yet I seem to excel at nothing. That Chu Yanluo has taken hold of the crown prince, and just when you found an opportunity to bring her down, she has risen again. I am of no help, not even in gathering intelligence. Shen Wantang shook her head in resignation. Are you only just realizing the crown prince's infatuation with Chu Yanluo?
We were aware of it even before my marriage into the royal residence. I have long been mentally prepared, so this matter is of little consequence to me. You need not worry.
Moreover, I have no intention of toppling Chu Yanluo.
She is not worthy of such a feat. I merely wish to remind her to endure some hardship. In Shen Wantang's heart, she had never regarded Chu Yanluo as a rival. Even if Chu Yanluo had been reborn, she lacked the qualifications to be her opponent. Encouraging her maid, Shen Wantang said, Do not compare your weaknesses with others' strengths, focus on your own virtues. You possess patience and meticulousness that others lack, and your loyalty to me is unwavering. Thus, I entrust you with the jewelry and silver notes. I would not feel at ease giving them to anyone else. After hearing this, Du Jiao felt considerably better. She broke into a smile. Crown Prince's consort, what did you call me for earlier?
I did not hear.
Shen Wantang replied, To pour tea, I am parched. Du Jiao, pleased to be assigned a task, eagerly set about pouring tea, feeling that even in such a small matter, her usefulness was validated as long as Shen Wantang needed her. Meanwhile, within the Shaguan courtyard, the Ning Wang was enraged to learn that Xiao Qingyuan had personally released Chu Yanluo from the woodshed, and even more infuriatingly, they had emerged hand in hand. In her fury, she smashed a white jade teacup.
That scoundrel is beyond redemption.
The Ning Wangfei's anger surged to this is the second time that Chu Yanluo has slept with other men twice, once resulting in an illegitimate child, and once in Qingyuan's chamber.
It is utterly revolting. How could Qingyuan forgive her? Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey?
How could I have given birth to such a worthless child? My dignity and the prince's dignity have been entirely thrown away.
Is he a man who has never seen a woman? What is it about that Chu Yanluo that has captivated him?
Old matron Quan hurriedly tried to calm her. Your Highness, do not let your anger overwhelm you. What if you harm your health? The royal residence still relies on you for support, and the crown prince's consort needs your backing. Upon hearing this, the Ning Wangfei began to take deep breaths, striving to quell her rage. Yes, I cannot allow myself to be consumed by anger. I must support Tang Air, otherwise, that Chu Yanluo will surely devour her whole. Old matron Quan added, Rest assured, the crown prince has merely been momentarily bewitched. Time will reveal character. One day, he will see that woman for what she truly is. Chapter 69. The entire capital was abuzz with excitement.
The princess consort of the Ning Wang wore an expression tinged with despondency. Will I truly be able to wait for the day when Qingyuan sees through Chu Yanluo's true nature? I had hoped that after marrying the young masteress consort, Qingyuan would settle down. I even chose a lady who closely resembled that Chu Yanluo, yet it has proven futile. He clings to Chu Yanluo even now, refusing to consummate his marriage with the young masteress consort. Everyone declares Chu Yanluo to be unworthy.
I have scolded and chastised the prince, and even cut off his allowance, yet he remains undeterred, choosing to be with Chu Yanluo regardless. As mother, my heart feels as though it is turning to ice. However, Granny Quan was considerably more optimistic than the princess consort. Your Highness, I believe the young master has changed quite a bit since marrying his consort.
Consider this. Given the depth of his affection for Chu Yanluo, if you had chosen a different consort for him, would he have accepted her? Would he have interacted with her so amicably?
Initially, the young master was not fond of his consort, yet she has managed to captivate him.
Moreover, because she exposed Chu Yanluo's disgraceful deeds, the young master even struck Chu Yanluo twice. In the past, would such a thing have been conceivable? If he has struck her, can their relationship ever return to what it once was? No matter how well Chu Yanluo feigns composure, can she truly be free of grievances and resentments? Can she harbor no hatred? Is it truly possible for the young master to be as untroubled as he appears, to completely forgive Chu Yanluo for her indiscretions with others? I have watched the young master grow up.
Though he is gentle and kind-hearted, he is certainly not foolish. On the contrary, he is quite astute. He may be momentarily enchanted, but once he regains his senses, he will undoubtedly not let Qianluo off the hook.
The princess consort nodded repeatedly, finding Granny Quan's words to be exceedingly reasonable.
She was reluctant to admit her son was foolish. In her eyes, no one was smarter than her son, he was simply a bit soft-hearted, which allowed Qianluo to take advantage of him. Just then, the maid Xiaoshui hurried in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's terrible, the young master has gone to Qingyun Tower with some people and has beaten Second Master Gu of the Gu family." Second Master Gu is currently lying in a pool of blood inside Qingyun Tower. The teacup the princess consort had just lifted fell to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. In shock and fury, she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Xiaoshui spoke rapidly, that Qianluo claimed that the person who spent the night with her the other day was Second Master Gu, alleging that he, enamored by her beauty, deliberately drugged her and forced himself upon her. The young master wanted to seek justice for her, so he went to confront Second Master Gu. What an insolent fool! The princess consort felt dizzy with rage. The young masteress consort has already stated that the person who engaged in such disgraceful acts with Qianluo was young Master Yuan of the Wenba residence. Why did he go to beat Gu? Does he think the Gu family is a mere minor household, the emperor's own nephew, and he dares to strike him? If her son had merely beaten someone else, it could have been overlooked, as the power of the Ning Wang residence could easily settle such matters. Yet he had chosen to strike the legitimate second son of the Duke of Jingguo. The influence of the Duke of Jingguo was not at all inferior to that of the Ning Wang residence. In fact, due to the Duke's military power, it overshadowed the Ning Wang residence. Although the Ning Wang held the title of prince, he wielded little real power. If he possessed significant authority, the emperor would not sleep soundly, and would directly expel the Ning Wang from the capital to prevent his own brother from scheming for power. The princess consort was nearly fainting from her son's folly. He is so gullible, Qianluo says it was Gu, and he simply believes her without verifying the truth. He disregards the words of others entirely. Evidence is practically being thrown in his face, yet he chooses to be willfully blind. He even deludes himself into thinking Qianluo was drugged and coerced. With such a mindset, he could easily be deceived and still count the money for those who sold him out. Thank goodness he will never become emperor. If he did, wouldn't our great Feng be doomed? Granny Quan, seeing the princess consort's fury leading her to such reckless statements, hurriedly cautioned, "Your Highness, please choose your words wisely." The princess consort was aware that her words were inappropriate. She forced herself to suppress her anger and instructed Xiaoshui, "Quickly go to the astronomical bureau and summon the prince back. He should cease observing celestial phenomena and attend to his son's affairs instead." Yes. At Qingyun Tower, as the most extravagant and largest restaurant in the capital, it was usually bustling with young masters and ladies indulging in fine dining and entertainment. However, at this moment, not a single patron remained seated. Everyone had rushed out from their private rooms to witness the commotion. Even those outside were drawn in, forming a thick crowd, eyes wide and ears perked to catch every detail of the unfolding spectacle. In the center hall of the restaurant, the capital's foremost infatuated soul, young Master Xiao Qingyuan, was fiercely grasping the collar of the genius prodigy, Second Master Gu Qianhan, rebuking him harshly for his lack of honor, integrity, and decency. Blood trickled from Gu Qianhan's temple, yet he appeared bewildered, unsure of how he had suddenly found himself on the receiving end of such violence and vitriol. Both were among the most distinguished young gentlemen in the capital, inherently attracting considerable attention and intrigue, and their striking appearances, one exceptionally handsome and the other coldly dashing, rendered them constant subjects of gossip. Now that they had come into conflict, it only intensified the curiosity of the onlookers. Those who had missed the earlier altercation lamented, slapping their thighs in frustration, "The soundproofing of our private room was too good. By the time I heard the commotion and rushed out, it was too late. I didn't even see what triggered the conflict. Weren't they supposed to be good friends? How could they come to blows?" A well-meaning bystander explained, "Ah, you're unaware, aren't you? They are no longer good friends. That Second Master Gu has already taken the woman most favored by young Master Xiao, Qianluo, to his bed." "What? That's impossible. Second Master Gu was a renowned genius. How could he stoop so low?" "Nothing is impossible. One cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Even a genius can succumb to the charms of Qianluo." Another chimed in, "Exactly, what of it? Geniuses are still human, with desires they cannot always restrain, and I've heard that Qianluo is breathtakingly beautiful. No man could remain unaffected. This is shaping up to be quite the spectacle." Young Master Xiao is utterly enamored with Qianluo, refusing to consummate his marriage with the young masteress consort for her sake. Second Master Gu is certainly courting disaster. Having taken Qianluo, it would be surprising if young Master Xiao didn't pursue him with all his might. Had it been anyone else, young Master Xiao would have likely already reduced them to mere bones, yet Second Master Gu remains unafraid. Let us not forget, he is the legitimate son of the Duke of Jingguo, the emperor's nephew. I believe that given young Master Xiao's intense infatuation, it matters not whether his opponent is the emperor's nephew or even his own son. He would still beat them to a pulp. He is the capital's most ardent lover, willing to go to any lengths for the sake of that woman. Chapter 70. Using Gu Qianhan's reputation as a stepping stone, the surrounding clamor was incessant, and Gu Qianhan found himself unwillingly subjected to a barrage of idle gossip, feeling that the events of the day were utterly preposterous and laughable. With a frigid gaze, he addressed Xiao Qingyuan, "I shall reiterate, I have not laid a hand upon your woman. It would be prudent for you to ascertain the truth before venturing out to confront me, lest you become a pawn in someone else's game without the slightest awareness."
Xiao Qingyuan, still clutching his garment with unyielding determination, his eyes reddened and his voice hoarse, retorted, "Are you still pretending? Yan Luo has already stated that it was you that night, that you administered the drug to her, that you violated her. Why would you stoop so low? Are you even human?" Gu Qianhan frowned. "You take her words at face value?" "I departed the Wang residence well before the events transpired. Simply inquire with anyone from the Wang household, and you will find the truth of this matter is clear." Xiao Qingyuan ground his teeth. "You deliberately created the illusion of leaving early. After you departed, you returned to the Wang residence." "I did not return after leaving. If I had, would the guards and servants not have seen me? Am I to be invisible? Can I burrow into the ground? Can I fly? You need not concern yourself with such details." Xiao Qingyuan's voice rose in pitch. "There is a hole at the base of the wall in the back garden of the Wang residence, one that I have previously shown you. If you use that, the guards and servants would be none the wiser." Having lived 2 lives, with the previous one marked by great upheaval and the annihilation of his entire clan, Gu Qianhan was preoccupied with substantial matters. He could not immediately recall the hole in the back garden that Xiao Qingyuan spoke of. His voice, cold yet tinged with an unusual ire, proclaimed, "I have come to the tavern today for a matter of great importance. I have neither the time nor inclination to engage in this frivolous discussion with you. We shall settle this account at a later date." As he attempted to leave, Xiao Qingyuan resolutely refused to let him go, pulling at his garment and insisting he accompany him to the Wang residence to apologize to Chu Yanluo. Growing impatient with this entanglement, Gu Qianhan coldly stated, "If Chu Yanluo claims I coerced her, then let her come forth and confront me directly." "That cannot be." Xiao Qingyuan immediately objected. "Yanluo has already suffered such great harm. She cannot be subjected to further scrutiny." Gu Qianhan's demeanor remained indifferent. "Are you afraid to allow her to confront me, or is it that Chu Yanluo herself lacks the courage to face me? How could Yanluo possibly lack courage? Then summon her." However, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated to take charge of the situation, uncertain whether Chu Yanluo would indeed wish to confront him. He could only request Emoji to return to the Wang residence to inquire. Fortunately, the Wang residence was not far from Qingyun Tower, and Emoji swiftly returned, and accompanying him was Chu Yanluo. As she descended from the carriage, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Clad in flowing white, her long hair like ink, her skin as fair as snow, and her lips a striking crimson, she bore no makeup or adornments, embodying the purity of a lotus flower and the elegance of a snow lotus, seemingly a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Yet, this ethereal beauty bore a fresh wound upon her visage, from which blood was still seeping, clearly a recent injury. The onlookers, particularly the men, erupted in righteous indignation. Who dared to mar the face of this celestial maiden? I shall confront them. To inflict such brutality upon such a beautiful face, who could be so cruel? Could it possibly be Gu Qianhan? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be so enraged? He must have attempted to force himself upon her. When she resisted, he resorted to violence, resulting in that injury. What a beast! He is not merely a beast, but a scoundrel who preys on the women of his own friends. A truly despicable wretch. TSK, he appears so gentlemanly, yet beneath lies a vile creature. It seems the Duke's household is not as reputable as it seems, producing such a morally bankrupt son. Gu Qianhan found himself inexplicably subjected to further scorn, his brows knitting in frustration. Chu Yanluo, however, reveled in this newfound attention. Her reputation had previously been tarnished, having conceived out of wedlock, and the city had cast scorn upon her. Yet now, the tide of public sentiment had shifted to sympathy and pity for her. She had leveraged Gu Qianhan's reputation to salvage her own. With the Gu family destined for treason, and Gu Qianhan's demise all but assured, she saw no harm in using him as a stepping stone. With measured steps, she approached Gu Qianhan, her tone icy and haughty. "Gu Qianhan, today I shall unveil your true nature before all. You are a shameless scoundrel, a despicable man who preys upon helpless women. I have endured your insults and threats, yet I fear you not. What of your status as the second son of the Duke's household? I shall risk my very life to seek justice." Gu Qianhan acknowledged his own arrogance. Across 2 lifetimes, he had never truly regarded Chu Yanluo, never thought her worthy of his attention. Yet now, he was taken aback by her exceptional acting skills, capable of so swiftly tarnishing his reputation. He furrowed his brow at her and inquired, "Are you unwell?" With a facade of strength, suppressing her tears, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. It was he, Gu Qianhan. He claimed to be infatuated with me, that just one glimpse left him utterly entranced, insisting I become his woman. When I refused, he struck me and even drugged me. Today, I shall stand forth to declare to all women. When faced with the cruelty of a scoundrel, we must bravely expose him, to tear away his gentlemanly facade and reveal his filth. It is not our fault for being victimized. It is theirs. The injustice of this world lies in the inadequacies of the law, which fails to protect us. Gu Qianhan listened in sheer disbelief as she spun her fabrications and escalated the issue to such grand heights. How dare she? What audacity she possessed! Yet, Xiao Qingyuan felt a swell of pride and excitement. His Yanluo was indeed unlike any other woman, her thoughts always soaring above the ordinary, forever a cut above the rest. Within and outside the tavern, countless voices applauded Chu Yanluo, as if she were a remarkable hero. Even some women who had previously disparaged her found themselves moved by her impassioned rhetoric, unable to resist rallying in support of Chu Yanluo. She speaks the truth. The world is unjust, our existence as women is fraught with difficulty. In my view, Gu Qianhan's transgressions against Miss Chu warrant a lengthy imprisonment, or he should face proper retribution. I misjudged Miss Chu. I once thought her cunning, yet she is so refreshingly noble and transcendent.
Indeed, she is a paragon for all women. No wonder young Master Xiao holds her in such esteem. She is not only beautiful but also courageous.
Were I a man, I too would fall deeply in love with her.
Chapter 71 Shen Wantang, you have lost. As Chu Yanluo listened to the adulation of the crowd, she lifted her chin higher, her demeanor brimming with pride. In her previous life, she had savored the sweetness of manipulating public opinion to cleanse her reputation, and in this life, she wielded this skill with even greater finesse. This time, she had chosen a new target to use as a stepping stone, and the results were exceptionally favorable. Turning her gaze towards Xiao Qingyuan, she found him gazing at her with an infatuated expression, his eyes filled with affection and pride, his adoration more pronounced than ever before. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction, aware that she had once again captivated Xiao Qingyuan, who cherished her distinctive and unparalleled nature. However, when she shifted her focus to Gu Qianhan, she was momentarily taken aback by his expression. Gu Qianhan wore a look of profound amusement, seemingly indifferent to her presence, as he casually toyed with his fan while scanning the crowd, as if searching for someone. A surge of anger welled up within Chu Yanluo. She was undeniably the center of attention, yet Gu Qianhan chose to disregard her. Everyone was watching her, showering her with praise, men admired her, and women respected her, yet Gu Qianhan remained unmoved. Chu Yanluo refused to believe that she could not win him over intentionally. She called out his name. Gu Qianhan, I have no affection for you, so I hope you will cease your relentless pursuit of me. Your infatuation is of no consequence. My heart belongs to the air, not to a hypocritical scoundrel like you. In the future, please refrain from appearing wherever I am. Moreover, do not visit the Wangfu again. Should you do so, I will not meet you, and do not bring me gifts. I desire nothing from you. At this moment, Gu Qianhan, having endured the painful experiences of his previous life, was more composed than ever. Had he not been reborn, his youthful temper would have compelled him to unleash a torrent of curses upon Chu Yanluo. His attendant, in a state of anxious desperation, tugged at his sleeve, imploring, "Second young master, please say something. Clarify that you have no connection to her and have never given her anything." Gu Qianhan allowed his attendant to tug at him and the surrounding jeers to wash over him, exhibiting no inclination to defend himself. He had keenly discerned that perhaps this was not a misfortune. The stigma was precisely what he needed, or rather, what the Gu family required. He continued to ignore Chu Yanluo, letting her hurl bucket after bucket of slanderous accusations at him. With a swift motion, he opened his folding fan and strolled out unhurriedly. Seeing Gu Qianhan walk away without a word left Chu Yanluo feeling incredibly frustrated. She had anticipated his defense, a chance to present more evidence to solidify his alleged transgressions against her. Yet, he had said nothing. This was rather inexplicable. Anyone falsely accused would instinctively seek to refute the claims. Why was Gu Qianhan unwilling to contest or validate himself, unless, perhaps beneath his facade of indifference, Gu Qianhan harbored genuine feelings for her? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Chu Yanluo felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Indeed, no man could resist her allure and beauty. Xiao Qingyuan approached Chu Yanluo, shielding her as they exited the tavern. He cast vigilant glances at the men surrounding them, each one eyeing Chu Yanluo with hungry intent, as if waiting for the moment he would release her, at which point they would pounce. Thus, as he assisted her into the carriage, he grasped her hand firmly, asserting his claim. Soon, the two entered the carriage together and returned to the Ning Wang. Onlookers lingered, reluctant to depart, engaging in hushed discussions.
This young Master Xiao is utterly smitten with Chu Yanluo. He even insists on personally helping her into the carriage. One might think Chu Yanluo is his betrothed. That poor betrothed of his, despite being married for so long, young Master Xiao refuses to consummate their union, instead choosing to stay with Chu Yanluo, turning his betrothed into a laughingstock in our capital. If I were young Master Xiao, I too would refuse to consummate with that hideous betrothed. With a beauty like Chu Yanluo by my side, who would desire to be with that ugly woman? What, is young Master Xiao's betrothed truly unattractive? Indeed, she is, and quite vulgar as well, fixated on trivialities unworthy of a betrothed. But I have heard that she bears some resemblance to Chu Yanluo. It was precisely because of this resemblance that the Ning Wang selected her as young Master Xiao's betrothed, hoping he would settle down and forget about Chu Yanluo. Nonsense, that betrothed bears no likeness to Chu Yanluo. She doesn't even measure up to a single strand of her hair. At the Ning Wangfu, in Wutong Garden, Jin Xian recounted all the events that had transpired outside to Shen Wantang. In a fit of rage, she declared that Chu Yanluo is utterly shameless. Not only does she slander second young Master Gu as having bullied her, but she also spreads rumors about the betrothed's looks. Her heart is deserving of condemnation. Shen Wantang paid little heed to the rumors about herself, and she was not surprised by Chu Yanluo's actions. In her previous life, Chu Yanluo had also enlisted others to spread disparaging tales about Shen Mingxuan's appearance, which had driven Shen Mingxian to tears and curses at her family home. In truth, both sisters were quite beautiful, otherwise, they would not have been chosen by the Ning Wang. Though Shen Mingxian lacked intelligence, she had inherited her father's features, large eyes and a high nose, exuding an air of grace and dignity when silent. Eventually, Shen Mingxian made a point to flaunt her beauty in public, thereby dispelling the rumors. Duan Wan, with a hint of worry, suggested, "Young mistress, should you not make an appearance? You are undeniably more beautiful than that Chu Yanluo, yet the uninformed are maligning you. Who knows how far this rumor will spread? You cannot allow it to continue unchallenged." Shen Wantang shook her head. This is not the opportune moment to dispel the rumors. We must wait a little longer. Duan Wan and Jin Xian exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. What could the young mistress be waiting for? Having been so slandered, how could she possibly wait?
However, since their mistress had ordered them to wait, they, as her handmaids, could only comply. In the evening, Shen Wantang continued her habitual stroll through the garden, only to be intercepted once again by Chu Yanluo. Clad in white, her long hair cascading down her back, her face marred with injury yet radiating an air of lofty arrogance, she spoke with haughty disdain.
Shen Wantang, Chu Yanluo declared, you have lost. Chapter 72. Has that hole been blocked? Does the heir not know? Shen Wantang found it somewhat amusing. What have I lost? Chu Yanluo, brimming with self-satisfaction, retorted, you have suffered a crushing defeat. You thought you could topple me and win the heir's heart, but alas, no matter how you slander and frame me, the heir still believes in my innocence. I have been wronged, and the heir will only feel more pity for me, never disdain. Unlike you, what good does being innocent do? Has the heir consummated the marriage with you? No, he wouldn't even spare you a glance. Shen Wantang, Qing Yuan belongs to me, he shall never harbor feelings for you. You might as well give up and leave the royal residence voluntarily. Shen Wantang's expression remained indifferent. Whether I need to leave the royal residence is not for you to dictate, you lack the qualifications. Humph, I lack the qualifications? The heir surely does not, my words reflect his thoughts, he never wished to marry you, you know that already, so, why do you cling to the royal residence? Have you fallen in love with its splendor and the status of being the heir's consort, unwilling to depart? Qin Xian, standing nearby, chuckled coldly, oh, you still have the face to say such things? The one unwilling to leave the royal residence is you, is it not? Our heir's consort was lawfully wedded, if she does not reside in the royal residence, where else would she go? As for you, nameless and without status, you have no claim to be here. I wonder how thick your skin must be to stay in our royal residence daily. Are you coveting its wealth and the identity of the heir's consort, hence your reluctance to leave? Chu Yanluo's expression darkened instantly. She raised her hand, intending to slap Qin Xian, but Qin Xian reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist and pushing her forcefully backward. Chu Yanluo stumbled several steps before regaining her balance, glaring at Qin Xian. Do you dare to push me? Qin Xian, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, what of it? Is it illegal? Miss Chu should be clear about her own status. I am a first-class maid of the royal residence, and only my mistress has the authority to strike me. What are you? Not even a concubine, your status is lower than mine as a first-class maid. Do you still wish to hit me? Chu Yanluo blared at Shen Wantang, gritting her teeth. Is this how you discipline your maids? She speaks to me with such disrespect and dares to lay a hand on me. She shows no semblance of a maid. Shen Wantang, you are a failure. Shen Wantang regarded her coolly. My maid is quite excellent. If you find her lacking, perhaps you should reflect on yourself and consider if the problem lies within you. I believe it is you who has the problem. This maid is practically riding on your head, yet you do not swiftly sell her off. Instead, you keep her around to act tyrannically. I feel ashamed for you. Shen Wantang suddenly laughed. So, you have finally realized that you cannot sell my maid, thus, you resort to sowing discord, hoping I will rid myself of her? I have not sown discord. I disdain to do such things. Whether you have sown discord is something you should ponder in your heart. Shen Wantang, I find you utterly ungrateful. I am doing this for your own good. This Qin Xian is arrogant and shows no reverence to her mistress. Keeping her by your side is a disaster. Qin Xian has always held her mistress in high regard. If she shows you no deference, you ought to consider if you are indeed her mistress. If you are not, you should keep your mouth shut. My maid is not subject to your criticism. You. Chu Yanluo blared in anger. Fine, fine, you are deliberately crossing me, aren't you? I will let you see if I can sell your maid. With that, she whirled around and left. Qin Xian watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping in. Your ladyship, she wouldn't truly ask the heir to sell me off, would she? The heir is so compliant to her, I fear, it was not mere paranoia. The heir had previously sold off several people, even the old nurse who had watched him grow up had been sold, all instigated by Chu Yanluo. Do not fear, Shen Wantang reassured her calmly. As long as I am here, no one can sell you, not even the heir. Seeing her composed confidence, Qin Xian's anxious heart finally settled. Thank you for protecting me, your ladyship. Shen Wantang smiled with a hint of self-mockery. If I cannot even protect you, what worth is there in my life? In her 2 lifetimes, she desired little. The love of a husband was optional, but the lives of her maids were non-negotiable. In her previous life, she had failed to protect Duan, who left this world at a young age, and she had blamed herself for many years. This time, she would safeguard Duan without fail now, with a few more loyal maids and nurses acknowledging her as their mistress, she would naturally protect them for life. After dinner, Shen Wantang reclined in a chair in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Having just bathed, her long hair was still damp, while Qin Xian and Duan each held a dry cloth, diligently wringing out her hair. The old nurse brought a bowl of bird's nest soup, placing it beside her before quietly retreating. A gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard, enveloping it in tranquility, with only the soft rustle of Shen Wantang turning pages breaking the serene atmosphere, everything appearing so idyllic, until the arrival of Xiao Qingyuan shattered this tranquility. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Shen Wantang. Shen Wantang set down her book and stood. Your Grace, why have you come so late? Xiao Qingyuan felt something amiss with her tone, as if she were not at all pleased with his presence. I have come to discuss something with you. Please, speak, Your Grace. I have clarified the matter regarding Yan Luo.
It is not her fault. The notion of her being promiscuous is utterly unfounded. She was drugged by Gu Qianhan and was unable to resist. It was forced upon her.
Is that so?
Indeed, your earlier assumption that the man with Yan Luo was Yuan Zhang is incorrect. Next time, ascertain the facts before apprehending someone, lest you wrong Yan Luo again. Whether Miss Chu has been wronged is still up for debate. However, the man who was indeed with her that night was not young Master Gu. Many knew he had left the royal residence. How could the heir suspect him? Did he have the opportunity to commit the act? Of course he did. After leaving the royal residence, he returned.
He returned? Then why did no one in the royal residence see him?
Because he entered through a hidden small hole, which is very close to my courtyard. If he used that route, no one in the royal residence would have discovered him.
Shen Wantang suddenly understood. Oh, are you referring to that dog hole concealed by weeds at the corner of the west wall? Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. You know of that hole? Shen Wantang nodded.
Of course, my mother has tasked me with managing the household. I had all the damaged areas repaired, and that dog hole was sealed 10 days ago. It is now tightly blocked. Not even an ant can enter. Did the heir not know?
Chapter 73. Thank you, Princess Consort, for saving me. Xiao Qingyuan's mind momentarily blanked, and he instinctively uttered, this is impossible. Do you believe I would have any reason to deceive you, young master? Moreover, when the hole was blocked, many people were aware of it. You could easily inquire with any servant to ascertain the truth of my words.
After hearing this, Xiao Qingyuan turned and quickly exited. Moments later, he returned, his complexion even paler than before, clearly indicating that Shen Wantang's claims had been validated. The dog hole had indeed been sealed off 10 days ago, and there was no possibility of Gu Qianhan having sneaked back into the manor after leaving. Xiao Qingyuan's lips quivered slightly. He attempted to speak, but though he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. So, Gu Qianhan had not returned. Then who was the man enjoying an intimate relationship with Chu Yanluo? Was it Yuan Zhang? But if it were indeed Yuan Zhang, why did he deny it? And moreover, why did Chu Yanluo refuse to acknowledge him? Why would she prefer to accuse Gu Qianhan rather than identify Yuan Zhang? Was there some hidden truth that he was unaware of? Seeing his pallor, Shen Wantang feared that he might react impulsively due to the severity of his emotional turmoil, and casually reassured him, although the hole is blocked, it is still possible that someone scaled the walls to enter the manor. Thus, your suspicions may not be unfounded. I shall instruct the guards to remain vigilant and enhance their patrols. Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her calm demeanor, yet found no solace within himself. He was acutely aware that the guards of the manor were not inept. If it were so easy for someone to climb over the walls, they would be rendered unnecessary. In the past, whenever he stealthily ventured out and returned at the witching hour, he was invariably caught by the guards, until he began to use the dog hole, which alleviated the issue somewhat. With the dog hole now sealed, should someone attempt to scale the walls, the guards would undoubtedly notice, for there were not only perimeter patrols but also guards stationed at the highest vantage points within the manor. His expression grew complex. Why are you still speaking kindly to me? This matter may very well be my misjudgment, yet you do not take the opportunity to mock me. Instead, you comfort me?
Shen Wantang shook her head.
What purpose would mocking you serve? We are all fallible. Who can guarantee they are perpetually correct? Making a mistake or two is inconsequential. Learn from it and strive for clarity in the future. Her tolerance and magnanimity stirred a sense of shame within Xiao Qingyuan.
He suddenly realized that marrying Shen Wantang as his princess consort was indeed a stroke of fortune. Were he to wed another woman, the tranquility of the manor would likely be shattered, descending into chaos. Observing Shen Wantang in such a light, the words he had intended to speak suddenly became difficult to articulate. His primary reason for visiting tonight was to procure the contract for Qinqin's servitude, as Chu Yanluo desired her, deeming the maids acquired from outside to be too coarse, and had her eye on Qinqin's cleverness and capability. He hesitated for a long while, casting several glances at Qinqin beside Shen Wantang, until he noticed the fear in Qinqin's pale countenance. He then pressed his lips together and turned to leave. He simply could not summon the courage to request Shen Wantang's most capable maid. As he departed, Qinqin's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees at Shen Wantang's feet, weeping. Thank you, Princess Consort, for saving me. Shen Wantang gently wiped her tears and helped her up. Why are you crying and kneeling? The young master said nothing. What has frightened you so?
Qinqin's voice trembled. Though the young master said nothing, I am not foolish. I know that the young master has been frequently watching me, which surely means he intends to take me away. If I were to go to the Xinghe courtyard, my life would be in the hands of that Chu Yanluo, and I would have no way to survive. Before Xiao Qingyuan's arrival, Moji had secretly sent her a message, warning her that Chu Yanluo had unexpectedly praised her in front of the young master, expressing a desire for her to serve as a maid, and advised her to be cautious. Were it not for the princess consort's prudent handling of the situation, winning the young master's respect and admiration, he would have felt too embarrassed to approach you about taking me. I shall never forget the great kindness of the princess consort. Shen Wantang's tone was gentle. Winning his respect may be too grand a statement. I do not possess such capabilities. However, it is true that the young master refrained from speaking up today. Perhaps he truly felt too awkward to do so. Even if he had asked for you, I would not grant him your servitude. You are my foremost maid, my right-hand ally. If he were to take you away, who would then share the latest gossip with me? Upon hearing her words, Qinqin sensed a hint of flattery, realizing that Shen Wantang genuinely cared for her. She broke into a smile, her spirits lifted. As long as the princess consort delights in hearing gossip, I shall ensure to gather more for you, promising the freshest and most exclusive tidbits, so you shall never be outdone in the realm of gossip in the capital. Shen Wantang laughed. Then I shall become the foremost authority on gossip in the capital. Seeing her smile, the others joined in the light-hearted banter. In an instant, the atmosphere in Wutong Courtyard transformed into one of ease and joy. Furthermore, with Shen Wantang's protection of Qin, the other maids felt increasingly secure, for having a mistress who was willing to safeguard them was an immense blessing, and they were naturally inclined to work diligently for such a mistress. After the playful exchange, Qin went to a nearby room to wash her face and reapply her cosmetic ointments. Xu Xiang followed her inside, unable to restrain her emotions.
Qin, you are truly fortunate. You have not been taken away by the young master. Had you been, you might have found yourself sold off by that Chu Yanluo at a whim. Do you remember her saying she wanted to sell you to Shikan Alley? I remember. How could I forget? She is indeed a wicked woman, wanting to sell me to such a place. Truly vile. I cannot fathom what the young master sees in her. Why does he not favor our princess consort? I have come to admire the princess consort myself. It is utterly perplexing why he does not. I feel that the young master treats the princess consort quite differently. At times, when he looks at her, there is something in his gaze that is absent when he looks at Chu Yanluo. Ah. What is it? It is a profound sense of respect. Alas, I cannot articulate it precisely. I merely sense that the young master is captivated by the princess consort, otherwise, he would not have left today without even uttering a word to ask for someone. Indeed, in the past, whenever the young master visited us in Wutong Courtyard, he always wore a grim expression and would leave shortly after arriving. Yet now, he seems much more courteous, often lingering to converse with the princess consort before departing. He must have realized that speaking with her is quite pleasant. Chapter 74. Have you fallen for Shen Wantang? Xian nodded repeatedly. Of course, our noble lady is gentle yet assertive. Who wouldn't enjoy conversing with her? She possesses exceptional skills in managing the household, and even the prince and princess sing her praises, leaving no room for criticism from the heir. When the heir's wife speaks, it feels like a refreshing spring breeze. Unlike that Chu Yanluo, who struts around with her chin held high, looking down her nose at others, her pride so pronounced it seems she could touch the sky. Anyone who engages her in conversation risks being met with her scorn. The heir has certainly faced her disdain before. He has lived a charmed life, always catered to and flattered by everyone. No one has ever challenged him in such a manner. Initially, he might find it intriguing, but over time, I fear he may not be able to tolerate it. Xiao Qingyuan is not a masochist. While he appreciates Chu Yanluo's individuality, he may not relish the prospect of incessant arguments with her. Their feelings are currently intense, allowing him to endure, but as those feelings wane, will his temper permit him to remain patient? As they spoke, a second tier maid rushed in, urgency evident in her demeanor. In a hushed tone, the maid said, Sister Xian, you must come and see, there's a commotion over at Xinghe Courtyard. The woman from Jisun Nunnery insists you become her maid and is pressuring the heir to come here and demand you. Xian exchanged a glance with Xu Xiang, then in unison declared, let us go and see the spectacle. At Xinghe Courtyard, Chu Yanluo wore a disgruntled expression. The heir professes his love for me, yet he refuses to grant me even a maid? He claims he wants me to be his wife, but I see through his deceit. If he cannot even provide me with a maid, how can he expect me to become this noble lady? In the past, upon seeing her upset, Xiao Qingyuan would have immediately sought to placate her, regardless of fault. But now, his perspective has shifted, for it has become apparent that Chu Yanluo may have deceived him. After Gu Qianhan left that night, he did not return to Ning Wang, so how could he have coerced Chu Yanluo into any unsavory acts? With a hint of impatience in his tone, he retorted, have I not already procured you a maid? They were all chosen according to your specifications, obedient and efficient. Are you still not satisfied? Must I steal Shen Wantang's maid for you? How can that be considered stealing? Shen Wantang has plenty of maids. What harm is there in borrowing one? The new maids you bought are completely ignorant of the rules. I merely wish for one who understands the protocols of the estate. Is that such a small request? You do not genuinely like Xian. Just yesterday, you called her ugly, yet today, you insist on having her. What are you truly after? Must you create chaos throughout the entire estate to feel satisfied? Chu Yanluo finally sensed something amiss. Just half an hour prior, Xiao Qingyuan had gazed at her with adoration, even showing admiration for her impassioned reprimand of Gu Qianhan at Qingyun Tower. What could have transpired during his brief visit to Wutong Courtyard that altered his demeanor so drastically? What had Shen Wantang said to him? Her fists clenched tightly. She had painstakingly harmed herself to win Xiao Qingyuan's belief in her, and now, the insufferable Shen Wantang had effortlessly swayed his attitude. How had she accomplished this? How could she be more formidable than her legitimate sister, Shen Mingxian? Chu Yanluo gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. As someone reborn, could she truly be outmaneuvered by an utterly mediocre concubine? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The heir speaks without conscience. When have I ever caused such upheaval in the estate? It is the people of the estate who bully me, and rather than protect me, you choose to blame me? I may have said Xian was unattractive, but I do not despise her for it. I admire her abilities, which is why I have developed feelings for her. A person like her would be wasted beside Shen Wantang, who clearly lacks the understanding of how to utilize people effectively. Xiao Qingyuan frowned. In what way does Shen Wantang lack the ability to manage her household? All the maids and matrons under her supervision perform their duties without issue. She clearly knows how to delegate, otherwise, the estate would not be so orderly. Hearing him praise Shen Wantang ignited jealousy within Chu Yanluo, causing her to rise abruptly. If you hold Shen Wantang in such high regard, then why not be with her? Why must you keep me here? Have you already changed your heart? Do you no longer love me? Have you fallen for Shen Wantang? Truly, men are utterly unreliable. Xiao Qingyuan snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever loved Shen Wantang? I spend my days with you, devoted entirely to you. When would I have time to change my affections? What about you? Have you done anything to betray my trust? Xiao Qingyuan, what have I done to wrong you? Are you still hung up on the matter of Gu Qianhan? I told you, he drugged me and forced me. I am innocent. I thought you were different from others, that you would not be so petty, but here you are, proving just as trivial. Clinging to such a minor grievance. Xiao Qingyuan's face turned ashen with rage. This is not a trivial matter. Whenever I speak with Shen Wantang, you throw tantrums and sulk, yet, when you slept with another man, I can barely voice my discomfort? You consider that a minor issue, what then is a grave matter? Chu Yanluo burst into tears. How can this be the same? You actively engage with Shen Wantang, your intentions are impure, I was coerced. My heart is pure, containing only you, no one else, but you. Are you truly able to claim that your heart remains solely mine? You have clearly developed feelings for Shen Wantang, or else you would not speak on her behalf. I have not developed feelings for Shen Wantang. I merely stated the facts. She manages the household well, this is a widely recognized truth. You lie. I do not. Chu Yanluo immediately declared, if you have not developed feelings for her, then go to Wutong courtyard and bring me the Qin Xin, prove it to me. Xiao Qingyuan felt a throbbing headache. He struggled to comprehend her reasoning. Why would you suddenly want Shen Wantang's maid? What is your true intention? You need not concern yourself with my intentions, simply fetch me the maid. If you believe the maids in the courtyard are insufficient, I can procure more for you. Why must you insist on taking Shen Wantang's? I do not want any other maid, I want Qin Xin, I have taken a liking to her, go and fetch her for me. Qin Xin is Shen Wantang's maid, and I have no justification to demand her. Chapter 75. When will Gu Qianhan return? You are the heir of the Wangfu, and everything within it is at your command. Do not think that I cannot dismiss a mere maid, even Shen Wantang could be sent away at your whim. As Chu Yanluo spoke, she feigned a departure, striding toward the exit. If you cannot even grant me a single maid, then what purpose do I serve remaining in this Wangfu? Should I not acquire Qin Xin, I shall leave this place for a location where you will never find me again. Xiao Qingyuan observed Chu Yanluo's outburst in fury, noting the veins in her forehead and neck that bulged from her excessive agitation. Suddenly, he was reminded of Shen Wantang's tranquility and composure since their marriage. He had never witnessed Shen Wantang lose her poise or descend into such hysterics. Occasionally, he pondered how astutely his mother had chosen his bride. Aside from her modest lineage, she was indeed impeccable, more than capable of being the mistress of the Ning Wangfu. Yet, Chu Yanluo. Xiao Qingyuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chu Yanluo did not seem as transcendent and proud as he had once thought. She labeled him as mundane, yet she appeared to be just as ordinary, creating a commotion over a maid, devoid of any semblance of nobility. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Chu Yanluo desired Qin Xin not out of affection, but solely to embarrass Shen Wantang. As Chu Yanluo had already stepped outside, she was taken aback to find Xiao Qingyuan making no move to stop her. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Could it be that he truly no longer held affection for her? She had only resided in the Wangfu for a month. Had he grown weary of her so quickly? Even her intention to leave evoked no protest from him. In her previous life, he had cherished her dearly and could not bear to let her go. What had changed? Shen Wantang? Yes, it must be Shen Wantang's doing. Grinding her teeth, Chu Yanluo withdrew her foot from the threshold. Qingyuan, you have changed, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it. I am deeply disappointed. Xiao Qingyuan remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to leave. Chu Yanluo immediately obstructed his path. Did you not hear me speaking? Where are you going? Are you truly leaving me alone in this residence? What if they conspire to bully me? Xiao Qingyuan pushed her aside. I am going to seek Gu Qianhan once more. A heaviness settled in Chu Yanluo's heart. Have you not already sought him? Why pursue him again? Please do not go. Let this matter rest. If it escalates, it will reflect poorly on you. I do not wish for you to become enemies because of me. The enmity has already been forged. Do you not think it is rather late to voice such concerns? He had already struck Gu Qianhan, and she had publicly ridiculed him in front of many. In an instant, Gu Qianhan had become a pariah, yet now she claimed to wish for peace? Why had he never realized how infuriating Chu Yanluo's words could be? Frowning, Xiao Qingyuan cast a glance at Chu Yanluo before turning away. Chu Yanluo was incensed. Xiao Qingyuan's demeanor had undeniably changed. This was no mere illusion. His impatience was almost palpable on his face. This situation could not persist. She needed to devise a strategy to reclaim his undivided attention, or else she would risk losing him altogether. This evening, she must ensure he tasted sweetness, compelling him to crave her presence. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan sought Gu Qianhan at the duke's residence, only to be met with disdainful remarks from the household. It was only after Mog inquired further that they learned Gu Qianhan had been summoned to the palace. The incident had escalated to such proportions that even the emperor was aware. Upon hearing of Gu Qianhan's bullying of a vulnerable woman, he had summoned him for reprimand, and nightfall had arrived without Gu Qianhan's return. Xiao Qingyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He and Gu Qianhan had grown up together, studying, training in martial arts, writing, and drinking together. Even their first visit to the brothel had been a shared experience. Typically, Gu Qianhan, the prodigy, received the emperor's praise while Xiao Qingyuan remained in his shadow. This was the first time Gu Qianhan had been summoned alone for reprimand. Although they had been raised together, Xiao Qingyuan had never particularly favored Gu Qianhan, for he was too perfect, too intelligent. Being in Gu Qianhan's presence was akin to being overshadowed at every turn. His poetry paled in comparison, his handwriting lacked its brilliance, and he could never match Gu Qianhan's quick wit or memory.
They were simply not on the same level. Gu Qianhan could maintain his composure amidst the myriad beauties of the brothel, while Xiao Qingyuan found himself intoxicated and overwhelmed by their allure. No one relished being perpetually overshadowed, which was why, upon meeting Yuan Zhang, he quickly forged a friendship with him. Yuan Zhang's shortcomings provided him with the joy of companionship. Alas, he was oblivious to the fact that his so-called best friend might very well betray him in his drunken stupor by seducing the woman he cherished most. As night deepened, Mog observed his master standing motionless outside the Gu residence and could not help but say, "My lord, let us return, it is getting late." The Gu household had shown no signs of welcoming them. Lingering outside the gates would soon result in being chased away with brooms. Xiao Qingyuan finally raised his head and hoarsely inquired, "When will Gu Qianhan return?" "I do not know." The second young master Gu was summoned to the palace for reprimand. "He is unlikely to return soon. You are aware, the emperor prefers to have people kneel until their legs can no longer bear them before he begins his lecture."
Xiao Qingyuan frowned. Gu Qianhan is the emperor's nephew. Would he truly be made to kneel for so long? "My lord, have you forgotten, you two have knelt for 2 or 3 hours, and the crown prince once knelt for an entire day and night. The more closely related one is, the harsher the punishment meted out by the emperor." Xiao Qingyuan fell silent. He had not been punished by the emperor in 2 years and had nearly forgotten the imperial protocol. It appeared he would not be seeing Gu Qianhan tonight. Climbing into the carriage, he instructed Mog, "Take me to Qingyun Tower, I wish to drink." Mog replied, "My lord, we lack funds." Xiao Qingyuan sighed in frustration, "Then let us return home." "Understood." Mog promptly drove the carriage back to the Ning Wang Fu. Upon arriving at his Star Harmony courtyard, Xiao Qingyuan stepped inside only to hear a pained exclamation. He furrowed his brow. "Yanluo, what has happened?" From the inner chamber, Zhu Yanluo's voice called out, "My lord, I have accidentally fallen and seem to have twisted my ankle. I cannot stand, could you come in and assist me?" Chapter 76. Shen Wantang enters the palace. Xiao Qingyuan has always been a gentleman when it comes to matters between men and women. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from touching Zhu Yanluo until now. But he remarked, "This is inappropriate, I shall call a maid to assist you." "The maids are clumsy and utterly useless. I do not want them to help me." "If the young master is unwilling to assist, I shall rest for a while. Once the pain in my foot subsides, I shall naturally emerge." A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Yanluo had yet to make an appearance. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Qingyuan inquired, "Yanluo, how are you faring? Is your injury severe?" Zhu Yanluo's voice quivered with suppressed tears. "I cannot ascertain the severity, but I am unable to rise." "Young master, are you truly so heartless as to refuse to enter and lend me a hand? I am so cold, and my foot aches terribly." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingyuan ultimately succumbed to the situation and stepped into the cleansing chamber. Upon entering, he beheld Zhu Yanluo lying on the ground clad only in her undergarments, her arms crossed over her chest in an attempt to shield her modesty. However, the more she sought to conceal herself, the more the sight stirred the blood. Xiao Qingyuan promptly shut his eyes. "One must not gaze upon that which is improper," was a lesson instilled in him since childhood. In places like the Wanholo, women could be freely viewed, yet Zhu Yanluo was no courtesan. He ought not to look. He fumbled for her garments, gauging their location before tossing them beside her. "Put your clothes on first, I shall carry you out." Zhu Yanluo gritted her teeth in frustration. At such a moment, he still adhered to the strict decorum between the sexes. She had intended to tempt him, to let him taste a hint of sweetness, yet he had the audacity to close his eyes. Truly a dense-headed fellow, far inferior to Yuan Zhang, but with no other options, she donned her attire, covering her modesty. Once she was dressed, Xiao Qingyuan finally opened his eyes, bent down to lift her, and exited the cleansing chamber. However, even as he carried her back to the bed, he did not cast a single glance at Zhu Yanluo, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, which rendered her unable to employ any of her tactics. Though it would not be impossible to force him into bed, Zhu Yanluo understood Xiao Qingyuan well. He despised women who sought to seduce him and found no allure in those who readily offered themselves. He favored those who maintained an air of aloofness, who treated him with indifference. This is a common trait among many men. They disregard women who pursue them, failing to cherish those who are eager for their affection. The more elusive the prize, the more it occupies a man's thoughts. After placing Zhu Yanluo on the bed, Xiao Qingyuan exited and summoned a maid to keep her company, instructing Mog to fetch the imperial physician. However, when the physician arrived, he merely stated, "There is no serious injury," and departed without even prescribing any medicine for her bruises. Mog, feeling the weight of their finances, could not help but remark, "Master, we have accrued yet another debt." Clearly, Miss Chu is unharmed, otherwise, the physician would not have left without prescribing anything. The physicians at the imperial hospital typically concocted ailments even for the healthy, dispensing a few innocuous potions to earn both silver and reputation. It was exceedingly rare for them to refrain from prescribing anything. Xiao Qingyuan was certainly aware of the physician's habits, yet he chastised his personal attendant. "Silence, if we do not call for the physician, how can we ascertain whether Yanluo is truly unscathed? She was brought into the royal residence by me. I bear responsibility for whatever may befall her." Mog lowered his head, contemplating how the princess had once governed the young master with such strictness, instilling in him a sense of righteousness and kindness. Had he strayed even a little from this path, he would not have found himself in such a predicament today. That night, Xiao Qingyuan spent the night in the study. He could not quite articulate what was amiss, but he found himself inexplicably reluctant to grow close to Zhu Yanluo. The following morning, he was awakened by Mog's urgent call. "Master, please awaken." "What is it? Has something happened to Yanluo?" "It is not about Miss Chu, rather, someone from the palace has arrived." Xiao Qingyuan sat up abruptly. What business do they have at the palace?
It is someone from the Empress's court, bearing an imperial decree to summon the princess and the young masteress wife to the palace. The chief eunuch's face was grim, refusing even to accept silver. It appears the princess and the young masteress wife are to face a reprimand.
Xiao Qingyuan hastily rose from the bed, hastening to dress himself. Has Gu Qianhan returned to the duchess residence?
Not yet, master. I hear that second young master Gu has been kneeling outside Qinqing Palace.
What? Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed. He has knelt for the entire night?
Indeed, master, this has incensed the empress, who wishes to summon the princess and the young masteress wife for a lecture. Xiao Qingyuan rushed out, and by the time he reached the princess's courtyard, the princess and the young masteress wife had already prepared to depart with the chief eunuch.
He called out urgently, Mother!
The princess shot him an exasperated glance. You still remember that I am your mother. Why did you not consider that when you were causing trouble, return to your Xinghe courtyard?
You are not permitted to go anywhere until we return. Mother, I wish to accompany you into the palace.
What purpose do you have there? Are you not embarrassed enough already? Stay put in the residence.
With that, the princess took Shen Wantang and stepped outside.
Xiao Qingyuan trailed behind, his expression one of despondency, yet Shen Wantang understood that the princess was actually soft-hearted beneath her sharp tongue. Her refusal to allow Xiao Qingyuan into the palace was, in truth, a protective measure. Should he enter, he would undoubtedly be punished with kneeling, enduring as long as Gu Qianhan had. Once outside the gates of the royal residence, Shen Wantang climbed into the carriage alongside the princess. Once settled, the princess grasped her hand, imparting the palace's rules and the empress's taboos, ultimately reassuring her, the empress's ire is directed at me, for she believes I have failed to properly guide my son, resulting in her nephew's punishment. There is no need for you to fear, simply respond as you would at home, answering appropriately without needing to stand out. I shall handle everything. Yes, mother, your daughter-in-law shall remember your words. Shen Wantang replied obediently, but in truth, this was not her first time entering the palace, nor her first encounter with the empress. In her previous life, she had also entered the palace, meeting the Empress Gu and other concubines. At that time, the seventh princess, favored by the consort, had taken a fancy to Liao Yoha but had been unwilling to openly demand that he divorce his wife, instead summoning her to the palace to intentionally make things difficult. The only one who had not harassed her was Empress Gu, perhaps because she too disapproved of the seventh princess's attempts to usurp another's husband. In her past life, she had fought alone, and to claim that she was unafraid would be disingenuous, as they were all lofty nobles, capable of crushing her as one would an ant. Now, however, she no longer faced the hierarchical confines of the palace alone. She had a mother-in-law to protect her. Whether her husband proved to be capable or not, or where his heart lay, mattered little, for men were generally of that nature. As long as her mother-in-law treated her sincerely and was willing to shield her, her position as young masteress wife would remain unshakable, allowing her to lead a life of ease and contentment. Chapter 77. Harboring a grudge against Chu Yanluo. Upon entering the palace, Shen Wantang followed the Ning princess to the empress's quarters. Inside the Kuan Ning palace, the atmosphere was suffused with an austere chill. The palace maids and matrons held their breaths, fearful of incurring the empress's wrath and facing expulsion from the palace. Suddenly, a eunuch's high-pitched voice pierced the silence. Your Majesty, the Ning princess and the heir to the Ning prince have arrived. As his words fell, the Ning princess stepped inside, accompanied by Shen Wantang. She performed a respectful bow, saying, I pay my respects to your Majesty, may you enjoy perpetual health and peace. Shen Wantang followed suit, offering her greetings as well. However, the empress, seated regally at the head of the hall, seemed to regard them with indifference. After their salutations, a profound silence enveloped the chamber. After a lengthy pause, the empress's icy voice finally broke the stillness. Ah, so it is the Ning princess who has graced us with her presence. I momentarily lost my focus and failed to notice your arrival. The Ning princess recognized this as a deliberate attempt to assert dominance, yet she felt powerless. While she was revered and envied outside the palace, within these walls, she was inherently subordinate to the empress. Moreover, her son had indeed caused a scandal by striking the empress's nephew, tarnishing the latter's reputation and forcing Gu Qianhan to kneel in the palace for an entire night. This was a blatant affront to the empress, and it was hardly surprising that she would not let it slide. Thus, before the empress could unleash her fury, the Ning princess took it upon herself to chastise her son. I beseech your Majesty to forgive my family's wayward child. He has been clouded by folly and misled by some enchantment, leading him to commit such foolish acts. I assure you, I will send him to the duke's residence to apologize and atone for his mistakes. He and young Master Gu have grown up together, sharing a bond that is anything but ordinary. How could he let a mere woman provoke such chaos? This is indeed his fault, and I have already reprimanded him severely, ordering him to reflect in isolation at home. I will ensure that he comes to explain himself before your Majesty. This is merely the folly of youth. Young Master Gu is a lad I have watched grow, his character is beyond reproach, and he would never stoop to the level of bullying a weaker girl. There must be some misunderstanding, and it is young Master Gu who has been wronged. The Empress had intended to express her displeasure, but the Ning princess's forthright apology left her momentarily at a loss for words, making it difficult for her to scold Xiao Qingyuan without appearing petty. Unable to reprimand the Ning princess, she beckoned to Shen Wantang. Is this the new daughter-in-law of the Wang family? Come forth, let me have a look. Shen Wantang approached with utmost decorum, lowering her head once more to pay her respects. I offer my greetings to your Majesty. The Empress scrutinized her, her tone laced with subtle mockery. Indeed, a striking beauty. It is a pity that your mother's intentions were in vain, selecting a daughter-in-law of such remarkable appearance, only to have her squander her days in the company of a fool, utterly lost in her thoughts.
The Ning princess, no fool herself, recognized that the empress's words were a veiled insult directed at her son.
Though discomfited, she could hardly retort and could only reply, "Your Majesty speaks the truth." This was not the first time she had faced reprimand within the palace. Since her son had taken a liking to Chu Yenluo, the Empress Dowager had summoned her thrice for admonishment, and even the Ning prince had been summoned several times. After the Empress had voiced her displeasure, the Emperor followed suit, and now it was the Empress's turn to admonish her once again. Shen Wantang found herself rather impressed by the Ning princess's ability to endure. Most ordinary individuals would falter under such humiliation, let alone a princess who had always held herself in high regard, yet, she stood there with remarkable composure, concealing all traces of her brilliance.
Do you know, princess, that the Gu family was in discussions with the Lu family regarding a marriage?
Ah. I have heard some whispers.
However, following yesterday's incident, the Lu family has deemed Qianhan's character questionable and hastily returned the betrothal gifts, thus ending the engagement.
The Gu and Lu families were well matched, and Gu Qianhan and Lu Nanshur were the talk of the entire capital, often referred to as a pair of golden boy and jade girl.
With the loss of such a promising union, the Empress struggled to contain her fury. Can the Ning prince's residence bear such a loss, or is it Xiao Qingyuan who can shoulder it? The Ning princess had not anticipated the Lu family's swift rejection. With Gu Qianhan's reputation now tarnished, they had promptly withdrawn from the engagement. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chu Yenluo, her teeth grinding in frustration, but all she could do was express her remorse. If your majesty does not find it beneath you, my family has several talented and beautiful nieces awaiting suitors. The Empress remained silent, as she held little regard for the Ning princess's nieces. It was not that they were lacking, but the Empress considered her own nephew too exceptional, believing that only Lu Nanshur could be deemed worthy, while the others fell short. Once more, the hall was engulfed in silence, with the Empress neither speaking nor allowing them to leave, leaving them both standing there in discomfort. Shen Wantang's legs grew weary, and her neck ached from bowing so low. She could not fathom the Ning princess's thoughts at that moment, but she herself harbored a grudge against Chu Yenluo. If it were not for her false accusations of being bullied, she and the princess would not have to endure such torment. After an indeterminate period, a young eunuch rushed in, breathless. Your Majesty, young Master Gu's punishment has concluded. The Emperor has called for him. The Empress sprang to her feet. Has the Emperor imposed any further punishments upon him?
None. Young Master Gu is en route to Kuan Ning Palace as we speak, though he has difficulty walking due to his knees being sore from kneeling. The Empress's concern was evident. It is not just soreness. He is on the verge of injuring himself severely. Quickly, fetch a physician to examine him thoroughly. Your Majesty, young Master Gu anticipated your desire to summon a physician. He instructed me to convey that his legs are fine and to refrain from calling for one. The Empress, puzzled by her nephew's insistence, wondered what he was hiding, yet her trust in him prevailed, and she complied with his request. After a brief wait, Gu Qianhan indeed limped into Kuan Ning Palace. The Empress personally went to greet him. Qianhan, how do your legs fare? Come inside. Despite the pain in his legs feeling almost unbearable, he still remembered to bow. Qianhan pays his respects to your Majesty and offers greetings to the Ning princess. With that, he acknowledged Shen Wantang with a nod, a gesture of courtesy. The Ning princess, observing the decorum displayed by the young man, couldn't help but feel disheartened when she recalled her own son, who was so consumed by his infatuation with a woman. The Empress, disregarding the presence of others, or perhaps intentionally putting on a show for the Ning princess, seized Gu Qianhan and pushed him onto a chair, lifting his long robe to inspect his legs. Gasps of shock filled the air from the Empress, the Ning princess, and the palace maids alike. Shen Wantang had turned away to spare herself from witnessing such an intimate act, but the collective gasps drew her gaze back. Gu Qianhan's knees were grotesquely swollen, the once fair skin now marred by a horrifying shade of purple, extending from his kneecaps down to his calves. Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken him for a victim of a dire poison, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 78. She wed Xiao Qingyuan, and it pained the Empress so deeply that her eyes turned red. How could this be so severe? Manfu, quickly summon the imperial physician.
Aunt.
In a moment of desperation, Gu Qianhan resorted to a term of endearment. There is no need to call for the physician. My leg may look alarming, but in truth, it is but a minor injury. It will heal in a couple of days. It is merely a superficial wound. Please, do not make such a fuss.
How can it be nothing? Aunt, I assure you, I am fine. The thunder and rain are all the Emperor's grace.
At that single utterance, the Empress comprehended her nephew's concerns. He refrained from summoning the physician out of fear of inciting further displeasure from the Emperor, his dissatisfaction with her, and with the Gu family. This punishment of Gu Qianhan may not be without the intention of admonishing the Gu family in her position as Empress. The tribulations that Gu Qianhan endured were borne on behalf of her and the Gu family. The Empress fought to contain her tears and anger, instructing, the princess consort of Ning and the young masteress consort should return. I am unable to entertain you any longer. The princess consort of Ning, perceptive to the situation, promptly took her leave with Shen Wantang. Once outside the Kuan Ning Palace, the princess consort sighed. The second young masteress leg truly looks frightening. It is no wonder the Empress is distressed, even I feel pity upon seeing it. Once we return home, arrange for someone to deliver some blood-activating and bruise-resolving ointment to the Gu family, along with some rare medicinal materials. This incident, after all, originated from our household, and we must extend a gesture of apology. She had inquired with Mog and the guards responsible for patrolling, and learned that Gu Qianhan had only stayed for a brief period that night before departing. Thus, she was clearer than anyone that Gu Qianhan was wronged. He had not laid a hand on Chu Yanluo, yet her foolish son had firmly convinced himself that Gu Qianhan had humiliated Chu Yanluo, not only striking her but causing a public uproar, resulting in Gu Qianhan losing his engagement and being punished by the emperor to kneel for an entire night. Even if Gu Qianhan could swallow this grievance, neither the empress nor the Gu family could. The princess consort of Ning did not wish to create a formidable enemy for the royal household, hence her lowly demeanor. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Shen Wantang produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve. Mother, I happen to have a vial of blood-activating and bruise-resolving ointment. This formula has been passed down through my maternal family and is remarkably effective.
Would you like to send it to Her Majesty?
The princess consort of Ning was taken aback. Is it truly effective? I fear the empress may not lack for good ointments. If yours proves ineffective, it might be better not to send it at all. Shen Wantang smiled gently. Do not worry, mother. I assure you it will surpass all the ointments available to the empress. The medicines I have provided you have been well received, have they not? This is no different. It is a unique secret formula that cannot be found elsewhere. Having recently suffered from a headache and fainting spells induced by her son's actions, the princess consort of Ning had been taking medicine for the past month. She had witnessed Shen Wantang's exceptional acupuncture skills and found the medicine she provided to be more effective than those prescribed by the imperial physicians. Thus, she had considerable trust in Shen Wantang. Without hesitation, she turned back to Kuan Ning Palace, urging Shen Wantang to present the ointment. Seeing the empress dismissive of the matter, the princess consort of Ning emphasized, Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but my daughter-in-law's maternal family has a long history of practicing medicine and possesses several exclusive formulas. The medicines I regularly consume are all prepared by her and are highly effective. I implore you to allow the second young master to try this ointment. It will surely alleviate his pain.
The empress looked up in surprise at the quietly composed Shen Wantang. You possess knowledge of medicine as well?
Shen Wantang replied with decorum, Your Majesty, I have merely read a few medical texts and know a few uncommon remedies.
The empress nodded and waved for them to leave.
However, once they had departed, she summoned her maid to fetch her ointment, apply it to the second young master and massage the bruised areas.
After speaking, she intended to discard Shen Wantang's ointment. But Gu Qianhan interjected, Aunt, since the princess consort of Ning claims this ointment is effective, why not give it a try? Do you wish to use it? It is worth a try. Who knows what is contained within? What if this so-called remedy proves problematic? In that case, we could apply it to one leg while using your ointment on the other, allowing for a comparison of effects. Persuaded by his argument, the empress handed the ointment to her maid, then let us give it a chance. She would not dare harm my nephew. Soon, both ointments were applied to Gu Qianhan's knee, and under the skilled manipulation of the maid, the medicinal effects gradually took hold. The empress watched in astonishment as the swelling and bruising on one leg diminished significantly. Is the ointment on that leg from the young masteress consort? The maid beamed with delight. Yes, Your Majesty. This ointment truly has miraculous effects. The swelling at the second young master's knee has nearly subsided. The empress found it hard to believe. Qianhan, do you feel any discomfort? Aunt, there is no discomfort. Rather, it feels warm and quite soothing. The pain in my leg has vanished. This ointment is indeed very effective. Upon hearing this, the empress finally felt relieved. After witnessing the other leg also benefit from Shen Wantang's ointment, reducing swelling and bruising, she remarked, Song Yingjin's son may not be exceptional, but his eye for a daughter-in-law is indeed discerning. It appears he has chosen wisely. That girl possesses such a remarkable formula. It seems the rumors of her curing Song Yingjin's headaches and fainting spells are true. Gu Qianhan remained silent, holding the porcelain vial Shen Wantang had given him, once more recalling his past life. He knew Shen Wantang was well-versed in medical knowledge, proficient in antidotes and remedies, skilled in acupuncture and emergency care, and remarkably, she could even conduct autopsies, an exceedingly rare talent among women. All of Liao Youha's accomplishments were earned through her efforts. He merely served as a figurehead, the true investigator, the one who dealt with all the troublesome matters. Was Shen Wantang, disguised as a man, she accompanied Liao Youha, serving as his advisor, strategizing and organizing. For a decade, Liao Youha experienced unimpeded success, rapidly ascending from a mere county magistrate to a powerful minister of justice. Though Shen Wantang had disguised her appearance, even altering her voice and demeanor, he still saw through her feminine identity at a glance. He had once prided himself on his intelligence, disregarding others, until he met her, realizing that there were greater talents beyond his comprehension. She was exceptionally clever yet never boastful. Even when solving significant cases, she did not indulge in self-satisfaction, attributing all the credit to her husband, Liao Youha, while she became the envy of all as Madame Liao in the capital. Much of the investigative and forensic skills he later acquired were, in fact, learned from her in secret, yet, Gu Qianhan had not anticipated that she had already become so formidable at such an early age, capable of concocting blood-activating and bruise-resolving ointments, and curing ailments even the imperial physicians could not remedy. A thought, wholly inappropriate, abruptly surfaced in his mind. How unfortunate that she married Xiaoqing Yuan. Chapter 79. The shift in Xiaoqing Yuan's attitude. Shen Wantang accompanied the princess back to the royal residence. Their venture into the palace had been fraught with tension yet ultimately passed without incident. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qianhan's thoughts remained a mystery. However, the medical knowledge and skills she possessed were not acquired during her time at the Shen family but rather during the decade following her marriage in her previous life. Upon entering the main courtyard, they encountered Xiaoqing Yuan seated within. Upon their return, he immediately rose, expressing concern. Mother, are you unharmed? The princess of Ning, having endured indignities within the palace, wore a stern countenance as she faced her son, ignoring him entirely and allowing Shen Wantang to assist her into the room. Xiao Qingyuan followed closely, inquiring, "Mother, how is Gu Qianhan faring? Is he still kneeling?" Finally, the princess turned her gaze upon him. "You have the audacity to inquire about the second son of the Gu family? Did you not consider the ramifications of your actions while inflicting harm, when you took that Chu Yan Luo to Qingyun Tower to publicly humiliate him? Did you ponder whether the Gu family would retaliate?" The princess's disappointment was palpable. "Gu Qianhan has grown up alongside you. Are you truly unaware of his character? By tarnishing his reputation and subjecting him to the emperor's punishment for an entire night, the Gu family will not let this matter rest. Your Honor, is it truly worth risking the entirety of the royal residence and your future for a woman of dubious repute?" Xiao Qingyuan's complexion paled slightly. "Mother, the situation is not as grave as you perceive. I shall apologize to Gu Qianhan, and our Ning royal residence has no reason to fear the Gu family. How have I wagered the entire estate?" Stubborn and unrepentant. The princess was exasperated. The Gu family was at the height of power, feared even by the emperor. His eagerness to provoke them was utterly foolish. She pointed an accusatory finger at her son. "You will immediately expel the Chu Yan Luo. I care not where you send her, but she is never to set foot in the royal residence again. Mother, please calm your anger. I cannot cast her aside, otherwise, she would truly be left with no means of survival. I promise to protect her for a lifetime. Even if she has erred, her punishment should not be death. Allow her to remain in the royal residence." The princess was both furious and exasperated. "So you acknowledge she has made mistakes? Yet you still treat her with such kindness?" Xiao Qingyuan sighed. "Ultimately, it is my failure to protect her. I have brought a wolf into the fold, and this has resulted in a grave error." For a moment, the princess was at a loss for whether to be angry or amused. She had taught her son to be upright and kind, to refrain from using his status to bully others, to reflect upon his actions and correct his mistakes, yet, she had not intended for him to grasp at straws without discernment. Was her method of raising him flawed? The princess sank despondently into a chair. "I am growing old and can no longer manage you. You no longer heed my words, and even when I demand the expulsion of dubious individuals, you refuse. You would not even consider marrying a respectable young lady from a noble family as your consort. What is going on in that head of yours? What does Chu Yan Luo possess that compares to a proper consort? Is she not more graceful and dignified? Is she not more suited to managing a household?" Xiao Qingyuan turned to Shen Wantang, who maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if she were not the subject of his mother's earlier remarks. No matter how much he favored Chu Yan Luo, he had to concede that Shen Wantang was undeniably more suited to be the matriarch of the royal residence. She was emotionally steady, organized in her affairs, and fair in her dealings with the servants, earning their respect. Since her arrival, the previously strained relationship between him and his mother had significantly eased, yet, in Shen Wantang's presence, he found it difficult to express his admiration for her. It seemed, however, that she sensed his discomfort and graciously interjected, "Mother, though I have been in the royal residence for but a short time, I can see that the heir is a man of sentiment and loyalty. His assault on the second son of the Gu family may have been an impulsive act, yet he is willing to go to the Gu family to apologize. When the time comes, we shall prepare generous gifts. I am certain the Gu family will not make things excessively difficult for him." She skillfully shifted the focus to Gu Qianhan's matter alone, avoiding any mention of Chu Yan Luo, for she understood that Xiao Qingyuan would not relent on that issue, a conflict that could not be reconciled. The princess felt somewhat reassured, her expression softening. "Your Honor, did you hear that? Despite your neglect of the consort, she still speaks on your behalf. That is the mark of a true virtuous wife. I tell you, I can overlook your other foolishness, but from now on, you must treat Tang'er as your consort and regard her as the matriarch of our Ning royal residence. You are not to let her down." This time, Xiao Qingyuan did not hesitate, affirming, "What you say is true, Mother. I shall remember it." He had finally transitioned from rejecting and disdaining Shen Wantang to recognizing and respecting her as the consort she was meant to be. "Enough, I am weary. You may both leave now. Do remember to select some substantial gifts from the storeroom to send to the Gu family." Shen Wantang and Xiao Qingyuan responded affirmatively in unison and exited the princess's chamber together. On their way to the storeroom, Xiao Qingyuan turned to Shen Wantang, hesitating for some time before speaking. "Just now, thank you. Were it not for your intercession, I cannot fathom how long Mother would have reprimanded me." As they walked side by side, a half-arm's distance between them, even with his gratitude, she showed no inclination to draw closer. "The heir is too courteous. I merely did what a daughter-in-law ought to do. The princess has been kind to me, and I wish to show her the same respect, to elevate her spirits slightly. Moreover, she truly cares for you, which is why she relented so swiftly after I spoke." Xiao Qingyuan noted her admirable quality. Regardless of her contributions, she never sought praise for herself. No matter the magnitude of her assistance, she always treated it with modesty. This was a rare and commendable trait, one that many lacked. It deepened his respect for her. Thus, as they entered the storeroom to select gifts for Gu Qianhan, he refrained from voicing his opinions, wholly deferring to Shen Wantang's suggestions. Whatever she deemed appropriate, he accepted without question. Shen Wantang noticed the shift in Xiao Qingyuan's demeanor. Should he continue to heed her counsel, their lives would undoubtedly be far more harmonious. In her previous life, although she and Liao Yoha had not been a true couple, he had become utterly submissive upon realizing her talents. Within their home, her word was law, and he had surrendered all his salary to her, allowing her to dictate all expenditures. She could purchase whatever she desired, and on occasions when she felt generous, she would have clothes made for him, leaving him utterly moved, proclaiming her to be the finest wife in existence.
Thus, she had lived quite comfortably in her past life. Shen Wantang hoped to experience a similarly contented existence in this one. Chapter 80 A great business opportunity. After selecting the items, Shen Wantang instructed her servants to package them meticulously and sent someone to accompany Emoji, going with Xiao Qingyuan to the Gu family to apologize. Xiao Qingyuan returned after a considerable time, and Shen Wantang did not inquire whether Gu Qianhan had forgiven him. However, according to Qin Xan, his expression appeared quite tranquil upon his return, suggesting that the Gu family had likely given him face and did not make things difficult for him. With matters on Xiao Qingyuan's side settled, Shen Wantang focused her attention on dealing with Chu Yanluo. She commanded Qin Xan, find out when Qingyun Tower will publicly announce the identity of the person responsible for their signature dishes.
Qin Xan, delighted by the task, left with great enthusiasm.
An hour later, she returned, noble lady, Qingyun Tower is expected to announce the identity of the creator of their signature snacks in 3 days. They've already begun to build momentum today.
Shen Wantang paused her writing and looked up. In 3 days? What kind of momentum has Qingyun Tower created?
Qin Xan, with a glib tongue, replied, they have sent people to spread the word that their restaurant will soon unveil 3 exceptionally novel snacks, claiming that the inventor is a remarkable woman of unparalleled talent, inviting renowned figures from all over to come and taste them in 3 days. Now, everyone is left in suspense, curious about who this extraordinary woman could be and how unique her creations are. Many are preparing to dine at Qingyun Tower in 3 days. The private rooms at Qingyun Tower have skyrocketed in price, and the cost of beverages has risen repeatedly, yet all have been fully booked. Originally, Zuixian Tower could have competed, but now it has been completely outpaced, with patronage dwindling by over half in recent days, leaving it desolate. A hint of mockery appeared on Shen Wantang's face, such grandiose promotion, yet they risk working in vain. Sometimes, the higher one ascends, the harder one falls. If she seeks to profit, let her earn not a single coin.
Qin Xan, puzzled, asked, noble lady, who are you referring to? Do you know who Qingyun Tower intends to support?
I do.
Ah? You truly know, who is it?
Shen Wantang refrained from divulging the identity, deeming it prudent to keep this information to herself for the time being, lest her subordinates inadvertently leak it and give Chu Yanluo a chance to prepare. The wealth of the capital was hers to seize, and she intended to do so handsomely. However, there would be no opportunity for Chu Yanluo to profit. Let her not think that her rebirth grants her the upper hand to amass wealth. She was not the only one to have been reborn. On the following day, Shen Wantang set out with Qin Xan and Duan. This time, she did not head to Qingyun Tower but rather to Zuixian Tower. Recently, Zuixian Tower had lost business to Qingyun Tower, and its doors were nearly deserted. Upon seeing Shen Wantang, dressed in splendid attire and accompanied by 2 maids, they immediately welcomed her with great enthusiasm and led her to a private room upstairs. Shen Wantang ordered several dishes and even made sure to select the fruit yogurt favored by her 2 maids. However, both unanimously agreed that Qingyun Tower's offerings were superior, noting a slight sourness in Zuixian Tower's, which, albeit subtle, significantly detracted from the flavor. Shen Wantang smiled softly. As it happened, she possessed a clever remedy for eliminating sourness. She instructed the server, summon your master to meet me and tell him that a significant business opportunity has presented itself. The server hesitated. Although he recognized that the lady before him was either wealthy or noble, he felt it inappropriate to simply claim that he needed to summon the master for a mere meal. Surely, the master was not so easily summoned. Understanding the server's predicament, Shen Wantang smiled and had Qin Xan give him a coin. Go relay my message. Your master will not regret meeting me, but he will regret not doing so.
The server, now holding a hefty coin, beamed with delight.
For this coin, it was worth braving a reprimand from the master. He happily went, only to be surprised that the master was absent, leaving only the young master. Upon hearing of a significant business opportunity, the young master did not scold him but instead rewarded him with silver and instructed him to lead the way. The server had never been so joyful. In one trip, he had earned 10 taels of silver. He gleefully ushered the young master into Shen Wantang's private room. Young master, this is the lady who wishes to meet you. Lady, this is our young master. Shen Wantang took a glance and immediately recognized that the young master of Zuixian Tower was disguised as a man. Having frequently donned male attire in her previous life, she was particularly sensitive to such details. However, her own disguise was far more convincing than this young masteress. The young master studied Shen Wantang for a moment before suddenly stating, there is a carriage parked outside with the insignia of the Ning Wang estate. Is that your carriage? I have heard that the Ning Wang Fei selected the future wife for Xiao Shizi, who bears a resemblance to Chu Yanluo. I have seen Chu Yanluo, and you indeed bear a slight resemblance.
You must be the Ning Wang Fu's future wife, Shen Wantang?
Shen Wantang was taken aback. Did she truly resemble Chu Yanluo? She had never perceived such similarity. Nevertheless, since she had been recognized, she gracefully admitted, young master has a keen eye.
I am indeed the future wife of Ning Wang Fei.
The server's eyes widened in shock. What? This was actually the future wife of Ning Wangfu. Wasn't he had said that she was unsightly? They claimed that her appearance was so poor that Xiao Shizi had yet to consummate their marriage. How could she be deemed unattractive? She was undeniably captivating. No wonder she adorns herself so splendidly.
She possesses the means to do so.
Greetings, future wife, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the young master of Zuixian Tower, surnamedly, with the given name Yao. Seeing her polite introduction, Shen Wantang reciprocated, ah, so it is young master Li.
A pleasure to meet you.
Li Yao waved the server away before inquiring, noble lady, you asked the server to convey a message to me, stating that there is a significant business opportunity.
Is that true? Shen Wantang nodded, indeed, it is true.
Li Yao frowned slightly. Currently, Zuixian Tower's reputation and standing do not compare to Qingyun Tower. May I ask why you chose us instead of them? You have acknowledged that Qingyun Tower possesses both reputation and standing. Since they have both, they do not require my involvement. I believe Zuixian Tower is in greater need of a substantial business opportunity at this moment. Would you not agree? Li Yao fell silent, for Shen Wantang had indeed struck a chord with her words. Zuixian Tower desperately needed a significant business opportunity, one that would greatly enhance its reputation. Otherwise, the gap between it and Qingyun Tower would only widen. Zuixian Tower had already been operating at a loss this month. The number of patrons was fewer than the servers, and she had been troubled for quite some time. However, she did not believe that the Shen Wantang before her could resolve her significant dilemma, yet she could not dismiss her outright, for Shen Wantang's status was evident. Even if she was not favored by Xia Shizi, she was beloved by Ning Wang, and she currently managed affairs in the Wangfu, firmly seated in her position as future wife. With little hope, she inquired, what kind of business does the noble lady intend to pursue? Is it to reserve several tables? I do not wish to reserve tables. Shen Wantang spoke with composure. I come to inform the young master that I can elevate Zuixian Tower above Qingyun Tower, making it the foremost restaurant in the capital. Chapter 81. The delicacies invented by Chu Yanluo. Li Yao was taken aback. What did you say? You cannot be serious, can you? Shen Wantang chuckled softly. I am entirely serious. How can this be possible? Li Yao exclaimed in disbelief. How could Zuixian Lu surpass Qingyun Lu? Does the young master not believe in the capabilities of his own establishment? Li Yao shook her head, then nodded slightly. You may not be aware of who stands behind Qingyun Lu, right? Who is it? It is the Yuan family of the Wenba Mansion. Their financial resources are extraordinarily substantial, far beyond what our Li family can compare to. Shen Wantang suddenly understood, so Qingyun Lu was backed by the Yuan family. No wonder they were willing to spend lavishly to promote Chu Yanluo. It must have been a directive from Yuan Zhang. In truth, the Wenba Mansion itself was not as affluent as it seemed. Even the noble title had dwindled to its last generation with Yuan Zhang. 20 years ago, the Wenba Mansion had been in dire straits, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. However, after marrying the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan, the mansion gradually regained a semblance of its former grandeur. Over the past 2 decades, Yuan Zhang's maternal family had inundated the mansion with wealth, nurturing it back to prosperity. Alas, the Wenba Mansion still remained inconsequential in the capital. The aristocrats referred to it derisively as a merchant house clad in noble attire, devoid of true nobility and rife with vulgarity. The prominent young nobles of the capital scorned associating with Yuan Zhang, for he was uneducated and only reveled in ostentation. The young master need not worry about financial constraints. The most crucial aspect of running a restaurant is not wealth, but the quality of the cuisine. Li Yao continued to shake her head. Our restaurant's dishes do not measure up to those of Qingyun Lu, for they have engaged the finest chefs, whom we cannot lure away. Shen Wantang smiled lightly. That is precisely why I wish to discuss a significant business opportunity with you. Do you possess an exceptional chef? While I do not have a chef, I do have some methods for improving dishes, as well as a list of new recipes. I trust that your restaurant's head chef possesses considerable skill. With just a few tips from me, they should be able to grasp the techniques. Li Yao regarded her with skepticism. Can you truly enhance the dishes? And do you have new recipes? I can, Shen Wantang affirmed, picking up a half-finished cup of fruit yogurt. Have your chef, who specializes in making yogurt, come here. I shall teach him how to eliminate the sourness from this. Li Yao's heart stirred. She was acutely aware of the shortcomings of the yogurt sold at her own establishment. She had tasted the yogurt at Qingyun Lu, which had none of that sourness, only sweetness. She had long desired to improve her own yogurt, but had been at a loss for how to achieve it. The head chef had insisted that yogurt must have that sour taste to be authentic, claiming that all yogurt sold externally bore that flavor, while Qingyun Lu's was merely an exception. Yet, it was precisely because of that exception that Qingyun Lu's business thrived beyond that of Zuixian Lu. The external market offered yogurt with a sour taste, but that did not guarantee it was palatable. Many young ladies and noble youths preferred a sweeter flavor. They did not enjoy sour yogurt. If Shen Wantang could genuinely assist in ameliorating the sourness of the yogurt, Li Yao would be immensely grateful. Shortly, the chef was summoned, and Shen Wantang shared her method for removing the sourness. The chef then hurried to the kitchen to recreate the yogurt. After a while, the chef returned, brimming with excitement. Young master, the method proposed by the young lady truly works. The yogurt you always desired, devoid of sourness, has been successfully made. Li Yao's heart raced. Really, it is no longer sour? Indeed, please, taste it. It is completely devoid of sourness. Li Yao took the yogurt from the chef's hands and took a sip, her eyes lighting up with delight. It was indeed not sour at all. She gazed at Shen Wantang, astonished and overjoyed. You truly have a way to enhance the yogurt's flavor. Shen Wantang smiled. Now, can we discuss a genuine business venture? Li Yao was taken aback. Is this not considered one? Certainly not. This is merely a small gift I am offering you for free. The real business lies ahead. Li Yao quickly realized. Yes, you mentioned that you could also improve the dishes and that you have new recipes. In the ensuing time, Shen Wantang sampled 10 dishes from Zuixian Lu and provided recommendations for their enhancement, drawing upon her experiences from her previous life to adapt them according to the most popular dishes of the future. After refining the dishes, she presented several recipes for popular snacks from the future. Of course, she insisted that Li Yao maintain strict confidentiality regarding the recipes. No matter who inquired, she could not disclose that they originated from Shen Wantang. At that moment, Li Yao regarded her as a living treasure trove. Even if Shen Wantang had requested her to reveal the sources, she would never do so, lest her golden goose be snatched away by Qing Yunlu. 2 days later, in the evening, Qing Yunlu was adorned with lanterns and filled with guests, with many onlookers gathered outside, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious woman who had invented the yogurt ice bowl and other snacks. The grand performance was about to commence, and Shen Wantang certainly would not miss it. She had specially instructed Qin Xian to reserve a private room at Qing Yunlu, bringing her maidservants along to sample the soon-to-be-released signature snacks. In addition to the yogurt ice bowl, Qing Yunlu also presented 3 other snacks: glutinous rice cake with osmanthus, fairy bean glutinous powder cake, and sweet crispy taro balls. Shen Wantang tasted each one before offering them to her maidservants. Once Qin Xian finished, she wore a puzzled expression. The flavors are pleasant, but they do not seem particularly remarkable. Our royal kitchen can prepare these as well. Du Juan added, they are merely sweeter than what our royal kitchen produces, which makes them slightly more enjoyable. However, such sweetness can become cloying if consumed in excess. Shen Wantang sighed softly. She had indeed overestimated Chu Yanluo, thinking she could produce something extraordinary, only to discover that her skills were quite limited. As she pondered this, a sudden clamor of drums and gongs erupted outside, and soon, Chu Yanluo made her entrance. The private room was on the 3rd floor, with the windows open, allowing Shen Wantang to clearly see Chu Yanluo in her white attire, exuding an ethereal aura as she stood on a specially prepared platform for her within the restaurant. The platform was surrounded by a throng of people, and all the windows of the restaurant were flung open, with numerous heads peering out. All eyes were fixed upon Chu Yanluo. With a delicate countenance tinged with a hint of aloofness, Chu Yanluo relished the attention of the crowd, casting a slow gaze over the masses below, maintaining her pride without uttering a single word. The head manager of Qing Yunlu announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that our most popular snack, the yogurt ice bowl, has been invented by Miss Chu. She is exceptionally clever, having not only created the yogurt ice bowl but also other delightful snacks. If any of you wish to taste the inventions of Miss Chu, hurry and enter Qing Yunlu. Chapter 82. The deceitful tavern, refund. As whispers spread among the crowd, one exclaimed, what, the fruit cream ice bowl was actually invented by Miss Chu. She is truly remarkable, resembling a fairy, and yet possesses such an understanding of life? My admiration for her only grows. Ha, there are plenty who admire Miss Chu, but young Master Xiao has already brought her back to the royal residence. It has said he intends to make her his consort. You, my friend, stand no chance. Even if I stand no chance, that won't deter my affection for her. I not only wish to admire her but also to support her through tangible actions. The shopkeeper mentioned she has also invented other snacks. Should we not venture in to sample them? Surely, anything invented by Miss Chu must be delectable. Indeed, let us enter and taste. I've never dined at Qingyun Tower before. I heard that due to Miss Chu's invention, anyone dining at Qingyun Tower today receives a complimentary pot of osmanthus wine. I, too, wish to partake. For this occasion, I saved up 10 taels of silver. Since the snacks are created by Miss Chu, this expenditure is most worthwhile. A throng of people surged toward Qingyun Tower, quickly filling the establishment. However, they soon discovered that the delicacies and snacks invented by Chu Yanluo were beyond their means. The most popular fruit cream ice bowl cost 18 taels of silver, the newly released osmanthus wine soft cheese was priced at 28 taels per serving, while the fairy bean glutinous rice cake was 30 taels for a mere 2 pieces. The sweet and crispy taro balls were somewhat cheaper at 15 taels each, but they were sold only in sets of 4. To indulge in a complete set of the fresh delights invented by Chu Yanluo, one would need to part with a total of 136 taels of silver. A man, clutching his 10 taels of silver with the intention of supporting Chu Yanluo, turned pale and exclaimed, Shopkeeper, why are your snacks priced so exorbitantly? Are you attempting to rob us? The round-faced shopkeeper, exuding an air of affability, replied, Esteemed sir, our pricing is quite reasonable. After all, these snacks required considerable effort and ingenuity from Miss Chu. A lower price would not be commensurate with her esteemed status, would it? This, the shopkeeper, noticing the man's impoverished demeanor, felt disdain, yet maintained his smile. There are more affordable food and drinks available in the tavern. If you do not wish to sample Miss Chu's inventions, perhaps you would like to order something else? I have matters to attend to. I shall dine another day. The man, his expression still green with disappointment, hurriedly exited. After his departure, several other financially strapped patrons followed suit. What a jest, 136 taels could support their entire family for years. Not only did they lack such funds, but even if they had, they would not squander it on snacks. Moreover, such treats were undoubtedly sweet, and what man would indulge in such delicacies? These were meant for women. There was no way they would spend 136 taels on something so trivial. With that money, they could enjoy a night at the Flower Pavilion, where the ladies would allow for more intimate encounters. Here, they could not even brush against the hem of Chu Yanluo's garment. In no time, the tavern was emptied, save for those still seated in the private rooms upstairs. After all, those who could afford such rooms were not deterred by the additional cost. Observing the departure of the impoverished patrons, Chu Yanluo disdainfully curled her lips. She had intentionally urged the shopkeeper to set higher prices, ensuring that the destitute would retreat in dismay. What caliber of individuals deserve to savor her inventions or harbor desires for her? Yet, the shopkeeper, noticing the sudden drop in clientele, wore a troubled expression. He had invested considerable silver to promote Chu Yanluo just days prior, and today he had stocked ample ingredients and dishes. The kitchen had been preparing the snacks since midnight, anticipating a demand that would exceed 1,000 servings, as Chu Yanluo had confidently claimed that many would flock to taste her creations. Should no one partake, his establishment would incur substantial losses, and he would be unable to explain the situation to his employer. As the shopkeeper's expression darkened, Chu Yanluo, with pride, declared, "Are you worried that the snacks won't sell? You need not fret, everyone will adore my creations, and they will undoubtedly become the most popular dishes. Your only concern should be whether your kitchen can keep up with the demand." The shopkeeper was no fool. He had not risen to the position of head of Qingyun Tower through naivety. His experience and acumen told him that the large quantity of snacks prepared might end up as a financial burden. Just as he contemplated this, two diners in the main hall suddenly remarked, "This snack looks familiar. I believe I saw it at Zue Xianlou. It appears and tastes the same." "Indeed, I just dined there yesterday. Zue Sanlu offers these same snacks, albeit without such extravagant names, and they are only 3 taels each, far cheaper than what Qingyun Tower is charging." Another patron interjected indignantly, "Shopkeeper, are you deliberately trying to deceive us? The snacks we enjoyed at Zue Xianlu are identical to yours, yet you claim they were invented by Chu Yanluo. Who are you trying to fool?" The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried over. "How can this be? Esteemed sir, these snacks are truly the creations of Miss Chu. No other establishment could possibly offer them." "How can that be? I had them just yesterday, and they taste exactly the same as yours." "No, they were even better. They sell for 3 taels, while you charge 30. I expected something exceptional and unique from you, but it is simply not the case." The irate patron slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Deceitful tavern, refund me. 136 taels for this meager fare. How dare you, refund me." This man had been drawn in by the allure of Chu Yanluo's reputation. Although he hesitated to part with 136 taels, he convinced himself that Miss Chu's creations would be extraordinary, so he bit the bullet and spent the money alongside his companions to sample them. Little did he know these items were identical to the 3-tael snacks he had enjoyed the day before at Zue Xianlu. Now, Chu Yanluo's reputation bore no weight, as 136 taels was no small sum, and he could not allow himself to be swindled. As the uproar unfolded in the main hall, patrons from the 2nd and 3rd floors began to emerge from their private chambers to witness the commotion below. Shen Wantang remained seated, for she had heard Xiao Qingyuan's voice. Even someone as noble and extravagant as he found the pricing of these snacks exorbitant. Before the gathered crowd, he spoke a word of reason. "Shopkeeper, your snack prices are indeed rather steep." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was left speechless. "Young master, who exactly are you?" Chu Yanluo's countenance darkened even further. She had anticipated that someone might undermine her, but she never imagined it would be the very person of Xiao Qingyuan. Chapter 83, could it be the work of Shin Mingxian? "My lord, the snacks and pastries I have created are not at all exorbitantly priced," Chu Yanluo asserted, her hand clenched tightly and her chin held high. "You, my lord, casually indulge in a pot of wine that costs over 100 taels of silver, yet my collection of snacks and pastries amounts to just over 100 taels. How can you still claim that they are expensive? Moreover," she continued, "these delicacies cannot be found elsewhere. They are exclusively available at Qingyun Building. Their unique flavors and exquisite presentation ensure that they add both substance and elegance to any dining occasion." Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. "The wine I enjoy, priced at 100 taels a pot, is of a vintage over 10 years old. Furthermore, the gentleman downstairs has also stated that Zue Xianlu offers these pastries." Chu Yanluo was filled with indignation. "He speaks falsehoods, and you choose to believe him. The snacks and pastries I have painstakingly crafted are beyond the capabilities of others to replicate, and certainly Zue Xianlu cannot produce them. If they could, they would have long since made a name for themselves, rather than continue to be overshadowed by Qingyun Building." Xiao Qingyuan turned to the previous diner. "Sir, are you intentionally causing a scene, or does Zue Xianlu truly offer these dishes?" The diner's expression darkened. "I would not stoop so low as to disrupt for the sake of a mere 100 taels. If you doubt that Zue Xianlu has these dishes, why not send someone to procure them for comparison? If I am lying, I shall immediately apologize to Miss Chu and Qingyun Building. However, if my words prove true, you must compensate me for my losses today. Those worthless items are hardly worth over 100 taels." Chu Yanluo immediately turned to the innkeeper. "Send someone to fetch some pastries. I must see how Zue Xianlu could possibly replicate my creations." She had no faith that Zue Xianlu could produce the same pastries, for her delicacies would not become popular in the capital for several more years. Just a few years prior, no one in the capital had even tasted them. As Xiao Qingyuan observed her unwavering confidence, he felt a disconcerting shift within himself. The image of Chu Yanluo as aloof and proud began to crumble. For the first time, he perceived her as somewhat naïve, and he recognized the vast disparity in their backgrounds. She seemed not as discerning as he had previously imagined. Her so-called innovative pastries were indeed uncommon, as most ordinary households would never undertake the intricate labor required to create such exquisite treats. Not only were they labor-intensive, but they also necessitated a wealth of fresh cow and goat milk, and honey that was simply beyond the means of an average family. However, Xiao Qingyuan hailed from the Ning Wang residence, and he could enter the palace at will. Both the palace and the Ning Wang residence were replete with beautifully crafted pastries, which he had long since grown weary of. The snacks Chu Yanluo had invented were indeed sweeter than those found in the palace or at the Ning Wang residence, yet that was where the distinction ended. Aside from the fruit yogurt ice bowl, the rest of her pastries bore little difference to those served in the Ning Wang residence, at most differing in appearance, while Qingyun Building's offerings were more extravagant, adorned with fresh petals. To price such items at 130 taels was nothing short of exploitation. Though Xiao Qingyuan was accustomed to lavish spending, he had been instilled with a sense of justice by the Ning Wangfei. He did not wish for Chu Yanluo to engage in any deceptive practices. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. Yanluo, you once showed great disdain for material wealth, exhibiting no interest in money. Why, then, are you now setting such exorbitant prices for a few ordinary pastries? Reassess your pricing. At such elevated rates, aside from the curious, few will partake.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yanluo's expression darkened further.
His words made it seem as though she were an unscrupulous merchant. Was he not deliberately tarnishing her image as a celestial being, untouched by worldly concerns, and who was it that was so impoverished they could not even afford a bowl of bird's nest soup? Who had lowered themselves to borrow money from Shen Wantang for a mere few hundred taels, residing with him in the Wangfu. She possessed neither a decent garment nor a single piece of fine jewelry. If she did not devise a means to earn money soon, she would starve within the Ning Wang residence. With a frigid demeanor, she retorted, if you find the prices too steep, then do not partake. You are aware of my disinterest in material wealth. I set these prices not for profit, but to provide the diners here with dignity and respect. Qingyun Building is the premier establishment in the capital. If our pastries are priced too low, it will only bring shame to our patrons and diminish their status. The innkeeper chimed in, indeed, my lord, Qingyun Building symbolizes the status of the elite. Those dining here are either wealthy or noble, thus our pastries must be both delicious and unique, unavailable elsewhere, to elevate the dining experience.
Just then, the errand boy returned from Zui Xianlu with the pastries.
His eyes flickered nervously.
Innkeeper, I have procured the snacks and pastries, would you care to sample them inside?
He emphasized the phrase inside, hoping the innkeeper would avoid tasting them in public. The innkeeper, sensing something amiss, was about to agree when Chu Yanluo confidently declared, there is no need to taste them indoors, I will not believe their pastries can surpass mine. With no other option, the innkeeper could only taste them outside. Not only that, but Xiao Qingyuan also came to sample, along with other curious patrons from the upper chambers who descended to partake. After the tasting, everyone stood in astonishment.
This ice bowl.
It is identical to that of Qingyun Building.
This pastry, while differing slightly in appearance, has the same flavor and texture. What is happening? Have we been deceived by Qingyun Building? Oh dear, Miss Chu, did you not claim this was your exclusive invention? How is it that Zui Xianlu also has it, and they had it days ago, even before you?
Innkeeper, refund us, this is clearly a case of fraud. Zui Xianlu sells it for 3 taels a portion, while you charge 30.
How dare you, do you think we are all fools?
The innkeeper's mind buzzed as he turned to Chu Yanluo.
Miss Chu, what is the meaning of this? How does Zui Xianlu possess these pastries and snacks? Did you share the recipe for the ice bowl with them?
After tasting the ice bowl and the other pastries, Chu Yanluo's face went deathly pale.
Impossible, how can this be? How could anyone else create the fruit yogurt ice bowl?
This was supposed to be introduced years later by foreign merchants.
Could it be Shen Mingxian? She had always claimed to be reborn. Could she have taught the chefs at Zui Xianlu, deliberately challenging her?
Cursed Shen Mingxian, who had caused her demise in her past life and now sought to ruin her again. She had not yet sought retribution for her past life's grievances against Shen Mingxian, and now she found that Shen Mingxian had taken the first step in undermining her. Chapter 84. Gu Qianhan's lavish spending. Chu Yanluo was so furious that she felt as though her teeth might shatter from clenching them. She tried to explain herself, but no one would listen. The crowd began to cast blame upon her, and even the head steward, who had previously supported her, displayed signs of discontent. The favorable image she had painstakingly built crumbled in an instant. More and more patrons demanded refunds. Those dining in the private rooms on the second and third floors, despite not lacking in wealth, insisted on refunds after witnessing the exquisite fruit ice bowls and pastries at Zui Xianlu. Chaos erupted within Qingyun Lu, with the steward surrounded and unable to escape, while Chu Yanluo was berated, accused of being hypocritical and unscrupulous. The uproar in the first floor hall was so loud that even Shen Wantang could not help but peek from behind her veil to observe the commotion. The crowd below was in such a tumult that no one noticed Shen Wantang on the third floor. Qinxin, who usually relished gossip and spectacle, was not particularly pleased. Your Highness, you have come to the tavern, yet the young master has not noticed. How utterly oblivious. Look, he is down there defending the GXANN again. I truly do not understand what merits such a woman possesses. She is so unscrupulous that she dares to sell 2 pastries for 30 taels of silver, worse than those loan sharks in the black market. How can the young master not see through her true nature? However, Shen Wantang was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. She was unconcerned with whom Xiao Qingyuan chose to protect. Her only interest lay in whether she could profit. It seems that Qingyun Lu is bound to suffer considerable losses this time.
With such a disturbance, Zui Xianlu's reputation should soon overshadow that of Qingyun Lu.
When that happens, the dividends from Zui Xianlu would surely be substantial. Just then, 3 figures entered through the tavern's entrance. Gu Qianhan and his 2 attendants. Qinxin quickly pointed him out to Shen Wantang. Your Highness, the second young master Gu has arrived. He must be here to seek vengeance, especially after Chu Yanluo's slanderous remarks. He is surely here to take advantage of the situation. Shen Wantang nodded in agreement. The moment Chu Yanluo, besieged by insults on the first floor, caught sight of Gu Qianhan, she thought along the same lines. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Qianhan did not take the opportunity to strike a blow. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, Steward, I have heard that you are offering new pastries and snacks here, all invented by Miss Chu Yanluo. I have admired her for quite some time and have come to show my support.
At this declaration, the entire tavern erupted in a clamor. Qinxin's eyes nearly bulged out. What did he just say? He admires Miss Chu, he wishes to support her? Du Juan stared in disbelief. Has the second young master Gu lost his mind? How could he possibly have feelings for Chu Yanluo? Shen Wantang was equally taken aback.
She recalled that in her previous life, Gu Qianhan had never shown any affection for Chu Yanluo, let alone made such a public declaration. Chu Yanluo herself was equally surprised that Gu Qianhan would openly express his admiration for her, especially given how cold he had been towards her before. Could it be that his previous indifference was merely an act? Had he truly fallen for her at first sight? Regardless, Gu Qianhan's appearance had instantly alleviated her predicament. Finally, someone had come to support her. Chu Yanluo seemed to forget that only days ago she had accused Gu Qianhan of bullying her. She hastily approached him, her demeanor excessively polite. Second young master Gu, please come in. I have indeed invented some novel snacks and pastries, which you may sample. The steward hurriedly pushed through the crowd to curry favor. Second young master Gu, your arrival is a great honor. Please, come inside, I will have someone serve you the pastries invented by Miss Chu right away. Gu Qianhan appeared to have completely forgotten about his previous grievances. He waved at his attendants, bring in the gold. Upon hearing the command, the two attendants promptly carried in a heavy chest. When it was opened, it revealed an abundance of gleaming gold ingots. Chu Yanluo gasped in astonishment. Second young master, is this for me? Gu Qianhan nodded. I heard you were selling pastries here, so I specifically brought 1,000 taels of gold to support you. Chu Yanluo was dumbfounded. 1,000 taels of gold? The second young master of the Gu family was indeed wealthy, more extravagant than Xiaoqing Yuan. Even the steward gasped. Second young master Gu, how generous. Gu Qianhan disregarded the steward's praise and inquired. Before I entered, I heard that the patrons here were complaining about your pastries being overpriced? Even Xiaoqing Yuan seemed to think they were too dear? Chu Yanluo glanced at Xiaoqing Yuan, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his embarrassment, but feigned a sorrowful sigh. They simply do not recognize quality. The pastries I invented are truly worth that price. It seems only second young master Gu possesses such discerning taste, the rest are lacking in comparison. Gu Qianhan's gaze turned icy as he addressed Xiaoqing Yuan. The snacks invented by Miss Chu are worth every penny. If young master Xiao is unwilling to treat her well, then he should let her go. I have more than enough gold and silver to shower upon her. Xiaoqing Yuan's brows knitted together in frustration. Just days prior, when he had gone to the Gu household to apologize to Gu Qianhan, he had not been met with this attitude. Why was he suddenly vying for Chu Yanluo now? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her after being accused of wrongdoing? Xiaoqing Yuan sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint what it was. Nonetheless, he had no intention of relinquishing Chu Yanluo. Yanluo is a living person, not an object to be exchanged. Hence, your notion of letting her go does not apply. You may not be fully aware of the situation. While Yanluo's snacks and pastries are indeed commendable, they cannot command such exorbitant prices. You should take your gold back. A few taels would suffice for those pastries. Gu Qianhan, however, maintained an expression of deep affection for Chu Yanluo. You believe Miss Chua's snacks are worth only a few taels, but to me, they are priceless. Steward, I shall offer this 1,000 taels of gold for just one serving of her snacks, nothing more. The steward, hearing of such a generous fool, was overjoyed. Very well, waitstaff, hurry and serve second young master Gu the finest fruit ice bowl. The waitstaff inwardly scoffed, knowing there was no finest. They were all identical, but maintained a facade of delight. Yes, steward. Other patrons in the tavern were left speechless, astonished by Gu Qianhan's extravagant display of wealth. Has the second young master Gu gone mad? 1,000 taels of gold for a single serving of snacks. Is the Gu family truly that affluent? Chu Yanluo is quite impressive. First, a prince fell for her to the point of wanting to become a monk, and now Gu Qianhan is throwing gold at her. She must be the most celebrated woman in all of Dafan. Didn't she just claim that Gu Qianhan had insulted her? I remember her vehemently denouncing him as scum right here. Why has her attitude shifted so drastically? Pfft, what else could it be but for the money? Gu Qianhan's generous offer has made her forget all about her previous grievances. Just look at how eager she is to please him. She probably wishes he would insult her again. Bah, it seems she is nothing more than a shameless woman, pretending to be high and mighty. When Gu Qianhan withheld his gold, she labeled him a scoundrel, but now that he showers her with riches, she fawns over him as second young master Gu. It is utterly disgusting. Chapter 85. Gu Qianhan will marry no one but her. Upon overhearing these discussions, Chu Yanluo's expression shifted slightly. However, the thought of rejecting the gold that Gu Qianhan had bestowed upon her was simply inconceivable. 1,000 taels of gold. It was all hers. Just imagine how much bird's nest soup she could indulge in, or how many exquisite garments and jewels she could acquire. With this sum, she would no longer need to concern herself with the opinions of others. She could stride confidently through the Ning Wang without a care. Thus, she chose to disregard the murmurs around her and ascended the stairs with Gu Qianhan. As for Xiaoqing Yuan, she resolved to treat him as if he were non-existent. She had not forgotten the slap he had dealt her, and today, he had not come to her defense, instead undermining her. He deserved to be left in the cold. Had it not been for Gu Qianhan's timely intervention, she would have been mercilessly berated by that group today. As Gu Qianhan followed Chu Yanluo to the private room upstairs, he caught sight of Shen Wantang standing on the third floor. Though she wore a veil, he recognized her immediately. Her clear eyes reflected a hint of confusion, as if she were puzzled by his sudden elevation of Chu Yanluo. Second young master Gu, this way please. This private room has been reserved exclusively for me by Qingyun Tower. The other rooms are all occupied, so please make use of mine. Chu Yanluo's voice rang out, prompting Gu Qianhan to withdraw his gaze and enter her room. Before stepping inside, he cast a glance at Xiaoqing Yuan below. The latter's expression was grim. It seemed he had not anticipated that Chu Yanluo would abandon him to warmly welcome another man. Gu Qianhan silently scoffed. This was merely the beginning. Today's display of support was just an opening act, with Xiaoqing Yuan likely to feel irked later on.
Downstairs, Xiao Qingyuan watched helplessly as Chu Yanluo led Gu Qianhan into the private room, the door closing behind them, and she did not emerge again. Gu Qianhan was dining inside, and she remained with him the entire time. Xiao Qingyuan's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly as disbelief washed over him. Could it be that Chu Yanluo would forsake him for a mere 1,000 taels of gold, only to flatter another man? And this man was the very one she had chastised just days prior. Surrounding voices murmured in derision, mocking his infatuation and admiration for Chu Yanluo as nothing short of a farce. Oh dear, is young Master Xiao about to weep? He has pursued Chu Yanluo for so long, even bringing her to the royal residence, yet it seems to have been in vain. Chu Yanluo shows him less warmth than she does Gu Qianhan. Truly laughable, no, rather pitiable. Fear not, the young master will not concern himself with such trifles. After all, Chu Yanluo had previously carried another man's child, yet he still cried and clamored to marry her. When the Ning Wang disapproved, he accompanied her to a temple. What a grand fool, oh no, a grand romantic. Indeed, how could the young master care? Gu Qianhan had previously gone to the Ning Wang to tease and bully Chu Yanluo, and all the young master did was strike Gu Qianhan a couple of blows, yet he still defended her, even to the point that the emperor punished Gu Qianhan severely. TSK, the young master must not have anticipated that they would reconcile so swiftly, right? Look, they have been in that private room for quite some time now, and neither has emerged. One can only wonder what they are doing in there. The young master is left here to wallow in sorrow, becoming the jester. What of it? Did not Chu Yanluo just share a bed with Gu Qianhan? Yet the young master pretends as if nothing occurred and continues to dote on her. Should anything else transpire, the young master would likely not object. He is utterly smitten with Chu Yanluo, having refrained from consummating his marriage with his own fiancée for her sake. The taunts continued unabated, and for the first time, Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of rage and humiliation. Silence, he bellowed, then stormed up to the second floor, bursting into the private room and seizing Chu Yanluo's arm, pulling her out. Come back to the royal residence with me at once. Wait. Gu Qianhan interjected, blocking their path. Shouldn't the young master inquire if Miss Chu is willing to accompany you back to the royal residence? What you propose is akin to abducting her in broad daylight. Gu Qianhan, step aside, I care not what tricks you are playing, you had best keep your distance from Yanluo, she is a member of the Ning Wang, and I shall take her home. You have no right to interfere. I have no right. Does Xiao Qingyuan then have the right? The entire capital knows that you are already married. What need have you to take Miss Chu back to the royal residence? To make her a concubine? Gu Qianhan's expression turned icy. For a woman as talented and beautiful as Miss Chu, to reduce her to a mere concubine would be an egregious slight. Xiao Qingyuan felt as if he no longer recognized Gu Qianhan. He was undeniably the same Gu family as second young master he knew, yet there was not a trace of familiarity in his demeanor. He could not fathom Gu Qianhan's intentions, but he was certain they were far from benevolent. I never said I would make Yanluo a concubine. Gu Qianhan, cease your nonsense and let go. Not make Miss Chu a concubine, then what do you intend to do with her? Xiao Qingyuan uttered a single word, yet the rest of his thoughts became lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Gu Qianhan's cold laugh resonated. Why have you fallen silent, young master? What exactly do you wish to do with Miss Chu? What I wish to do is of no concern to you. How can it not concern me? You are already married, yet I am not. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer today, I shall take Miss Chu away. You wish for her to be a concubine. I do not. I will see to it that she marries into the Gu family as the legitimate wife. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the entire tavern. Xiao Qingyuan was left utterly stunned, his mind buzzing. What did you say? You wish to make Yanluo your legitimate wife? Indeed, I, Gu Qianhan, shall marry no one but her. Gu Qianhan's voice resounded with conviction. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. It seemed yet another nobleman in the capital had lost his senses. Setting aside the fact that Chu Yanluo's reputation was tarnished by having borne another man's child, even were she of impeccable character, she was still unworthy of Gu Qianhan, for he was the legitimate second son of the Jingguo Duke, the emperor's own nephew, a prodigy of exceptional intelligence and talent. His father held military power and immense influence, while his mother was the only princess of a different surname from Defaume. His uncle defended the borders and had achieved remarkable military accomplishments, now holding the rank of a first-grade general. And what of Chu Yanluo? She was but the illegitimate daughter of a mere ninth-grade official's concubine. All eyes turned to Chu Yanluo, and a shared question emerged in their minds. What was it about her that could captivate the two most esteemed young gentlemen in the capital, each vying to take her home as their legitimate wife? Was it her beauty? Indeed, she was striking. Clad in white, she stood like a delicate willow in the breeze, like a snow lotus upon a mountain. The wind tousled her unbound hair, and with her flowing sleeves and skirt that rippled like water, she exuded an ethereal grace, as if untouched by the earthly realm. Yet, that was where her allure ended. She did not possess the beauty that could topple kingdoms or leave one utterly entranced. Chapter 86. Dreaming of her every night. At this moment, Chu Yanluo stood between Xiao Qingyuan and Gu Qianhan, caught in a tug-of-war between the two, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such grandeur. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qianhan had already fallen deeply in love with her, not only spending lavishly on her but also wishing to take her as his wife. She glanced at Xiao Qingyuan and suddenly felt that he, the son of the royal mansion, was not so remarkable after all. He had neither showered her with riches nor fulfilled his promise to make her his noble consort. Following Xiao Qingyuan offered no future. Turning her gaze towards Gu Qianhan, she thought, he is unmarried, and if she were to wed him, she would immediately assume the role of the legitimate wife. What could be better than that?
However, she did not wish to make it so easy for Gu Qianhan to possess her. She was experienced in dealing with men and knew that once a man's desires were satisfied, he would lose interest. She intended to keep him yearning, to have him compete with other suitors for her affection, thus intensifying his desire for her. Feigning modesty, she said, "Second young Master Gu, I am grateful for your affections, but I am currently residing in the Ning Wang mansion, and I must ask you to let me go." Gu Qianhan, with earnest persuasion, replied, "Miss Chu, you must think this through. If you return to the Ning Wang mansion, the best outcome you can hope for is to become a concubine. You will never become the noble consort, for Xiao Yuan cannot provide that." Xu Yanluo turned to Xiao Yuan, deliberately provoking him. "Is what second young Master Gu said true? Are you truly incapable of granting me the status of noble consort? Everything you said before was a lie, wasn't it? You intended for me to enter the mansion as a concubine from the very beginning." "That is not the case." Xiao Yuan's complexion shifted rapidly, his anger surging, and in a moment of impulsive fervor, he exclaimed, "I can provide." "Who says I cannot? I brought you into the mansion with the intention of making you the noble consort." Gu Qianhan would not allow him a moment's respite for thought, immediately pressing him, "Then what about your current noble consort?" "Divorce her." Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers, and even Xu Yanluo wore a look of surprise. Only Gu Qianhan appeared calm. Having received the answer he desired, he looked up at the veiled woman on the third floor and inquired, "Noble consort, how do you view the young master's intention to divorce?" Xiao Yuan's expression changed drastically. He glanced upwards to see, at some point, a woman had taken her place on the corridor of the third floor, her visage obscured by a veil, yet, he recognized the two maids flanking her, Duan and Qinqin, the most trusted attendants of Shen Wantang. Xu Yanluo hastily raised her head, and upon seeing Shen Wantang and her two maids, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Xiao Yuan had publicly declared his intention to divorce, leaving Shen Wantang humiliated. It would be amusing to see how she maintained her dignity as the noble consort. The other patrons of the tavern followed their gazes, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this the noble consort of the Ning Wang mansion? She appears rather ordinary. Why is she still wearing a veil? Is it because she is too ugly to show her face? TSK, no wonder the young master refuses to consummate with her. If I were him, I would pursue Chu Yanluo and would never deign to be with someone so unappealing. What brings her to Qingyun Tower? Could it be that she is chasing after the young master? TSK, she may be unattractive, yet she clings to him, likely scaring him away from his own home." Listening to the murmurs below, Shen Wantang could not help but let out a soft sigh. It was all Gu Qianhan's fault. She had intended to enjoy the spectacle, but now she had become the center of attention. With a graceful shift, she slowly descended the staircase from the third floor, her two maids closely trailing her. As she moved, the murmurs faded, and the tavern gradually fell into a hushed silence. Shen Wantang stood taller than the average woman, and her mere presence exuded an unspoken pressure. Her hair was styled in a fashionable peach blossom bun, elegantly swept up to reveal her slender neck. She donned a wide-sleeved dress of begonia red, crafted from the most luxurious and expensive rainbow brocade, its bright and rare hue unmistakably a gift from the palace. The intricate design of her gown flowed gracefully as she walked, the hem barely stirring, and the embellishments at her waist moved only slightly, attesting to her impeccable poise. Adorning her hair was a golden hairpin, crowned with a peony, its center dazzlingly decorated with brilliant yellow diamonds, while delicate tassels below were adorned with red rubies, creating a spectacle of opulence. Few could carry such extravagant attire and jewelry with grace, yet Shen Wantang did so effortlessly upon first glance. Onlookers were drawn not to her adornments but to her very essence, as she resembled a blooming peony, exuding an extraordinary charm and regal elegance. Those dining at Qingyun Tower were of a certain standing, and both male and female patrons, well versed in etiquette, immediately recognized that Shen Wantang had undoubtedly received rigorous training in decorum. Even her few steps conveyed the poise of a true lady of high birth. In stark contrast to the unrefined and ungraceful Chu Yanluo, those who had previously mocked Shen Wantang's appearance fell silent, for facing such dignified grace rendered their comments trivial and juvenile. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Shen Wantang descended the steps. She walked steadily and with a composed demeanor, having experienced far more scrutiny in her previous life, enduring the scorn and accusations of thousands. These moments were nothing compared to that. She approached Gu Qianhan and spoke calmly. "Second young Master Gu." The young master merely spoke in haste. "There is no need to take it to heart." Her voice flowed like crystal clear spring water, melodious and enchanting, leaving the onlookers spellbound. Even Gu Qianhan found himself momentarily entranced. She was so close that he could catch the faint scent of her fragrance. Her voice felt so familiar, evoking memories of his past life, particularly the moment of his demise. She had been the light in his final moments, illuminating the dark depths of his prison and guiding him through the shadows, easing his passage. He even suspected that his return to life was somehow intertwined with her. Since his rebirth, he dreamt of her almost every night, feeling her gentle hand caress his cheek, hearing her soothing words, "It will be over soon, there will be no pain." She had not deceived him. He truly felt no suffering. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back a decade in the past, at the peak of the Gu family's fortune. No one knew the blood-soaked vendettas he bore from his previous life, the slaughter of his family, the anguish of betrayal. Neither the Gu family nor the emperor nor the crown prince. Perhaps only Chu Yanluo and Shen Mingxian, who had also returned, were aware, but their significance was negligible. Shen Mingxian proclaimed her rebirth, while Chu Yanluo did not, yet, her ability to create the fruit ice bowl that would not appear until 7 years later indicated her own rebirth. At this moment, Gu Qianhan was eager to ascertain whether Shen Wantang had also been reborn. Chapter 87 Shen Wantang truly exemplifies mastery. A gust of wind swept in, lifting the veil from Shen Wantang's face, which then gracefully fell away. In that moment, her visage was unveiled for all to behold. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, quickly followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations.
Goodness, the heir's consort is truly stunning. Who was it that claimed the heir's consort was unattractive?
Step forward, and I assure you, I shall not lay a finger on you.
Is it possible, the heiress consort is this beautiful, yet the heir has not consummated their union?
Surely, he must harbor some affliction. I can't help but notice a resemblance between the heir's consort and Chu Yanluo. Given that the heir favors Chu Yanluo, it stands to reason he would also appreciate the heir's consort. Whether the heir loves or does not love, I have certainly fallen for the heir's consort.
Oh my, even young Master Gu appears transfixed. Could it be he has developed feelings for the heir's consort? The individual mentioned, Gu Qianhan, had already tuned out the surrounding clamor. He stood in a daze, gazing at Shen Wantang, now free of her veil, and for a fleeting moment, he found it difficult to discern whether this was a past life or the present. In his previous life, she often donned male attire while frequenting the Dali temple, revealing herself to the public only occasionally as Madame Liao, yet, each appearance left countless in awe. She seemed to indulge herself, always adorned in the most fashionable garments and jewelry, just as she was now. Xiao Qingyuan also observed Shen Wantang, his throat feeling as if it were filled with lead, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Shen Wantang, how is it that you are here?
Shen Wantang offered him a faint smile. A few days ago, the shopkeeper invited me to sample some delicacies today, and I never anticipated encountering the heir here. Xiao Qingyuan, taken aback by her composed demeanor, recalled his earlier words about divorce, a flush of embarrassment creeping over his face. He had spoken without thought, his mouth racing ahead of his mind. In truth, he had already accepted Shen Wantang as the heir's consort and had never intended to sever their bond. Fortunately, Shen Wantang seemed unperturbed. She afforded him the dignity he deserved, neither weeping nor demanding an explanation for his earlier comments. Instead, she simply inquired, "It is getting late, I must return to the Wangfu.
Will you accompany me, heir?"
Xiao Qingyuan, captivated by her magnanimous demeanor, instinctively nodded. "I shall return with you." Shen Wantang smiled gently, "Then let us depart." With that, she and her maidservant made their way outside. Throughout, she offered no glance towards Chu Yanluo, as if the latter was merely an inconsequential bystander, unworthy of her attention. Chu Yanluo, witnessing Xiao Qingyuan follow Shen Wantang, felt her countenance darken.
Those gathered in the tavern snickered mockingly. "Oh dear, why does Miss Chu remain here? Will you not accompany the heir and his consort back to the Wangfu? Are you planning to stay at this Qingyun Tower? What nonsense!
Miss Chu is neither a wife nor a concubine. Does she think she can return to the Wangfu at will? She likely pales in comparison to the heir's consort maid, who has a rightful claim to return home. I thought the heir had truly lost his senses, forsaking such a remarkable consort, but it seems he has been swayed by too many whispers from Chu Yanluo, neglecting his consort.
The heir's consort is indeed a gracious woman."
Even when the heir publicly declared his intent to divorce, she remained calm and dignified. I have never witnessed a woman of such poise. No wonder the Princess Ning selected her as the heir's consort and entrusted her with household matters.
She is deserving.
Indeed, such a woman is most suitable to be taken home as a wife. Having her as the matriarch would be a blessing for the entire family, unlike some individuals, whose intentions are far from pure, who one moment find themselves entangled with one man, and the next with another, shamelessly instigating a divorce.
Those of that latter sort, while entertaining, should never be brought home.
They bring nothing but trouble. As Chu Yanluo listened to the scathing remarks, her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. Shen Wantang was truly adept. She feigned such grandeur, effortlessly charming Xiao Qingyuan away with a few words, all the while presenting herself before the crowd, establishing an image of a dignified and gracious consort, completely overshadowing Chu Yanluo and even sullying her reputation. Shen Wantang was far too cunning. This could not be allowed to stand. It had always been others who suffered. It was high time for her to reclaim her due. In her previous life, she had compelled Shen Mingxian to weep and plead for mercy. In this life, she would ensure Shen Wantang's disgrace, reducing her to a mere pariah. With that thought, she hurriedly bid farewell to Gu Qianhan and departed Qingyun Tower, making her way to the Wangfu of Prince Ning.
As the onlookers gradually dispersed, a kind-hearted individual approached Gu Qianhan, cautioning him, "Young master, be wary, Chu Yanluo is no ordinary adversary. It is said she possesses a talent for manipulation, ensnaring others with mere words.
Not a soul in her family speaks favorably of her, and even the nuns at Jisun Temple hold her in low regard."
Gu Qianhan nodded. "Thank you, I appreciate your concern."
In his past life, his arrogance would have led him to dismiss such advice. However, having endured the harrowing experience of familial ruin, he had matured significantly, shedding the naivety of his former self. He no longer looked down upon the ordinary. Every individual possesses their own abilities and virtues. For instance, this person before him was kind-hearted, taking the time to warn him about Chu Yanluo, despite having no personal stake in the matter. Ji Qianhan exited Qingyun Tower and entered a carriage, accompanied by his two attendants. One drove while the other took a seat beside him. The attendant, Ji Shang, wore a troubled expression. "Young master, what is the meaning of this? Why did you suddenly gift 1,000 taels of gold to Chu Yanluo? Have you forgotten how she accused you of assaulting her? You nearly knelt before the emperor in despair due to her machinations. Have you truly forgotten?" Gu Qianhan replied nonchalantly, "My memory is not so poor as to forget."
"Then what is your reasoning? Do you truly harbor feelings for Chu Yanluo? My discernment is not so lacking."
Ji Xiang was perplexed. Then why bestow kindness upon her in return for her malice? Should word of this reach the estate or the palace, both the madam and the empress will surely berate you mercilessly.
Let them scold.
I find joy in hearing their reproaches. It is far better than being a wrong spirit. Chapter 88 Preparing to keep a concubine tomorrow, you shall comprehend the intent behind my gift of 1,000 taels of gold to Chu Yen Luo. Sometimes, bestowing money does not equate to aiding someone, rather, it can lead to their detriment. As for my declaration of intending to take Chu Yen Luo as my legitimate wife, Gu Qianhan fell silent for a moment, retrieving a piece of delicate silk from his sleeve. He gazed at the fabric and murmured, I owe her a favor, hence I am prepared to assist her. At first glance, this statement seemed to imply that he owed a debt of gratitude to Chu Yen Luo, yet Ji Xiang, more aware than anyone else, understood that the young master did not owe her anything. He accompanied his master daily and had no interaction with Chu Yen Luo. Apart from the previous visit to the Ning Wang's estate for a drink, he had never even laid eyes on her. Perplexed, Ji Xiang asked, Second young master, to whom do you owe a favor, whom do you intend to assist? Her curiosity about her grew. Who was this her? As she lowered her gaze, she noticed her master clutching the piece of silk, her eyes widening in astonishment. Was this not the veil that Shen Wantang had worn just moments ago? She recalled it being blown away by the wind. When had the young master picked it up? To take the veil of the heir's wife, was that not inappropriate? Though a sense of unease stirred within her, she dared not voice her concerns. The last time her master inexplicably ventured into the heir's wife's courtyard, she had sensed something amiss, and today, her suspicions had intensified. Her master never took a woman's personal belongings. However, considering that he had taken Chu Yen Luo from Xiao Qingyuan, who stood to gain the most from this, undoubtedly, it would be the heir's wife. Xiao Qingyuan had yet to consummate his marriage with her, all for the sake of Chu Yen Luo. Should the second young master successfully take Chu Yen Luo away, Xiao Qingyuan, in his despair, might return to lead a fulfilling life with his wife. Furthermore, it appeared that the heir did not harbor a complete aversion to his wife, contrary to public rumor. Rather, he seemed to heed her words. When she expressed a desire to return home, he promptly complied, abandoning Chu Yen Luo without a second thought. Yet the pressing question remained, why did the second young master wish to assist the heir's wife? He owed her no debt of gratitude. Counting today, he had only encountered her twice. Ji Xiang pondered endlessly, unable to decipher her master's intentions, ultimately deciding to abandon the matter as she had other concerns weighing heavily on her mind. Young master, you must not emulate Xiao Qingyuan. You cannot truly bring Chu Yen Luo to our residence, otherwise, I shall be skinned alive by the madam. The madam has stated that you are already 20 and ought to marry a reputable young lady and settle down. I must keep a close watch on you to ensure you do not engage in reckless behavior. If you were to bring Chu Yen Luo home, how could I explain myself? Think carefully, young master. Gu Qianhan nodded. It is indeed unwise to bring her home, for it would infuriate my mother to the point of illness, which would be most unfilial. I have heard that when Xiao Qingyuan brought Chu Yen Luo home, it caused the Ning Wang to faint from anger. Such behavior is truly inexcusable. Ji Xiang felt a wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Yes. You are right, young master, the madam's health has never been robust, she cannot endure excessive stress, your filial piety will surely bring her great joy. He thought as much. His master was far more reliable than Xiao Qingyuan. He would never allow Chu Yen Luo to cause his mother to faint from anger. Just as he was reflecting, he saw his master produce several silver notes and hand them to him. What is the meaning of this, young master? Take these silver notes to procure a residence, one that is lavish and imposing. Ah. Why the sudden need for a residence? What else could it be for? To bring Chu Yen Luo over, I intend to adopt the decadent lifestyle of the capital and keep a concubine. Ji Xiang's world darkened. What? This was disastrous. It seemed he was destined to face a severe reprimand from the madam. Think carefully, young master, if you keep a concubine, your reputation will be ruined. What reputable families would allow their daughters to wed you then? Yet Gu Qianhan spoke with unwavering conviction. Go and make arrangements swiftly. Chu Yen Luo must be brought over. Ning Wangfu as Xiao Qingyuan stood before the Ning Wangfei, enduring a reprimand. How could you utter the words of divorce again, and this time in front of so many onlookers? How could you be so foolish? The Ning Wangfei's heart ached with anger, causing her head to throb. Do you realize how difficult this makes things for Tanger? Go and inquire, which wife endures such humiliation from her husband? Regardless of how others treat their wives at home, they afford them some dignity in public, for honoring one's wife is tantamount to honoring oneself. A man who constantly speaks of divorce cannot be a good man. You promised me yesterday that you would treat Tanger with respect and give her dignity. Why, after a single outing with that Chu Yen Luo, have you reverted to your old ways? Is there nothing of value in your mind aside from Chu Yen Luo? Xiao Qingyuan felt his cheeks burning with shame. Mother, I was merely caught up in the moment, speaking out of impulsiveness. Gu Qianhan today seemed determined to snatch Yen Luo away from me, and in my anger, I lost sight of my priorities. In all honesty, he harbored no intention of divorcing Shen Wantang. She had proven herself to be an impeccable heir's wife. Who could he possibly find to replace her? Chu Yen Luo. Xiao Qingyuan understood well that she was not suitable to take on the role of a matriarch. Nonetheless, his explanation did little to quell the fury of the Ning Wangfei. She slammed a teacup to the ground, exclaiming in rage, an impulsive remark, a failure to weigh consequences, a conflict of egos? These are mere excuses. Let Gu Qianhan take Chu Yen Luo if he wishes. For the sake of such triviality, you would casually speak of divorce, casting Tanger aside. What of her dignity? What of mine as your mother? I have stated before, I recognize only Tanger as my heir's wife. No one else holds that place. If you wish to marry Chu Yen Luo, you may do so only over my dead body. Divorce was a non-negotiable line for the Ning Wang. Her son had repeatedly challenged that boundary for the sake of Chu Yanluo, and the pent-up fury within her erupted. Tell Chu Yanluo to leave. You wish to divorce, then I shall prohibit her from stepping foot into the Wangfu, let her return to Jisun Temple to live as a nun, and you may follow her to Fanjin Temple to become a monk.
The Ning Wangfei's face turned ashen with rage.
I can easily adopt a son from a distant relative to inherit the Wangfu.
Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback by her mention of adopting a son. Mother! Do not call me mother. It seems that Chu Yanluo is your true mother, you obey her every whim, with no regard for me or the Wangfu.
As the Ning Wangfei spoke of her heartbreak, she could not contain her tears. She was genuinely distressed. The son she had nurtured with care had turned out to be utterly unfilial. After painstakingly selecting an exemplary heir's wife for him, he seemed intent on divorcing her at every opportunity, with no consideration for her feelings as his mother. Chapter 89. The men must be trained. At this moment, Shen Wantang could no longer remain an invisible presence. Initially, she had hoped to witness her mother-in-law reprimanding Xiao Qingyuan, but only as long as her mother-in-law did not genuinely fall ill from anger. After all, she was the most formidable pillar of support in her life, and Shen Wantang sincerely wished for her to enjoy health and longevity. Her mother-in-law was a strong-willed woman. She seldom shed tears. The fact that she cried in front of Shen Wantang was a clear indication that she had been deeply provoked. Shen Wantang hurried to her side, gently patting her back to soothe her. Mother, why have you suddenly become so agitated? The heir has acknowledged his mistake. Please do not be too harsh on him. Today, I was present when he spoke of divorce. It was not his true intention but rather a result of manipulation by others. Furthermore, the heir returned to the residence with me today. He did not bring Miss Chu back.
The weeping of the Princess of Ning abruptly ceased. Is that truly the case?
Shen Wantang, with a handkerchief in hand, wiped away the tears from her face, smiling as she said, Indeed, it is true. The heir is quite discerning. He pointed out quite fairly today at the celebration pavilion that the pastries sold by Miss Chu were excessively priced. Tell me, doesn't that show that the heir has become more composed and level-headed than before? When her mother-in-law quarreled with her son, the daughter-in-law's role was not to join in the censure but to speak kindly on behalf of her husband. Although it might feel cathartic in the moment to berate him alongside her mother-in-law, it could ultimately lead to resentment between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as the latter might later feel sympathy for her son and deem the daughter-in-law's remarks excessive. A daughter-in-law should seek to mediate and alleviate her mother-in-law's anger. After all, enmity between mother and son rarely lasts beyond a single night. Even if she did not speak in defense of her husband, her mother-in-law would naturally still advocate for him. A mother could never truly harbor resentment against her own son. The bond of blood is profound, and maternal love has been celebrated throughout the ages precisely because it is pure and grand. In any case, berating Xiao Qingyuan served little purpose. He was unlikely to change, so it was far more pragmatic to seek her mother-in-law's favor instead. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Wantang praise her son, the Princess of Ning immediately forgave him to a considerable extent, her tone softening. Look at how magnanimous Wantang is. She endured such grievances outside yet still speaks on your behalf. To marry such a daughter-in-law is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. If you do not cherish her, I shall not spare you. Xiao Qingyuan, having witnessed his mother weep, felt a surge of panic, utterly at a loss for what to do. Anything he said would only exacerbate the situation, and his mother was completely unwilling to listen. Just when he was at his wit's end, Shen Wantang stepped forward and, with a few well-chosen words, managed to placate his notoriously difficult mother. A miracle, how could she be so formidable? Xiao Qingyuan found himself genuinely impressed. He looked at Shen Wantang and, finally, in front of the Princess of Ning, offered her an apology. What I said at the celebration pavilion was indeed inappropriate, causing you embarrassment and inviting gossip. I am truly sorry, you have suffered unjustly. He apologized, and Shen Wantang did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, she graciously provided him an exit. The heir returned home with me today without hesitation, which should silence many critics, so today is not entirely a misfortune. There is no need for you to dwell on it. My mother cares for me, and you respect me. I am already quite content. Her tone was sincere, yet her remark about the heir's respect made Xiao Qingyuan feel somewhat uneasy. He realized that Shen Wantang was genuinely easy to please. He thought to himself that he had merely accompanied her home, yet she praised him time and again. It seemed that women were quite concerned about their reputation in public, and Shen Wantang was no exception. Henceforth, he resolved to grant her more consideration in public. Thus, a tumultuous uproar was effortlessly resolved by Shen Wantang, endearing her further to the Princess of Ning, and Xiao Qingyuan had offered his apology, restoring harmony within the family. After leaving the Princess of Ning Shaoguan courtyard, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately escorted Shen Wantang back to Wutong courtyard. The people in Wutong courtyard were astonished and delighted to see the heir accompanying the heir's wife back. Once Xiao Qingyuan departed, Qinxin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Heir's wife, it is evident that the heir came to escort you back, proving that he truly cares for you.
However, Shen Wantang remained nonchalant as she picked up a book, reading while responding. That may not necessarily be the case.
Perhaps he merely felt compelled to accompany me home after saying something inappropriate today. This was a classic case of offering one slap followed by a sweet date. Shen Wantang had mastered this tactic so well that there was no way she could be easily deceived by Xiao Qingyuan. Regardless of the reason, the fact remained that he had indeed mentioned divorce today. This was precisely why she was able to withstand such a humiliating ordeal and adeptly deflect the doubts and ridicule of others. Had she lacked this capability, Xiao Qingyuan's casual remark about divorce could have doomed her life. The world is unjust to women. Men can take multiple wives, easily remarry, and dismiss their wives without consequence, while women cannot.
The prospect of divorce and remarriage is fraught with difficulty, which is why many women endure their husband's shortcomings, turning a blind eye as long as the transgressions are not too egregious.
Shen Wantang had never contemplated divorce, nor could she allow herself to be placed in a passive position of being cast aside. Even though she could earn a living and be self-sufficient, without the protection of the royal household, she would become a vulnerable target, with countless lurking to take a bite out of her. Thus, she clung tightly to her mother-in-law's support. She needed a respectable man to shield her from certain covetous eyes and to deflect the whispers of society, even if this man were merely a fade. He was indispensable. Would divorce and a new partner improve her situation? Unlikely. Most men are quite similar. The difference lies in some possessing a modicum of conscience, knowing to respect their wives and contribute their earnings to the household, while others lack such scruples, favoring concubines over their wives and only spending without earning. On the whole, Xiao Qingyuan was not among the worst. Under her subtle yet intentional guidance, he had gradually come to recognize who truly held authority in the household and who was responsible for managing the finances. Men, after all, must be trained. If you do not educate them, there will always be some confusion about who holds the upper hand. Though Xiao Qingyuan appeared to be a rebellious and impetuous young lord, upon closer acquaintance, one would find him soft-hearted and easily swayed by a few persuasive words. This trait is not entirely beneficial, but neither is it entirely detrimental. After all, if he is soft-hearted toward others, he will likely be soft-hearted toward her as well. As long as she handles things appropriately, there is no worry that he will not listen to her. Seeing that Shen Wantang seemed somewhat downcast, even the heir's escort home had failed to elicit a smile from her. Qinqing cautiously inquired, "Heir's wife, are you upset with the heir?"
Shen Wantang shook her head indifferently and no.
Before marrying, she had anticipated such a scenario, especially since in her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had nearly daily proclaimed his desire to divorce Shen Mingxian. Were it not for the princess's protection, Shen Mingxian would have long been unable to remain in the royal residence. She had never held any expectations of Xiao Qingyuan, and therefore, she felt no disappointment.
Then, shall we invite the heir to join us for dinner tonight?
The kitchen will not prepare meals for him otherwise. If you invite him, he will surely be pleased, and perhaps they would consummate their marriage. Chapter 90. Have they quarreled? How wonderful! Though Qin Xian's words remained unuttered, Shen Wantang grasped her meaning. The matter of consummation indeed needed to be addressed, otherwise, the outside world would incessantly gossip, and her mother-in-law would undoubtedly express her discontent. After all, her mother-in-law eagerly anticipated her union with Xiao Qingyuan, ideally hoping for a swift conception. However, Shen Wantang harbored no desire to pursue this matter, for she was acutely aware that, although Xiao Qingyuan had acknowledged her as his fiancée, he bore no intention of consummating their marriage. She needed to find an opportunity to cleverly navigate this situation, silencing all naysayers, allowing her to peacefully fulfill her role as the mistress of the household. With an air of indifference, she remarked, "There is no need to summon the young master.
He will not come. He must be preoccupied with other matters today."
Qin Xian, filled with curiosity, refrained from further inquiries and quietly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, she hurried back, exclaiming, "Young mistress, that Chu Yanluo has brazenly returned to our residence." How shameless of her! The young master did not bring her back, she returned on her own. Shen Wantang was not surprised. It would have been more peculiar had Chu Yanluo chosen not to return. After all, where else could she find someone as foolish as Xiao Qingyuan?
"Young mistress, when you mentioned that the young master would be busy with other matters this evening, were you referring to Chu Yanluo?" Shen Wantang nodded. "Indeed, it is her." Qin Xian gazed at her with admiration. "You truly possess remarkable foresight."
The young master is currently embroiled in a fierce argument with Chu Yanluo, seemingly over her acceptance of 1,000 taels of gold from young master Gu. The young master believes she should not casually accept gifts from other men, but Chu Yanluo insists that she earned it through her own merit, claiming the young master is undermining her dignity today.
A hint of a smile finally graced Shen Wantang's face. "They are quarreling?" "Indeed, it is quite intense." "Ah, splendid. How delightful."
Shen Wantang's spirits lifted. She sincerely hoped that the two star-crossed lovers would torment each other, staying away from her and refraining from causing trouble for others. After all, just days prior, they had inflicted misfortune upon Gu Qianhan, resulting in her and her mother-in-law being summoned to the palace for reprimand. Gu Qianhan was indeed a remarkable individual. Despite suffering greatly at the hands of Chu Yanluo, he unexpectedly lavished her with extravagance today. Nonetheless, his generous gift of 1,000 taels of gold was astutely given, for it elevated Chu Yanluo to an entirely new status. Once she accepted that money, the repercussions she would face could far exceed the mere sum of 1,000 taels. It remained uncertain whether Gu Qianhan acted with intent, for his demeanor hardly suggested he was deeply in love with Chu Yanluo. Seeing her mistress revel in the quarrel between the young master and Chu Yanluo, Qin Xian promptly reported and then hastily exited. She sought out Emoji, inquiring about news while eavesdropping on the heated exchange within the Star Harmony courtyard.
"Emoji, surely the young master has now recognized Chu Yanluo's true nature?" "Not necessarily." "What do you mean, not necessarily?" "You fail to understand.
The young master's tolerance and affection for Miss Chu surpass all expectations. She possesses an uncanny ability to convince him, having a firm grasp on his sentiments."
Qin Xian nearly rolled her eyes. The young master truly.
When will he awaken to reality? The Chu Yanluo feigns such high-mindedness, professing her disdain for material wealth, yet when young master Gu presented her with 1,000 taels of gold, she eagerly accepted it, lavishing him with attention and spending time alone with him in private rooms.
How shameless! Who was it that once vehemently denounced young master Gu as a scoundrel, bullying her as a delicate woman?
Mog shook his head, choosing silence as he attentively listened to the commotion within, curious to see what excuse Chu Yanluo would concoct to deceive the young master this time. Within the Star Harmony courtyard, Xiao Yuan was no longer as indulgent towards Chu Yanluo as his attendant had imagined. Comparisons evoked discomfort. When left alone with Chu Yanluo, he believed no woman could surpass her beauty. Yet now, with the presence of his fiancée, who exuded grace both publicly and privately, resolving one dilemma after another for him, Chu Yanluo paled in comparison. Xiao Yuan's expression turned icy. Return that 1,000 taels of gold to Gu Qianhan. My woman should not rely on other men for financial support. Furthermore, the snacks you invented must not be sold at such exorbitant prices. Reduce them to 3 taels of silver each, or others might think I, Xiao Yuan, cannot afford to support a woman and must rely on her to swindle customers. Chu Yanluo, however, retorted with an air of arrogance, I do not require a man's support. I earned young Master Gu's generosity through my own merit. He purchased my snacks, not me. Why should I return the gold? Doing so would imply my snacks lack value. I refuse to undermine my own worth, and the young master need not insist.
As for the pricing of my snacks, there is no need for your concern.
I have clearly marked them. I am not cheating anyone. If one cannot afford them, they need not purchase them. The snacks are the result of my painstaking efforts and innovation. They are unique and thus command a higher price. Those who cannot even spare over 100 taels of silver are simply unworthy of my culinary creations. I sell only to discerning individuals like young Master Gu. Ironically, at that moment, Xiao Yuan himself was among those unable to produce even 100 taels of silver. His pride was deeply wounded. Chu Yanluo. Your snacks are not worth that much silver. The palace chefs can prepare them. They are hardly an invention. They are not extraordinary. Only the ignorant would consider them special.
The palace chefs can prepare them?
What nonsense! How could they possibly replicate what I conceived in a dream? It took immense effort to invent these. Chu Yanluo could not fathom that the palace chefs might be capable of creating snacks that would become popular in the capital years later, for in her lifetime, she had never encountered such exquisite delicacies within the palace.
She felt that Xiao Yuan was deliberately belittling her, and her displeasure grew.
Xiao Yuan, you profess to love me, yet you cannot even acknowledge my culinary inventions. You publicly criticized my pricing at Qingyun Tower, leaving me utterly humiliated.
You have gone too far. Do you not feel you owe me an apology?
What have I done to wrong you today? Your snacks are simply overpriced. Am I not allowed to voice my opinion?
Xiao Yuan believed he had done nothing to offend Chu Yanluo.
Indeed, he felt genuine remorse towards Shen Wantang, yet she had not demanded an apology. Why should Chu Yanluo? Chu Yanluo's voice grew sharp. You are indeed in the wrong. Gu Qianhan has lavished me with gold, and what have you done?
You refuse to do anything for me.
Chapter 91. The more eagerly one eats, the more delicious it is. At this moment, Xiao Yuan could hardly bear to hear the name Gu Qianhan.
His fury erupted at Gu Qianhan, all you think about is Gu Qianhan. Today he squandered a fortune for you, and you are swayed, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be infatuated with Gu Qianhan? Chu Yanluo, do you dare claim that you haven't been moved? Weren't you the one who despised material wealth? Aren't you the epitome of virtue? Why, then, for the sake of 1,000 taels of gold, would you dine with Gu Qianhan? Xiao Yuan unleashed all the pent-up rage he had accumulated at Qingyun Tower. You yourself confessed that he drugged and violated you, yet now you act as if nothing happened. Gu Qianhan never violated you, did he? You deceived me. The one who spent that night with you was not Gu Qianhan, but Yuan Zhang. He seized Chu Yanluo by the collar, tightening his grip until it constricted her throat. Why did you lie to me? Why protect Yuan Zhang? Why frame Gu Qianhan? Why?
Chu Yanluo, choked and unable to speak, maintained a proud and disdainful expression, as if she deemed it beneath her to argue with Xiao Yuan. Seeing her face turn a shade of blue, he finally released her. His eyes reddened as he asked, Whom do you truly favor, Yuan Zhang, or Gu Qianhan? Have you ever held any affection for me? Chu Yanluo slowly sank to the ground, panting heavily, tears streaming from her eyes like pearls spilling from a broken string. Is it possible that you doubt me to such an extent, young master? After all this time we've known each other, do you truly believe I am the kind of woman who flits from one man to another? Aside from you, young master, there is no one else in my heart. Do you not understand my feelings? I regard you as my confidant. What do you see me as, a mere plaything to be scolded at will? Xiao Yuan, witnessing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sorrow. I have never considered you a mere plaything.
Then what were you doing just now? Were you not trying to choke the life out of me?
I did not intend to harm you. You lied to me first. Should I not be furious? Very well, I will tell you today why I deceived you.
Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Are you truly willing to disclose the reason?
At this juncture, if I do not reveal the truth, you will forever harbor a thorn in your heart, and I wish to avoid any rift between us. You have become the closest person to me in this world. I cannot afford to lose you. With a woeful expression, Chu Yanluo continued, her demeanor shifting to one of fear. I cannot dare to speak of the humiliation I suffered at the hands of Master Yuan, for he possesses leverage over me. Should I expose him, he would ruin my reputation, and I cannot take that risk. Thus, I was compelled to falsely accuse young Master Gu.
Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. You mean to say that you accused Gu Qianhan at Yuan Zhang's behest? Chu Yanluo nodded. Indeed, it was Yuan Zhang who instructed me to do so.
He has harbored resentment towards Gu Qianhan for quite some time, believing that Gu has overshadowed him, and thus he seeks to tarnish Gu's reputation.
Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. It was true that Yuan Zhang and Gu Qianhan had always been at odds, and previously, he had acted as a mediator. Recently, however, he had been preoccupied, and it was only natural for their conflict to escalate. Yet, Yuan Zhang resorting to tormenting Chu Yanluo was utterly despicable. Seeing the realization dawn on him, Chu Yanluo sensed she had wagered correctly.
Her half-truths flowed more easily. A young master, I too am a victim of circumstance, otherwise, I would never wish to ruin Gu Qianhan's reputation. However, I know he will not hold it against me for this trivial matter. Today, he supported me, proving my judgment was not in error, but Yuan Zhang is different, he is ruthless, and if I do not comply with his demands, he will not hesitate to eliminate me.
Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of discomfort as she began to praise Gu Qianhan again. He scoffed, expressing his discontent. You seem to know Gu Qianhan better than I do. Zhu Yanluo was no fool. She understood that praising Gu Qianhan would irk Xiao Qingyuan, but she did so deliberately. By doing this, she aimed to instill in him a sense of urgency, as though she were coveted by another, just as during their time at Qingyun Tower, when Gu Qianhan had pressured him to declare his intentions, Xiao Qingyuan, unwilling to relinquish her, had blurted out his desire to divorce Shen Wantang. She needed to incite competition between Xiao Qingyuan and Gu Qianhan. The more eagerly one eats, the more delicious it is, and when women vie for attention, they become cherished. Previously, she had revolved solely around Xiao Qingyuan, leading him to presume she belonged to him entirely, causing him to take her for granted. He had even treated her better before she moved into the Wangfu. This could not stand. Suppressing his discomfort, Xiao Qingyuan replied coldly, whether Gu Qianhan holds your accusations against you, I do not know. However, Yuan Zhang lacks the audacity to harm you. You are, after all, a part of my Ning Wangfu. Zhu Yanluo began to weep anew. You believe that I belong to Ning Wangfu, yet aside from you, who in this household or among the gossiping outsiders considers me one of your own? I reside here without any formal acknowledgement, and others regard me as a mere laughingstock. Why does Yuan Zhang dare to bully me in your presence? It is simply because he perceives that you do not care for me. Why does he not dare to bully Shen Wantang? Is it not because she possesses the title of Ning Wangfu's young mistress? He would not dare entertain such thoughts. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened. To speak of Yuan Zhang if you must, but do not involve Shen Wantang. Refrain from such remarks in the future, they tarnish her reputation unjustly. Zhu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback, nearly spitting out blood in disbelief. How could Xiao Qingyuan be so protective of Shen Wantang? Just a few days prior, he had harbored disdain for her, yet now he was defending her. Was she not merely an unappreciated and foolish daughter of the Shen family? What power did she possess? In her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had never defended Shen Mingxian. Zhu Yanluo's sense of crisis had never been so acute. She quickly reassessed Shen Wantang's capabilities and finally realized she had underestimated her. Even if she had been reborn, even if she inherently held Xiao Qingyuan's heart, in the presence of Shen Wantang, she had no chance whatsoever. Shen Wantang did not even need Xiao Qingyuan's affection to render her utterly powerless. In that moment, Zhu Yanluo was suddenly reminded of Shen Wantang from her past life. In that life, everyone believed Shen Wantang to be exceptionally fortunate. She was the envy of countless women in the capital, a woman whose brilliance even the princesses sought to avoid. She had a husband who adored and cherished her wholeheartedly, a husband who was young and accomplished, refined and handsome. This remarkable man never cast a glance at another woman, not even if she were a princess. He had even declined an imperial marriage proposal for Shen Wantang in the Grand Hall. Chapter 92. What leverage do you hold over him? In the capital, there exists a widely circulated folk song. When marrying, one should wed a Liao gentleman. May blessings, health, and affection endure long. This melody, however, was penned by countless unfortunate women who envied Shen Wantang excessively. According to rumors, Liao Yoha possesses wisdom and composure, bravery and insight. Even the most perplexing cases, once in his hands, are resolved within a week, revealing the truth. He is lauded as the most esteemed magistrate among the common folk of Dafeng, and after rejecting marriage proposals, he has been praised by the emperor as a trusted minister and a man of remarkable integrity. However, in her previous life, Zhu Yanluo had also crossed paths with Liao Yoha. At that time, he was at the zenith of his popularity. Even a princess had fallen in love with him, insisting she would marry no other. Utilizing her royal status, she pressured Liao Yoha to divorce his wife and take her instead. Naturally, Zhu Yanluo was curious about such a man, so she engineered a chance encounter, deliberately drawing near to him. It was true that he was not lecherous, and indeed handsome, but his reputed wisdom and courage were not as formidable as the tales suggested. In fact, Zhu Yanluo felt his thinking was not as agile as her own. That time, she was utterly perplexed, believing Liao Yoha was merely hiding his talents. It was only today that she suddenly realized that perhaps Liao Yoha was not concealing his shortcomings. Perhaps he was simply lacking in them. The one truly concealing their abilities was Shen Wantang. Zhu Yanluo felt a chill run down her spine. If all of Liao Yoha's accomplishments in her past life had been derived from Shen Wantang, how formidable must Shen Wantang's own capabilities be? No, that cannot be. How could Shen Wantang possibly be so powerful? Zhu Yanluo quickly dismissed this conjecture in her mind. She was truly terrified by Shen Wantang, to the point of allowing another's strength to overshadow her own. No, it was not Shen Wantang. She had heard that Liao Yoha had an aide who he consulted for matters. Yes, it must have been that aide who assisted Liao Yoha, and not Shen Wantang at all. Thoughts raced chaotically through Zhu Yanluo's mind, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She pinched herself fiercely, desperately striving to maintain her composure, the sharp pain causing her parched eyes to overflow with tears once more. Shen Wantang could be dealt with later. For now, she needed to stabilize Xiao Qingyuan, for he was her greatest support. As she wept, her voice tinged with jealousy, she said, the heir only cares for Shen Wantang's reputation. Do you not wonder what leverage I hold over Yuan Zhang? Does the heir still think of me? What leverage do you hold over him? Zhu Yanluo curled her body, trembling uncontrollably, her voice laced with profound fear. The child I was carrying before was Yuan Zhang's. What? Xiao Qingyuan staggered back in shock. That is impossible. On the day Yuan Zhang came to drink, he clearly stated it was his first time meeting you. How could you have been carrying his child?
Xu Yanluo hugged herself tightly, in immense pain as she replied, he deceived you. He had known me long before. He fell in love with me at first sight, but I had no feelings for him, so no matter how he courted me, I never responded. But I never expected him to audaciously scale the walls of the Chu residence under the cover of night, drug my maid, and then force himself upon me.
Xiao Qingyuan felt a mix of heartache and anger. It was him?
But you told me you did not know who had wronged you. You claimed you did not know who the father of the child was. I truly did not know at first. I did not lie to the heir about that. It was when you invited him for drinks and he once again bullied me that I recognized him. Tears streamed down Xu Yanluo's face as she continued. He said that if I dared to tell you it was he who had wronged me, he would smear my name, spreading rumors that I had seduced him, and he would make it known to everyone that the child I once carried was his, bringing you disgrace and ruining my reputation. Though my own ruin is frightening, I have long since seen through the affairs of the world. At worst, death would free me from this tainted existence. But I cannot be so selfish. I cannot allow you to be mocked by the entire capital because of me. Thus, I can only comply with Yuan Zhang. He forbade me from saying he had wronged me, so I remained silent. He urged me to frame young Master Gu, and I could do nothing but comply.
Do you think I lack resolve because of this?
I am sorry, my strength is limited, and this is all I can do for you.
After listening, Xiao Qingyuan felt a choking pain in his throat. How could you bear this alone?
You have endured such great injustice, why did you not tell me?
Xu Yanluo lowered her head.
I dared not speak, fearing you would become angry, or misunderstand me, and cease to care for me.
Xiao Qingyuan looked at the trembling Xu Yanluo, his heart softening.
He took off his outer robe and draped it over her, then lifted her in his arms, striding into the inner chamber and laying her upon the bed.
Yanluo, rest well.
I shall go settle accounts with that scoundrel Yuan Zhang. If I do not beat him to death today, I shall not bear the surname Xiao.
Xu Yanluo quickly grasped his arm. Heir, do not go. Why not? Do you not wish to seek vengeance?
I desire revenge, but I do not want to burden you with a death on your conscience. Rest assured, I do not intend to take his life. I will merely thrash him within an inch of his existence, leaving him with just enough breath to endure further punishment.
Xu Yanluo shook her head.
If you leave him even a breath, within 3 days, the capital will be rife with rumors of my promiscuity, claiming I seduced Yuan Zhang. The truth of my having borne his child will be exposed, and I will be ruined, dragging you down with me, subjected to ridicule from countless people.
Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of anger. Then what shall we do? Shall we simply let this matter go? Am I to stand idly by while that scoundrel bullies you?
What else can be done? What difference will it make if you beat him? The harm he has inflicted upon me will not vanish. They say that with death, debts are settled. He can only repay his dues by dying. Once she uttered those words, as if realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth.
Look at me rambling.
Heir, do not take this seriously. I am merely frightened by Yuan Zhang. He said he would come to find me again whenever you are absent, and continue to bully me.
I am simply too terrified and have become incoherent.
Seeing the terror etched on her face, a hint of wrath flickered across Xiao Qingyuan's handsome visage. Yuan Zhang, a shameless wretch, unworthy of living. Yanluo, do not worry, he shall never come near you again. With that, he turned and strode out. As Xu Yanluo watched his silhouette fade away, the fear upon her face vanished, and the corners of her lips subtly curled upwards. Yuan Zhang held many love letters she had written to him, and he knew many of her hidden secrets, presenting a significant risk. He should perish. Chapter 93, Xu Yanluo's fall from grace. Xiao Qingyuan's night of absence. Xu Yanluo felt a surge of joy in her heart, convinced that Xiao Qingyuan had gone to commit murder and bury a body. However, the following morning, instead of receiving news of Yuan Zhang's demise, she was met with the devastating news of her own disgrace. Facing countless denunciations, she overheard the maids and servants of the Wang residence gossiping about her. No matter where she wandered within the estate, she could see those lowly servants pointing and whispering behind her back. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she left the Wang residence and headed to Qingyun Tower, intending to reclaim her 1,000 taels of gold and, incidentally, to check on the sales of her pastries that day. Yet, before she could reach Qingyun Tower, she found herself surrounded. Come quickly and see, this is the shameless wretch, Xu Yanluo. Heavens, how can she still have the audacity to venture outside? If I were her, I would have found a boulder to end my life long ago. How could she face the world? She is utterly devoid of shame. Naturally, she continues to live. She is so adept at putting on airs. Just days ago, she vehemently accused young Master Gu of assaulting her, branding him a shameless scoundrel who preys upon weak women. Yet yesterday, when she witnessed young Master Gu's extravagant spending, she immediately changed her tune and even invited him to dine in her private chamber. Bah! Truly shameless. Before encountering her, young Master Gu had an impeccable reputation. How is it that after meeting her, he is suddenly a scoundrel? I dare say she seduced him. If she had truly been wronged by young Master Gu, I cannot believe she could so swiftly greet him with a smile. Previously, she portrayed herself as so innocent, so virtuous, even joining forces with young Master Xiao to condemn young Master Gu at Qingyun Tower. I genuinely believed young Master Gu was not a good man. I even berated him and regarded Xu Yanluo as a heroine defending the interests of women. It turns out she is nothing of the sort. We have all been deceived. Indeed, we have all been deceived. She is merely a woman blinded by greed. The pastries she sells at Qingyun Tower are priced at 20 to 30 taels each, while the same pastries at Zuexian Tower are merely 3 taels. What a heartless wretch, charging 10 times more than Zuexian Tower. Why doesn't she just rob people? Qingyun Tower is complicit with such a woman, I shall never dine there again. From now on, we will all go to Zuixian Tower. Have you heard, it seems Chu Yanluo has some entanglement with the eldest son of the Wenba family, Yuan Zhang. Given that Qingyun Tower is backed by the Yuan family, it is no wonder they conspire with Chu Yanluo to profit at the expense of their conscience. Is she actually attempting to ensnare 3 men at once? Isn't Yuan Zhang about to marry? How could Chu Yanluo still be seducing him? How utterly shameless, she has brought disgrace upon all women. The cacophony of insults rang in her ears, and Chu Yanluo could hardly fathom how the situation had devolved into such chaos. Desperately, she pushed through the crowd to seek refuge inside Qingyun Tower, but in her haste, she accidentally knocked someone over. This action stirred a hornet's nest. This wretched woman dares to assault someone in the street? By what right does entangling herself with 3 men grant her the liberty to look down upon us common folk? Utterly shameless, Chu Yanluo, get out of the capital, we do not want a woman of your ilk here. Chu Yanluo, do not presume to bully us. Even if young Master Gu spends lavishly on you, you shall never step into the Duke's residence, get lost, taking the 1,000 taels you deceived from us. Bah, why should she be allowed to keep that 1,000 taels? Chu Yanluo, if you still possess a shred of dignity, return that gold. Given her love for wealth, how could she possibly part with 1,000 taels? She has bewitched young Master Gu, and she will surely swindle him for even more in the future. She is the most unscrupulous and shameless woman I have ever encountered. As the crowd hurled rotten vegetables and foul eggs at her, those lacking such projectiles resorted to picking up stones to throw. Filled with fury and indignation, Chu Yanluo yearned to retaliate but feared tarnishing the image she had painstakingly constructed. Moreover, she knew that she alone could not contend with such a multitude. She hurriedly ducked into Qingyun Tower. The bustling establishment that usually thrived with patrons was eerily desolate today, with no diners in sight. Instead, troublemakers filled the space, some demanding refunds, while others raged against Chu Yanluo, threatening to boycott Qingyun Tower should they continue their association with her. As the dirted Chu Yanluo entered, the ruckus subsided, and the instigators surrounded her. Oh, is that not Miss Chu? Why aren't you dressed as the white-robed fairy today? Just look at you, covered in rotten vegetables and foul eggs. It's truly revolting. Chu Yanluo, you deceived us all with your subpar pastries yesterday, and you accepted 1,000 taels from young Master Gu. Do you not wish to don a new garment today? She concocts all these foul schemes to swindle silver because she lacks the funds for new clothes. I've visited Zuixian Tower, and their pastries taste just as good. They charge only 3 taels. How dare she sell hers for 30 taels? I wonder who gave her the audacity. Chu Yanluo, your prices exceed even those of the courtesans at Wanhua Tower. Young Master Gu pays you 1,000 taels for a single night. You are no virgin. What gives you the right to demand such exorbitant fees? Chu Yanluo was both terrified and infuriated. Her reputation had been utterly tarnished overnight. Was it merely 1,000 taels? Could the repercussions be so severe? The gold had been given by Gu Qianhan, not by these people. Why were they so indignant? Why were they cursing her? Gu Qianhan admired her, willing to spend lavishly, and she willingly accepted. What concern was it of these passers-by? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, do not speak nonsense and tarnish my reputation. The 1,000 taels from young Master Gu was for pastries. Our relationship is not as you imagine. We are entirely innocent. As she uttered the last word, she suddenly fell silent. Just days prior, she had publicly claimed that Gu Qianhan had assaulted her. Now to assert their innocence would invite disbelief. How foolish she had been to foolishly shift the blame onto Gu Qianhan. Had she known this would be the outcome, she should have directly implicated Yuan Zhang. Now, she had severed her own escape route. The young masters surrounding her erupted into laughter. Ah, did you hear that? She claims her relationship with young Master Gu is innocent? Oh, what a fine declaration of innocence. Did you not previously admit that he violated you? Young Master Shao even fought with young Master Gu on your behalf. Now you say you are innocent. Do you think we are as foolish as young Master Shao, allowing you to deceive us? Chapter 94 of the Return of 1,000 Taels of Gold. Chu Yanluo, if you were truly innocent with that Gu'er, how could he possibly gift you 1,000 taels of gold for no reason? Just for that measly pastry of yours, only someone as foolish as Xiao Qingyuan would believe such nonsense. By the way, is it true that Xiao Qingyuan cannot afford to support you? Does he not provide you with silver to spend on ordinary days? Hence, when Gu'er presented you with 1,000 taels of gold, you hastily invited him into your private chamber, eager to undress and serve him? That shouldn't be the case. Young Master Shao is not a miser. He can easily spend thousands of taels on a mere outing for drinks and is notoriously generous in rewarding others. To him, gold and silver are as inconsequential as dirt. Thus, is this woman simply shameless? Whoever gives her gold, she will sleep with. Indeed, otherwise, how could she so swiftly change her demeanor towards Gu'er, and Gu'er, that fool, to bed such a woman for a mere 1,000 taels of gold? This duke's residence is bound to become a spectacle. Chu Yanluo had never endured such humiliation. Anger surged within her, causing her heart to ache, and her vision to darken. How utterly despicable, how had matters spiraled into this. If she allowed these individuals to weave their narratives unchecked, her reputation in the capital would be irreparably tarnished, drowning in their spittle. After laboriously leveraging Gu Qianhan's reputation to cleanse her own, earning the admiration of countless men and the respect of numerous women, she was now reduced to a despised pariah overnight, merely for accepting 1,000 taels of gold from Gu Qianhan? Chu Yanluo astutely discerned the crux of the issue. Yes, it was the gold. All this calamity stemmed from that 1,000 taels. She hastily circumvented the gaggle of young masters and called for the steward to ascend. Her scent was overwhelming, causing the group of noble young men to recoil in disdain, and as such, none dared to impede her. Even the steward, upon entering the private chamber, kept a distance of 10 paces from her, clearly repulsed by her presence. Miss Chu, our establishment has suffered greatly because of you. Not only did we fail to earn any silver yesterday, but we also incurred a loss of over 1,000 taels, and today, we've lost our reputation as well. You. Before he could finish, Chu Yanluo interrupted. Where is my 1,000 taels of gold? Bring it forth. Upon hearing her demand for gold, the steward inwardly scorned her, deeming her merely a shallow and mercenary mistress from a humble background. If she had chosen to reject the 1,000 taels, she would not have found herself in this predicament, dragging the Qingyun Tower into her disgrace. What a stroke of bad luck. However, the steward was aware of Yuan Zhang's backing of Chu Yanluo and dared not offend her. He summoned a servant to retrieve the gold from the storeroom and brought it into the private chamber. Upon seeing the gleaming gold ingots, Chu Yanluo felt a slight lift in her spirits. What did it matter if she was scolded? The gold in her possession was the most tangible and valuable asset. She picked up a heavy ingot, caressing it, then inquired of the steward, this 1,000 taels of gold, there's no discrepancy, is there? Absolutely not. This is your gold, Miss Chu. No one in the tavern would dare touch it. Satisfied, Chu Yanluo nodded and reluctantly placed the ingot back into the chest. Return this gold to me. The steward was taken aback. Return it? Yes, return it to young Master Guer. What? You do not wish to keep this 1,000 taels? With a resolute and proud expression, Chu Yanluo replied, I do not. The steward, surprised by her decisiveness, felt his earlier disdain diminish significantly. However, he soon heard Chu Yanluo continue, find a trustworthy person to convey a message to young Master Guer, stating that I need him to hold on to this 1,000 taels of gold for me until the storm passes, and I shall retrieve it later. Upon hearing this, the steward nearly spat blood in disbelief. So, she wanted Gu Qianhan to safeguard her gold, yet she had just boasted about not wanting it? What was she so proud of? Truly infuriating. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a congenial demeanor. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I shall ensure your message is delivered. It is imperative to clarify. He is to assist with safeguarding it. Inform him that I am currently residing at the Ning Wang and have no place to store such a substantial sum of gold. Additionally, this must be a discreet conversation with young Master Guer. No one else should overhear. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, the steward nodded. Miss Chu, you need not worry. I comprehend. Was she intentionally crafting a false narrative to make others believe she was returning the gold? Thus, she could seize the opportunity to cleanse her name, claiming she had never accepted Gu Qianhan's gold while portraying herself as a lofty and disinterested spirit? How cunning of her. Seeing the steward grasp her intentions, Chu Yanluo finally relaxed. Oh, and ensure that the person delivering the gold creates a grand spectacle. It would be best to arrange for a few others to pose as passers-by, deliberately inquiring about the situation. This way, my act of returning the gold will be widely circulated. Very well, everything shall be done as you instruct, Miss Chu. The steward readily complied, recognizing that Chu Yanluo's improved reputation would benefit the tavern as well. Although he looked down upon her character and conduct, he was now tied to her fate and had no choice but to cater to her needs, even covering for her when necessary. Before long, the chest of gold was carried out of the tavern. 4 individuals, all clad in the uniform attire of Qingyun Tower's attendants, bore the chest. To amplify the spectacle, the steward had even hired guards from a security agency to escort the gold. Under the steward's meticulous orchestration, the news of Chu Yanluo's return of the gold swiftly spread throughout the capital. As if it had sprouted wings, the 1,000 taels of gold that Gu Qianhan had sent forth were returned intact to the Duke of Jingguo's residence. In the Duke's residence, Gu Qianhan sat leisurely in a grand armchair crafted from golden silk nanmu, sipping tea while casting a disinterested glance at the returning gold. One of the attendants who had delivered the gold approached and whispered a few words into Gu Qianhan's ear. After listening, he curled his lips into a faint smile of derision. Understood, you may leave now. With their mission accomplished, the attendants departed, accompanied by the tavern staff and the guards. The servant, Jishan, beamed with excitement. Young master, your foresight is truly remarkable. You predicted that Chu Yanluo would return the gold, and she actually did. Gu Qianhan merely nodded indifferently. Were you not already aware that she would be mercilessly scolded today when you sent the gold? That is an obvious conclusion. Jishan scratched his head, puzzled by what was so apparent. At least he hadn't foreseen the extent of Chu Yanluo's scorn yesterday. She would never have dared accept the 1,000 taels otherwise. Jishan recalled the tavern attendant's whispers before Gu Qianhan and couldn't resist asking, young master, what did the attendant say? Did Chu Yanluo really intend to part with the gold? Gu Qianhan chuckled coldly. If she truly intended to part with it, she would not have accepted it yesterday. She instructed the attendants of Qingyun Tower to inform me that the gold is to be temporarily kept here, asking me to safeguard it until she returns. What? Jishan was at a loss for words. She is indeed scheming and shameless. I thought she had genuinely relinquished the 1,000 taels. Young master, do you truly intend to keep it for her? You cannot play the role of a fool. Keep it, this gold was mine to begin with. There is no question of safekeeping now that it has been returned. It remains mine. Store it away, and return it to the treasury. Jishan was elated. Yes, young master. He had always known that his master possessed exceptional wisdom and would never fall prey to the same foolishness as Xiao Qingyuan. Chapter 95 of the importance of choosing the right partner. The drunken immortal pavilion was bustling with activity, a scene of lively merriment. The kitchen was in a whirlwind of chaos, the head chef and assistants stretched thin, and even the waitstaff were in short supply. Li Yao had summoned all the household servants for assistance. Her joy was palpable, her smile wide. Her own establishment had never experienced such prosperity. If this continued, it would not be long before the drunken immortal pavilion surpassed the celebration fortune pavilion, claiming the title of the foremost tavern in the capital. The chief steward beamed with delight. Young master truly possesses remarkable foresight to end this contest. It is the celebration fortune pavilion that has suffered defeat. Our drunken immortal pavilion's reputation has soared, with so many patrons that the entire building is unable to accommodate them. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Yao replied with a smile, "This is not my foresight. Your flattery misses the mark. It is thanks to a certain individual that we have achieved this. I must express my gratitude to her in due course."
The chief steward was unaware of whom she referred to.
Although he knew that the crown prince's consort had dined at their tavern, he was oblivious to the fact that the improvements to the menu and the introduction of new dishes and delicacies had been her idea. He had previously assumed these initiatives were Li Yao's. "Though I do not know whom young master speaks of, we must indeed thank her. You wouldn't believe it, but the pastries at Celebration Fortune Pavilion, priced at 30 taels of silver, are identical in taste to our own, sold for merely 3 taels. Their reputation has taken a hit, and many patrons have voiced their dissatisfaction." The chief steward was elated, relishing the misfortune of his rival Celebration Fortune Pavilion, in their folly, allied with that Chu Yen Luo to swindle customers. Today, their reputation has plummeted, and their business is in dire straits. Just yesterday, they incurred losses of several thousand taels, and today they shall continue to suffer. Li Yao's smile turned sour. "Serves them right. Celebration Fortune Pavilion, blind to the obvious, chose to collaborate with that Chu Yen Luo, whose reputation is so tarnished that their misfortune was inevitable. I just didn't expect their downfall to come so swiftly."
The chief steward sincerely remarked, "Indeed, they have chosen their partner poorly, resulting in their current predicament.
Unlike us at the drunken immortal pavilion, who have secured a trustworthy ally and achieved a resounding victory now, who in the capital does not praise our tavern for its quality and value?" The chief steward had hit the nail on the head, and Li Yao nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, selecting the right partner is crucial. Go on and attend to your duties. I need to foster my relationship with that partner to ensure she knows we haven't forgotten her amidst our newfound success." Though the chief steward was curious about this influential individual who had aided them in surpassing the Celebration Fortune Pavilion, he was wise enough to refrain from asking questions better left unspoken. Knowing when to inquire and when to remain silent is the key to survival. Once he departed, Li Yao instructed her subordinates, "Go, deliver some pastries to the crown prince's consort, ensure they are freshly baked. Also, send our signature drunken crabs. I noticed she has a fondness for them, so select the largest and finest for her."
"Yes, young master."
To maintain discretion, Li Yao also arranged for some pastries to be sent to several other loyal patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion. This way, even if someone were to investigate the tavern's secrets, it would not expose Shen Wantang. The waitstaff swiftly delivered the pastries and drunken crabs to the prince's residence. Shen Wantang was pleasantly surprised that the drunken immortal pavilion, despite its busyness, had thought to send her gifts. She instructed Qin Xayan to receive the items and generously rewarded the delivery boy. "Your young master is quite thoughtful. Please inform her that I shall dine at the drunken immortal pavilion again when it is less hectic."
The boy eagerly complied, bowing respectfully as he exited.
As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel elated as he weighed the pouch in his hand, which contained at least 10 taels of silver. It was well known that the newlywed princess of the Ning prince's residence was exceedingly generous and kind to her servants. Today's encounter reaffirmed that reputation. Having worked tirelessly at the tavern for a month, he would typically earn only 3 taels, which was considered a substantial wage. Other tavern waitstaff made do with only 1 or 2 taels. Yet, he had just received 10 taels for a single trip to the prince's residence. Truly, the master of the Ning prince's household was both gracious and stunningly beautiful, worthy of her title as the crown prince's consort. No wonder the Ning prince adored her so. Even Xiao Shizhi had begun to heed her words. Just yesterday, Xiao Shizhi had abandoned his infatuation with Chu Yen Luo to return to the residence alongside the consort. Many patrons dining at the drunken immortal pavilion today were abuzz with discussions about this development. They speculated that the capital's most notorious romantic, Xiao Qingyuan, having wed the consort, might finally be gaining some sense. It appeared he had lost interest in Chu Yen Luo and was determined to enjoy life with his new partner. Unbeknownst to Shen Wantang, the delivery boy's thoughts were far from her mind. She sampled a few pastries, then shared the remainder with her maidservants. She kept 2 of the drunken crabs for herself and sent the other 4 to the Ning princess's courtyard with Granny Chai. While Qin Xian skillfully shelled the crab meat, she animatedly relayed the latest gossip to Shen Wantang. Little did the crown prince's consort know that Chu Yen Luo's reputation has been utterly ruined today. She is nearly being vilified, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Loathed by all, many have taken to throwing rotten vegetables and foul eggs in her direction. It seems she could no longer bear the backlash and ordered the return of the 1,000 taels of gold to young Master Gu. Oh, what a scene it was! The escort from the escort agency followed her all the way, as if they feared others might not know of her refund. Consort, do you not think she should have acted sooner? She only returned the gold after facing a storm of criticism, which was far too late. Now, who does not know her true nature? The crown prince did not return home last night. He must have realized what kind of person Chu Yen Luo truly is, and thus shunned her, unwilling to return to his quarters. As Shen Wantang savored the crab meat she had shelled and enjoyed the fresh fruit puree sent from the drunken immortal pavilion, she found herself quite content with the flow of life. She did not believe that Xiao Qingyuan's absence was due to his disdain for Chu Yanluo. Although they had quarreled upon her return yesterday, he ultimately allowed her to stay at the prince's residence. Had he truly wished to rid himself of her, he would have expelled her long ago, which indicated that some feelings remained. He was likely caught up in other matters, which had delayed his return. Otherwise, with such a major incident involving Chu Yanluo today, it would have been impossible for him not to show up. As for why Chu Yanluo chose to return the gold only after the backlash. She mused softly, that Miss Chu clearly does not possess the lofty ideals she pretends to uphold. She too is fond of wealth. Upon seeing young Master Gu's generous gift of 1,000 taels, she could not resist her greedy heart, hence she accepted it. Though returning it now may be somewhat belated, it might still salvage some of her dignity. Chapter 96 The disappearance of Xiao Qingyuan. Qin Xayan sat upon a low stool, her gaze lifted to the poised figure of Shen Wantang seated gracefully in a chair. She marveled internally at the composure of the noble consort, who remained unfazed amidst the turmoil. When confronted by Chu Yanluo's provocations, she exhibited neither rage nor despair, nor did she sulk in solitude, shedding tears. Rather, she responded with a calm yet lethal retort. Even when Chu Yanluo faced disgrace and utter defeat, she did not revel in schadenfreude, maintaining her serene demeanor as always. Qin Xayan held a genuine admiration for the consort's formidable inner strength. Were it another person, upon learning that the most cherished woman of their husband had met such a fate, they might have burst into laughter out of sheer delight. Yet, the noble consort did not even muster a smile. She appeared far more elated when receiving gifts from the drunken immortal pavilion. She even selflessly bestowed the 4 largest crabs upon the princess consort, fully aware that the latter could not possibly consume them all. In this regard, the noble consort exhibited exemplary filial piety. Consequently, the princess consort grew increasingly fond of her, seemingly eager to lavish her entire fortune upon her. Regardless of any friction between the noble consort and the heir, the princess consort invariably scolded the heir first, believing that her daughter-in-law, being so virtuous, would never stir up trouble. Any mischief could only be attributed to her son. After finishing one crab, Qin Xayan commenced on another, her voice lowered as she inquired, "Noble consort, do you not wish to know where the heir has gone?" Shen Wantang turned her gaze toward her. "What of it? Do you know where the heir has ventured?" I overheard a conversation last night and have a glimmer of insight." Shen Wantang chuckled, acknowledging her prowess in gathering intelligence. If Qin Xayan were a man, she might have become a member of the Jinui, achieving notable success. "Pray, share your insights." The heir quarreled with Chu Yanluo for quite some time last night, demanding to know why she deceived him. She had humiliated his man, yet it was not Gu Er Gongzi, but rather Yuan de Gongzi. Why did she choose to shield Yuan de Gongzi? Qin Xin whispered. Then, Chu Yanluo claimed that Yuan de Gongzi had threatened her, revealing that the child she had once carried was indeed Yuan de Gongzi's. If she dared to expose his mistreatment of her, he would spread rumors of her seduction, leading to her disgrace. Shen Wantang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected revelation. In her previous life, Chu Yanluo had never disclosed the identity of the child she bore. To discover it was Yuan Zhang was indeed surprising. Noble consort, the heir was furious and intended to confront Yuan de Gongzi, but Chu Yanluo obstructed him. However, I believe the heir's anger will not easily dissipate. Even if he has grown weary of Chu Yanluo and no longer desires her, he will not simply swallow his pride, he might genuinely seek out Yuan de Gongzi. Shen Wantang nodded, commending Qin Xian's analysis. "You are quite astute. It is indeed most probable that the heir has gone to confront Yuan de Gongzi. Xiao Qingyuan must have sought out Yuan Zhang, and the encounter was likely fraught with difficulties. Otherwise, he would not have yet returned." After finishing the drunken crab, Shen Wantang cleaned her hands and pondered for a moment before heading to the courtyard of the princess consort. "Mother, the sun is setting, and the heir has yet to return. Should we not dispatch some men to search for him?" The princess consort retorted sharply. "Search for what? That scoundrel has already taken a wife and dares to spend the night away. It would be better if he perished outside." Shen Wantang recognized her words were spoken in anger. When it came to caring for Xiao Qingyuan, no one could rival the princess consort's fervor. "Mother, let us at least send someone to look for him. Regardless, we should locate the heir first." The princess consort did not seem overly concerned. Xiao Qingyuan had often gone several days without returning. He loved Chu Yanluo to the core, believing her claim of being forced to bear a child, and had devoted countless days and nights to guarding and protecting her, ensuring she was not subjected to any harm. However, it was indeed peculiar that despite Chu Yanluo being present in the royal residence last night, Xiao Qingyuan had not returned home. The princess consort nodded. "Tanger, you may arrange it as you see fit. It would be best to find that scoundrel, but if we cannot, it matters not. He carries no silver on him, he cannot indulge in idleness for long. Eventually, he will realize his lack of funds and return." With her mother-in-law's consent, Shen Wantang exchanged a few more words before swiftly departing Shaoguan courtyard to return to her own Wutong courtyard and arrange for people to search for Xiao Qingyuan. Although she and Xiao Qingyuan had not consummated their marriage, he was still her husband. It would be rather strange if she did not seek him out when he had vanished. Moreover, she genuinely hoped that no harm befell him. Soon, waves of guards and servants were dispatched to search for him. Upon learning of Shen Wantang's considerable mobilization, the princess consort could not help but exclaim, "The noble consort truly cares for Yuaner, sending so many to search for him. It makes me and the prince seem rather indifferent." Old Mammy interjected respectfully. "The princess consort and the prince naturally cherish the heir most. The noble consort's concern is indeed how a wife ought to behave. That Chu Yanluo has ensnared the heir so thoroughly, now that he is missing, she remains utterly unconcerned, reportedly still selling her pastries at Qingyun Tower."
Upon hearing Chu Yenluo's name, the princess consort's expression darkened. That fickle creature. One moment she flirts with Yuaner, the next with Gu Qianhan, and now rumors abound of her entanglement with Yuan de Gongzi. Yuaner has done so much for her, yet in return, he cannot even garner her slightest concern. Such a woman deserves to perish. Old Mammy paused momentarily before quietly asking, "Shall I arrange for her to be dealt with?" She poses a continuous threat. The princess consort's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed once more. She shook her head with difficulty. "No, we cannot harm her. If she were to die, Yuaner would never forgive me, and the bond between mother and son would be severed. It is not worth it for such a trifling matter. Rest assured, I shall handle it discreetly, and the heir will remain oblivious to our involvement." The princess consort smiled bitterly. "Mammy, there is no secret in this world that can be kept forever. Some actions, once taken, will inevitably leave traces. We may find ourselves compelled to weave more lies to cover this one. It is not that I lack decisiveness or ruthlessness, rather, I cannot bear to see Yuaner suffer. If Chu Yenluo were to vanish, who can predict what foolishness he might resort to? I cannot take that risk, Mammy. Let us wait a while longer. Ever since Yuaner married the noble consort, he has indeed changed. He has quarreled with Chu Yenluo several times and even resorted to violence. Perhaps we need not intervene at all. He may come to realize for himself what kind of person Chu Yenluo truly is, and in time, he will dismiss her himself." Old Mammy sighed, understanding the princess consort's maternal instincts and her reluctance to excise the cancer from her son's heart, fearing it would wound him further. "Mammy, please send someone to inquire about Chu Yenluo's activities at Qingyun Tower. I cannot believe she is genuinely selling pastries there. Did she not just entangle herself with Gu'er Gongzi yesterday? Let us see who she has ensnared today." "Yes, princess consort, I shall dispatch someone immediately." Qingyun Tower. Chu Yenluo was in her private room, calculating accounts. The manager claimed she had lost 2,000 taels the previous day, which she found utterly implausible. Her pastries, crafted with the popular styles and flavors from the future, could not possibly incur a loss. The manager must have thought her an easily deceived young woman, deliberately misleading her to deny her rightful share of the profits. As she pondered, the door to her room was abruptly flung open. Chu Yenluo looked up, her heart racing, and her complexion drained of color. "Yuan Zhang?" Chapter 97. I have killed Xiaoqing Yuan. Yuan Zhang leisurely closed the door, his gaze falling upon Chu Yenluo's pallid face, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his features. "What's the matter? Are you surprised to see me? Did you think I was supposed to be dead by now?" A chill of dread coursed through Chu Yenluo, though she strained to maintain a gentle facade. "What are you saying, young Master Yuan? How could I think you were dead? I was merely curious as to why you have come at this hour. Did you not mention before that you were preoccupied with wedding preparations?" Yuan Zhang advanced step by step, and just as he reached her, he lifted his foot and kicked her to the ground. Chu Yenluo let out a wretched scream, a coppery taste flooding her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Terror-stricken, she looked at Yuan Zhang. "Young Master Yuan, what are you doing? How have I offended you?" Yuan Zhang yanked her by the hair, pulling her up from the floor, before delivering a harsh slap across her face. "Are you still pretending?" Chu Yenluo cried out in agony, shielding her face as she begged for mercy. "Please, young Master Yuan, spare me. You have already caused me enough suffering. You made me pregnant yet refused to marry me, leading all of the capital to scorn me. The Chu family has cast me out. Is that not enough? Do you wish to kill me as well? That is none of my concern. Did you not lower yourself and insist on sharing my bed? Did you think that by bearing my child, you could enter the Yuan family as my legitimate wife?" Yuan Zhang scoffed. "What a delusion. You should reflect on your origins and the disgraceful conduct you exhibit. I shall marry a virtuous maiden from a respectable family, certainly not you. You approached me with such eagerness, colliding into me intentionally, far more forward than the courtesans of the Wanhua Pavilion. With your kind, do you truly believe you deserve a place in the Yuan family? Oh, but I must correct myself, even the courtesans at Wanhua Pavilion would not be as aggressive as you. They at least wait for silver before making advances, yet you, without any incentive, threw yourself at me, eagerly trying to pull me into your bed. Naturally, I would be remiss not to indulge. The Chu family's abandonment of you is well deserved. It has nothing to do with me, and I have never promised to marry you. Tiomi, you are merely a plaything." With her hair cruelly wrenched, Chu Yenluo felt the sting on her scalp, tears streaming down her face. "Young Master Yuan, even if you look down on me, there are others who will appreciate me. Release me. If the young master knows how you are treating me, he will not let you off easily." Yuan Zhang suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha, you still pin your hopes on Xiaoqing Yuan to rescue you? Dream on, for I have already killed him." Chu Yenluo's heart lurched violently. "What did you say?" "I said, Xiaoqing Yuan is dead." "Impossible." "Why is it impossible?" Yuan Zhang's expression darkened. "Is it because you believe that the one who should be dead is me?" "I did not. I merely..." Before she could finish, Yuan Zhang kicked her again. Listening to her cries, his anger subsided slightly. "Do you truly think Xiaoqing Yuan stands a chance against me? To think he would attempt to kill me with merely a servant at his side. Who does he think he is? I have an entire entourage at my disposal, with 20 bodyguards alone." Chu Yenluo trembled, both from pain and fear. "No, it can't be. You wouldn't dare harm Xiaoqing Yuan. He is the heir of the Ning Prince, the Emperor's own nephew. If you kill him, you will not survive. You are lying."
Yuan Zhang smirked coldly. Of course, I am not foolish enough to dirty my own hands. I merely orchestrated his demise. Chu Yanluo, with Xiao Qingyuan dead, let us see how you swagger about now. You lowly wretch, daring to incite Xiao Qingyuan against me, you truly seek a death wish. However, it would be too dull to simply let you die. I want you to live, to exist like a dog, kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy every day. Let me see whether I should first break your legs or your arms. Chu Yanluo trembled even more violently. Surely, Xiao Qingyuan could not truly be dead, otherwise, he would not have taken so long to appear, and Yuan Zhang would not dare to treat her in such a manner. Internally, she cursed Xiao Qingyuan for being all bark and no bite, weak enough to be killed by Yuan Zhang, and now facing the consequences, yet, without Xiao Qingyuan, she still had Gu Qianhan. She hurriedly exclaimed, Yuan Zhang, you dare, you cannot strike me, I must tell you the truth, I am now Gu Qianhan's person, he has vowed to marry me, and if you harm me, he will not spare you. Yuan Zhang chuckled sinisterly. Chu Yanluo, you may deceive others with that tale, but you cannot fool me. I am not lying. What I say is true, Gu Qianhan himself declared yesterday that he wishes to marry me as his legitimate wife, many heard him, if you inquire, you will find it true, he has spent lavishly for me. He truly cares for me. Yet Yuan Zhang remained unmoved. I never claimed what you said was false, I merely assert that Gu Qianhan's words about marrying you are false, he would never marry you, give up that hope. Chu Yanluo, bewildered, asked, why could he not marry me? Because you are unworthy. Yuan Zhang regarded her as though she were a fool. Do you genuinely think that Gu Qianhan is fond of you? Do you believe he is as foolish as that idiot Xiao Qingyuan? Do you think Gu Qianhan earned the title of the first prodigy of Dafeng without merit? His intellect is formidable, and his schemes run deep? Do you not realize this? Despite her pitiful state, Chu Yanluo maintained an air of arrogance. It has always been said that heroes struggle against the charms of beautiful women. No matter how brilliant Gu Qianhan may be, he cannot resist my allure. So what if he is the first prodigy of Dafeng, I am the first beauty of Dafeng, he likes me, and he will marry me. Yuan Zhang had once found her self-admiration charming, but now, hearing her speak with such confidence and refer to herself as the first beauty, he found her utterly ridiculous. What nonsense is this about being the first beauty? Has Xiao Qingyuan's infatuation with you led to such arrogance? How many times have you truly met Gu Qianhan? I have known him far longer than you, can you claim to understand him better than I? You dare to assert that he fancies you, the last time he saw you, he did not even spare you a glance, stop being delusional, it's quite pathetic. Chu Yanluo protested, then explain why Gu Qianhan would spend lavishly for me. Why would he publicly declare his intent to marry me as his legitimate wife in front of so many people? Yuan Zhang suddenly grew furious. How should I know? If I could decipher Gu Qianhan's thoughts, I would be the first prodigy of Dafeng myself, not him. But you just claimed to understand him. I meant that I understand him better than you. He would never favor a fool like you, he is not the type to be seduced by mere beauty. Do you think he is like me, a man who favors physical pleasures? He prefers intelligent women. I possess intelligence as well. You have no such intelligence, if you truly possessed wisdom, you would have secured your position as the Ning Prince's consort long ago, how could you still be living in the Ning Prince's residence in such an ambiguous state? Chapter 98. My son is still alive, isn't he? After berating Chu Yanluo, Yuan Zhang seized her belt and swiftly bound her, dragging her out with little regard for her dignity. Chu Yanluo, unwilling to be humiliated in such a manner, clung desperately to a table leg, refusing to let go. Yuan Zhang, release me. Even if you do not believe that Gu Qianhan has affections for me, you must acknowledge my abilities. I possess an array of pastries and snacks you have never encountered, which I can teach the chefs at Qingyun Tower to prepare, ensuring your establishment flourishes with abundant profits. Her mention of this opportunity only served to infuriate Yuan Zhang further. He turned back, delivering a merciless kick to her, exclaiming, you bring misfortune, my Qingyun Tower was once thriving, raking in thousands of taels daily, and now, thanks to you, I am incurring losses. Had I known this would come to pass, I would never have believed your deceitful words. Chu Yanluo cried out in anguish from the blow, waiting for Yuan Zhang to exhaust his fury before gritting her teeth to speak again. Please, stop hitting me. Beyond pastries, I have other lucrative ventures. I possess secret formulas for scar removal and beauty enhancement that are irresistibly appealing to women. I can certainly help you earn money. I implore you, spare me. While Yuan Zhang believed in her ability to enhance beauty, given her own flawless complexion, he remained skeptical of her claims regarding scar treatment. Observing the scar on her face, he scoffed, if you truly had an effective remedy for scars, why have you not eliminated the one upon your own visage? Prostrate on the ground, Chu Yanluo felt as though her very bones would shatter. Pain coursed through her, and she weakly replied, the scar on my face was self-inflicted, yet it is precisely because I possess a remedy for scars that I dared to mar my own appearance. Otherwise, why would I inflict such harm upon myself? If you do not believe me, wait a few days, once I have concocted the ointment, I shall demonstrate it on my own face for you. Yuan Zhang had a fervent passion for making money, having experienced firsthand the benefits of wealth. He yearned to monopolize every profitable industry. His maternal family had ventured into numerous fields, yet the realm of medicine remained unexplored. However, the pharmaceutical sector was undeniably lucrative. He had heard of bizarre herbs selling for thousands of taels and miraculous pills fetching tens of thousands. The larger apothecaries in the capital seemed to be raking in gold daily, with their proprietors living in opulence. If Chu Yanluo could indeed create a superior scar remedy, then perhaps allowing her to remain would be worthwhile. He kicked her, who lay like a beaten dog, and exclaimed, "If such a remarkable remedy exists, why did you not present it sooner? Must I nearly beat the life out of you for you to speak?" "Hoof, wickedness begets wickedness. A wretch like you deserves to be dealt with by scum like me." Xu Yanluo was in such agony that she could utter no further words. Her hatred for Yuan Zhang burned fiercely, and she resolved that once she recovered, her first act would be to end his life. As night fell, the grand taverns were ablaze with light, and the streets teemed with countless vendors, their shouts echoing as they hawked their wares, creating a bustling and vibrant scene. A troop of armored guards galloped swiftly through the streets, causing pedestrians to scatter and glance curiously.
"Those appear to be the guards from the Ning Prince's residence. What has occurred? Where are they headed? Have you not heard? The Ning Prince's heir is in trouble. What happened? Could it be that he has once again fought over that Xu Yanluo? Not this time, it's for another woman that he has clashed. Who dares to confront the young Master Xiao?"
The identity of the assailant is unknown, but it seems he is not from our capital, as he did not recognize young Master Xiao and killed him outright.
What? Young Master Xiao has been slain? How can this be? The great romantic has met his end, and not even for Xu Yanluo. I have also heard that after slaying young Master Xiao, the assailant took measures to destroy the body, burying him beneath the rubble of a collapsing building. So, the guards from the Ning Prince's residence are there to retrieve young Master Xiao's body? The esteemed heir has perished just like that? In a brief span, the news of Xiaoqing Yuan's demise at the hands of a woman spread throughout the capital. Upon hearing this news, the Ning Princess fainted on the spot. The Ning Prince, in disbelief of his son's death, rushed out of the residence to search for him personally. The household was in disarray, and Shen Wantang, while administering acupuncture to the princess, issued commands to calm the populace. Simultaneously, she dispatched reinforcements to assist the Ning Prince. Half an hour later, the Ning Princess regained consciousness, yet the Ning Prince had not yet returned. She grasped Shen Wantang's hand tightly, asking, "Have there been any updates on Yuan?" Shen Wantang shook her head. "No news yet. The collapse at the building was severe. The prince is still leading the effort to clear the debris, which is progressing slowly due to the fear that young Master Xiao may still be trapped within." The Ning Princess's eyes were red-rimmed. "No news is the best news, is it not?" "Indeed, mother, do not despair. The young master will be safe. The rumors circulating outside are unreliable. I have already dispatched individuals to track his whereabouts, and he was certainly alive when he approached the building. Mog was by his side, and several witnesses can attest to this." The Ning Princess broke into tears. "My son is not dead? My son is still alive, isn't he?" Shen Wantang, lacking absolute certainty, understood that Xiaoqing Yuan's chances of survival, trapped beneath the rubble, were slim, yet she affirmed her mother-in-law, saying, "Yes." After soothing the princess's emotions, they both fell into a prolonged state of waiting. It was not until deep into the night that the Ning Prince finally returned, accompanied by the unconscious Xiaoqing Yuan, who was being carried into the palace. Having received word of their return, the Ning Princess had been waiting anxiously and nearly collapsed upon seeing her son, who lay unresponsive. Shen Wantang and Granny Quan quickly supported her on either side. "Yuan." The Ning Princess stumbled forward, tears streaming down her face. "My son, what has happened to you?" The Ning Prince's voice was hoarse with concern. "Qingzhen, summon the imperial physician at once. Yuan is alive, but he is gravely injured." The Ning Princess swiftly turned to Shen Wantang. "Hurry, fetch the physician." Shen Wantang replied, "Mother, the physician has already been summoned and is waiting in the young master's courtyard. 3 experts have come, skilled in treating both internal and external injuries, all of whom are exceptionally talented." The Ning Princess rejoiced. "Excellent, quickly, take Yuan to his courtyard." Chapter 99. Would she remain so calm if he were to die? The Starry Harmony courtyard was ablaze with lights as 3 esteemed physicians took turns examining Xiaoqing Yuan's pulse, subsequently convening to deliberate on a suitable course of treatment. Once they had prepared a prescription, the Princess of Ning, still anxious, summoned Shen Wantang for a second opinion. It was only after Shen Wantang nodded in agreement with the prescription that she finally instructed someone to procure the medicine. The 3 physicians exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected trust the Princess of Ning had in the seemingly unpopular consort of the young master, whose approval was deemed essential for the procurement of medicine. After attending to Xiaoqing Yuan, the physicians then turned their attention to Moji, who was found clinging protectively to Xiaoqing Yuan, sustaining far graver injuries. Aside from the 2 of them, a young woman was discovered at the scene, unconscious, and subsequently brought back by the Princess of Ning. The princess suspected that the woman's presence there was no mere coincidence, and deemed it imperative to interrogate her once she regained consciousness. For several consecutive days, the gates of the Ning Palace remained firmly shut. Outside, rumors of Xiaoqing Yuan's demise grew increasingly fervent. The Princess of Ning, in a state of frantic distress, fretted, "Why hasn't Yuan awakened yet? Wasn't it said that he had passed the critical phase? Tanger, could you perhaps administer a couple of acupuncture needles to see if you can rouse him?" Shen Wantang nodded. "Allow me to give it a try." She possessed considerable skill in using acupuncture to stimulate the acupoints of the comatose, even adept at coaxing the near-dead back to a semblance of life. In her previous life, she had studied acupuncture specifically to awaken gravely injured individuals and extract valuable clues. However, she had refrained from treating Xiaoqing Yuan with acupuncture, recognizing his capacity for recovery on his own. Forcibly awakening him would cause him considerable distress. Nonetheless, given her mother-in-law's insistence, she complied, reasoning that since Xiaoqing Yuan seemed disinclined to endure a life of comfort, perhaps a bit of suffering was warranted.
Shen Wantang called for Du Juan to fetch her silver needles, then positioned herself beside Xiao Qingyuan, systematically inserting needle after needle. A mere 15 minutes later, Xiao Qingyuan opened his eyes. The Princess of Ning and the Prince of Ning were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that Shen Wantang could truly awaken Xiao Qingyuan. With elation, they approached, exclaiming, "Yuan, you have finally awakened." "Yuan, do you feel any discomfort?" Xiao Qingyuan took a moment to gather his bearings, his voice hoarse as he queried. "I'm not dead." The Princess of Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. "You were so close, Yuan. Had your father arrived even a moment later, you might have." The Prince of Ning, with reddened eyes, cautioned, "You narrowly escaped death this time. Do not tempt fate again, Yuan. You must never again jeopardize your life over a woman." Xiao Qingyuan then recalled the events preceding his unconsciousness. His head throbbed painfully, and his body ached, evidently from the debris of the collapsing structure. However, aside from himself and Moji, there was indeed another young woman present. He could not suppress his inquiry. "Father, when you found me, did you see a woman?" "Yes," came the curt reply. "What has become of her? Did you manage to save her?" The prince's expression darkened at once, the redness around his eyes dissipating. "She was saved. She is unharmed and currently residing within the palace. Why do you persist in contemplating these women? Shouldn't you first concern yourself with your own well-being? Shouldn't you comfort your mother? She has not closed her eyes for 3 days and nights on your account." "What? I have been unconscious for 3 days?" The Princess of Ning wept uncontrollably. "Yuan, had it not been for the consort's acupuncture, awakening you, you might have remained in a coma. You truly frightened me. I feared you would never awaken again." Only then did Xiao Qingyuan remember he had a consort. He turned slightly to see Shen Wantang standing quietly to the side, her demeanor as composed and serene as ever. While his father and mother were overwhelmed with emotion, vying to speak with him, Shen Wantang displayed no hint of excitement. She seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, standing behind his mother, neither seeking recognition nor interjecting. Xiao Qingyuan could not help but wonder if, had he perished, she would maintain such an impassive demeanor. This thought stirred discomfort within him. His consort appeared to regard him with too little concern. He turned his face away, no longer wishing to look at Shen Wantang. His mother's tears clearly demonstrated her genuine anguish for him. He had not realized it before, but in comparison to Shen Wantang, he finally recognized his mother's affection. He consoled the Princess of Ning. "Mother, please do not cry. This was merely an unfortunate accident. I shall exercise greater caution in the future." "How can you be certain this was an accident?" "Perhaps someone deliberately set a trap for you. Your father dispatched men throughout the capital, yet they found no trace of the individual who lured you to that perilous building. This is quite peculiar. Do you not agree?" Enduring the intense pain in his head, he replied hoarsely, "It was indeed an accident. I was on my way to find Yuan Zhang, having exposed some of his nefarious deeds, and we had a confrontation. Yuan Zhang, frightened, fled, and in the course of pursuing him, I witnessed someone assaulting a woman. She was clad in white, her long hair restrained by a white ribbon, resembling Yen Luo. That individual forcibly dragged her into a carriage, which then sped away. I believed it was Yen Luo who had been abducted, so I pursued with Moji. By the time we arrived, only the woman remained in the crumbling building. The man had vanished. Ultimately, the collapse of the building was instigated by that woman's desperate attempt to end her own life, colliding with a pillar. It had no relation to others." Upon hearing this, the Princess of Ning exchanged glances with the prince, both perceiving doubt in each other's eyes. Clearly, they were unconvinced that such coincidences could occur, and that this incident must be intricately linked to Yuan Zhang. However, given that Xiao Qingyuan had just awakened, it was not the time for further discussion. After a few additional words from the Princess of Ning, she advised her son to rest well, and she departed with the prince. Before leaving, the princess specifically urged Shen Wantang to take good care of Xiao Qingyuan. Shen Wantang respectfully acknowledged her instructions and remained in the room. She looked at the recuperating Xiao Qingyuan and inquired, "Does the young master require anything? Would you like some water?" Xiao Qingyuan felt a stir within him. "Yes, please bring it to me." Yet Shen Wantang did not move. She called out to Qin Xayan, instructing, "Attend to the young master and serve him water." Qin Xayan complied, approaching the bed with a bowl of water, raising Xiao Qingyuan's head with one hand while feeding him with the other. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. He had explicitly called for Shen Wantang to feed him, yet she had summoned a maid instead. Did she not comprehend his request? Despite his doubts, the intense thirst compelled him to drink eagerly, quickly finishing the bowl of water. Once quenched, he noticed a slight alleviation of his dry and painful throat. It dawned upon him, almost too late. Where is Yen Luo? Where is she? Chapter 100. Omugu. Upon hearing that he had just awakened and was again preoccupied with Chu Yen Luo, Qin felt a surge of displeasure. Why did the young master seem to cherish everyone but his own fiancée? Her actions while attending to Xiao Qingyuan became noticeably heavier. Xiao Qingyuan, already suffering from a headache, winced further as his head struck the pillow with a thud. Irritation etched on his face, he exclaimed, "Shen Wantang, what kind of maid are you, so clumsy and careless? Next time, do not let her feed me water, you shall do it instead." Shen Wantang paid no heed to his vexation and did not acquiesce to his request for her assistance. While feeding him water was not a challenging task, the concern lingered. Who could predict his whims afterward? What if he found her service unsatisfactory? Or worse, what if he misconstrued her intentions as an attempt to draw closer to him? "My lord, Miss Chu has not returned to the residence these past few days." "What? She hasn't returned? Where could she possibly be?" Xiao Qingyuan's surprise morphed into anger. "Is it that you have prevented her from coming back? She has nowhere else to go. The royal residence is her only refuge. Regardless of her shortcomings, you should not have driven her away." "My lord, I did not chase her away." Xiao Qingyuan paused, recalling Shen Wantang's character and her magnanimity. He quickly found himself believing her words. "Is it my mother who has forbidden her return?" "Your mother did not prohibit her return. It is she who has chosen not to come back." "That cannot be true." Miss Chu is currently residing at Qingyun Tower. I have heard she is busy preparing to open a medicine shop. If you doubt this, my lord, once you are well, you may visit Qingyun Tower and inquire personally.
Opening a medicine shop? Xiao Qingyuan could scarcely believe it. How could she suddenly want to do such a thing? Does she even possess knowledge of pharmacology?
From his past experiences, he doubted Chu Yanlu was understanding of such matters, yet, Shen Wantang refrained from sharing her own insights, simply responding, I am not certain.
This is peculiar.
Something must be amiss. That it is already strange enough that Yan Luo has not returned, but the notion of her opening a medicine shop is even more bewildering. Is it possible she is unaware of my injuries?
Has she not sent anyone to inquire about my condition? She has not sent anyone. As for whether Chu Yanluo knew of Xiao Qingyuan's injuries, Shen Wantang did not respond. The entire capital believed Xiao Qingyuan to be dead.
The news of his demise had spread like wildfire. For Chu Yanluo to remain ignorant would require a level of deafness unimaginable. Noticing Xiao Qingyuan had fallen into a daze, Shen Wantang chose to remain silent and led Qinqin out of the inner chamber. Once outside, Shen Wantang seated herself on a chair and glanced at Qinqin.
You need not serve me here any longer. Go check on Moji. It is time for his bandages to be changed.
Qinqin expressed her gratitude and exited Xinghe courtyard, making her way to the quarters where the servants resided. Inside, Mog lay on the bed, his face pale. The young servant attending to him, nearly 10 years old, brightened upon seeing Qinqin.
Sister Qinqin, brother Mog's high fever has subsided.
Feel his forehead. Qinqin reached out to touch Mog's forehead and, feeling his temperature finally return to normal, nearly shed tears. Indeed, he is no longer burning with fever. Thank you, Fushun.
You have taken excellent care of him.
Fushun blushed slightly, replying, Sister Qinqin, it is not I who cared for brother Mog so well, it is the young master's fiancée who prescribed effective medicine. She even administered a needle to him. Brother Mog used to convulse frequently, which was quite alarming, but after she treated him, he improved. As Qinqin changed Mog's bandages, she remarked, the young master's fiancée has a heart of compassion. She considers all of us servants. Without her, it would have been uncertain whether Mog could have endured. Fushun tilted his innocent face upwards, asking, if I were to be gravely ill, would the young master's fiancée also save me? Having finished tending to Mog, Qinqin gently patted Fushun's head. Of course, as long as you remain loyal to the young master's fiancée, she will aid you. But I am not like brother Mog, a first-rate servant beside the young master.
I am merely a lowly servant, abandoned even by my own parents. Would the young master's fiancée care for me?
Qinqin answered firmly, she will care for you. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 small silver coins from her pouch and placed them in Fushun's hand. Take these. They are a gift from the young master's fiancée. Always remember her kindness, and do your duties well in the residence. The young master's fiancée will not neglect you.
Do you understand?
Fushun clutched the silver tightly, nodding vigorously.
I understand. Thank you for the young master's fiancée's reward.
Qinqin patted his shoulder.
Now, go prepare a bowl of medicine for brother Mog.
Fushun acknowledged her and hurried off to brew the medicine. Qinqin then turned her gaze back to Mog, and after a moment of contemplation, her eyes grew moist. The bond she shared with Mog was extraordinary. They had entered the palace together in their youth and had supported one another through countless trials. Later, during the grand wedding of Prince Ning, they found themselves assigned to the prince's residence. She had always believed Mog to be more fortunate than herself, for being in the service of the young master was a tremendous blessing. Yet now she realized it was she who was truly fortunate. Accompanying the young master came both fortune and peril. He was notoriously capricious, and being his servant could spell danger. However, with the young master's fiancée, such risks were non-existent. Her demeanor was steady, her actions methodical, and she treated her subordinates with great kindness, providing ample rewards. In times of trouble, she would go to great lengths to protect them, as long as they served her sincerely. A tear slipped from Qinqin's eye as she murmured, Mog, we should both count our blessings for encountering such a young master's fiancée. Otherwise, I might have been sold off to Shikan Alley, and you may have already lost your life. What merit did a mere servant possess to warrant the personal attention of the esteemed young master's fiancée, who diagnosed and treated him? Previously, the imperial physician had prescribed medicine, yet it proved ineffective. Mog's fever persisted, and his convulsions were severe. Qinqin had sought out Shen Wantang, who without hesitation came to examine him. This kindness would be forever etched in Qinqin's heart. After Xiao Qingyuan awoke, he inquired about the woman in white who had nearly brought about their demise, as well as about Chu Yanluo, yet he did not question whether Mog still lived. When Moji regained consciousness, she intended to remind him to prioritize his own safety next time, though she doubted he would heed her counsel. Fushun soon returned with a bowl of medicine, and Qinqin took it, working in tandem with Fushun to feed it to Moji before vacating the small courtyard. She tidied her appearance and re-entered Xinghe courtyard. Upon entering, she was met by a woman in white. The figure, draped in flowing white garments, had long hair tied with a ribbon at the back. From behind, she bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yanluo. Indeed, it was nearly a perfect match. No wonder Xiao Qingyuan had mistaken her. Even Qinqin had nearly been deceived, initially believing Chu Yanluo had returned. However, the woman's voice was distinctly different. While Chu Yanluo's tone was icy and proud, this woman's voice was soft and flowing like water. Qinqin heard her say, I am Mugo, and I have come to pay my respects to the young master's fiancée. I wish to inquire about the young master's condition. Has he awakened? I, Mugo, owe my life to the young master and wish to express my gratitude in person. I humbly ask for your permission, young master's fiancée.